Postum presents...
Henry Aldrich.
Coming, Mother.
Postum presents The Aldrich Family, written by Clifford Goldsmith. Entertainment for all the family, brought to you by Postum, a tempting, wholesome drink for all the family. Postum. A teenage boy like Tom Sawyer or Penrod Schofield or Henry Aldrich. Well, these boys mean more to us than just youngsters in books and stories, don't they? For when we listen to them and to the things they do, we kind of hear again some of the things we said and did when we ourselves were young. And there just may be a teenage youngster like Henry in your front hall right now. But listen, there he is talking.
But, Homer, I can't possibly go fishing with you next Friday.
Why not, Henry? Give me one good reason.
Because I've told you 3 times. I'm stuck with Violet. I've got to play tennis with her on Friday.
Listen, Henry, you mean to say you'd rather go out there on a tennis court on a hot day and let Violet run you ragged when you can go sit on a log with me and pull the fish in as fast as they bite?
No, I wouldn't. Of course I wouldn't. But, Homer, don't you understand? I have to play tennis with Violet.
Why?
Because. Way back in July, I promised to take her to the movies. Then I got out of it by telling her I'd take her to a dance in August. And I finally got out of that by telling her I'd play tennis with her in September.
Okay, then, okay. Tell her you'll take her to something real good in October.
Now, listen, I can't go on like that all year.
Well, you can get out of it some way, can't you? Why don't you go to the phone there and say, Violet, I can't possibly play tennis with you Friday. I've got to take a makeup exam.
In what?
Well, make it in Latin. That would be believable. And, Henry, after all, they are having makeups at the school on Friday.
They are?
Sure.
But, Homer, it's not the truth. I don't have to take any makeup exams in Latin.
Well, it's darn near the truth. If you'd gotten 59 or less last June, you'd have to take one, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Well, how much did you get?
60.
And there you are. Anybody that says you shouldn't take one is just splitting hairs. Now, go ahead and telephone her.
No.
All right, Henry, all right. If you don't want to go down to the lake and... Do you know how big the fish are this year?
Homer, it isn't that I don't want to go with you. Gee whiz. As a matter of fact, Violet gives me a pain. But I'm not going to lie to her.
All right, then tell her the truth. Tell her you can't stand her face.
Sure. Don't you realize Violet is related to practically everybody in this town? I can't help it if I don't have to take a makeup exam. Although, I'll have to admit there isn't a great deal of difference between 59 and 60, is there?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. And you know darn well if Miss Wheeler had any sense, she would have made you take it over.
Homer, do you remember Violet's number?
I've just got through looking it up for you twice. Elm 371.
The only thing is, though...
Henry, let me call her for you.
Now, wait, Homer, give me that phone. Gee whiz. Hello, operator. You just get me into a lot of trouble.
How could I?
Number, please.
Elm 371.
Thank you.
Henry, just tell her that you've been talking it over with me, and I don't want tennis to interfere with anything else you're going to do Friday. That would be the truth, wouldn't it?
Hello?
You don't have to say you're going fishing over at McCorkle's Rocks.
Hello, is McCorkle there?
Who?
Oh, is this Violet? Well, listen, Violet, this is Henry. And boy, you're just going to hate me when I tell you something, but I've got to...
Mother, I never felt so conscience-stricken in my life. I feel just awful.
Now, Violet, I'm sure Henry understood.
But, Mother, I was so rude to him. I'm going to call Aunt Ella right this minute and ask her whether there isn't anything she can do for Henry.
Oh, did Henry take Latin under Aunt Ella last year?
Hello?
Number, please.
Elm 909.
Elm 909.
But, Violet, don't you think it's important that Henry pass his Latin?
Mother, Henry promised to play tennis with me way back last month.
Hello?
Hello. Could I speak to Miss Wheeler, please?
This is Miss Wheeler.
Oh, hello, Aunt Ella. This is Violet.
Yes.
Aunt Ella, does Henry Aldrich have to take his makeup exam on Friday with you?
Does who have to?
Henry Aldrich, Aunt Ella.
Oh, is he taking one?
Why, yes. At least that's what he told me.
Well, I'm not doubting your word, dear. I'm just glad you told me. You see, I misplaced my report book somewhere during the summer, and I didn't remember that Henry had to take one.
you like to sit over here by this table lamp?
Thank you. Where's Henry?
Well, I believe he and Homer are up in his room. They're making bass flies.
Yes?
And, Sam, I'd like to have a heart-to-heart talk with you.
What about?
Do you really think Henry ought to try to go on with his Latin this year?
Why shouldn't he?
He's going to have to take a makeup exam in it this coming Friday.
You mean he didn't pass last June? Alice, I thought Henry came through with a flying 60.
And that's what I understood. But Miss Wheeler called this afternoon and announced right out of a clear sky he'd have to take the exam over. I haven't told him yet.
Well, that's a fine thing.
Sam, don't you think it'd be a lot wiser if we just let Henry drop the whole thing?
Alice, when he started something, we certainly ought to make him finish it.
But, dear, it isn't because Henry doesn't understand Latin. I think the whole trouble lies in his teeth.
In his teeth? Alice, it isn't his teeth, it's his character.
But, Sam, it's common knowledge that little Freddie Jones had to go back and repeat his algebra 3 times. And then they discovered by pulling all his teeth out, everything cleared up.
Yes? And you mean to say he's never had any more trouble?
Not in algebra.
Well, we're not going to pull Henry's teeth out.
What's that, Father? Were you saying something about me?
No, Henry.
Isn't that funny? It sounded just as though Father said I ought to have my teeth pulled out.
Well, we're not talking about you, Henry. What is it you want?
Look, Father, look at the bass fly Homer and I made.
Oh, yes. What do you call it?
The brown Aldrich. We're going to use it Friday.
This Friday, dear?
Yes, sure.
But, Henry, you may not be able to go fishing on Friday.
Sure I will, Mother. I've got everything fixed up.
But, dear, I'm afraid we have something else fixed up for you on Friday.
You do? You mean you have a surprise for me?
Well, it may be in the nature of one.
Although it shouldn't come as one. At least it didn't to me.
What do you mean, Father?
Henry, Miss Wheeler phoned today.
Miss Wheeler? Who's Miss Wheeler?
Now, wait a minute. You mean to say you never heard of a Miss Wheeler?
No. No.
Think back to last spring. What worried you more than anything else?
Well, I can't remember that any one thing worried me more than anything else. Unless it was that window I broke over on. Only her name was Wilcox.
Henry, Miss Wheeler is your Latin teacher.
Oh, Miss Wheeler. Oh, sure, Miss Wheeler. You know, I knew I'd heard that name before.
Fine.
And she's got what you might call a surprise for me?
Dear, on Friday you're to take your makeup.
Who, I? My makeup?
Yes, then you do remember?
Well, yes, I know, but gee whiz, I don't have to take any makeup.
Oh, yes, you do.
I know, but I don't. I have to take one. Are you sure Miss Wheeler said I was the one?
And you think she might have meant me or your mother?
No, but...
Hey, Henry.
Homer, will you please stop bothering me? I just had some... Oh, boy. Well, all I can say is it's something I'll certainly never be able to figure out.
Same here.
And you know, Homer, the more I think about it, when I first walked into the living room, my mother was saying my whole trouble in Latin might be due to my teeth.
To your what, Henry? Your teeth.
Sure, a thing like that is possible.
Henry, I don't mean you should do anything disobedient, but when Friday comes, we couldn't get up early and go fishing and then tell your mother you thought your exam was a week from Friday.
Homer, I couldn't do anything like that.
Well, a thing like that could happen. I've mixed up days of the week lots of times.
Homer, do you know what I think I'm going to do?
What?
I'm going over to school first thing tomorrow and have a talk with Miss Wheeler. Homer, I couldn't possibly pass that exam. And besides, I've got a very important engagement for Friday.
With who?
With who? Who do you think?
Have there been any phone calls for me, Miss Shea? No, Miss Wheeler, not that I know of. Mr. Nelson was here for a while, and he said that Henry Aldrich was waiting all morning to see you.
Henry Aldrich, to see me?
Yes, he left this note for you.
Oh, really? Well, you know, Miss Shea, I believe that boy is really improving.
In what way?
Listen to this note of his. Dear Miss Wheeler, please don't think that I'm not most anxious to take my makeup on Friday. I agree with my father, although my mother does feel that my teeth are more important. But as I said to a friend of mine, instead of having all my teeth out, as my mother seems to think, I feel first I ought to see whether I can't get a hold of Latin some other way. Please let me know. Henry W. Aldrich.
Just exactly what does that mean?
Oh, my. The poor boy.
Hello? Hello, Sam. Are you listening?
Yes, Alice. Did you say Miss Wheeler, Henry's Latin teacher, wrote that letter?
Yes, Sam.
What does she want to pull all his teeth out for?
Sam, don't you remember what I told you last night and you wouldn't listen to me?
In the first place, Alice, I don't think it's his teeth at all. If it's anything, it might just possibly be his tonsils.
His tonsils, dear. He's had his tonsils out.
Well, maybe they've come back. Miss Wheeler doesn't know. All she knows is that she can't get Latin into him.
Sam, apparently, from this letter, she's been talking to the school dentist.
But you're not going to let them go ahead on Henry, are you?
Well, they have an awfully good doctor at the school now.
Mother, could I interrupt you for just a second?
Yes, dear, of course you may. Sam, hold the line just a second. Henry wants to speak to me.
Mother, have you seen...
Dear, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but before you tire yourself with any more talking, why don't you sit on the stairs there?
You mean sit down? And wait till you get through?
No, dear, sit down and relax and finish what you started to say.
All I want to know is where my fishing tackle is.
I took it out on the back porch. I thought it'd be nicer for you to work with it there rather than down in the damp basement.
Well, thank you, Mother. Thank you very much. Homer!
Henry, don't run. Walk.
But I'm in a hurry, Mother. Homer!
I found it out here in the back porch, Henry.
You did? You know, it was very nice of my mother to lug all that stuff up here.
Henry, just what did Miss Wheeler say in that letter your mother got this morning?
I don't know exactly. All I know is I don't have to take the exam.
None at all?
No.
You know, that was very decent of Miss Wheeler to excuse you. You know what, Henry? If we catch any fish, let's give half of them to Miss Wheeler and half to your mother.
Sure. Homer, you don't know how to untie that knot in that line. Here, let me take it a second.
Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going to untie it with my teeth.
Listen, Henry, don't you realize that's a hard knot?
That's all right, Homer. Do you think I'm a weakling? I can untie anything with my teeth.
Listen, Henry, I just had another idea about those fish.
What fish?
That we're going to give to your mother and Miss Wheeler. Let's fry them for them.
Okay. We'll fry them in butter and cracker crumbs.
Sure. And let's even clean them for her.
Henry?
Yes, Mother?
Dear, could you come here a minute?
Yes, sure. Is there something I can do for you?
Dear, I want to have a little talk with you.
Yes, Mother.
Your father and I have just been discussing that letter I received from Miss Wheeler this morning.
Yes, Mother. We're going to take her some fish, fried in butter. I think that's the least I can do for her for what she's done for me, don't you?
I certainly do. In fact, it's a very good thing she took an interest in you.
Boy, I'll say so.
Now, before I tell you something, I want you to tell me just how you feel.
I feel fine.
You do?
In fact, at least, well, I feel all right, I think.
That's just temporary, dear. There's probably a period in every day when you feel a little lift.
A little lift?
Yes, dear. But your father and I have decided to see to it that you feel as well as this all the time.
You mean I don't have to take any Latin anymore?
Well, it's certainly not going to be a burden for you anymore. Tomorrow morning, dear, you're going down to the dentist and have a little work done.
At the dentist, Mother?
Miss Wheeler says they feel at the school that you should have your teeth out.
Who, I, Mother? My teeth?
Now, Henry, you mustn't get excited.
But listen, Mother, all of them? Where did Miss Wheeler ever get an idea like that?
Hey, Henry, come out here and untie another knot for me. How do you feel, Henry?
I feel all right. I feel fine. I just wish my folks would listen to reason.
Did you see this in the paper?
What's it about?
Some guy that fell asleep in a dentist chair. And, oh, boy.
Now listen, Homer.
I didn't tell you what happened to him, Henry. I didn't even mention what he's suing the dentist for. And incidentally, why don't you do what I told you to?
What?
Why don't you go in and have a heart-to-heart talk with your folks and just tell them Miss Wheeler isn't such a hot teacher? What does she know about teeth? As a matter of fact, she doesn't know so much about Latin.
Oh, no, Homer. I've taken your advice for the last time.
You mean you're going to lose all your teeth just because you're too proud to admit I'm right?
Listen, Homer, don't you realize I have ideas of my own sometimes?
Sure, and where did they ever get you? Right into a dentist chair.
Henry!
Yes, Mother?
Your father wants to speak to you here in the living room.
He does? As a matter of fact, Mother, I was just going to speak to him.
Yeah? What's on your mind?
Why, Father, this is one final thing I'd like to have you understand. All last year, whenever I went into my Latin class, my teeth didn't hurt especially. In fact, my teeth didn't give me any trouble at all. I'd just sit down, and the first thing I'd know, I'd get awfully sleepy.
Sleepy? You mean you felt as though you might have been drugged?
Drugged? By Latin?
Yes.
Well, yes, you might say.
And there you are, Alice. That's just what I've been telling you.
But, Sam, I'm sure it isn't his tonsils.
My what?
Henry, I want you to please go out in the kitchen and get me a glass of water.
But, Mother, aren't you interested in my reactions?
Yes, dear, we're very much interested, but I would like a drink of water.
Yes, Mother.
Henry, when you felt sleepy, did you find it difficult to wake up afterwards?
No. At least as soon as the bell rang, I was all right.
What bell was that, Henry?
Homer, what am I going to do?
You know, Henry, I was just thinking.
What?
Maybe we ought to take a picture of you smiling with your mouth open, so we'll have something to remember you by.
Now, listen, Homer.
It was just an idea, Henry.
Keep quiet, Homer. Keep quiet. I'm trying to listen to what my mother's saying.
You are?
Can you hear her?
She's telling your father about the job your Aunt Harriet had done on her teeth.
She is? Can you hear anything more?
Your father's sure it's your tonsils. He says the whole trouble is you can't breathe.
I can?
What does he mean by that, Henry?
I can breathe all right, Homer.
Just the same, Henry, don't you think you ought to sit down on the stairs? I'm beginning to think there's something wrong with you myself.
You know, I could pick up the telephone right now, call up around a dozen of you friends of the Aldrich family, and ask each of you point blank, why do you drink Postum? The most immediate answer, of course, would be...
Because I like it. Because Postum tastes well.
Well, that's the natural reason for drinking any beverage. But it's not the only reason for drinking Postum. For example, one fellow I know says...
I work in a war plant as a surgical instrument finisher. That's a precision job, and it takes steady hands and fingers to do it. Well, I've always known that coffee gets my nerves all keyed up and jittery, so I can't drink coffee. Still, I do want a hot drink, and Postum just fits the bill, because there's no caffeine in it to bother my nerves.
Well, all I'd like to suggest, ladies and gentlemen, is that you ask yourself whether nervousness is hampering your efficiency lately, and whether coffee could be responsible. For many people's nerves are set on edge by coffee, even though others can drink it without ill effect. And if you suspect coffee affects you, a switch to Postum, which contains no caffeine, no stimulant of any kind, may be of real benefit. Postum is a hearty, robust drink with real He-Man appeal. So if coffee makes you nervous, give Postum a fair trial. And then see if you're not feeling so much more relaxed and at ease that you decide to make Postum your regular mealtime drink. Now getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. In talking himself out of a date, Henry has walked straight into a make-up Latin exam. In trying to talk his way out of the Latin exam, he has talked his way into having his teeth extracted. The scene opens in a dentist's outer office.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Smedley.
Sorry, I'm a couple of minutes late. Any messages?
No, Mrs. Wright is here. She has a swollen jaw. She thinks it's an abscessed tooth.
Yes.
Oh, and Henry Aldrich phoned.
Who?
Henry Aldrich. Don't you remember his mother called yesterday and was so upset about his condition?
Yes.
Well, he phoned and said he was very anxious to come down and let you pull just as many of his teeth as you felt should be removed. But he's a little worried about his father.
About who?
His father. It seems Mr. Aldrich is very much upset over Henry's tonsils.
How bad are they?
His father said he couldn't breathe.
He can't breathe? Well, I can't do any extracting with a boy in that condition.
Alice, are you through with the phone?
Yes, Sam.
I've got to call Dr. Taylor about an accident case.
Well, dear, I'm sorry if I've been using the phone when you wanted to, but wait till I tell you who that was that just called.
Who was it?
It was the dentist nurse. She was phoning about Henry.
What's the matter?
Sam, you were right all the time. It isn't his teeth at all. From the way she talked, the dentist took one look down Henry's throat and said it's his tonsils.
Yes? Well, that's what I told you.
And, Sam, evidently they're so bad Henry can hardly breathe.
You see that? Didn't I tell you? No wonder he was sleepy whenever he went into Latin.
Sam, where are you going? Aren't you interested?
Alice, we know it's his tonsils now, don't we? I've got to make that telephone call.
Well, it does seem that at a time like this... Dear, this is important.
And so is this. Don't you remember that accident case I had to take care of last week?
Yes.
Well, the fellow's in a serious condition, and I've got to get a report on him from Dr. Taylor before I leave for the office. And if you like, while I have him on the wire, I can make an engagement for Henry to have an examination.
Well, dear, why didn't you explain that right from the beginning?
Mother!
Yes, Henry, are you back from the dentist already?
Well, I'm back.
Well, don't wear yourself out trying to tell me about it, dear. If it helps you any, you may breathe with your mouth open.
With my mouth open? All the time?
Yes.
But how can I talk?
It's just as well if you don't use your throat too much, dear.
But I wanted to ask you whether there's been a message for me.
A message?
A telephone message.
No, dear. The only phone call was from Dr. Smedley, the dentist's office.
Oh. Did Dr. Smedley talk with you?
His nurse did. She told me about your condition.
My condition?
Yes, dear. Your tonsils and everything.
Oh. Is that right?
It's a wonder you were able to get even 68 in your algebra last year.
Hey, Henry.
What, Homer?
Was any left for you?
Was any left for me?
You know, any message.
Henry, your father's talking on the phone with Dr. Taylor right this minute.
He is, Mother. About me?
Henry, did you hear me?
Yes, Homer. A message was left for me.
You don't have to have your teeth out?
No, Homer. Keep quiet. Keep quiet. I'm trying to hear something.
What are you listening to? Where are you going, Henry?
I want to hear what my father's saying to Dr. Taylor.
Yes, Doctor.
Why? What's happened?
Homer, will you please keep quiet?
What's that, Doctor? You don't think it could possibly be his tonsils? I'm glad to hear you say that.
Homer, do you hear that? Do you hear that?
You don't have to worry about your tonsils?
No.
But, Doctor, how about this other matter? Is he in pretty bad condition?
Oh, boy.
Do you think you'll have to operate? That's too bad.
Oh, boy.
What's he saying, Henry?
Oh, that's too bad.
Oh, boy. Homer, did he say operate?
Tomorrow morning at 10:30?
Oh, boy.
Yes, of course I'll be there. A major operation, eh?
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
About how long do you think you'll be under the ether?
Homer, did he say ether? Ether makes me sick.
Me too.
Listen, Homer, let's get away from here. How did I ever get into this mess anyhow?
Don't you remember you didn't want to play tennis?
What's tennis got to do with it?
Don't you remember, Henry, you don't like Violet?
I know, Homer, but I like Violet better than getting operated on.
Where are you going?
Well, can't I go over to your house and just sort of disappear until they stop worrying about me?
Maybe that would help.
Sam!
Oh, boy, come on. I think I hear my mother coming.
Sam!
Henry, why don't you ask them whether it's wise to operate with your appendix the way it is?
Now, listen, Homer.
Sam, are you still phoning?
I'm finished, Alice.
Well, my goodness, when does he want to see Henry?
I've got some good news for you. He said he looked at Henry's throat only last week, and there isn't a chance in the world of anything being wrong there.
Really? Then what do you suppose is wrong?
Probably nothing.
Now, Sam, don't stand there and tell me nothing is wrong with Henry. He hasn't eaten a mouthful for 48 hours.
He's probably just sick over the idea of going back to school.
Dear, you don't suppose it's because of that windbreaker, do you?
Windbreaker? What windbreaker?
That leather windbreaker he wants. He's been begging me to get him one ever since last spring.
What would that have to do with it?
Well, I can remember when I was his age, I wanted a pair of long gloves, and I didn't eat for a week.
All right, then. Take him down and buy him a windbreaker. See whether his appetite picks up any.
Oh, Henry! Henry!
Henry!
Henry Aldrich!
Well, Alice, what do you say we turn out the lights and go up to bed?
But, Sam, don't you think we ought to wait up just a little while longer?
Alice, why wait up? All we have to do is leave the door unlocked. Henry knows where his room is.
I know, dear, but don't you think I ought to at least leave some dinner on the stove for him?
No, I don't think so at all. If Henry wasn't hungry enough to come home for dinner, I don't see why you should put yourself out, Alice. Now, come on, let's go up.
When you phoned the Browns, just what did they say?
They said they hadn't seen him and wanted to know if Homer was over here.
Did you phone the Bartletts?
Alice, I called everybody. And if you ask me, I don't think we should get him that windbreaker.
Now, dear, don't you see? That's why he probably wandered off like this, because he feels so bad about not getting the windbreaker.
Listen.
What's that?
Listen. Somebody just came in the front door.
Henry, do you think I left my hat upstairs?
Henry, is that you?
Are you calling I, Mother?
Henry, will you please come in here?
Oh, excuse me. I thought you'd gone to... hello?
Haven't they gone to bed, Henry?
Homer, I want you to come in here.
Yes, Mrs. Aldrich.
Where have you boys been?
Why, just around, Father. May I go to bed?
Have you had anything to eat?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Aldrich. We had plenty.
Sure.
Well, I'm going up to bed. And, Henry...
Yes, Father.
I realize you've had a hard day today, but nevertheless, you shouldn't have gone off like this without telling us where you were going.
No, Father.
And, Henry, I've waited up because I wanted to tell you that your father and I have a little surprise for you.
You have?
Tomorrow morning, I want you to be ready to go downtown with me at 10:15.
Yes, Mother.
Oh, boy.
Now, don't think about it anymore. Just put the whole thing out of your mind as though I hadn't said anything.
Yes, Mother.
Do you want to go into the living room and sit down for a second, Henry?
No. Only, Mother... I've been thinking things over, and boy, do I feel sorry for poor Violet.
For poor who?
Violet Prescott. Gee, if I don't phone her right this minute, there she'll be tomorrow, stuck all day, and not a soul to play tennis with.
That's what I say.
What do you mean?
Why, I tell you, Mother, whatever your surprise for tomorrow was, well, don't think of it for another second.
Really?
I give you my word. Hello, operator.
Number, please.
Why, Elm 371.
Elm 371.
Henry, what is this all about?
Mother, didn't I tell you? I had a date to play tennis. and then things sort of came up, and now...
Boy, he hasn't slept all week over it.
Well, dear, I think you should consider yourself first.
Hello?
Hello, is this Violet?
Yes?
Well, this is Henry.
Oh, hello. I was just sitting here thinking about you.
Well, look, would you still like to play tennis tomorrow?
My goodness, I'd just love to.
You would? You really would? Well, gee, so would I.
All right, Homer.
Henry?
Yes, Mother?
You mean you'd rather postpone what we were going to do until some other day?
Mother, just put whatever it was out of your mind forever.
I'll say, Mrs. Aldrich, Henry wants you to forget the whole thing.
Well, the joke's certainly on me. I supposed you wanted a windbreaker.
What's that? A windbreaker? A windbreaker?
Yes, but that's all right. Good night.
Instead of an operation?
Henry, are you still there?
What, Violet?
We'll have a wonderful time tomorrow, won't we?
Yes. I'll say.
Well, friends, Henry's troubles may be over for the moment, but stay tuned in because I'm sure you want to know how Henry's troubles at the doctor's are going to affect Homer. Friends, Postum comes in two forms. Postum, the kind you make in pot percolator or drip maker, and instant Postum, which dissolves instantly in your cup with boiling water. Both have exactly the same swell Postum flavor. So no matter which you get, or whether you have it hot or iced, you're sure to enjoy Postum.
Hello? Is this Homer?
Yes, Henry.
Oh, I just happened to think. How about going fishing with me on Saturday?
I can't.
Why?
Because, darn it, your mother went and got my mother all upset.
How?
I've got to have my tonsils out.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with your favorite youngster, his family, and his pals. The Aldrich Family is written by Clifford Goldsmith. The original musical score is conducted by Jack Miller. Your host tonight is Postum, and Postum is one of America's great mealtime drinks. It's good drinking. Good night.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Henry Aldrich.
Coming, Mother.
Postum presents The Aldrich Family, written by Clifford Goldsmith. Entertainment for all the family, brought to you by Postum, a tempting, wholesome drink for all the family. Postum. Before we join the Aldrich family, may we offer you a friendly challenge? I've heard it said that if the average person hears 5 separate statements, he has a hard time repeating even 4 of them. See how far above average you are. 1.
Many people can drink coffee without ill effects. But there are a good many other people whose nerves are set on edge by coffee.
2.
People who are affected by coffee may find it helpful to drink Postum regularly instead of coffee.
3.
Postum contains no caffeine. No stimulant of any kind that could possibly upset anybody's nerves.
4.
Postum is a hearty, robust, really swell drink. enjoyed every mealtime by millions of Americans.
5.
You can get Postum at your grocer's.
Now, how many of those statements can you remember? Well, I'll give you a little tip. If you remember only the last one, to get Postum at your grocer's, then you've remembered the one that you will be most grateful for. For it's when you get it that you can give Postum a fair trial. You can then see if you don't agree that Postum is a grand drink. See if you aren't much less nervous, more at ease, thanks to your switch to Postum. One of the attractive things about teenage youngsters is that they manage to get a lot of fun out of things which, to their elders, are apt to be pretty much of a bore. Let's see how Henry Aldrich handles the problem of moving day, for instance. The scene opens in Kathleen Anderson's living room.
Now, wait a second, Homer. Kathleen asked me to lift that box for her.
Henry, will you take your hands off it? You're only making it heavier.
I know, Homer, but everything I've picked up, you've tried to grab, too. Anybody think the Andersons weren't able to move without your butting in?
All right, then, take it. And I hope you break your back.
Well, gee whiz, Homer, that's a nice thing to do. Right on Kathleen's mother's hardwood floor.
They're moving out of here, aren't they?
And someone's moving in, aren't they?
Henry, did you hurt yourself?
No, I didn't hurt myself. Homer, could you give me a hand with this?
I thought you wanted to lift it yourself.
Wait a second now, and I'll put this other pile of books in.
Oh, you're going to put more in it?
Henry, we have to get everything we own out of here by tonight.
You do?
Yes, Henry.
Well, gee, where are you going to have dinner?
I don't know.
Listen, Kathleen, why don't you come over to our house for dinner?
Over to your house? Really, Homer?
Homer, over to your house? And now, wait a second. Why should she want to come over to your house?
Why shouldn't she?
Because, Homer, in the first place, your mother and father are both on a diet. And you know what that means?
What does it mean?
Henry!
Yes, Mrs. Anderson? Are you calling I?
Could you come here and help me with this stepladder?
Yes, sure. Homer, move that box of books out on the porch for Kathleen.
Alone?
Is it too heavy for you, Homer?
Well, I'll tell you. Listen, Kathleen, why don't you all come over for dinner? As long as your mother's going to have all your dishes packed.
Oh, I don't think we should impose on your mother and father like that, Homer.
Well, that's the beautiful part of it. If you come over, my mother will have to cook something good for a change.
No, Homer, I don't think we'd better. Now, would you move that box, please?
Okay. Say, I've got a better idea, Kathleen. I'll go home and ask my mother. Then I can explain the whole thing.
And if she says she'd rather we wouldn't come, will you be frank and tell us so?
Oh, gee whiz, Kathleen, you don't have to worry about a thing like that.
Hey, Homer, how about coming down in the basement and give me a hand with a barrel of stuff?
I've got to beat it, Henry. As soon as you get the barrel up, move that box of books there.
Listen, Kathleen, where's he going?
Home to see whether his mother would mind having anyone extra for dinner.
You mean you're going? You're going? Instead of coming over to my house?
Well, Henry hadn't even mentioned your house.
Kathleen, don't you remember my saying, don't you want to eat with my family?
Well, I didn't say I didn't want to. I'd much rather, only how about your mother?
My mother? What would my mother have to do with your coming over for dinner? I mean, well, all I have to do is phone and say you're coming. Hello?
My goodness, I guess your mother's better natured than my mother.
Oh, gee, as soon as I say...
Number, please.
Listen, Mother.
Number, please.
Oh, Elm 303.
Elm 303. Kathleen.
Yes, Mother?
Could you help me, please?
All right. And I have something awfully nice to tell you.
And Kathleen, after dinner, maybe we can go to the movies.
Hello?
Hello. Listen, Mother.
Henry, where are you?
I'm just over helping. I'm sort of...
You won't be late getting home for dinner tonight, will you, dear? We're going to eat early.
Oh, we are? Mother, I want to tell you something.
What is it?
You know the Andersons.
Has something happened to them?
No, they're in an awful predicament. They have to get out of their house by tonight, see?
Really? Where are they going?
Over on Center Street.
Well, that'll be nice. Well, don't be late, will you, dear?
Wait a second, Mother. I haven't finished with their predicament.
Dear, I can't stand here and talk with you. I'm putting up applesauce.
You are? Well, that's good. What would you think of sort of helping out and asking Kathleen to come and eat with us?
Henry, this is no time to ask anyone for dinner. I've got jars and applesauce all over the kitchen.
But, Mother, she's very fond of applesauce.
Frankly, Henry, I don't like you bringing home a guest when I'm working as hard as I am.
But, Mother...
Dear, you may have her any night but tonight.
Henry!
Look, Mother, let me explain something.
Henry, there's nothing to explain.
Henry!
Mother, listen.
Goodbye, dear.
But, Mother...
Henry, did you get your mother?
Yes, and... Boy,
Well, that's wonderful, because Mother says she'd be glad to let me go.
What's that? Well, that's fine.
first place, Alice, Henry shouldn't have asked you.
But, Sam, I told him he could not have Kathleen tonight.
Oh, well, I'm glad to hear that. Not that Kathleen isn't welcome here, but there's a chance that Ed Wilson will be in town.
You mean you've asked him to have dinner here?
No, Alice, but if he does arrive in town tonight, I'd like to feel free to ask him for dinner so we can talk business.
Then I'm all the more glad Kathleen isn't coming.
Mother!
Henry, is that you?
Yes. Where are you?
We're in the living room. We'd like very much to speak to you.
You mean Father's in there with you?
I am.
Oh, hello, Father.
Hello.
Henry, I certainly hope Kathleen understood why I couldn't have her tonight.
Well, Mother, if you aren't awfully busy, could I speak to you out in the dining room where we can be alone? I mean...
Dear, there's no use your bringing the subject up. Your father agrees with me. We cannot have Kathleen tonight.
Oh, we can't?
Henry, remember this for as long as you live. Don't ever ask anyone to this house for dinner as a surprise to us.
Yes, Father.
Is that clear, dear?
Yes, Mother.
That doesn't go just for Kathleen. It goes for Homer Brown, for Jimmy Bartlett.
Yes, Father.
For everyone and anyone you happen to have an impulse to ask.
Yes, Mother. Only first there's just one thing I want to explain.
Don't try to explain anything. Kathleen is out of the picture as far as tonight is concerned.
Sam, where are you going?
Out in the garden.
Mother, would you be interested in listening to me?
Henry, let's not hear any more about it.
But, Mother, look what Mrs. Anderson gave me.
What is it? Are those ration stamps?
Yes, sure. She felt that bad about it.
Well, my goodness.
Look, 3 stamps. That gives you some idea, Mother, of how...
Well, Henry, you certainly couldn't have been very cordial in your invitation.
What's that?
Henry, what did you say to Mrs. Anderson that made her feel she had to give you those?
That's the funny part of it. It came right out of a clear blue sky.
Dear, do you realize how embarrassed this makes me feel? Apparently she thought the reason we couldn't have Kathleen was because we didn't have enough ration stamps.
Why, Mother?
Dear, when you're inviting anyone for dinner, there are 2 ways to do it. Either don't ask them at all, or you ask them wholeheartedly and really make them feel as though they're wanted.
You do?
Yes, dear, of course you do. What's the Andersons' number?
You're going to call them?
Of course I am.
Why, it's Elm 344.
Elm 344?
Number, please.
Operator, I want Elm 344.
Elm 344.
Henry, do you see that list of groceries on the table?
Yes, Mother.
I want you to take it and go right over to the store.
Yes, sure, and thanks very much.
And don't even mention this to your father. You let me explain things to him.
Yes, Mother.
Hello. Hello, is this Betty Anderson?
Yes.
This is Alice Aldrich, dear. I've just been talking with Henry, and frankly, Betty, I've never been quite so embarrassed.
Well, what about Alice?
Anyone that has to move at a time like this and is in the position you're in, well, Betty, we just love to help you all.
Oh, really? All of us?
Of course. What's that?
What's that?
Oh, you mean you can all... Well, that's fine, Betty. I was afraid for a minute that Henry had asked just Kathleen.
Now, Alice, are you sure you can have us all on this short notice?
Why, Betty, I give you my word, nothing would give us more pleasure than making you feel that our home is your home.
Really, Alice? Well, that's awfully sweet of you.
Not at all.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Sam! Sam, I've got to tell you something.
Hello?
Hello?
Bob, this is Betty. What do you think? The Aldriches have come to the rescue. They've asked us over to their house.
Yes? For the next 3 days?
Why, no, Bob. No, of course not. Just for dinner.
Well, that takes care of one meal, but where are we going to stay tonight and tomorrow night until the other place is ready?
Well, couldn't you get rooms at the mansion house?
No. They're all filled up. You don't suppose the Aldriches would put us up for a few days, do you?
Now, Bob, I'm even a little embarrassed about going over there for dinner.
Well, do they know we can't move into the other house?
Yes.
Then I don't see why they don't ask us. We do the same for them.
Well, Alice Aldrich did say she wanted us to feel that their home was our home. But I don't think she expects us to stay 3 days.
Why don't you call her back and make sure?
Now, Bob, I can't do that. Let's just wait and see what happens.
Very well.
And, Bob, somebody's at the door. I've just got to hang up and see who it is.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Mrs. Anderson. Hey, where are you? I'm out here in the front hall. Is Kathleen here?
Hello, Henry. What is it?
Nothing, Kathleen. Nothing. I was just on my way to get some groceries for something, and I just thought I'd drop in.
Oh.
All I want to know is, I want to make sure.
Yes, Henry?
Well, I want to be positive, see?
Yes, Henry.
I just had a talk with my mother, and she called you, didn't she?
Yes, and that was very sweet of her.
Boy, was she upset over the way I asked Kathleen.
Well, your mother was certainly nice to call and ask us all.
Oh, all of you?
Yes.
Well, gee, that's the way my mother is. Once she decides to do something, she'll even turn over her whole house to you.
Really? As a matter of fact, Henry, she did say we were to feel your home was our home.
Sure. All she's got to know is you're in a jam. And boy.
Only, Henry, are you positive we won't be crowding you?
Crowding us? Gee whiz, how could you do a thing like that?
Are you sure, Henry?
Kathleen, you talk as though we'd never had company before. Gee whiz, there's plenty of room.
And your mother told you to say that?
Sure. She certainly said I was to be cordial. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, and thanks very much for coming over.
Kathleen, go to the phone and call your father.
Yes, Mother.
Tell him it's all settled. We won't have to go to the hotel.
Hi, Kathleen. Yes, Homer, where are you? I'm out here at the back door. Where are you? I'm just going to put in a phone call.
Well, look, I've got a sort of embarrassing message for you, see? My mother said she'd like to have you folks come for dinner. In fact, there's nothing she'd rather have you do. Only, don't you think as long as you folks are going to be so tired from moving and everything, it would be better to wait and come sometime afterwards when you feel fresher and you can keep your mind on what you're eating?
Well, Homer, as a matter of fact, we're all going over to Henry's.
For dinner?
Yes.
Everybody? Oh, gee whiz, that's a fine thing. Could I use your telephone before you do?
I guess so.
Hello? If that isn't a... Gee whiz.
Number, please.
Elm 232.
Elm 232.
And Homer, as soon as you get through, could you come in the living room and help me move that box of books for Mother?
Didn't Henry take care of it? Of all the...
Hello?
Hello, Mother. I won't be home for dinner.
Why not?
The Aldriches are throwing a party.
But, Mother, I didn't ask them all for dinner. You did.
Well, incidentally, since you knew how many would be here, why didn't you get enough string beans?
I did. That's the beautiful part of it.
Then why didn't you tell me before I sent your father to the store?
You did? Well, I'll go right down and get him.
Now, don't do anything more. You've done enough as it is.
Where are you going?
Over to Mrs. Kilmer's and try to borrow a large tablecloth. And, dear, I hope you'll let this be a lesson. Don't ever start inviting people in a wholesale way like this again.
Yes, Mother. Only I just asked Kathleen.
And please go answer that phone.
Yes, Mother. Maybe this is Mrs. Anderson, saying they thought it over and none of them can come, except Kathleen. Hello?
Hello. May I speak with Mr. Aldrich, please?
Why, Mr. Aldrich isn't here right now.
Could you tell me how I might get in touch with him, please?
Well, I don't think you can. He's out trying to scrape up some string beans.
What's that? May I ask who this is speaking?
This is his son.
Oh, yes. This is Mr. Wilson. I believe I met you when I was in town last week.
Oh, yes, up on the roof.
Henry, I'm in sort of a jam down here at the hotel. I've been trying to get a room, and they tell me there isn't a chance.
There isn't?
As a matter of fact, even the dining room is packed.
You mean you can't get in and get anything?
That's why I called. I was wondering whether you might have any suggestion to make.
Well, I tell you, no.
What's that?
I'm pretty sure I'd better not make that one.
Do you know any place to get a room or a meal?
Why, no. No, my mother was just saying a little while ago. No, everything's all tied up.
I see.
How about my father phoning you when he comes in?
That won't do any good. I can't wait here. I've got to find a place to eat and sleep.
Oh.
Just forget the whole thing. Goodbye.
Poor Henry. He certainly picked the wrong time to take his parents literally. But if I may say so, it's the right time for you to take me literally when I suggest that some of you have a big surprise coming the first time you try Postum. For undoubtedly, some of you will take your first sip of Postum expecting it to taste like coffee, and it doesn't. Postum is an entirely different drink, which you shouldn't expect to taste like coffee any more than you'd expect coffee to taste like tea. The flavor of Postum is distinctively its own, and so lusty and satisfying, so incomparably good, that whole families favor Postum over any other mealtime drink they've tried. We'd like you to enjoy Postum too, friends. Enjoy the rich, hearty, bracing flavor, and discover why one of America's great mealtime drinks is Postum. Now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. The Aldriches are upset to think that Kathleen Anderson and her family are coming for dinner this evening, never dreaming that the Andersons are really preparing to stay for 3 days. The scene opens in the Aldrich living room. Mr. Aldrich is speaking.
Alice, where are you?
Oh, I'm in here straightening up the living room, Sam. My goodness, where have you been all this time?
I've been out trying to find enough groceries.
But, dear, do you realize there's hardly an hour left before the Andersons will be here?
Alice, I couldn't help it if somebody had bought all the string beans in town. The Andersons will have to eat eggplant.
I do hope they won't stay long after dinner.
Father, is that you?
It is.
Well, gee whiz, I've been waiting for you. There was a phone call for you.
Yes? From Mr. Wilson?
Yes, sir.
Oh, then he's in town. That's fine. I tried to phone him from the drugstore.
Yes, Father. And boy, are they jammed down at the hotel.
You mean he can't get a room?
No, sir.
Well, you told him to come up here, didn't you?
Up here? What for?
Why, for dinner, dear, and stay overnight.
Why?
No, Mr. Wilson. He came to town to do business with me.
I know, Father, but you gave me a lecture about asking people right out of a clear sky like that.
There's nothing about it that's out of a clear sky. Where did he say I could reach him?
He said you couldn't. He said he was going out to look for some place to sleep.
Henry Aldrich.
But Mother, don't you see the position I was in?
Henry, if we have antagonized Mr. Wilson and he goes back to Chicago without seeing me, I'll...
Now, Sam?
I'm sorry, Father.
But, Alice, of all the people we know, Ed Wilson. After all, we do have a guest
Now,
room.
Sam, don't be upset. That's probably Mr. Wilson at the door this minute.
Yes?
Well, gee whiz, let me go to the door. I'd like to be the one who invites him in.
Now, wait a minute, Henry. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Alice, look out the window.
Where, Sam?
Look who's on the front porch.
Oh, gee whiz, it's Kathleen and her mother.
Sam, what are they here now for?
I don't know. What time did you tell them to come?
Well, I certainly didn't tell them to come this early. I'm not even dressed.
Father, do you suppose something's happened and they can't come?
What do you mean they can't come?
Sam, don't let them in till I get these papers straightened up. Can't one of you help me with them?
Where do you want me to put them? Here, Henry, take them out to the kitchen.
Yes, Father.
Sam, open the door.
Yes,
Only
Alice.
wait a minute, dear. Here's a match I didn't pick up. Henry, take this match out, too.
Who's going to notice a match at a time like this? Well, hello there.
Hello, Sam. Hello, Alice.
Betty, dear, hello.
Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich.
Hello. Don't tell me you can't come in.
I thought perhaps it would be too early for you, but that house was driving me crazy. I just had to get out of it.
Well, that's quite all right. Tell me, where's Bob?
He's coming with the car, Alice.
Oh.
Yes, Mother and I walked over.
Really? Well, that's just fine.
Yes, that's fine. Let's all sit down.
Mr. Aldrich, is Henry here?
Oh, yes, Kathleen. Henry!
Henry!
I guess he doesn't hear. He'll be back in a minute, though.
Suppose I go and get him. I've got one or two little things to attend to in the kitchen anyhow, if you'll just excuse me.
Can Kathleen and I help you, Alice?
No, dear, there isn't a thing to do.
Well, there's the doorbell. I guess that's Father.
Yeah? Well, that's fine.
Mr. Aldrich, do you suppose you could go out and help him bring in Grandmother?
What? What's that?
Yes, Sam, Bob's mother. You remember her, don't you?
Oh, yeah. Yes, that's fine.
Hello, Sam. Here we come.
Hello, Bob. And Mrs. Anderson. How are you?
Just take her other arm, Sam.
Yeah? All right, sir. Here we come.
You want some help, Father?
Yes, Kathleen. Go out to the car and get Grandmother's cushion.
All right. Have you any idea what Henry is?
Henry! Henry!
I hope we're not going to be crowding you, Sam.
No, not at all. Everything's going to be fine.
Here we go, Grandmother. Right down into the big chair.
Bob, what do you want me to do?
Just let go of her, Sam. She does better if you let her drop in.
Yeah? Well, that's fine.
There we are. Sam, I can't begin to tell you how grateful we are for your pulling us out of this jam.
That's all right.
Yes, indeed. Now, Sam, I want to tell you one thing. Betty and I decided before we came over we're going to make as little trouble for you as possible.
Now, Bob, what are you talking about trouble for?
Well, let's work out a schedule for the bathroom. You know what I mean? So we won't get in your way.
What's that?
And tell me frankly, Sam, would you rather we eat with you or a little ahead of you?
What's that?
Well, why don't you let us do this? I was just thinking we'll eat first and clean up the kitchen and get out of your way.
The kitchen?
Sam!
Yes, Alice, what is it?
Could you please come here right away?
Yes, Alice. If you folks will excuse me, I'll go see what she wants.
Sam, do you suppose there'd be any objections to Grandmother eating upstairs?
Upstairs? Why, no, that would be fine.
Sam, I want you to tell me something.
Alice, there's something I want you to tell me.
Dear, can you cut these string beans while I go up and change my clothes?
Alice, what's going on here?
What do you mean?
The Andersons don't want to eat with us.
You mean they're leaving?
No, they want to eat in the kitchen before we do. And Grandmother's going to eat upstairs.
What's that? What Grandmother?
Alice, what do they mean by wanting a schedule for the bathroom?
Well, dear, show them where it is.
No, they want a schedule for it, a schedule.
Dear, what are you talking about? Oh, my goodness, who do you suppose that is?
I don't know who it is. How would I know?
Well, don't just stand there dazed. Go on to the front door.
Where's Henry? Why can't Henry take care of some of this?
I have no idea where Henry is.
All right, Mr. Aldrich, I answered the door.
Yes, it wasn't a Mr. Wilson, was it?
No, it's just the express man with our baggage.
What's that?
Father didn't want to lug it because he was so tired.
Oh.
Now, don't you lift a finger, Sam. You let that fellow out there bring everything in.
Oh, yes. Are all those... Is that your baggage?
Yes, I told them to take them around and bring them in the back way so we won't scratch up the front hall.
Sam!
Yes, Betty?
I forgot to tell Alice we brought our own sheets and pillowcases and our own towels.
What's that?
Enough to last for 3 days.
Well, that's fine.
Sam, who was it?
Nothing, Alice. Just the man with the Anderson sheets and towels.
With the Andersons what?
But they say they can only be with us for 3 days.
What's that? I mean, only 3 days? Why, we certainly thought you could be with us at least.
Hello, Henry. Am I late?
Homer, is that you?
Yes, Mrs. Aldrich. I would have been here sooner, only my father couldn't come at the last minute.
What's that?
Just my mother could make it.
Hello, Sam. Oh, I do hope you understand Will's not being able to come along.
Why, that's quite all right, Elizabeth. We'll try to understand, won't we, Alice?
Yes.
Well, anyway, Sam, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yes, isn't that what you're celebrating?
No, Elizabeth, I wouldn't go so far as to say that.
Oh, well, anyway, I know you're celebrating something. Oh, isn't that Grandmother Anderson I see in there? Why, Grandmother Anderson.
Boy, am I looking forward to dinner.
To dinner, dear?
Sure.
Just for dinner? You can't stay overnight?
Well, I guess I could. Where's Henry?
I wish I knew.
There he is, Mr. Aldrich. There he is, right out in front.
Where, Kathleen?
Don't you see him? He just got out of that taxi.
Henry, where have you been?
Look, Father, look who I found.
Dear, who is it?
Can't you see? It's Mr. Wilson and his wife and children. I told them you wanted them to stay overnight.
What's that? Alice, let me look at this list once more.
Quiet, Sam. Do you want to wake everyone in the house up?
No one can hear us here in the kitchen, Alice. I just want to look at the list and see where everyone is sleeping.
Just a moment while I turn this other light on.
Now, let's see. Bob and Betty Anderson are in...
They're in our room, dear.
Oh, yes.
Kathleen is in with Mary.
Where's Grandmother?
She's in Henry's room.
Oh, yes.
And Mr. and Mrs. Wilson are in the guest room. And their daughter is on the sofa in the living room. And their son's on that cot in the dining room.
Oh, yes.
And I'm going to sleep on that cot I put up beside Mary and Kathleen.
Yeah? And where is it Grandmother sleeping?
No, I told you, in Henry's room. I sent Henry over to stay with Homer.
I realize that, Alice. Well, it worked out very well.
I thought so, too.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Where am I?
You, dear. Don't I have you on this list?
Let's go through it once more.
Sam, I guess I don't have you.
That's a fine thing.
Well, dear, you've got to lie down someplace. You've had a hard day.
Why?
What were you going to suggest?
No, I guess the Wilson boy couldn't possibly sleep with Grandmother.
No, dear, no. We all agreed that Grandmother better sleep alone.
How about... No.
Of course.
Yes?
There's that old blanket that Henry's goat used to sleep on, but I frankly don't think you'd be comfortable on that.
No. But I might take a couple of leaves from the dining room table and put them across the bathtub.
What?
And just lie there holding the bathroom schedule.
Now, Sam, I'm doing the best I can.
I know, Alice, but I've got to do some work tomorrow. I can't just stand up against the wall all night.
Mother.
Alice, who's that?
Sam, it's Henry. Yes, dear?
Mother, I want to tell you something.
Not so loud, Henry. Did you forget something?
Forget something? What was it?
She doesn't know. Your mother's asking you. Why are you back?
I can't sleep over at Homer's.
Why not?
Well, Homer's Uncle Joe showed up on a furlough, and he brought 2 soldiers along with him.
What's that?
So I had to come home.
Sam, what are we going to do?
I don't know what we're going to do. It's Grandmother that's messing up the whole works.
What are you walking out of the room like that for?
I'm going to answer the telephone.
Would you like me to, Father?
Hello?
Hello? Do you have a Mr. Wilson there?
Yes?
Could I speak to him, please?
Why, he can't come to the phone right this minute. Could I take a message?
This is the Mansion House. Mr. Wilson had his name on our reservation list and asked us to give him a call if anything turned up.
Yes?
We've just found one bed. If he doesn't mind, it's being in a room with another gentleman, a Mr. Wiggins from Battle Creek.
Yes? Good. Hold it. Henry?
Yes, Father?
Come with me.
Where to?
We're going to sleep with a man with the name of Wiggins from Battle Creek.
Stay tuned in, won't you? The Aldrich's sleeping problems aren't quite solved even yet. don't forget, will you, friends? Postum comes in 2 economical forms. Postum, which you brew in pot percolator or drip maker, and instant Postum, which is dissolved instantly in your cup by adding boiling water. Both have the same unbeatable Postum flavor. So no matter which you enjoy, you can't help but say sincerely what a swell drink Postum is.
Please turn on the light.
No, Henry. They told us to be sure not to wake up Mr. Wiggins.
But, gee whiz, I can't see to button my pajamas.
Get into bed.
I am in bed. I'm trying. Father, where are you?
I'm right over here.
You're not in here with me? Well, gee whiz, who's this I button my pajamas to?
Listen again next week, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with your favorite youngster, his family, and his pals. The Aldrich Family is written by Clifford Goldsmith. The original musical score is conducted by Jack Miller. And this is Dan Seymour saying, your host tonight is Postum. And Postum is one of America's great mealtime drinks. It's good drinking. Good night, drinks. It's good drinking. Good night, drinks. It's good drinking. Good night, drinks. It's good drinking.
The Special Service Division presents a rebroadcast of
Henry Aldrich.
Coming, Mother.
For all you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations, here's the Aldrich Family.
Teenage boys like Henry Aldrich go on forever and ever. They go on getting into all sorts of complications and sometimes out of them. They go on creating memories for everyone to look back upon. The time is Saturday noon. The scene opens in the Aldrich dining room.
Have some more... What is this, Alice?
That's macaroni, Sam.
Macaroni? Oh, yes. Henry, will you have some?
No, thank you, Father.
Mother.
Yes, Mary?
Will you ask Henry to please pass me the salt?
Dear, he's sitting right across from you. Why can't you ask him yourself?
Never mind.
Mother, do you want me to tell you why she won't ask me for it? She isn't speaking to me.
Mother, would you like to have me go out to the kitchen and get some more muffins?
If you please, Mary.
Yes, Mary, please.
Henry, I wasn't speaking to you.
You did then, though. Didn't she, Mother? Didn't she, Father?
Never mind, Henry. Alice, what's gotten into Mary, anyhow?
She's simply in a mood, Sam. She doesn't like that new dress I bought her.
No? Well, frankly, I can't blame her.
Now, Sam, that's a serviceable dress, and it's a nice dress, and I don't think we're going to gain anything by your saying you don't like it.
I didn't tell her I didn't like it. I told you.
No, I know, dear, but you didn't tell her you did like it, did you?
No.
I told her I liked it, Mother. I told her just like you said I should.
Yes, Henry?
Gee whiz, I even said she looked like a new person in it. Now she won't speak to me.
Mother, do you want me to fix the dessert?
I'll fix it, Mary. Sam, when she comes in, you tell her how nice she looks in it.
Now, Alice, what's the difference?
Well, Sam, it did cost $20, and it can't be exchanged.
Oh, well.
Mother, did you say you'd fix it?
I'll take care of it, Mary. I'm going right out there.
Father, would you please ask Henry whether he would like one of these muffins I'm holding under his nose?
Gee whiz, Mary, you don't have to put them right down my neck.
Oh. Father, would you like one?
Mary, isn't that... Mary, turn around a minute.
What's the matter?
Very nice. Isn't that a new dress?
Father, did Mother tell you to say that?
What's that? What do you mean, did she tell me to?
Gee whiz, Mary, don't you believe anyone anymore?
Well, I certainly don't believe you, Henry Aldrich. Making up some awful story about a soldier.
Mary, I didn't say it was a soldier. I said it was a sergeant.
What about a sergeant?
Father, I just happened to tell her that I was down in DeHaven's drugstore this morning when she came in with that dress on. And when she went out, some sergeant said, Gee whiz, who's that swell-dressed girl?
Yes?
Henry, you're just making it up.
Why would he do that, Mary? As a matter of fact, Henry, isn't that the same sergeant you were speaking to me about?
Which sergeant was that, Father?
The one that was admiring Mary.
Oh, sure.
Now, Father, don't you start.
Who, me? Mary, Henry told me the whole story just a minute ago while you were out in the kitchen. Henry, tell her the rest of what he said.
What's that?
You know, didn't he even want her phone number or something? Because he wanted to meet her?
Oh, yes, sure. Mary, didn't I mention that?
Henry, you never even thought of it until Father just mentioned it.
Why, Mary Aldrich.
All right. What was his name?
Why...
See that, Henry?
And now, wait a minute. You're just driving it out of my head.
What was it?
His name was... Sergeant Birch.
That's right, Henry. Joe Birch.
What, Father?
Sergeant Joe Birch, wasn't it?
Yes, sure. For a minute, I didn't understand you.
I still don't believe a word of it.
Mary, look me straight in the eye.
No, I won't.
All right, then I'll tell you anyhow. He said dark brown was his favorite color.
Oh, now I know you're making it up.
Mary, aren't you going to finish your lunch?
Not at the table with you, I'm not.
Henry, you shouldn't have said that about his favorite color. You've got to know when to stop in a thing like this.
Father, how about my going to the phone and asking Homer to phone Mary and say he's Sergeant Birch?
Now, Henry, remember what I just told you. She'd recognize Homer's voice the minute she heard it.
Ready for your dessert, everybody? Sam, where's Mary?
She left the dining room, Alice.
What's that?
We liked her dressed so much she won't eat with us.
Now, Henry.
Alice, we told her she looked wonderful, and she stalked right out of the room. The girl's completely unreasonable.
Well, my goodness. Mary! I'll put a stop to that. Mary!
Henry, I know how we can settle this whole thing.
How?
Come on with me out to the hall.
What are you going to do, Father?
I'm going to put in a phone call. I'm going to teach her to believe people when they tell her something.
Number, please.
Operator, I want Elm 232.
Elm 232.
Father, I thought you said we shouldn't call Homer Brown.
Hello, Will Brown speaking.
Hello, Will. This is Sam.
Father, is that Homer's father?
Yes, Henry, keep quiet. Say, Will, when you talk, can you sound like a sergeant?
What's that?
I want you to telephone Mary in a few minutes and tell her you're Sergeant Joe Birch.
What's that?
You're Sergeant Joe Birch.
Who is this? I thought it was Sam Aldrich.
It is. And, Will, here's all I want you to do.
Father.
What, Henry?
Is Mary still talking to Mr. Brown on the telephone?
No, I think she's hung up.
Boy, did you hear her? Right up to the end, she kept calling him Sergeant Birch. And then just before she hung up, she said, "Goodbye, Joe." Oh, boy.
Yes?
Oh, hello, Henry. Well, how are you?
Why, I'm fine, Mary.
Hello, Father.
What's that? Oh, hello, Mary.
Henry, could you please step to one side so I can look in the mirror for a second?
Oh, sure, excuse me.
Thank you, Henry. That's enough. Mother!
Yes, Mary?
Mother, I don't think I'll have to change the neck on this new dress. The more I look at it, I don't know.
What's that, Mary?
And, Henry, I have an apology to make to you.
To I, Mary?
To you and Father both. Because, to be honest, Joe just called.
Joe?
Joe?
Don't you remember? Sergeant Joe Birch, the one who saw me down in DeHaven's drugstore and, well...
Sam, is Mary in there?
Yes, Mother. Are you and Father going to be using the living room this evening?
Why, no. Why do you ask?
Well, Joe's coming over.
Who?
What?
Joe.
Sergeant Joe Birch?
Yes, Henry.
He's coming here?
Yes, Father.
But listen, Mary.
Mary, who is Joe Birch?
Why, he's just a friend who likes... He's awfully nice, Mother.
Mary, where did you meet him?
Well, Henry sort of introduced us.
Is he nice, Henry?
Why, nice, Mother?
He's awfully bashful. He didn't dare ask to see me, and when I asked him if he wouldn't like to come over tonight, he just stuttered.
Who did, Will?
Father Joe.
That's what I mean. How'd I happen to say Will?
Well, isn't that nice, Mary?
Hey, isn't that nice? Yeah, yes, that's fine.
Mother, I'm going out and turn on the iron and press this dress.
Sam?
Yes, Alice? What are you looking at me like that for?
What do you mean, dear? I was just going to ask you whether you think it's all right for Mary to have a boy come here she hardly knows.
Alice, I agree with you. Why don't you go to Mary and put your foot down?
And tell her she can't have him over?
Yes, that's the only sensible thing to do.
Yes, gee, Mother, that's what I say. When Mr. Brown walks in...
What's that?
Did I say Mr. Brown?
You said Mr. Brown, and a few minutes ago your father said Will. Sam, what's that look on your face?
What look, Alice?
Sam, what's going on around here?
Alice, I didn't know Mary was going to invite him over. Girls didn't do things like that when we were her age.
Sam Aldrich.
Gee whiz, Mother, it was just a joke.
A joke, dear?
Alice, what is there to worry about? All we have to do is tell Will to phone and tell Mary he can't come.
Sure. He has to go back to camp or something.
Well, I still...
Alice, that dress cost $20, didn't it? And she likes the dress now, doesn't she?
Yes.
Mother, do you mind if I get a few bottles of ginger ale to serve tonight?
Well, Mary,
and if you don't mind, Mother, I'd like to make some sandwiches for Joe.
Well, Mary, first of all...
First of all, what, Mother?
Are you sure you'd rather not go to the picture show with me this evening?
Yes, that's a good idea.
That's what I say. Gee whiz, Mary, it's a swell show tonight.
But I've got someone coming over. Don't you realize what that means?
Well, all right, dear. If you aren't here when he comes, your father will explain things.
Oh, no, Mother. I don't know when I've looked forward to anything so. I never dreamed anything like this could happen to me.
I didn't either.
Henry?
Don't you realize that nearly every boy that I really like is in the Army, and I haven't spent an evening with a... My goodness, just think he's a sergeant.
Oh, I know, dear, but how do you know you're going to like him?
My goodness, Mother, until he called, I didn't realize how lonesome I've really been.
Oh.
And now, right out of a clear sky, do you know what I think I'll do? I think I'll go down the hairdresser's.
Well, Sam Aldrich.
Now, Alice, don't... How was I to know she felt this way?
Dear, I don't think I've ever been so upset with you in my life. Of all the childish, of all
Now,
the...
Alice, I told you once the only reason I did it was to help you out.
To help me out? To have my own daughter break her heart?
Couldn't we have old Mr. Kilmer come in from next door and play cards with her this evening? She's very fond of him.
That would be a fine thing to do.
Yes, Henry, where do you get these ideas?
Sam, do you realize what's going to happen to Mary this evening when she gets all dressed up and sits in the living room and waits and waits and waits?
I realize that, Alice.
I don't see how you can ever face her again.
Where are you going?
I have nothing more to say to you.
Well, Alice, there's just one thing I want to say. I don't like that brown dress any too well myself.
Henry, would you mind not walking so fast?
I've got to, Homer. Don't you realize Sergeant Birch is calling on my sister at 8 o'clock? And it's after 5 now?
I thought you said there wasn't any Sergeant Birch.
There isn't. That's why I'm out trying to find somebody who'll say he's Sergeant Birch.
And you haven't been able to find anyone?
No, I haven't even found a sergeant.
Oh. Have you looked down at the Empire bowling alleys?
Yes, Homer, and the place was just full of girls.
Well, gee whiz, why don't you give it up then?
Oh, no. Don't you realize how mad my father is at me?
Why?
I told you 3 times, Homer, because my mother's mad at him. And, boy, I'm going to find a sergeant and surprise them.
Yeah? How about
what?
How about the jukebox down at the Candy Kitchen?
I was in there, too, and all I could find was a couple of lieutenants eating banana splits.
Oh. Wouldn't Mary be interested in one of them?
Homer, we promised her a sergeant, and it's got to be a sergeant.
Named Birch.
Named Birch. And he's got to like dark brown.
Hello? Hello, is this Brown's residence? Elizabeth, this is Will. Will Brown, your husband. Say, Elizabeth, Sam Aldrich and I are downtown trying to dig something up, and I may be a little late for dinner. We're trying to find a Sergeant Birch. No, he's not missing. We're just... Elizabeth, how about your nephew Ed that enlisted? Isn't he a sergeant? Where can I lay my hands on him? Oh, Solomon Islands, eh? No, I know his name isn't Birch. Goodbye. Sam.
I'll be right there, Will. I was just talking to that soldier over there at the fountain, and he said he'd be glad to help us out, only he's got a date.
Yes? Couldn't he bring her along?
Well, I suggested it, but he said, what good would that do? And I guess he was right.
How about...
How about what?
My calling Mary and telling her I've just received orders to leave for Italy.
Now, Will, I've made up my mind. Tonight at 8 o'clock, A. Sergeant Birch is going to call on my daughter.
Yeah?
And nobody is going to be more surprised than my wife. Unless possibly it's Henry.
Sam, how about that fellow over there at the counter?
Oh, yes. Hello there, soldier.
Hello. Yes, hello there.
Soldier, do you have, would you be interested, are you married?
What's that? Mr. Aldrich here means, do you have a date for tonight?
Sorry, but I do.
Oh, you do?
Well, soldier, do you know of anybody who'd like a good time?
No. Oh, there's a kid in the back room there all alone.
Yes, back this way?
Yeah, I was talking with him a few minutes ago. He just got a letter from his girl.
Yes?
It's pretty blue, too. I think his girl turned him down.
Yes?
Anyhow, she's getting married, I know.
Yes?
To a sailor. Man, is he sunk. She didn't like the way he looked in his uniform.
Is that right?
He's sort of blue, eh?
Yeah.
Come on, Sam. That sounds like our meat.
Thank you, soldier.
That's okay. Hey, Jimmy, let's have a look.
Will, do you see him? Which table is he sitting at?
There he is. He's over in the corner. He's reading a letter.
Oh, yes. But, Will, look, he's a private.
Now, Sam, you're not going to start splitting hairs over a thing like a few stripes, are you? If he can walk and can ring a doorbell and say, my name is Joe Birch, take him.
We'll be back with the Aldrich family in just a moment. Now, it's intermission time, and here's our intermission guest, the one and only Tommy Dorsey.
And now getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Without meaning to, Henry and his father have led Mary to believe that a young man by the name of Sergeant Birch is calling on her at 8 o'clock this evening. Since there is no such young man, Henry has gone out to try to find someone who will say he's Sergeant Birch. Mr. Aldrich, without telling Henry, has gone out to do the same thing. The scene opens in the Aldrich front hall.
Hey, Henry.
What, Homer?
Where's Mary?
She's in the living room, sweeping and dusting it again.
Boy, didn't I hear the doorbell ring then?
No, it isn't time for him to come, Homer. It's only 10 minutes to 8.
Oh.
Henry, could you please step out of my way?
Oh, am I in your way, Mary?
I'd like to look in this hall mirror, if you don't mind.
Oh, sure. Get out of the way, Homer.
Oh, sure. Excuse me.
And may I ask what you two were snooping around out here by the front door for?
Nothing, Mary, nothing. Can't I stand with a guest in my own hall?
Homer Brown, if you're going to eat that apple, don't eat it there. You're to eat it in the kitchen.
Henry, do I have to?
Well...
Can I have your permission to finish it here and then take the car out to the kitchen?
Listen, Homer, listen.
What do you hear?
No, I thought I heard somebody coming up the front steps.
Well, what did you have to promise the fellow who said he'd come?
I didn't have to promise him anything. I just told him Mary was a darn good-looking girl, and she was awfully anxious. She was awfully anxious.
Oh, boy, there's the doorbell. There's the doorbell.
You're crazy. It's a telephone.
Henry, keep away from that phone.
Oh, do you want to answer it?
I do.
Yes,
You
Father.
want to get away.
Yes, Father. Homer, stand over there.
Hello?
Hello, Sam. This is Will.
Oh, hello. Henry, I want you and Homer to get out of here.
Yes, Father. We'll go.
Gee whiz.
Hello?
Sam, has he come?
Not yet, Will. It isn't quite time.
Well, I'm not surprised he hasn't turned up.
Why do you say that?
I bet you anything you want, Sam, that you'll never see that $5 you gave him.
No? Well, that's where I was smart, Will. I told him you'd get it when he got here.
Oh, you're going to have Mary give it to him.
What's that?
Father, could you step to one side, please?
What's the matter, Mary?
Nothing. I'd just like to look in this mirror once more. I want to make sure about something.
What's that, Sam?
Nothing, Will. Thanks for calling. Goodbye.
Father, I have an awful confession to make to you.
Yes?
I went downtown this afternoon and bought a brown hat and some suede gloves to go with this dress.
What's that?
Mother said I could, but frankly, they cost an awful lot.
I know, but you're not going to need a hat and gloves just to sit in your own living room, are you?
No, but you can't tell what this may all lead to, Father.
That's true. That's very true. Well, that's fine.
Mary, did you know you left the broom in the living room?
Oh, my goodness, Mother. I'll go get it.
Well, Sam.
Alice, did you let her go and buy a hat and gloves to go with that dress?
Now, Sam, don't criticize. Seems to me you could have found something better to do this afternoon than just go running all around town with Will Brown.
But, Alice...
I'll answer the telephone.
No, Alice, you better let me answer it, just in case.
Sam, I'm sorry, but I would like to answer this.
Very well. If it's anyone for me, I'll be right in the living room.
Hello?
Hello, Alice. This is Harriet.
Oh, yes, Harriet. Hello.
Has he come yet? I mean the boy you found that said he'd be Sergeant Birch.
No, but it isn't quite time. I've got the chicken all ready, though, Harriet.
The what?
The fried chicken and the cake that I promised him if he'd come.
Oh, yes. I'm glad we found that soldier, Alice. He did seem like an awfully nice boy.
Didn't he, though? And, Harriet, can't you just picture Sam's and Henry's faces when he walks in?
That'll teach him a lesson.
Harriet, I've got to hang up. The doorbell's ringing.
Oh, really? Well, call me back and let me know how they get along, Alice.
Goodbye.
Mother, isn't that the front door?
I'll answer it.
Never mind, Alice. I'll answer it.
But, Father...
Stay where you are, Mary. I'll answer it.
Why can't I answer it? Why do you all have to run to the door?
Mary, don't you think it would look better if...
My goodness, who's Joe coming to see? My family or me?
I know, Mary, but...
Now, Henry, let me take care of this. Mary, as long as you've never met him, wouldn't you like to have me introduce him?
Father, I have met him. I've talked to him on the telephone.
But, Mary...
Please, everybody, please, can't I let him in myself?
Of course you can, Mary, but wouldn't you like to have me go to the door with you?
All right, everybody, all right. You can all answer the door yourself.
Now, wait, Mary, where are you going?
Upstairs and go to bed.
What for, Mary?
And if you'd all like to go sit in the living room with him, you're very welcome.
Mary, come back here. You can't do a thing like this. After all, I mean...
Now, Mary, don't be childish.
May I open the door then?
Yes, dear.
Yes, Mary.
And will you please all go away?
Henry, get out of here.
Are you coming too, Father?
Yes, of course I am. Come on, Alice.
Well, Sam, you don't have to push me. Well.
Hi.
Hello. I guess you're Sergeant Birch.
Well, first, are you Mary Aldrich?
Yes. Well, won't you come in?
Sure.
Well, let's go into the living room. You know, I would have known it was you just from your voice.
From my voice?
Yes. You sounded just the way you did on the phone this afternoon.
Who, I?
Yes, don't you remember?
Oh, yes. Was that this afternoon?
Oh, won't you sit down?
Thanks.
I hope you don't mind my still wearing the same dress.
What's that?
I guess you'll begin to think it's the only dress I've got.
Well, it's the only one I've ever seen you in.
Yes, it is, isn't it? My goodness, I wonder why nobody answers the doorbell.
Isn't your father here? Because, as a matter of fact, I want to see...
Henry! Would you excuse me for just a minute while I go find my little brother?
Sure, that's okay.
Henry!
Yes, Mary. I'm out in the kitchen.
Will you please come out here in the front hall?
What for? What's the matter?
Can't anybody in this house answer the front door? Or don't you want Sergeant Birch to think we're even civilized here?
Oh, is Sergeant Birch here?
Yes, Henry, of course he is.
Well, how do you like him?
Henry, will you please answer the door?
Sure, only you don't have to talk to me like that, Mary. There's a lot someday you're going to thank me for.
Well, then please answer it.
Sure, that's what I'm doing.
Hi.
Oh, gee whiz.
Am I late?
Aren't you in the living room?
Oh, is that where I go? I just walk in the living room and say, I'm Sergeant Joe Birch?
And now, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
You mean your sister changed her mind?
No, only, frankly, could you step upstairs? I mean, could we go down? Could you go in the dining room there?
Oh, she's in the dining room.
No, not yet. Let's just wait in there.
Oh, you want to surprise her, huh?
Yes, in a way.
Henry?
Yes, Mother? Listen, could you go on through the dining room and out to the kitchen?
Out to the kitchen?
Yes.
Henry!
There's a fellow by the name of Homer out there. He'd be very glad to see you.
Well, what is this, anyhow?
Henry, why didn't you come when I called you?
Well, Mother, I was just... Is that the doorbell?
Yes, dear. Never mind bothering now. I'll take care of it.
That's fine, Mother, because I want to go out to the kitchen and take care of something.
Good evening.
Hello, Mrs. Aldrich. Here I am.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, don't you remember me? I'm supposed to be Sergeant Birch.
Well, I know, but I thought you were in... Well, this is very nice of you. Won't you step into the dining room?
Oh, we're going to eat right away?
Why, the chicken is all ready. Come right along.
Certainly anxious to meet your daughter.
Yes, and I'm sure she's anxious to meet you.
Mrs. Aldrich.
Yes, Homer?
Henry wants me to ask. Oh, gee whiz.
Hello, Homer. This is...
Sergeant Birch.
It is? I mean, you are? Oh, boy.
Homer, could I speak to you out in the hall a minute, please?
With me? Oh, there's something I think I ought to tell you, Mrs. Aldrich.
Sergeant, you just sit there. We'll be right back.
Sure, okay.
Homer, just step out here, please.
Mrs. Aldrich, Henry, I mean, out in the kitchen.
Dear, go in the living room and tell Mary when she's ready to serve the sandwiches and ginger ale, she needn't bother to come out and get them.
Okay.
We'll see that everything's brought in. Is that clear?
I understand, Mrs. Aldrich. That's a very good idea.
Thank you, Homer. Now then, Sergeant...
Mary.
Yes, Homer?
Mary.
Homer, I want you to meet Sergeant Birch. Sergeant Birch, this is Homer Brown.
Oh, boy.
Hello.
Hello. Mary, when you're ready for the refreshments, you're to stay. Don't bother to leave this room, see?
What's that? But, Homer, I'm going to get them right now.
Oh, wait a minute, Mary.
Homer, I've got to get some napkins in the dining room, and the sandwiches are out in the kitchen.
Oh, boy. Hey, Mrs. Aldrich, I'm going home.
Tell you again, that was the best fried chicken I ever ate.
It was good cake, too, Mrs. Aldrich.
Well, thank you very much.
Come on, gang.
You mean you boys have to go now?
I'm afraid so, Mr. Aldrich. We certainly had a wonderful time.
Well, not any more than we did, I'm sure.
Good night.
Good night.
Sergeant Joe Birch. Fall in. Fall in.
Fall in.
Right. Hey. Right. Hey.
Right. Hey.
Hold.
Wait just a second. I'll open the front door for you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, then I think I'll start carrying some of the things out to the kitchen.
Those are nice boys.
Yes, all of them.
Here you are, everybody. Anybody want some ginger ale?
Henry, they've all gone.
They've gone?
Yes, Henry. And you know, that was almost the nicest evening I think I ever had.
Gee whiz, you mean I have to drink all this ginger ale myself?
Mary, will you answer the door?
My goodness, is that someone at the door?
Hello, Mary.
Oh, hello.
I just came back to ask you something.
Yes?
Do you mind if I drop in tomorrow night when there aren't any other guys around?
Why, no.
As a matter of fact, I got $5 here I didn't really expect to have, and I wondered whether you'd like to go to the movies with me.
Why, yes, I'd love to.
And I've got something else I think I ought to tell you.
What?
I'm not really a sergeant. I'm a private.
I knew you were.
Huh? You did? Well, I got something else to tell you.
What is it?
My real name isn't Joe Birch.
I know it isn't.
How'd you know?
I found this letter you must have dropped, and, naturally I knew. Here.
Oh, thanks. You didn't read it, did you?
Oh, no. But there's something I would like to tell you.
What?
I think you look very nice in your uniform.
Yeah?
And tomorrow night when we go out, I'm going to wear the same brown dress.
Yeah?
Yes.
Well, it's a nice dress. Only, do you have anything in light blue?
Oh, light blue?
Yes. Light blue is my favorite color. Good night.
Good night. Mother! Father!
What, Mary?
Do you suppose we could afford... Well, first of all, I want to tell you something.
The Aldrich Family was rebroadcast for all you soldiers, sailors, and Marines by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Aldrich Family, written by Clifford Goldsmith, featuring the Broadway stars Ezra Stone and this week's special guest, Betty Field. Brought to you by Jell-O Puddings, those delicious new desserts all America's talking about. The Aldrich Family arrived on Broadway this week in the hilarious, successful Paramount picture, What a Life. It's truly a four-bell movie, and we urge you all to see it. Tonight, we are pleased to present one of the stars of the motion picture, Miss Betty Field, who will play Barbara Pearson, Henry's sweetheart. As usual, the part of Henry Aldrich is played by Ezra Stone. The scene opens in Barbara's home. It is early evening.
Grandmother?
Well, yeah, Barbara.
Henry Aldrich hasn't come yet, has he?
Just a minute, and I'll ask your father.
No, he hasn't, Barbara.
First time this week he hasn't been here.
Father, could you come here a minute?
Where are you?
I'm here in the front hall.
Well, what is it this time, Barbara?
Now listen, Father. Yes. I don't want Grandmother to hear me.
Why don't you want me to?
Oh, no reason. Father.
Yes?
When Henry comes, would you do something for me?
Well, what is it?
I know it's awful, but I've got it all planned. I found out today Henry is seeing an awful lot of Constance Marshall.
Who told you?
Constance herself did.
I see.
But, Father, I've even seen them together.
Charles, where's that box of candy we had around here last night?
I haven't any idea.
Father, when Henry does come, would you mind stepping into the room just once or twice and saying George Bigelow wants to speak to me on the telephone?
Well,
You will, Father, won't you?
I'm just a bit surprised, Barbara.
Father, it wouldn't be so terrible, would it? Don't you think I'm human?
Barbara, I still think it'd be much better if you got your grandmother mixed up in this.
But, Daddy, Grandmother wouldn't approve of it. You know she wouldn't.
And exactly what makes you think I do?
It's for Henry's own good, Father. Constance Marshall is so silly.
Barbara, young ladies don't go about deliberately making young men jealous.
Oh, but they do. I beg to differ with you.
Well, sir, I'd give my eyepiece for a piece of that candy. Still had my eyepiece. Charles, somebody's at the front door.
Please say yes, Father.
Well, I'll think it over.
That's practically yes. Tell Henry I'll be right down.
Well, how do you do, young man?
How do you do, Mr. Pearson? How are you this evening?
Splendid.
And how is Mrs. Sanderson?
She's splendid.
No, she's not either. My digestion's terrible.
Is that you in there, Mrs. Sanderson?
Charles, tell Barbara Henry's here. I've been asking all evening where Henry is.
Has she?
No, I haven't either, Grandmother.
I had to stop for a second and see somebody on the way over, Barbara.
Oh, do you want to put your hat and that package down?
I'll put my hat down, but I think I'll keep the package.
Don't you trust us, Henry?
Oh, I don't mind holding it. It only weighs 2 pounds.
What's in it?
Oh, just a little something. Well, Mr. Pearson, how do you find business?
Very good, Henry.
You know, my father was saying...
Will you excuse me just a moment, Henry?
That's all right.
Henry, I went over to my doctor's today.
Is that right?
And I can't eat one blessed thing.
Is that right?
And I can't remember when I went to sleep last.
Hello, Henry.
Oh, hello.
Well.
Here's a package for you. Be careful when you take it. It weighs 2 pounds.
You shouldn't have done this, Henry.
Well, aren't you going to open it?
All right. Who did you drop in to see on your way over, Henry?
Nobody in particular.
It wasn't Constance Marshall, was it?
Oh, all she wanted me to do is drop in and say hello.
Oh. She's a nice girl.
Barbara?
Yes, Father?
You're wanted on the telephone.
Who is it?
It sounded like George Bigelow.
George Bigelow? Again? Oh. Will you excuse me, Henry?
Sure.
You mean you're going without opening it?
I'll be right back.
Certainly strange. I didn't hear that phone ring.
Mrs. Sanderson, did Mr. Pearson say George Bigelow?
He did.
George Bigelow. Tell me, what do you honestly think of George?
I'll tell you the truth, I don't think of him at all.
Oh.
What do you think of him?
Oh, you can't get me to say anything against him.
It's very honorable of you. You know, I said to Barbara only the other day, young lady, I said, I hope you appreciate what kind of a young man Henry Aldrich really is.
Is that right?
Oh, my, yes.
And what did she say?
I forget now.
Oh.
Well, I certainly hope George doesn't call again.
George fine?
He's very fine.
Glad to hear that.
Certainly wish I could say as much about myself.
Don't you think you'd feel better if you went up to bed, Grandmother?
When are you going to open that candy?
I'm opening it. Candy, Grandmother?
Well, just 2.
Candy, Henry?
Oh, I didn't even know you were there. Thank you.
Very good. Even if they do have nuts.
Shall we step out onto the front porch, Barbara?
No, don't go out there and catch pneumonia, right? To prime your lives.
Well, couldn't Barbara put on a coat, maybe?
Oh, Barbara.
Yes, Father?
Telephone. I think it's George Bigelow again.
My goodness. I guess he just thinks I don't have anything else to do. Excuse me, Henry.
I must be getting deaf. Henry, do you hear any phone ring?
No, ma'am.
Who are you?
Was I?
Whatever it is. Don't you do something about it?
Well, what is there I can do?
Oh, it's worth having, ain't it?
You mean I ought to pound the daylights out of George?
Well, either out of him or out of Barbara.
How?
Well, then you can lay your hands on. That reminds me. Hand me that candy.
But gee, if Barbara likes George, I don't see how socking him is going to help any.
It'll certainly make you feel better, won't it?
Even if he's older than I am?
Listen, young man. I used to be as pretty as any of them in my day, and I know all the tricks of the trade.
Yeah, did you used to fight?
When the occasion demanded it, yes. Hey, are these all caramels?
No, ma'am.
Now, let me tell you something. If you want to make her sit up and take notice, only way to do is to make her jealous.
You mean when she comes into the room, I don't pay any attention to her? I just sit and talk to you.
Well, is that the way they do it in the movies?
You mean I should make her think I like somebody else?
Well, I'm telling you. Not as a grandmother, but as one soldier to another. Get busy and get busy quick.
Yes, ma'am.
Here. Want to eat half of this one? It's got nuts in it.
My goodness. George Bigelow. He wants to give me his class pin. Can you imagine such a thing?
Well, I'm late as it is.
Where are you going?
No place. I just told Connie when I dropped in I'd be right back.
Oh. I'm sorry I didn't tell George he could come over.
No, why don't you call him back?
Well, of course. Maybe I will.
If his phone ain't wore out.
Henry, what's that you're putting on the lapel of your coat?
Nothing. Just a pin of Connie she asked me to wear.
Where'd you get it?
Her mother had it first. It's an old family heirloom.
Let me see what it says. Vote the Democratic ticket.
Yeah, the whole family comes from a long line of Democrats.
Oh. I'm sorry you have to go, Henry.
Well, maybe I can stay.
I'm telling you, Henry Aldrich, you're making the mistake of your life.
But, well...
But, Grandmother, I don't think we should force him to go.
Henry?
Well, I guess I have to go, Barbara. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I don't suppose we'll see very much of you from now on, will we?
Why not? Yeah. I guess as time goes on, you won't. Well...
Barbara, you're wanted on the telephone.
Who is it?
You better go to George.
It's Constance Marshall. She's over at somebody's house and wants you to come over.
Is that right?
Oh. I'll answer it in just a minute.
Who is this Constance Marshall?
Constance Marshall is nothing but an NTS.
What's an NTS?
NTS is necktie straightener. Every boy she meets, she has to straighten right away.
Charles, who is Constance Marshall?
Constance Marshall's father is one of the most active Republicans in this state.
Is that right?
I think I'll be going.
I know what you're going to do, Henry Aldrich. You're not going to Connie's house at all.
But I am.
Oh, no, you aren't. You're really going to some other girl's house. I hope whoever she is, you have an awful time there.
But listen.
No, I won't. I hate you, Henry Aldrich.
Young man, get out of this house.
But Mr. Sanderson...
And don't you ever darken this doorway again. With chocolates filled with nuts and raisins. Get out!
Yes, ma'am. Hiya, Constance.
Where are you going?
No place, just to the grocery store.
Henry Aldrich, look at your necktie.
I know it's crooked. I wear my tie like that purposely.
Please let Constance help you.
Not so tight. Do you want to strangle me?
How do you do, Henry Aldrich?
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Sanderson?
How do you do, Mrs. Sanderson?
How do you do, young lady?
Where are you going?
I'm going to the doctor's.
Would you like to have me walk along part way with you?
Oh, do you have to go now, Henry?
Gee, I'm late as it is.
Tell you what I wish you'd do, Henry. Stay right where you are.
Here?
Yes, sir. Barbara will be along just a minute or so. We should tell her where I've gone.
But my mother's waiting for the groceries.
Do you want Barbara to walk the streets of this town looking for me? Now, you stay right here, as I tell you to. And you, young lady, you stay here and see does.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Anderson.
And you tell her if I'm out for the doctor's, I'll be right across the street from there getting a bag of candy.
Henry Aldrich, look at your hair.
Listen, Constance.
You know, you could be one of the cutest boys I've ever known.
Cute? I'm cute? How do you think I'm cute?
Oh, Henry, you've got the cutest lock of hair right up there.
What's the matter with it?
Every time I push it down, it goes right up. Look at it. Down, up, down, up.
How do you do, Henry?
Where did you come from, Barbara?
No place.
Your grandmother wanted me to tell you she's gone to the doctor's.
I know where she is.
Oh, well, what did she want us to wait here and tell you for?
I should like to add, Henry Aldrich, that you are certainly making a spectacle of yourself out here in the street.
I am?
No self-respecting person would have his hair combed by a girl right out in public.
Listen, Barbara, I'll have you know I'll have my hair combed wherever I want.
And what George Bigelow said about you is absolutely true.
What'd he say about me?
Never mind. He said, I hope sometime he tells you what he said.
Well, what do you know about that? Gee whiz, anybody'd think I'd struck her.
Henry, if I were you, I'd never speak to her again.
Oh, I hope you don't think I'm going to speak to her again.
Henry, would you like to come over to my house tonight?
Gee whiz, I'd be glad to.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be glad to. I think it would do me good.
Before Henry Aldrich comes back, I want to say that if you happen to have an active, growing boy in your family, I know one thing. I know that you're kept plenty busy feeding that boy, because youngsters that age are always hungry, always on the lookout for something good to eat. Well, now, here's a dessert that every boy, and girl too, will say is a real smoothie. The new Jell-O Butterscotch Pudding. It has a swell, tempting color like gold-colored taffy. It's smooth and luscious, and it just can't be beat for real flavor. As rich and delicious as old-fashioned butterscotch can be. Jell-O Butterscotch Puddings bring you real, downright homemade goodness. And best of all, it's quick and easy to make. It takes you only a few minutes. There's no fuss or trouble. You just can't go wrong. Then try Jell-O Chocolate Pudding, with that wonderful, real chocolate goodness, smooth and satisfying. And Jell-O Vanilla Pudding, cream-colored and tempting, with nuts or fruits folded in to make it even more delicious. All three new Jell-O puddings have that homemade richness you love. So try them all. Ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O Butterscotch, Chocolate, and Vanilla Pudding. Back at the Aldrich home, we find the whole family seated at the breakfast table. Everyone, that is, except Henry.
Mary, do you know whether Henry's up yet?
He said he was getting up the first time you called.
Father!
What is it?
Father, will you please tell Mary that if she sees Connie Marshall go by to flag her?
Aren't you all dressed yet, Henry?
Practically, Mother.
My goodness, all Henry can think about is Constance Marshall.
How is it he never sees Barbara Pearson anymore?
Her grandmother won't let him near the house.
What's the trouble?
I don't know, except she said something about his going too far over something. And did I tell you about the picture I found under Henry's pillow?
Of whom? Barbara's grandmother?
Of Connie Marshall. And down in the corner it said, Constance to others, but constantly to Henry. Doesn't that make you positively ill, Mother?
Please pass the salt.
This whole business is something I shall never understand.
Oh, forget it. By next week, you'll be over the whole thing.
Mother!
Yes, Henry?
Have you any idea where my trousers might be?
I thought you were all dressed.
I am, Father. All but my trousers. They seem to be missing.
Where did you wear them last?
I think it was when I went to the movies.
Don't tell me you left your trousers at the movies.
Wear your brown trousers, dear.
My brown trousers, but Mother, Connie doesn't like those.
She even tells him what clothes to wear. The next thing you know, they'll be announcing their engagement.
It may be of interest for you to know that this is not one bit funny.
But, Mother, I think it would be all right with Constance.
How do you know?
I heard her tell Henry only the other day that she believes in long engagements.
Well, this would have to be a good long one because Henry still has a year and a half of high school and 6 years of college before he even begins to practice law.
She may even talk him out of becoming a lawyer.
Mary, you certainly are cheerful this morning.
Mother, look out through the window. Look at what I see.
Constance Marshall.
Constance Marshall?
She can come here for breakfast now.
Well, they selected a very excellent name for that child.
Hello, Mary. Hello. I wondered whether you'd like to have me walk to school with you.
Come on in, Constance.
I guess you know my father, don't you? How do you do?
How do you do?
My goodness, Mr. Aldrich, you look like Henry.
I?
Only, of course, an awful lot older.
Yes.
Shall we start now, Constance? Has Henry left yet?
Not yet.
Where is he?
We have no idea where he is.
You mean Mr. Aldrich Henry has left home?
Apparently he has.
Constance, Henry's upstairs.
We only think he's upstairs. No one in the family has seen him. We have simply heard sounds that might have come from Henry.
Henry! Henry?
You see? What did I tell you?
Is somebody calling me?
There's somebody down here to see you.
Who is it, Mother?
Oh, somebody.
You mean to see me?
Yes.
I know who it is. It's Stinky Cameron. Hi, Stinky.
Henry.
I'll be down just as soon as I find my pants.
Henry, it's not Stinky, and even if it were, I don't think you should call him that.
He doesn't mind. Tell you, Stinky.
Henry!
Father, come on up and help me find my pants.
Henry, you're disgracing the entire family.
In fact, it might interest you to know that Constance is down here.
Yeah? So's General Grant.
Hello, Henry.
Well, gee whiz, where did you come from, Connie?
Home.
Well, why didn't anybody tell me? I'll be right down.
Henry, have you got your trousers on?
Oh, no, I'm glad you spoke about that. Excuse me.
You'd better be starting, Constance. Oh, we've got loads of time, Mary. Not unless you want to be as late as Henry is. Goodbye, Mother. Goodbye, Father.
Goodbye, Mary.
Goodbye, Mr. Aldrich.
Goodbye. Charming young woman.
Oh, my goodness, Sam, I hope you'll get over it.
You must remember, however, that someday somebody is going to marry that young woman.
But it certainly isn't going to be Henry.
It would be just our luck to have it be Henry.
Wait for me, Mary. Wait for me.
They've left Henry.
They left without me?
Well, of course.
Well, goodbye, everybody.
Come back here and eat your breakfast.
But, Mother, do you want me to run right on top of a hearty meal?
I want you to come back to this table.
Where did you find your trousers?
That's the strangest part of it. I found them on a chair in my room.
On a chair.
Yeah.
Henry, where did you meet this Constance?
I was a fine next to her.
Henry, don't you think you should swallow your food before you talk?
Yes, Mother. I'll answer you in just a minute, Father. There. I was assigned next to her.
In what way?
My seat. My seat in assembly.
Oh, I see.
Why were you asking?
I was just wondering, what does her father do?
He's an exterminator.
He's a what?
Just a minute. He's an exterminator.
An exterminator?
No matter what you have, even if it's rats, you call him and he'll get rid of them.
Henry.
That's right, Mother. He'll get rid of any kind of pest there is.
He has never shown any disfavor toward his daughter?
Don't you like Constance?
Henry, in the past, your father and I have always permitted you to know anyone you wanted to. But somehow we don't care for this Connie.
Why not, Mother?
Well, putting it bluntly, you're much too nice for her.
Oh, Mother, don't be absurd. Well, until she came along, I didn't care how I looked. Now look at me. Remember that bunch of hair that always used to stand up? Now I keep it combed down.
And to tell you the truth, I miss that lock of hair. I miss it very much.
You don't think I look improved?
Oh, Henry, dear, when are you coming to your senses?
In what way, Mother?
Well, for 1 week now, you haven't touched your homework. You can't eat your meals.
Well, I don't need food.
Whatever became of Barbara Pearson?
Barbara Pearson.
Of course.
Well, she was all right when I was young, Mother.
You, grew old 7 days ago?
I've certainly changed since then.
In what way, aside from putting Vaseline on your hair?
In a lot of ways, Father.
Well, just remember, son, we wouldn't have you lose your head for anything. Is that clear?
Yes, Father.
Now run on to school.
Yes, sir. Only you've got the wrong idea about Constance.
I'm quite sure one of us has.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. So long.
Sam Aldrich, I'm worried sick.
Oh, Alice, you're worrying about something that's absurd.
Sam, I didn't want to say anything about it before. I usually don't read anything that belongs to Henry, but I picked up a note Constance wrote him, and, Sam, she isn't his kind.
Why didn't you tell me there was more to it?
Well, what I want to know is what we should do.
Give him some castor oil and send him to bed.
Well, that's what I thought you'd say. I know what I am going to do.
What?
I'm going to handle this the way the psychologists say a parent should.
Now, Alice, if I were you, I wouldn't start fooling around with psychology at a time like this.
But it's common sense, Sam. If we forbid his seeing the girl, it's simply a challenge. So the thing for us to do is to tell him that he may see her just as much as he wants to.
Which is what he's doing anyhow.
But we should invite her to dinner, Sam.
Invite her here to dinner?
Well, of course. If he sees enough of her, he'll grow tired of her.
You hope he will.
I'm sure he will. And on next Saturday night, we're having her and some of his other friends here for dinner.
Hiya, Connie.
Henry, do you like my dress?
Yeah, it's very pretty. I've got to see who's at the door.
Oh, I let them in. It was George Bigelow and some other girls.
Oh.
Henry, let Connie straighten your tie.
You always yank it so tight. The other night, I had to go to sleep with it on.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Aldrich?
How do you do, Constance? We're very glad you could come.
How do you do?
You'll find my family in the living room. Papa has to leave early.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
He's got to go on a big job for somebody.
You don't say so.
This is the third time he's been there. He just nicely gets them out, and they always come back.
Sam, come along.
Henry, wait and talk to Connie.
Yeah, I've got to go and see my guests.
Are they more important than poor little I?
No, but I ought to go in and say hello to them.
Henry, look at me. Oh, you've got the bluest eyes Connie has ever seen in her life.
Yeah?
Oh.
Excuse me for interrupting.
Oh.
Got something in your eye, Henry?
Gee whiz, Mrs. Sanderson.
Hello, Henry. Henry, you didn't tell me Barbara was coming.
No.
Well, I understood this party was for me. I'm going in the other room and tell your mother what I think of it, Henry Aldrich. Henry, I know I shouldn't have come, even if your mother did say I should.
But I'm glad to have you. I'm glad to have both of you.
Well, I'm not staying. I just came to make sure she got here. Where's your mother?
In the next room.
I'll just slip in and say hello. See whether maybe there's a little candy around.
Well, I see Constance has been fixing your tie again.
How can you tell?
It looks so nice. Doesn't look like you.
No?
When I came in, she was just going to straighten your eyes for you, I guess. Wasn't she?
Listen, Barbara, please.
Henry, would you mind very much if I went home?
Henry, aren't you going to come in and join your guests?
Yes, Father, we're coming.
George Bigelow says he hasn't even seen you.
George Bigelow? Henry, I can't go in there.
Why not?
Because I can't. Please let me go, Henry.
But I want you to stay.
Henry, I've got to tell you. Those telephone calls I had from George, they weren't from George at all.
Well, who were they from?
Nobody. I just did it to make you jealous.
Was that your grandmother's idea?
No. It was mine. Wasn't it ridiculous?
Barbara, come in here. They got cakes with every kind of icing you can think of.
No.
Henry, your mother wants you.
I'll be there.
She wants you now, right away.
Yeah, but can't she wait a second?
No. Now then, young lady, if you want Henry Aldrich, you will stay here where you can keep an eye on him.
I'm not going to stay.
You want to upset me even more than I already am?
I can't help it. I'm going home.
Barbara, wait.
No.
Oh, you've got to come in, dear. It wouldn't be a party without you.
Why not?
For any number of reasons.
But look at my eyes. They're a sight.
Tears, my dear, only make you prettier. I know from experience.
Do you really think so?
Sam. You been asleep yet?
Of course.
I've been thinking about that party. And you said I didn't understand psychology.
Well, I didn't say that. I said you were taking a gamble.
Just think we won't have to worry about that awful Constance Marshall or the idea of Henry's ever giving up law or getting engaged before he leaves high school.
Yes, it's usually work out for the best.
Provided you give him a little assistance. By the way, have you heard Henry come in yet?
Don't believe I have.
Oh, my goodness, what time is it?
It's, by the clock on the bureau, it's 10 minutes to 2.
Sam Aldrich, Henry has never stayed out this late before in his life.
I thought you weren't going to worry anymore.
Oh!
Henry, is that you?
Yes.
Where have you been, Henry?
No place. I just walked home with Barbara, and then I had to wait until her grandmother went to bed.
Come in here and say good night to us.
I want to thank you for the swell party. Barbara said she had a very nice time.
Sit down here on the edge of the bed.
Henry, you're sitting right on my ankle.
I'm sorry, Father. I didn't know it was there.
Where did you think it would be?
Henry, move your head over toward the light from the door.
What for?
Oh, Henry, I could almost cry.
Why?
That old lock of hair. It's standing straight up again.
Yeah. She lets me wear my necktie so I can breathe, too. Mother, would you mind my asking right from the shoulder?
What, dear?
Well, would you and Father be disappointed if I didn't study 6 years to become a lawyer?
Why not?
Oh, no particular reason, Father. Just asking.
Henry Aldrich, you aren't thinking of getting married, are you?
Oh, no, Mother, no. We think you should wait until you're at least through high school. Don't you?
Well, Alice, you certainly understand psychology.
Ladies and gentlemen, once there was a husband who was very fussy about his desserts. He liked puddings, but only the kind of puddings that his wife made for him. Well, of course, it's a lot of work to make good puddings, so this man's wife decided to play a little trick on him. What happened? Well, the wife who wrote us about this is right here in person, Mrs. Florence.
Aldrich Family, starring Ezra Stone, written by Clifford Goldsmith. Brought to you by the makers of those delicious new desserts all America's talking about. Jell-O puddings. In the month of February, you know, fall the birthdays of two great American presidents. We don't know, of course, whether Henry Aldrich will ever become president, but as the scene opens tonight in the Aldrich family living room, Henry has a birthday and other things on his mind.
Mother, if you could choose anything in the world for your birthday, what would you take?
$1 million.
No, Mother, be reasonable. I can't give you as much as that. What would you like?
Right at the moment, Henry, your mother would like a mink coat.
A mink coat, Father? A mink coat?
Mm-hmm.
How much would a thing like that cost?
How much do you have?
$2.35. Oh, but that's not important, Father.
No, not at all.
But it isn't. I've got a scheme all worked out. I'll be able to get anything Mother wants.
Really, dear?
It isn't anything more than you deserve, Mother. Could you loan me $2?
To which one of us are you speaking?
Oh, not to you, Father. I realize I've stretched you to the breaking point as it is.
I'm glad you're aware of that.
How about it, Mother?
How about what, dear?
In case you don't know it, Alice, you're about to be stretched to the breaking point.
What is it you want the $2 for?
To put with the money I have. I'm making an investment. I read a pamphlet, see? It's got the easiest way I ever heard of to make money.
What is it?
Rabbits.
I beg your pardon?
Raising rabbits. They'll double your money overnight.
You don't say so.
But they will, Father. You can't lose.
Where would we keep rabbits?
In the basement.
Well, we're not keeping rabbits in our basement.
Read the pamphlet, Mother. One fella started with just 4 rabbits, and in 2 years, he had 700.
And do you think we're going to have 700 rabbits running all over our basement?
Well, I'd make pens for them.
And how would I get into the basement?
Do you remember, Henry, that stray dog that stayed here last week? I had to ask you to feed her every day she was with us.
But that was just one, Mother. I certainly wouldn't forget to feed 700.
Incidentally, who's going to pay for the feed for 700?
Oh, they pay for it themselves.
Oh, I see. Out of their own pockets?
Father, everything I suggest you take lightly.
Well, if you think I'm taking this lightly, you're quite mistaken.
You're not going to spend any money on rabbits.
But that's not what I want it for.
I thought that was what you did want it for.
No, Mother, it's to buy some galvanized feeding pans.
What was that?
Feeding pans for the rabbits.
For what rabbits?
For my rabbits, the ones I've got down in the cellar.
You have 700 down there?
No, Father, just 4. I'm only beginning. They're beauties, too.
Where did you get them, dear?
Happy Taylor gave them to me.
How did the tailor boy happen to do that?
I don't know. His folks just seem to think we'd like them better than they would.
Yes.
How would you like to be generous, dear, and give them back to Happy Taylor?
Mother, don't you want a birthday present?
Not as much as I want a home.
Well, if I give those back, I won't have anything at all.
How about your dog?
He left.
Because of the rabbits?
But, Father, don't you want me to develop responsibility so I'll take care of things and feed them?
Henry, we are not opposed to your developing all the responsibility you want to, but you'll have to find someone to take those rabbits.
Who is there?
Well, how about Tommy Walsh? He has a much larger house than we have.
Well, could I give him the rabbits but let him keep them here?
And your mother and I could live with the Walshes, eh?
Father, you have no idea how I've planned on this.
Supposing you go to the phone, dear, and see whether Tommy wouldn't like to have them.
Now?
Henry, if you want a rabbit for a pet, that's one thing. But you're not going to raise rabbits in our basement for the purpose of making money. Now, please call the Walshes.
I'll phone them, but I hope they aren't in.
Well, Alice, in 1 year we would have had rabbits in every room in the house.
Sam, don't you think we might at least get Henry a dog?
Alice, by tomorrow he'll have forgotten the whole thing.
Perhaps.
He never has kept it anything for more than 24 hours.
Well, just the same, he might have kept it this.
You mean you want him to raise rabbits?
Well, as he says, it would develop character.
Alice, let's have an understanding right now. Which do you want Henry to have, character or a father?
A father, dear. Who do you suppose that can be at the door?
Well, probably Mr. Hubbard. I'll let him in. Well, hello there, Hubbard.
Evening. What is it you want repaired?
Oh, the trouble's out in the kitchen. Pipe under the sink.
Hi there, Mr. Hubbard.
Evening.
Oh, Henry, will you take Mr. Hubbard out and show him where that leak is?
Sure thing.
Henry, what did Tommy Walsh say about the rabbit?
His folks weren't in. But he'd be very glad to take them, Mother. This way, Mr. Hubbard.
Yes, sir. You, raise rabbits?
I was going to. Here you are. There's the pipe that's dripping.
Don't know whether I have a wrench that'll fit that or not.
Want me to look in your bag for you?
Yeah, no, thank you. It's a good thing you're getting out of this rabbit business.
Don't you recommend it?
I'd be a rich man now if it weren't for rabbits.
What happened?
By the time it was over, even my wife left me.
Yeah? Do you want me to hold the screwdriver for you?
Will you just put it down, please?
Sure.
I, raised beavers once, too.
Make a lot of money on them?
That was the second time my wife left me.
Well, did she ever come back?
She did, and she got even with me.
How?
She went in for raising turkeys.
She make a lot of money?
That was when I left her.
I see. Well, tell me, did you ever raise silver foxes?
Just for one winter. Now, there was an experience.
Yeah?
If you want to make money real quick, though, the thing to do is raise pigeons.
Pigeons?
Yep. That's what I'm going to put every cent I've got into.
Is that right?
Yes, sir. Once I get it going, I'm giving up plumbing.
Want me to hold that nut?
Just leave your hands off it.
Yes, sir.
I figured out there's 300% profit in every pigeon you raise.
As much as that? What do you sell them for? Eating purposes?
Don't raise that kind. I tried them once. Had to eat them all myself.
Well, what kind do you raise?
Carriers.
Carriers? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
The kind that get back home no matter where you take them, huh?
Yep. Where's my hammer?
Oh, let's see. Oh, here it is.
Leave it there. I'll pick it up. I knew a fellow once that raised carrier pigeons and sold them to the Army.
Is that what you're going to do?
Yep, and put them in races. That's where you make the real money. Sometimes you win as much as $5 or $10.
Gee whiz, I didn't know anything like that was going on. What is it you're looking for, Mr. Hubbard?
A pair of pliers. Just let me look for them myself.
Do you mind if I point to them?
Where are they? Oh, yeah.
Gee, there's a business I'd like to go in.
What's stopping you?
Well, do pigeons take up very much room in a cellar?
What are you going to keep them in the cellar for? Why don't you keep them in your attic?
Gee, how do they get along in an attic?
All you got to do is fix up some coops and be sure the windows are left open.
I wonder why I didn't think of that myself. Want your 2-euro bag, Mr. Hubbard?
Put it right back where it was.
Yes. How much would it cost to go into the pigeon business, Mr. Hubbard?
Get your head out of the way.
Is that better?
Just keep it out.
I guess you don't need any expensive equipment like you do for rabbits, huh?
All you need is some second-hand coops.
Where could I get those?
Any reason you couldn't advertise in the morning paper?
You mean advertise? I just say I want some second-hand pigeon coops, and that's all?
What else would you suggest?
Sure, and I'd save money. Unless, of course, nobody answered. But then the way I look at it, you've got to take a gamble at anything if you want to make money. Isn't that the way you look at it, Mr. Hubbard?
Well,
What are you doing out here?
Well, I'm helping Mr. Hubbard find his tools, Mother. Could you please stand back so you don't cast a shadow on him?
Oh, my goodness. The way you've been talking out here, I thought you'd have all the problems of the world settled.
Have you heard us?
Well, I haven't heard what it was about.
What time does the Centerville Gazette close?
Oh, I have no idea.
They're open till pretty late.
They are?
Why do you ask, dear?
Oh, no reason. I was just wondering how long they stay open. Is Father around in the living room any place?
Your father went out.
Is that right? He went out?
Mr. Hubbard, will I be in your way here?
No, ma'am.
Well, goodbye.
Where are you going, Henry?
Just in the living room. Look around. Operator, could you get me the Centerville Gazette, please? Yes, ma'am.
Henry, are you in the living room?
I think I am, Mother.
Mr. Hubbard wants to know whether you picked up his screwdriver.
Tell him he'll find it in his left hip pocket.
Thank you.
Hello? Well, how do I put in an advertisement? Coops. Just ordinary pigeon coops. Yeah, that sounds good. Sign it Henry W. Aldrich. Yeah. About how much will that be? As much as that? Well, would it be cheaper if I left the W out? Well, supposing I leave the Henry out. Okay. Just say reasonable prices paid for old pigeon coops. Sign it Aldrich. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Goodbye.
Henry, will you see who's at the door, please?
Yes, Mother. I'd be very glad to help you, Mother. Gee whiz, Tommy, you over here already? I came over to get my rabbits. Yeah, come on in. Did you ask your folks whether it'd be all right?
I don't know why it wouldn't be all right. Why should I worry them about a little thing like that?
Yeah, well, come on down the cellar stairs.
Why don't you want them, Henry?
My folks would rather I raise pigeons.
Pigeons?
Sure. I've become a pigeon fancier.
Yeah?
Sure. I may even raise pigeons for the Army. Big money in it, Tommy.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. For the Department of Interior Communications.
Yeah?
Your rabbits are around here on the other side of the preserve closet.
Oh, show them to me.
Now, listen, before I let you see them, when do I get that who's it you promised me on the telephone?
Oh, tomorrow, Henry. I couldn't bring it over tonight.
Okay. Oh, here they are in this box.
Look at them.
That's what I say. Can you beat that?
Well, what's the matter?
There are 8 here. Can you imagine that, huh?
But all I want is 4.
You gotta take 8.
I haven't got room for 8. I'm gonna have trouble keeping just 4 in my closet.
Well, you should have gotten here sooner, Tommy.
Well, then certainly isn't my fault.
Henry, is that Tommy down there?
Yes, Mother, that's Tommy.
Is he taking all 4 of the rabbits?
Yes, Mother.
Certainly glad to hear that, dear.
Tommy, when we go up, don't say anything about the 4 I'm keeping.
Why not?
Maybe I can surprise my mother after all. Boy, am I going to make money. Rabbits in our basement and pigeons in our attic.
Our scene shifts for the next moment, ladies and gentlemen, to a department store where we clear up the mystery of the lady.
Good evening.
And the gong. Behind the counter on the 5th floor, lamps, china, curtains, drapes, rugs, house furnishings, and so forth, there stands a clerk. Approaching him is the lady who says,
Last week I bought a piece of merchandise in this department. I have it here with me. It's a dinner gong.
Yes, madam.
You see, I used to have a lot of trouble every night getting my husband and the children to the dinner table. They'd keep right on reading the paper or listening to the radio or whatever else they were doing when I called them. So I bought this gong.
An excellent idea, madam.
But now I want to return it if I may.
Well, is anything wrong with it, madam? Let's have a look at it. Sounds all right to me.
Oh, the gong's all right. But recently I've been serving Jell-O chocolate pudding for dinner. Now when I start to ring the gong, my husband and the children are sitting at the table before I get a chance to hit it.
And the very delicious moral to that story is, ladies and gentlemen, folks certainly do get to the table and get there in a hurry when they know there's Jell-O chocolate pudding for dessert. Because, friends, it's a grand treat that everybody loves, young and old alike. Nothing can compare with its rich, creamy smoothness and its thrilling chocolate flavor. And you'll be simply delighted to find how quickly and easily you can prepare Jell-O chocolate pudding, how inexpensive it is, and how many different and delicious desserts you can make with it. So try it tomorrow, why don't you? Start right away to treat the folks at your house to this new family favorite. Swell, luscious, easy to eat Jell-O chocolate pudding. Now, getting back to the problems of Henry Aldrich. Without telling his parents, Henry has inserted an advertisement in the town paper and signed it with the name Aldrich. The scene opens the following day in his father's office.
Miss Thompson, I don't have a great deal of time. Will you take a letter in a hurry, please?
Yes, Mr. Aldrich.
To the Brown Realty Company. Dear Mr. Brown, this is to advise you that unless steps are taken at once...
Mr. Aldrich's office? Yes? Yes? No, sir, you must have the wrong number, I'm afraid.
Wrong number?
Yes, sir. Now then, you just started a letter to the Brown Realty Company. Dear Mr. Brown, this is to advise you that unless steps are taken at once...
Yes. This is to advise you that unless steps are taken at once...
Mr. Aldrich's office? What was that? I don't understand you. Say that slowly, please. One moment. Mr. Aldrich, somebody wants to talk to you about something.
Let me have it. Samuel Aldrich speaking. What number are you calling? Pigeon Coops? Did you say Pigeon Coops? Well, my name is Aldrich. I'm the only Aldrich in town, but I don't buy pigeon coops. Who is this talking? Charlie? Oh, you can't fool me, Charlie. Now, listen, Charlie, I'm busy as the deuce right now. I'll give you a call later. Don't bother me. Goodbye. Charlie Goslin would try to be funny just when I'm trying to get my work done. Tried to make me think his name was Tony Vecchito.
To be quite honest, Mr. Aldrich, I never did like Mr. Goslin.
Well, we get a lot of business from him. Now then, where were we?
This is to advise you that unless steps are taken at once...
Is that all the farther we got?
It is.
Unless steps are taken at once... what was it I was going to say?
I have no idea.
Oh, I remember. Toward improving the property occupied by my... Let me answer that. Sam Aldrich speaking. Who? Yes, Charlie. Still selling pigeon coops? We'll take all 15. No. Yes, deliver them right to our house. I don't care where you put them. Put them in the living room. Yes, and don't bother me anymore. Just because Charlie Goslin happens to be a client. How far are we?
Right where we were.
Yes. You know, it would be just like Charlie to go and find 15 pigeon coops and deliver them to our house. I remember one other practical joke he tried to play off. Miss Thompson, please answer that. If it's Charlie again, tell him I've gone for the day.
Hello? Yes, sir. One moment, please, Mr. Aldrich. It's the Centerville Feed Company. They want to know whether they may supply you with cracked corn.
For what?
One moment. Hello? Mr. Aldrich wants to know what he would use cracked corn for. No, Mr. Aldrich has not changed his business. He's still practicing law. Goodbye.
Cracked corn? Did that sound like Charlie Goslin?
My suspicion is that was Mr. Goslin.
Oh, no. He probably phoned the Centerville Feed Company and told them to call here. Now, unless steps are taken at once to him... Who's at the door?
You, Mr. Aldrich?
I am.
About how many pigeon coops did you want?
I beg your pardon?
How many did you want?
Did you say pigeon coops?
Pigeon coop. A paw can let you have all you need up to 60.
May I ask who sent you here?
I don't know. My paw just told me to come up here.
Where is your paw?
Down in front. Had a parked double. We got all 60 down there.
You have 60 pigeon coops down in front for me?
Sure. You want them brought up here?
To the office? No.
Can also fix you up with 60 feeding trays.
No, I'll answer the phone.
Now then, young man, may I ask how your father happened to come here?
I don't know.
Do you know a gentleman by the name of Charles Goslin?
Never heard of him.
Well, here's what you're to do. You're to deliver your confounded coops to Mr. Goslin's residence at 12 Church Street.
All 60?
All 60, and all 60 feeding trays.
Who pays for them?
Send the bill to Mr. Goslin.
Sure. Take them over right away.
That's fine.
Mr. Aldrich, Mrs. Aldrich is on the phone.
What does she want?
There's a gentleman by the name of Cheeto at your house unloading pigeon coops. He insists upon leaving them in the living room.
Now I know it was Charlie.
Mrs. Aldrich says he had nothing to do with it.
Well, then the fellow must be insane.
That's why she says you're to come over.
Yes. Where's my hat and coat? Right in the middle of the busiest day I ever had. If anyone else calls, Miss Thompson, I've left.
Hello, Father.
Hello.
Could I speak to you just a minute?
You may not. Goodbye.
Well, what do you know about that? Miss Thompson, is he in a hurry over something?
He is. And if I were you, I wouldn't follow him.
Miss Thompson,
I could answer the phone.
Where's Sam Aldrich?
He just went out.
I've got exactly what he wants outside on my truck.
What is it?
8 of the darlingest pigeon coops you ever put your 2 eyes on.
Well, gee whiz, could you haul them over to my house?
And why not?
Well, I don't think anyone's home.
Oh, now you take the coops, and I'll give you a dozen fine birds to go with them.
You will?
I will that.
Gee whiz, I'll be getting an even better start than I thought I would. Let's go.
For the last time, please put the rest of your coops on your wagon and get away from the front of my house.
You know advertise?
I did not advertise.
The lady, she know advertise?
I did not advertise. No one in this house advertised. We couldn't have.
That's a funny thing. And my wife, she's a read it to me out loud.
What you probably did was to misunderstand the name.
What's your name?
Aldrich.
Aldrich, that's all right. I'm a telephone to him. He's a say, shoot, so bring him me 15 of coops.
All right, I'll admit that I'm the one who answered the phone, but I thought you were somebody else.
I'll meet to his price.
No, I thought you were a friend by the name of Charlie.
I'll sell the What's the Charlie got to do with it?
Now listen, my friend, for the last time, put that final crate on your wagon and get away from here.
All right. I'm going to go home and read the ad. You sure you know one of these coops are cheap?
Get out.
All right. Give me up, please. Goodbye, and maybe I see you tomorrow.
No.
Well, thank goodness he's gone.
Oh, you know, Alice, I honestly believe the fellow's crazy. Did you hear him? He practically insisted that we advertised.
Father, take a look.
What is it, Henry?
What I've got right here in this truck. Pigeon coops.
Where did you get those?
They're for my pigeons.
How are you, Sam Aldrich? Well, could you give me a hand, Henry, boy?
Sure.
Hey, 1 minute. Henry, are you unloading those here?
Sure.
Oh, down with them, me son.
Hey, wait before you unload that.
Oh, it's not too heavy, Father.
There you are.
What's that I hear?
Now, for 3 years, I've been wanting to show you me gratitude, Sam.
Mulligan, I'm sorry, but we have no place here for those pigeons.
But, Father, they aren't costing us a cent. We're getting them absolutely free.
What do you mean?
Mr. Mulligan has very kindly consented to credit the Coops toward a bill he owes Father.
What was that?
Don't you think that's fair, Father?
Henry, will you and Mr. Mulligan please put that crate back on the truck?
You mean you don't want them?
I do not.
Oh, but it's 3 years I've been owing you that bill, Sam. Don't you think it's about time it was paid?
Sam?
If you'll take those crates away, I'll call the whole thing paid.
Oh, now, that's very decent of you, Sam. Give me a hand, me boy.
But, Father, I need them.
Henry, do you want me to put that on for you?
I'll help him.
You're a gentleman, Sam Aldrich. And the next time I come into town, I'll bring your son a present.
But not pigeons or pigeon coops.
Oh, no, sir, not pigeons. I'll bring him a fine white nanny goat I have.
You will?
You will not.
Good day to you all.
Gee whiz. Now I've even lost what I paid for the ad.
For the ad? For what ad?
For Coops, didn't I tell you?
Let's go into the house, Henry. I want to have a talk with you.
I know what you're going to say.
Oh, I wouldn't cry right out here on the sidewalk, Henry.
I'm not crying. Who's crying?
Oh, you're disappointed, dear, but the next time you do anything like this, you must tell us.
Of course. We may not have room for pigeons any more than we had for rabbits, but we'll find something you can have.
The only thing is I need pigeon coops. I need them bad.
Oh, today you need them, but by tomorrow you'll have forgotten all about them.
Sam, what's that?
What was what?
Something just flew out of our attic window.
Out of which window?
That was one of my pigeons.
One of what pigeons?
That Mr. Hubbard gave me.
That he gave you? How many did he give you?
Just 6. 2 of them are up there setting.
In our attic?
It would be all right if they had a coop, Father.
Henry Aldrich.
Henry, could I see you a minute?
What about, Tommy? What have you got in the box there?
Your rabbits. My mother and father won't let me keep them.
What are you doing, returning all 4 of them?
All 4 of them? There are 10 of them.
Can you imagine?
Henry, we can't possibly take those.
But, Mother, the ones I have don't bother you any, do they?
The ones you have?
Yeah, the ones in the preserve closet.
Henry!
Look who's coming. It's Towser. Oh, my old dog Towser. Well, gee whiz.
And where are you going to keep him,
Oh,
Henry?
he can sleep at the foot of my bed.
Listen, Henry, I want my who's it back that I gave you for the rabbits.
Oh, no, that was a bargain, Tommy.
You've got to give it back.
Give what back?
My snake.
What's that?
No, he gave me that snake.
Henry, why should you want an old dead snake?
But, Mother, it isn't dead. It's alive.
Oh, where is it?
Where is it?
Yes.
It's in my top bureau drawer.
Henry Aldrich!
Henry Aldrich will be back again in just a moment. Now, folks, tomorrow night, why not treat yourself to one of those popular new Jell-O puddings you've been hearing so much about? Let's say a grand, tempting dish of Jell-O vanilla pudding, dressed up perhaps with a handful of rich nuts or raisins. Now, there is a truly fine dessert, one that has no rival when it comes to smooth, creamy goodness. Every time you enjoy it, which is sure to be often, you'll find yourself more excited than ever about the delectable flavor of Jell-O vanilla pudding. Because there's nothing to equal its delightful taste. So delicate and yet marvelously mellow. It's a quick, easy, inexpensive dessert. A captivating climax to any meal. So make tomorrow night's dinner end on a truly festive note by serving the family this luscious treat. You'll add a new name on your list of favorite desserts the very first time you enjoy the rare, distinctive goodness of Jell-O vanilla pudding.
You know, Tommy, I just had a big idea.
What about, Henry?
We can make some money on these pigeons. We can clean up.
How?
All we have to do is put another ad in the paper. The only trouble is, though, we'll have to put it in your father's name.
Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, in the event you would like to see Henry's latest advertisement, you will find it only in next week's issue of Centerville's leading paper. The Aldrich Family, starring Ezra Stone, is written by Clifford Goldsmith. Original music for the program is composed and conducted by Jack Miller. By the way, Ezra Stone will appear as Henry Aldrich at the State Theater in Hartford, Connecticut for 4 days, beginning February 22nd. Now, this is Harry Von Zell speaking and wishing you good night for those delicious new desserts all America's talking about. Jell-O pudding.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Aldrich Family, starring Ezra Stone, written by Clifford Goldsmith. Brought to you by the makers of those delicious new desserts all America's talking about. Jell-O pudding. In the town of Centerville, most of the residents are ready for March to come in like a lion and go out like a lamb. But in the Aldrich family home on Elm Street, these traditional animals have been relegated to the background. For Henry Aldrich has real rabbits hopping around the basement and live pigeons flapping about the attic. Our scene tonight opens in Henry's room with Mrs. Aldrich speaking to her son.
Do you want this broken fountain pen, dear?
Yes, Mother.
You want this piece of lead pipe?
Yes, Mother.
Will you tell me what on earth for?
Mother, please. I want everything in my desk.
But, Henry, your desk is a sight.
Let me explain something. Right this minute, I'm very busy. But the first time I'm not busy, I'll clean it out.
You've been saying that for 6 months.
But, gee whiz, when you get through, I won't know where anything is.
What are you saving this ticket to the World's Fair for?
I might use it.
But it's to the Chicago World's Fair. It was over several years ago.
Yeah, I know it's to the Chicago World's Fair. Even if I don't use it, I'd like to have it for a souvenir.
What about these 3 pieces of rock?
Mother, I brought all those back from Vermont last summer. I carried them back purposely. Where did you put them?
In this lower drawer.
Well, there's a very good example of what I'm trying to tell you. Supposing I should suddenly need those rocks in a hurry. I'd have to go through everything I own.
Henry, you're exactly like your grandmother.
Alice, are you in Henry's room?
Yes, Sam.
Did you want me, Father?
No, Henry. Alice, I realize you've wanted a maid for some time and that we now finally have one. But I do wish you'd ask her not to go in that spare room I used to work in.
What's happened now?
She's just gone through the place like a tornado. She's taken half the things off my desk.
The fact is, dear, I cleaned out your desk.
You cleaned it out?
Of course.
Well, what did you do with my pen?
I put it in the pen holder.
What did you put it there for?
My goodness, Sam, don't you want Martha to have any respect for us?
Respect for us? After all, are we hiring her or is she hiring us?
But, dear, she's the only maid I've ever had, and this is her first day here. And your room looked almost as bad as the room Henry keeps his rabbits in down in the cellar.
Mother, do we have to tell her about my rabbits?
Whether we do or not, Henry, I think you'd better be prepared for the day when she finds them.
Well, couldn't you put it up to her? Just tell her that if the rabbits will stay in their room and Father will stay in his, wouldn't she be happy?
Incidentally, who changed the blotter on my desk?
I did.
Well, I didn't want to see it thrown out. I like that old blotter.
All right, dear. Go it down and get it out of the trash barrel. If you want to, you may sleep with it under your pillow. But I certainly hope you won't let Martha see it.
Unfortunately, it had all my telephone numbers written on it.
What do you want done with this Canadian penny, Henry?
I might go to Canada sometime.
Miss Aldrich?
Yes, Martha?
Mr. Aldrich in here?
I'm right here, Martha.
Mr. Aldrich, somebody wants you downstairs at the front door.
Gentlemen?
He's sort of a gentleman.
Well, did you ask him to step inside?
Yes. Miss Aldrich, could I take up some of your time for something?
What is it, Martha?
I don't like to complain, but frankly, when I come to you this morning, you said there was only 4 in the family.
Well, that's all there are.
But how about all those rabbits down in the cellar?
Rabbits, Martha?
Yeah, but didn't anybody know they was down there?
Of course we knew they were down there, but
Martha, don't you like rabbits?
My brother kept rabbits once, and frankly, I got awful tired of them.
But they don't ever come upstairs and get in your way, do they?
Not yet, but 2 of them's working their way toward the cellar stairs.
Martha, we're not keeping those rabbits always. Henry's simply going to raise them and then sell them very soon.
Do they stay here at night?
Oh, yes, they like it here very much.
Alice!
Yes, Sam?
Could you come down here, please?
Right away.
I ain't gonna stay here with them rabbits.
Martha, why don't you look at it this way? You know how lucky a rabbit's foot is?
The rabbits my brother had, it was always just a lot of work.
How long did you live with your brother?
Frankly, just a little while. I tried, but I couldn't get myself adjusted to them.
But very few people get to like a rabbit right away, Martha. But once you get to know those I have, you'll say, gee whiz, thanks, Henry, for letting me get to know them.
Well, I'll finish out today, but I can't stay any longer than that.
Look, Martha, is there anything I could give you to make it worth your while?
Like what?
Well, I could give you part of my allowance each week.
How much would that be?
Well, I could give you 20 cents of it.
20 cents?
And I'll do all the work that's in connection with the rabbits. Gee whiz, Martha, isn't that a bargain?
Frankly, I wouldn't be interested.
Would you be interested in 20 cents a week in your choice of anything in my desk here?
What you got?
Well, gee, I got a million things. How about a Canadian penny?
How many you got?
Well, just one. But don't let that mislead you. It's only a penny in Canada. But here, Martha...
How much is it here?
Well, I wouldn't want to say. In this country, a thing like that is very rare.
Yeah.
In fact, that's only the 4th one I've ever seen in my life. And you know how long I've been kicking around.
What else you got?
What else have I... Well, would you like a piece of genuine Vermont granite, Martha?
That's just a piece of stone, ain't it?
Not in Vermont, it isn't. In Vermont, that's granite. And you can't get better granite unless you want to import it. You certainly wouldn't want to go to all that trouble.
You got anything else?
Well, there's a compass here. Only I wouldn't want to give you that. It's broken. Gee whiz, if you got lost with that, where would you be?
I don't want to do that.
Oh, here's something for you. Gee whiz.
What is it?
How would you like a ticket to the World's Fair?
To the World's Fair?
Sure.
You gonna give me this?
Of course, if you'll only stay with the rabbits.
Martha, may I speak with you?
Just a minute, Miss Aldrich.
Martha, that visitor downstairs did not want to see Mr. Aldrich. She wanted to see Henry.
Henry?
Somebody's here to see me, Mother?
Come right on up, Tommy.
Henry up here? I'm up in my room, Tom. Martha, is it all set?
Well, I'll see you till the fair opens.
Henry, take a look at this. What is it? It's the morning paper. Not so loud, Tommy. But it's got the ad we put in. Yeah, let's see it. I'm telling you, Henry, we're going to make money hand over fist. Has anyone phoned your house yet? Oh, it's too early. But I'm asking you, Henry, who else in town would have thought of using carrier pigeons this way? Not so loud, I tell you. What's the matter? What's the matter? We've got a new maid, and she ought to get used to one thing at a time. Doesn't she like pigeons? We don't know yet. She doesn't know you've got some up in the attic? She'll find it out, Tommy. She'll find it out. They're in the room right next to hers.
Oh, Henry, is your mother in there?
No, she isn't, Father. Tommy, fold the paper up quick and stick it on my desk.
Where'd she go?
Who, Mother?
What is it, Sam?
I dug my old blotter out of the trash barrel. I also found one of my good trout flies in there.
I almost hooked myself on that thing every time I go into your desk drawer.
You've no right to go in there, dear. That's my drawer, and everything in there is mine.
Mr. Aldrich.
Yes, Martha?
A party wants to speak to you on the telephone.
I'll be right there.
Henry, isn't that the morning paper sticking out of your desk?
Oh, that isn't ours, Mother. That's Tommy's.
I'll take it, Mrs. Aldrich. There's no use bothering you with that.
May I see it, please?
Oh, Mother,
Have you ever noticed how this piece of granite sparkles?
Henry, I'm looking at the advertisements before I do my shopping.
Oh, wouldn't you like to have me look at them for you?
Oh, I certainly would not.
have you noticed the ads on this other page, Mrs. Aldrich?
Over here?
Yeah.
Why should I buy a piano?
I don't know. They say they're good pianos.
Alice, will you please tell Martha not to call me every time the phone rings?
Who was that call for?
Tommy Walsh's mother wants to talk with him.
She wants to talk to me, Mr. Aldrich? She wants me?
Yes, Tommy.
Henry, the first one's come. The first one's come.
What is come?
A message he was expecting.
Sam, did you see this advertisement?
What advertisement?
I think it might interest Henry, too.
What's it for, Mother?
A clearance of men's and young men's shoes.
Shoes?
Let me say it.
Here. Henry, are you too warm?
Warm, Mother?
What's the matter with you?
I just thought I'd get down and see Tommy. Father, could I have the paper, please?
One moment here. Alice, did you see this?
What?
This notice. It says, carrier pigeon service. Messages delivered to any point in Centerville. Low rates. Our birds can make 60 miles per hour under favorable conditions. Signed, Aldrich and Walsh, Incorporated.
Sam, read that again.
I'd rather not.
Henry, do you still have those pigeons up in the attic?
Well, less than a dozen, Mother.
What do you suppose Martha's going to do when she finds them?
But, Mother, Tommy and I can make some money.
Henry, you don't imagine anyone is actually going to use any such messenger service, do you?
Why not? We only charge 10 cents a message, and the whole thing's clear profit.
Do you mean to say, dear, your pigeons can go any place you send them?
Well, I couldn't go so far as to say that, Mother, but they're trained almost that well.
When Martha leaves, can your pigeons be trained to do the housework?
Could I keep the pigeons in my room, Mother?
No, dear.
Henry, may I come in?
Yes, Tommy.
Listen, Henry, Mrs. Persons wants us to deliver a very important message for her.
It's all off, Tommy.
Tommy, what is the message Mrs. Persons wants delivered?
Well, she didn't say. She just said we should come over right away.
Then may I ask how a pigeon could possibly deliver a message for her?
Oh, it'd be simple, Mother. We've got Dizzy Stevens working for us on a commission, see? He takes one of our pigeons over to Mrs. Persons and fastens the message on her foot, see?
Onto Mrs. Persons' foot?
No, onto the pigeons.
How does it know where to go?
It comes here.
Whether the message is for us or not.
Well, this is a relay junction. One of us then detaches the bird from the message, jumps on a bicycle, and delivers it.
Sure, that's all there is to it, Mr. Aldrich.
You don't say so.
Could anything be more simple?
And where is Mrs. Persons all this time?
That's the beautiful part of it. Once the message leaves her hands, she can forget the whole thing.
Supposing there's an answer.
What's that?
Supposing there's an answer.
Well, Mr. Aldrich, don't you think that would be an exceptional case? I mean, after all, most people just send the message, and that's all there is to it.
Sure, that's what I should think.
Well, Martha will never stand for our keeping those pigeons.
Oh, Alice, what does Martha have to do with it? The boys have an idea here.
Don't you want me to keep a maid?
Well, I don't think she should be spoiled.
That's what I think.
Now, can't you explain to Martha what Henry wants to do?
Well, if I can't understand it, certainly Martha can.
Mother, look at it this way.
Henry, there's no use arguing. Martha is not going to like pigeons.
But, Mother...
Henry, let me talk to your mother. Alice, I don't think what Henry wants to do is going to laugh. But I do think he should be allowed to try it. And I don't see why Martha should be afraid of pigeons.
Would you like it if a pigeon should get into your room in the middle of the night?
What harm could it do?
Well, I'm sure I wouldn't like it.
Where does the trouble seem to be, Henry?
No place, Tommy. We just have a temperamental maid.
Henry, if you must go through with this, supposing you wait while I have a talk with Martha.
If you want my advice, don't mention the pigeons to her, and she won't even notice they're there. What on earth is that?
It's coming from the attic.
I think it's Martha.
She's found the pigeons.
A week or so ago, ladies and gentlemen, one of our listeners gave a party. And a few days afterwards, she received a note of thanks from one of the guests. Now, you've all heard people refer to such a note as a bread and butter letter, but this one was a pudding letter, because here's the way it read.
Dear Helen,
Just a line or two to tell you how much Bob and I enjoyed the party. It certainly was a big success, and we all had a grand time. Incidentally, the real hit of the evening was that wonderful pudding you served for dessert. Bob keeps asking me to find out how you made it. So why don't you be a good girl and send me the recipe? Love, Julia.
Well, the next day, Helen answered her friend's letter, and if you could have peeked over her shoulder, you'd have read this.
Dear Julia, the pudding was called Jell-O Orange Vanilla Whip, and I heard about it on the radio, on the program called The Aldrich Family. Here's the way Harry Von Zell said to make it.
Well, first, you take one package each of orange Jell-O and Jell-O vanilla pudding and make them up as you usually do. Then chill the orange Jell-O and whip it as directed on the box. Next, you chill the Jell-O vanilla pudding and add it to the whipped Jell-O, beating constantly until blended. Then mold, and there you have a truly swell dessert, a glorious combination of golden orange Jell-O and smooth, creamy Jell-O vanilla pudding. Easy to make and downright inexpensive. P.S. Now, why not try some yourself, friends, and see how soon it becomes one of your special favorites. For rich, tangy flavor, for rare, distinctive goodness, Jell-O Orange Vanilla Whip is absolutely tops. Now, getting back to the problems of Henry. The Aldriches have a new maid who apparently does not like pigeons. The scene opens on the second floor of the Aldrich home.
Sam, I've about decided you were right.
Regarding what, Alice?
Well, I don't think we should make Henry get rid of those pigeons just because Martha doesn't like them.
You certainly aren't going to let her go, are you?
Well, I thought you said I should.
Well, that was before she made that beef stew we had for lunch. That was the best beef stew, Alice, I ever ate in my life.
But if we let her have her way on the pigeons, she'll want her way on everything.
It might interest you to know, Alice, that Martha no longer objects to the pigeons.
How do you know?
I had a little talk with her.
What did you tell her?
Well, I told her we'd give her $1 a week more.
Sam Aldrich, you should never have told her that.
But I like her stew.
I still don't believe she's going to stay in a house with something she's scared to death of for only $1 a week extra.
Well, if you must know, I gave her something else.
What?
My trout fly. She wanted it for a hat ornament.
Well, at least I won't be hooked on it anymore.
I also gave her a timetable.
Oh, I thought she was staying.
No, she is, until the Chicago World's Fair reopens.
And what year will that be?
I've no idea, but she's staying until then.
Mother!
Where are you, Henry?
I'm coming down the attic stairs. Have any pigeons flown in any windows down here yet?
None that I've seen.
Isn't that strange?
How's your messenger service working?
Fine. I wonder how you can account for a thing like that. You gotta give our bird time, Henry. But baby's the fastest bird we have.
Something seemed to have gone wrong, Henry?
Oh, nothing, Father. Nothing. Just seems to be a minor delay. The only thing that's wrong is we don't know where our pigeon went. Of course, maybe Dizzy Stevens hasn't even got her over to Mrs. Persons yet. That's what happened. Sure, Dizzy probably took the nickel we paid him and is out blowing it in. Come on back up into the attic.
Boys, you haven't forgotten your promise to stay out of Martha's room while you're up there.
Oh, we haven't been near her door, Father. Henry, what do you suppose has become of Baby? Gee whiz, there's probably a strong headwind holding her back. But Mrs. Persons only lives a mile from here. Maybe she arrived when we weren't looking and couldn't see that this attic window here was open. She can find this house. She certainly ought to be able to tell whether a window was open. Tommy, take a look outside. And what? Look, she's coming 90 miles an hour. That isn't the direction Mrs. Persons lives in. What difference does it make? She's coming, isn't she? She probably went around so she could come in on the wind. Well, where is she now? She's straight up there. Henry, I think I can see the message. Father, Mother, come up for the landing. Stand back from the window, Tommy, so we don't frighten her. Where is she? She's overhead. Gee whiz. She went right by. To where? I don't know. She didn't stop. Just when we need her. As a matter of fact, that might have been some other bird. You know, what we need is a pair of binoculars. Yeah.
Has she landed, Henry?
Not yet, Father. It was just an aeroplane or something.
Well, Martha's on her way up there.
Oh, well, come right up, Martha.
All alone?
Martha wants you to come down and meet her.
Sure, I'll escort you up, Martha.
Ain't no them pigeons loose up there, is it?
Gee whiz, no, Martha. Every bird up here is in her own cage. And look, Martha, they won't hurt you. I put my fingers right through the bars and they don't even touch me.
Just let me in my room here.
There you are, Martha.
Close that door.
Sure.
Henry, take a look out the window.
Where?
She's right over there on the roof of the next house.
Tommy, there she is.
Hiya, baby.
Father! Mother! Hey, everybody, look outside!
Come on, baby, come on.
Martha! Martha!
What's the matter?
Leave your window open in case baby wants to come in that way.
I'm going back to close it right now.
Tommy, is baby coming?
Here, baby. Here, baby. She just sits on the roof of Mrs. Kilmer's house.
Maybe she wants a rest for a minute.
After flying just 1 mile?
Can you see the message?
Sure. Look, Henry, she's coming. She's coming.
Yeah, only to the end of the roof, though.
Well, that's in our direction, isn't it? Her instincts are right.
Boys, did you have your bird yet?
Where are you, Father?
Down here on the back walk.
She just flew onto the windowsill. And maybe she likes that house.
Maybe she thinks we live there.
Mr. Aldrich, could you get a stick and poke her?
There's no stick down here, that log.
Gee, if everybody would keep quiet a second, maybe she'd come over here naturally.
Henry, she coming? She looked this way.
That means she's getting ready. See that?
What'd she do?
She sat down.
Mr. Aldrich, could you ring the bell next door and ask the people to push her off the windowsill?
I happen to know the Kilmers are out.
At a time like this?
Father, could you go inside and push her off?
I could not.
Well, gee whiz, do you suppose she's going to nest on that windowsill?
Maybe she's going to lay an egg.
Father, do you see that ladder right there by the side of our house?
I do, but I'm not going to climb up it.
But she may be gone by the time we get down there.
Sam, put that ladder against the house and help the boys.
Where are you, Mother?
I'm down here with your father.
I'm not going to climb up the side of Kilmer's house.
Well, wasn't it your idea that the boys go ahead with this?
Well, I certainly didn't know it was going to lead to breaking into houses.
Sam.
All right, I'll help them.
Oh, Henry, step into Martha's room and tell her it's time to start dinner.
Yes, Mother. Martha? Martha?
What you want?
My mother says it's time to start dinner.
You got that flying devil caught yet?
Martha, if you'll come out, we'll give you protection to the foot of the stairs. Martha!
Isn't she timid, though?
Father, if you can get baby down, I think we can get Martha out.
You don't say so.
Don't talk to him, Henry. You want him to fall off that ladder?
Must you mention my falling?
Just talk to her, Father, and she'll come.
What shall I say to her?
Just say, here, baby. Come, baby. Here, baby.
I'm not going to say anything of the kind.
Mr. Aldrich, if you'll stand on the top rung and reach, I think you can get her.
Sam, don't fall.
Grab her quickly, but carefully, Father.
Yes. Is there anyone else who would like to give me advice?
Oh, gee, look who's opening that window.
Was there something you wanted, Sam Aldrich?
How do you do, Mrs. Kilmer? Where did the pigeon go?
What pigeon?
She didn't fly in your window, did she?
What are you talking about?
My father, he's trying to get a message.
To me?
No, from a pigeon.
Henry, you're not helping matters any.
Mr. Aldrich, she's down there on the limb of that tree.
Father, all you have to do is move your ladder.
I'm not going to climb anything more.
Sam, if we don't get that bird, we won't have any dinner.
I can't help it.
What are you having for dinner, Mrs. Aldrich? Pigeon pie?
Alice, if I don't stop now, I'll end by climbing everything in town.
Mother, could you climb up the tree?
No, dear.
Could you throw a stick?
There aren't any sticks.
Could you just toss a stone in her direction?
All right, dear.
Not toward me, Alice.
Be sure not to hit baby either.
Here it goes.
You're too high, Mother!
Who threw that?
Gee whiz, Mother, duck around the corner. It went through Martha's window.
Didn't I tell you couldn't trust him, that pigeon?
And now baby's flown away.
If you ask me, Alice, no maid on earth is worth it.
Well, she's just gone up to the attic and she's perfectly happy.
Well, she had better be. It cost me $3 to get Henry to go out of business.
Mother, you down in the living room?
Yes, dear. Where are you?
Could you come up to the second floor just a minute?
Now, what is it?
Martha doesn't want to go up to her room.
Tell
Martha, there isn't a pigeon left in the house.
No?
No, my father made me give them all away, Martha.
Yes, Martha. Henry even gave his rabbits away just so you'd stay.
I appreciate that. Only I never been up there before in the dark.
Well, there's a light in your room.
Not till I get to it.
Martha, what if it is dark? As soon as you get to your door, you snap the switch on and there's light.
Yeah. And if Henry isn't afraid, certainly you shouldn't be.
Henry, will you go up there with me?
Who, I?
Of course he will. In fact, Martha, if it'll make you any happier, Henry will even sit in the chair just outside your door until you get to sleep.
In the dark, Mother?
Of course.
I thought you weren't afraid.
I'm not. I'm not.
I'll open the door to the stairs for you. There you are.
Henry, you go in first.
Oh, you can go first, Martha. Then if anything happens, you'll know I'm right in back of you.
Henry? Henry?
Mother, I'll lead the way. Are you coming, Martha?
Yes.
Good night.
Gee, I didn't realize it was so dark up here.
What's that?
It's the chair outside your door. There's the light, Martha. Go right in.
You gonna sit out here?
Sure. I don't mind the dark.
Good night.
Good night.
Martha ain't afraid either.
Martha?
What you want?
Do I have to sit out here like this that very long?
You'll get used to it after a couple of nights. Where did I put my nightgown? Come over here, you little rascal, to say good night. Martha, you sure so alone? I like to talk to myself. Now, Martha, turn out the light. You get in the bed. My goodness, but it's quiet in this room. Henry! Mr. Henry!
Well?
I'll let you know when I'm asleep. I guess this place ain't so bad after all. Who that? Who that? There ain't nothing, Martha. Just lie right still. If Miss Aldrich give you her word, I swear there's birds in here. There is birds in here.
Are you all right, Martha?
There's eagles in here. Get away from me. Henry, where are you?
I thought I'd go downstairs for something, Martha.
Well, come back.
Well, just turn on the light.
The pigeons, they all come back.
What in the world is going on up there?
Look, only one came back.
One's enough.
And it's Baby. It's Baby.
Where is she?
Sitting right over there on Martha's dresser.
She's right on my ticket to the World Fair.
Mother, you hold Martha while I save Baby.
Hey, what's the trouble here?
Martha, what is that rabbit doing beside your bed?
I hope you don't mind my keeping just one, Miss Aldrich. Frankly, I just took the lack of little fella that I kind of took the one to keep one of all of them.
Martha.
I just got the message, Father. Mrs. Persons wants a man to hurry over and fix her oil burner this afternoon.
You don't say so.
Martha, what are you getting your suitcase out for?
If you don't mind, Miss Aldrich, frankly, I think I'll go.
Well, frankly, Martha, we don't mind.
Henry Aldrich will be back again in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, here is a full-length description of perfect dessert enjoyment, summed up in only 3 little words. Yes, just 3 words: Jell-O butterscotch pudding. All you have to do is mention these 3 magic words to your grocer, and you'll be all set to enjoy a rich, mellow dessert that tastes just right and offers you a world of hearty, zestful satisfaction. Jell-O butterscotch pudding has a rare, tantalizing flavor, brimful of swell, buttery, brown sugar goodness. And you'll be simply delighted with its creamy smoothness and tempting golden color. So, friends, try this easy, inexpensive recipe for a delicious treat. You can guarantee yourself a real pleasure, a grand adventure in good things to eat,
the very first time you meet up with this popular new dessert, Jell-O butterscotch pudding.
Tommy, look at the advertisement. I just answered. What is it? I'm going to take a course. I'm going to be a railway clerk. Do your folks mind you're leaving home? I'm not telling them until I'm all ready.
Well, maybe Henry will be sorting your mail. The Aldrich Family, starring Ezra Stone, is written by Clifford Goldsmith and will be heard next week at the same time. Original music is composed and conducted by Jack Miller. This is Harry Von Zell speaking and wishing you good night for those delicious new desserts all America's talking about. Jell-O pudding.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Aldrich Family, starring Ezra Stone, written by Clifford Goldsmith. Brought to you by Jell-O Puddings. They're tops in taste. To the gallery of typical American boys, such as Penrod, Tom Sawyer, Peck's Bad Boy, we add the name of Henry Aldrich. But now let's go out to the little town of Centerville. Our scene opens on a hillside on the outskirts of town. The model airplane race Henry and his father worked for weeks to win has just finished. Henry is talking to Mr. Collins, the referee.
Yes, but, Mr. Collins, my plane was flying against a very strong headwind.
But I made allowance for the headwind.
You did?
Yes, Henry.
Mr. Collins, what kind of a watch did you time Henry's plane with?
With this stopwatch.
Is it a pretty good one?
It is. Billy Walker's model covered the course in 1/2 of a second less than Henry's.
Not by my watch, Mr. Collins.
Is yours a stopwatch, Dizzy?
No, but it used to belong to my grandfather.
Is your grandfather an official for this race?
No, but he carried this watch for 35 years and nothing ever happened. Hey, gee whiz, look at it.
Did it break, Dizzy?
Henry, you're standing on the mainspring.
Oh, yeah. Excuse me.
Here's the stem, too. Well, where did Mr. Collins go?
He walked away.
That's a swell thing for him to do. I ought to make him pay for this watch.
Mr. Collins! Hey, Mr. Collins!
Now, wait a minute. I just went over and got these figures.
What are they?
Henry, when your plane was flying, the wind was blowing at 11.5 miles an hour. When Billy Walker's was flying, the wind was 4.5 miles an hour. So I naturally made an allowance of 6 miles an hour in Henry's favor.
Well,
Henry, does that sound right to you?
As a matter of fact, isn't 4.5 from 11.5 7?
No, sir.
No, I guess 6 is right.
Of course it is.
Only it certainly looks like 7.
And I could swear Henry's plane went faster.
Someplace there's been a big mistake.
What seems to be the trouble, Henry?
Father, you and I lose the race by just half a second.
And a half a second is a half a second.
I know, Mr. Collins, but that's all it is.
Henry, may I speak with you?
Where, Father?
Right over here.
You want to speak to me, too, Mr. Aldrich?
No, thank you.
What is it, Father?
Henry, don't you think that as long as we lost the race, it would be better if we said nothing more about it?
But, Father, Dizzy's watch didn't register 16.5 seconds.
Does his watch have half seconds on it?
No, but up until a few minutes ago, it always kept perfect time.
Henry, I happen to be doing some business with Billy Walker's father, and it might be just as well if you didn't say anything more about it.
But, Dad, look at all the time we spent building that plane.
After all, we did finish second.
Sure.
Henry, I want to tell you and your father something.
Sorry, Dizzy, but I've got to go back to the office.
Well, you'd be very much interested, Mr. Aldrich.
Tell Henry.
Henry, I knew all the time there was something phony. Henry, wasn't every plane that was supposed to go in the race be made by a father and a son?
Sure.
Well, I'll bet you anything Billy Walker and his father didn't make theirs.
Well, where do you think they got it?
I know where. I was just overlooking at it, and I remember seeing the very same thing down in Jones's sporting goods store.
Are you sure, Dizzy?
There's only one thing about it that's different. Billy's is blue and the one at the store was red.
Then it can't be the same plane, can it?
No, that's what you think. I scratched a little of the blue paint off, and right underneath was the red paint.
Yeah?
Yeah. Henry, if you win, it means a trip to the Capitol.
Well, gee whiz, I don't care what my father says. I'm going down to Mr. Walker's office.
Now, wait a second. Don't go rushing into this.
Why not?
I've got a book at home that'll tell you exactly what to do in a case like this.
Well, what should we do?
Well, before we come right out and accuse anybody, we've got to get proof. That's the important thing, Henry.
Naturally, Dizzy. Anybody knows that. Because you accuse somebody doesn't mean he's guilty. You've got to get proof. I hope you don't think I didn't know that.
Yeah, but you don't know as much about those things as I do, Henry.
No, well, I know where I'm going.
Where?
Follow me. When we bust this case open, it'll shock everybody.
Sure.
Especially my father. Yes, sir. When he hears of it, he'll be speechless.
Henry, where are we going?
Where are we going? Wait until I show you. Wasn't it funny, Dizzy, when we were talking with Mr. Collins? I could have sworn 4.5 from 11.5 would leave 7.
Same here. But I guess you got to put it down on paper before you can believe it.
Yeah, it must have been the fractions that threw us off.
Didn't I tell you, Henry? Look in the window. Look.
Well, you mean here in Jones's sporting goods
Yeah.
store? Well, that's the same identical plane the Walkers had. Come on.
Now, wait a second, Henry. Let's do this carefully.
We're going to. We aren't going to rush into it. We'll just be casual.
That's it. And all we'll do is make out we want to buy something, and then we'll gradually lead up to the plane.
Right.
Come on in. Well, where is Mr. Jones?
I guess he must be in the back. When he comes out, don't mention why we're here.
Something you boys want?
Why,
we
just thought we'd look around, Mr. Jones.
At airplanes.
Dizzy.
Did I say airplanes? What I meant was, that's the only thing we aren't interested in.
I see.
Mr. Jones, do you carry baseball bats?
You're looking right at baseball bats.
Am I? Oh, yeah. Oh, maybe that's why I mentioned them.
How much are they, Mr. Jones?
50 cents up.
Oh, yeah.
Well, how much are your tennis rackets?
$1.95 up.
Oh, yeah. Well, how much your fishing tackle?
$25 down.
Oh, Dizzy, look at the airplane models.
Oh, sure enough. I haven't seen those before.
Which kind?
The kind Mr. Walker bought. I mean...
What kind did he buy?
Oh, did he buy one?
Who?
I thought you said Mr. Walker bought one.
When did I make that statement?
No, Dizzy, you misunderstood. What Mr. Jones...
No, just what did you boys come in here for?
Well, Mr. Jones, would you mind if we should ask you something confidentially?
What?
Did Mr. Walker buy one of those planes you have in the window?
Buy one? Not here, he didn't. I only stocked up with 5, and they're all right there.
Are you sure you couldn't have miscounted them?
Yes, sir. Why?
Oh, nothing. Nothing. We were just asking out of sheer curiosity.
Casually.
Well, look who's coming across the street.
Oh, gee whiz, Dizzy, it's Mr. Walker. Well, Mr. Jones, I guess we better be going.
Good afternoon, Jones. Oh, hiya, Walker.
Hello, Mr. Walker.
Sorry my boy and I had to beat you today.
Oh, we were glad to have you win. I think I'll be going, Dizzy.
I think I might as well, too.
Walker, maybe you can answer a question for these boys.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Jones. Don't bother him about it.
What was the question?
Well, I can assure you, Mr. Jones, I don't know how the question even came up.
Oh, Walker, Henry and his buddy thought you bought an airplane here. You mean the plane Billy and I won the race with?
Oh, no, Mr. Walker.
Well, what plane did you mean?
Oh, not any, Mr. Walker. Henry's just confused.
Oh, well, I'm relieved to hear that. I'll be seeing Henry's father down at his office in just a few minutes.
Hello, Henry.
Hiya, Phyllis.
I just saw your father, Henry.
You did?
Mr. Collins was talking to him.
Well,
Mr. Collins was quite mad about something.
About what? I'm leaving, Dizzy. Well, so am I. Goodbye, Mr. Walker.
Goodbye.
Gee whiz, Dizzy, now look at what you've done. Well, I at least tried, didn't I? Didn't I tell you my father doesn't want to upset Mr. Walker? You never mentioned it. Well, you should have known anyhow. All we did was practically accuse him of cheating. That's... Henry. What? Never mind about your father. Here comes mine right towards us. Good. I hope the first thing he asks is where your watch is. That's friendship. I tried to help you win the race, and what thanks do I get?
Henry, wait for me.
What does Phyllis want?
What do you think I just heard Mr. Jones say to Mr. Walker back in the store?
What?
They looked at each other very suspiciously, and Mr. Walker said, "Where do you suppose those boys got that idea?"
He did, Phyllis?
Yeah.
Do you see that, Henry? And now do you say I haven't helped you?
Well, I don't know.
Did he say anything else, Phyllis?
Mr. Jones said, "Well, I guess we spiked that."
Oh, we did, eh?
Is that important?
Is it important, Phyllis? Is it important?
Well, I gotta go, Henry. I'll see you later.
Gee whiz. Henry, all we gotta do now is to go through with it.
Don't you think so, dear?
I've got a fingerprint outfit at home, and I always knew that someday it would come in handy. We'll find out whether that plane of Billy Walker's did come from the store.
Sure, all we have to do is get Mr. Jones's fingerprints.
And then Mr. Walker's.
Only maybe we ought to be careful about taking Mr. Walker's.
He won't even know we're doing it. And listen, Henry, we ought to be really systematic and get everybody's print in town.
Everybody? Do you realize how big this town is?
But, Henry, look what they do in Washington. They don't get a few, they get millions.
Well, I guess maybe if they can do that in Washington, we can handle this town. Come on.
Well, here it is, friends, the 6th week of spring. Spring, spring, glorious spring. When a young man's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of, well, you know the rest of that saying. But now that we mention it, just how true is that old saying about a young man's fancy? Suppose we see if we can't find out. Let's ask some young man for his opinion. Listen.
Yes, the statement is perfectly true. In the spring, my fancy certainly does turn to thoughts of Jell-O vanilla pudding.
Oh.
In fact, I think I eat more Jell-O vanilla pudding in the spring than in any other season of the year. Except, of course, winter, summer, and fall.
Yes, well, that, ladies and gentlemen, is an observation that everybody will be glad to echo. Because just about everyone who has ever tasted it agrees that Jell-O vanilla pudding is a mighty swell dessert. Jell-O vanilla pudding has a gloriously smooth texture, as smooth as golden rich cream. And the flavor of Jell-O vanilla pudding, well, it's simply irresistible. A grand vanilla flavor that hits a new high for luscious, delicate goodness. So try this tempting treat just as soon as you can, and find out the truth of another popular saying which goes like this. When there's Jell-O vanilla pudding for dessert, the thing you think of first is second. Now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Henry feels that he has been cheated out of first place in an airplane model contest, and is trying his best to prove it. The time is evening. The scene opens in Henry's room.
It's a funny thing, Henry, how my grandfather was able to carry this watch for 35 years, and I drop it at the end of a week.
Listen, Dizzy, put that away. Haven't we got work to do?
I've got to get it all back together. I've got it all back together except for these two wheels, and if I don't find out where they go, my father, well, will kill me.
He will, huh? But we're coming to the most crucial part of our job. Here we are. We've got fingerprint powder and fingerprint ink.
Henry, aren't your folks having some guests here tonight?
Well, I don't think we ought to take their fingerprints, Dizzy.
Listen, I thought you weren't going to show favoritism.
Yeah, I know, Dizzy, but they're...
All right, then. We just as well not start this.
Well, can this fingerprint ink do any damage?
How could it?
But supposing it should get on something.
It comes right out. Listen, here are the instructions for washing. It says, easy method for removing. No worry need be caused by damage. Merely dip in kerosene, rinse, and wash with strong abrasive. If first results are not satisfactory, add lemon juice and rub harder.
Well, gee, there isn't anything to worry about there, is there?
Of course there isn't.
The only thing is, Dizzy, when you shake hands with a person, I should think they'd feel the ink pad in your hand.
Do you think they would?
Well, why not? What would they think it was?
Almost anything.
For what? Name me one other thing that feels like a pad of ink.
All right. How would this be? We'll just rub a little ink on the palms of our hands.
That might work.
Sure, look, I've got some on already. Now watch, when I hold my hand down here at my side, do you notice it?
No. Yeah, I think I'll put a little on.
Well, hurry up so we can be downstairs when the guests begin to come.
Okay. I'm all fixed.
Wait a second. Have you got a handkerchief?
What for?
I've got it. I've got it.
Use your own.
My watch is wrapped up in it.
My watch is... Here, take mine, here.
Never mind, I haven't got to anymore.
Come on downstairs.
When we go into the living room, you let me shake hands with your mother and father.
Why can't I have one of them?
Why should you, their son, step up and shake hands with them? Do you want to give the whole thing away?
Well, I get the first two guests then.
Yeah. Now, when I get the ink on your mother and father, watch them carefully. The minute they touch something, socko, we've got them.
You don't think my mother or father bought that plane, do you?
No, but you never can tell. Someday they might be wanted for something.
Henry!
Yes, Mother?
Are you out in the hall?
We're just coming into the living room.
You mustn't stay down here long.
Oh, we won't, Mother.
Good evening, Mr. Aldrich.
Good evening.
Wouldn't you like to shake hands with me?
Shake hands? Weren't you here with us for dinner?
Yeah, but I just came downstairs again.
I don't think it's necessary to shake hands. Henry, could you hand me my pipe, please?
I'll hand it to him, Henry.
Let me hand it to him, Dizzy.
Please, Henry.
Here, Sam, I'll hand it to you.
Thank you, Alice.
Mrs. Aldrich, wouldn't you like to shake hands with me?
No, thank you, Dizzy.
Won't you boys sit down before one of you knocks something over?
I think I will.
I guess I will, too.
Henry.
Yes, Mother?
I don't like to seem rude, but we are expecting guests.
Well, couldn't we stay down here just until they've arrived, Mother?
Why do you want to do that?
Well, don't you think it'd be nice for us to help greet them?
Henry, I'd do as your mother asks.
Well, in that case, I think I'll be going home.
Oh, must you go?
I think I will. Do you like to shake hands now that I'm leaving, Mr. Aldrich?
I don't think it will be necessary.
I may not be seeing you again right away.
No.
Sam, the least you can do is shake hands with the boy.
Well, if it'll make him any happier. Here, shake hands.
Goodbye, Mr. Aldrich.
Goodbye.
Would you like to shake hands too, Mrs. Aldrich?
I'm sorry, but I've got to go out to the kitchen.
I'll go to the door with you, Dizzy.
You know, I think I changed my mind, Henry. I may not go home after all.
Just 1 minute, boys.
Something you wanted, Father?
Dizzy, what's this I have on my hand?
Why,
This black ink.
Why... Well, how do you suppose that could have gotten there?
May I see your hand?
My left hand?
Your right hand.
Oh, well, what do you know about that? Do you suppose I could have gotten that from you?
Henry, may I see your hand?
Were you talking to me, Father?
May I see it, please?
Well, will you look at that?
If I were you, I would go upstairs and wash my hands.
Yes, Mr. Aldrich, that's the least we can do.
I agree, and please do not come back down while the guests are here.
But, Father, we've got to.
What for?
We've got to get their fingerprints.
You're not going to do any such thing.
No, Mr. Aldrich?
No.
Come on, Dizzy.
Now I've got to go out to the kitchen and wash my hands.
You know, Dizzy, I had a feeling all the time we shouldn't be doing this.
Well, that's only part of the trouble. There's something you don't even know anything about.
What?
Well, when I came in the front door this evening, I put some ink on the doorknob.
On the outside?
On both sides.
Gee whiz, Dizzy.
I did it so we'd be sure to get everybody.
Well, we've got to wipe it off.
If we do, Henry, we won't have prints of anybody but our own.
Boys, have you gone upstairs?
Yeah, in 1 minute, Mother.
I hope we won't have to tell Dizzy's father and mother when they come.
When who comes?
Your mother and father.
And we've got to wipe that doorknob off. Give me a handkerchief.
Henry!
Yes, Father, we're just going to open the front door.
You will please go upstairs as I ask you to.
Yeah, but Father, a mistake has been made.
Please march.
Mr. Aldrich, could I tell you?
Both of you go up those stairs.
Yes, Father. What do you think we should do in a case like this, Henry?
Well, hello there, Frank Stevens. Oh, so you decided to let us in.
Hello there, Molly.
Hello, Alice.
Well, what do you have there, Frank? Brand new hat? Spring has struck the Stevens. This color is what is known as dove gray.
That suit he has on is new, too.
Molly, just because you don't like checks. Say, how'd that smudge get on my hat?
Oh, Frank Stevens.
Do you suppose they sold it to me that way?
I told you all the time the car needed washing.
That isn't off the car.
If those smudges were on your new suit, I wouldn't mind.
May I take your hat, Frank? You may.
Well, there seems to be a smudge on the crown, too.
Yeah. It's beginning to look like a tweed cap.
Put it down, Sam. You probably didn't wash your hands clean.
I washed them perfectly clean, Alice. Look at them. Yes, look at them.
Sam Aldrich.
Well, I certainly thought I washed.
Frank, let me turn your coat collar down.
How did that get up?
My goodness, dear. There. Frank, there's a smudge on your collar, too.
Hey?
Well, I didn't put it there.
Well, all of you just stand back from me. Until I came into this house, I was the best-dressed man in town.
Molly, maybe you'd better hang this hat up.
I can't take it right now, Sam. I'm going to powder my nose.
You want a mirror, Molly?
No, thank you.
She knows where her nose is.
Just the same, Molly. Would you mind looking in the mirror?
What's the matter with me?
Never mind. Just look in the mirror.
Oh!
That's where all those smudges have been coming from.
Molly, go upstairs and wash. And Sam, you go out in the kitchen.
Do you have one more place?
Henry!
Sam, what do you want Henry for?
Never mind. I'm going upstairs. Henry Aldrich.
Yes, Father.
Will you and Dizzy please come here?
Has something gone wrong, Father?
Something has.
Of what nature, Mr. Aldrich?
Did either of you boys put ink around this house?
On the front doorknob?
Yes.
Well, the fact is, Father...
What is all this fingerprinting nonsense?
And that's what we tried to tell you. We didn't do it as a joke. We're trying to prove Mr. Walker is guilty.
Didn't I tell you to forget Mr. Walker?
But he wasn't fair. Tell him about what we have in your room, Henry. Yeah, sure. We've got a cardboard box we found in the Walker trash barrel, and it's the box their airplane came in.
Henry, I want you to go straight to bed.
Yes, Father. Where do you want me to go, Mr.
You, Dizzy, may go downstairs and take a look at your father's hat.
Are there some fingerprints on it?
There are.
Do I hear Basil's voice up there?
I'm coming right down, Father.
Do you know anything about this?
Well, it's this way.
What's the matter with you?
I'm going to sneeze.
Well, where's your handkerchief?
It's right here.
Basil, look at your grandfather's watch.
Father, could I please come down?
I'll see you at breakfast.
Sam, quick!
What's the matter?
Another guest is at the front door. Will you please come to your breakfast?
I'm on the telephone, Mother. Hello, Mr. Stevens? Yeah, I just started to give you the directions. Dip your hat in kerosene, see? Yeah. And if that doesn't work, do you have any lemons in the house? Yes, sir. Just straight lemon juice. And then I think you'll find everything will come right out of your hat. Yes, sir. How's Dizzy this morning? Is that right? Is that right? I won't be seeing him until the end of the week? Goodbye, Mr. Stevens.
Henry, may I talk with you?
Oh, I haven't eaten my breakfast yet, Father.
I'd like to see you now before I leave for the office.
Yes, Father.
Sit down on this sofa here.
Yes, Father.
Did I ask you yesterday not to go around trying to prove that Mr. Walker and his son did not honestly win that race?
Yes, sir, but that was before we knew everything, Father.
Finding an empty cardboard box is hardly sufficient evidence to prove someone has been cheating.
But don't you see, you and I are being gypped out of a trip to the Capitol.
The fact still remains I asked you not to do anything more about it.
But why, Father? Why?
Because, Henry, Mr. Walker did buy that plane.
He did?
Yes.
I knew all the time he cheated us. Who told you?
Mr. Walker told me when he came over to my office yesterday.
Oh, gee whiz, then we did get first prize. We can go after all.
Henry, did you know that some weeks ago Billy Walker was taken ill?
Yes, but, Father, that was way back in February.
Did you know that off and on for nearly 2 months the boy lay in bed with a high fever?
Well, he wasn't sick the day of the race, though. I know he wasn't. I saw him walking around with my own eyes.
That's the point, son. What finally broke Billy's fever was the announcement in the Centerville Times of that airplane race.
Oh, how could that break it?
From the time he went to bed, it was the first and only thing he took any interest in.
He certainly couldn't have wanted to go into it any more than I did.
Now, wait, son, wait. The doctors told Mr. Walker it was absolutely imperative for Bill to have a plane and go into the race. That's the reason. And that's the only reason Mr. Walker went out and bought the plane.
I know, Father, but gee whiz, look at it this way.
I'm going to leave it entirely up to you. You may do anything about it you care to.
You mean to say that Billy's going to take that trip to the Capitol when he knows he cheated?
He doesn't know he cheated. Aside from you and I, son, there are only 2 people in this town who know that plane wasn't built in Walker's basement.
Who are they?
One is Billy's father, and the other is Mr. Jones.
I knew all the time Mr. Jones was lying. And he humiliated me right in front of Mr. Walker.
Henry, are you in the house there?
Is that you, Dizzy?
Excuse me for coming right in, but I've got some great news for you.
Oh, good morning, Dizzy.
Good morning, Mr. Aldrich. I shouldn't be here, but I've got to tell Henry. Listen, I was lying in bed this morning, and I got to subtracting.
Subtracting what?
Those figures of Mr. Collins. When you take 4.5 from 11.5, you don't get 6.
No?
You get 7. Billy Walker didn't win that race. You won it by more than a second.
Yeah?
Sure. It's as clear as anything.
The only thing is, Dizzy, when you subtract 4.5 from 11.5, you do get 6.
No.
Sure you do.
You do?
Of course.
Well, I'll be darned, Henry. I guess you're right.
Sure. Sure, I couldn't have won the race. Isn't that right, Father?
For once, Henry, your mathematics are absolutely correct.
Ladies and gentlemen, is there a swell, tasty dessert in the house? The answer is yes, when you've got a package of Jell-O chocolate pudding on the pantry shelf. There's no doubt about it. With Jell-O chocolate pudding for dessert, you're all fixed for a feast. Because this grand pudding has a flavor that's really and truly delicious. And with the first dip of the spoon, you'll know you're in for a lot of keen enjoyment. Jell-O chocolate pudding is full of rich, chocolatey goodness. A pleasing, mellow flavor that spells real satisfaction. It's a creamy, smooth dessert, unsurpassed for topping off a meal in top-notch style. And you'll find that Jell-O chocolate pudding is both easy and inexpensive to serve. So tomorrow night for dinner, delight the family with this tempting chocolate treat. There's a world of luscious pleasure all ready and waiting for you in Jell-O chocolate pudding.
I can't begin to tell you how pleased I was with you this morning.
Thank you, Father. Oh, do we have any steel wool in the house?
What do you want it for?
I'm going over and help Dizzy clean his father's hat.
If there is anything left of Mr. Stevens' hat when Henry and Dizzy get through with it, I'll eat mine. The Aldrich Family, starring Ezra Stone, is written by Clifford Goldsmith. Original music is composed and conducted by Jack Miller. This is Harry Von Zell speaking and wishing you good night for Jell-O Pudding.
Mother.
The Aldrich Family, written by Clifford Goldsmith and starring Ezra Stone as Henry Aldrich. Brought to you by the puddings that are tops in taste. Jell-O Pudding. Do you remember when you were in your teens? Well, when you listen to Henry Aldrich and his pals, we think you'll sort of be able to detect a little of yourself. For Henry Aldrich is a typical American boy from a typical American family. Just listen and see if I'm not right. It's noon in Centerville, and as the scene opens, Henry and his pal Dizzy Stevens are just coming down the stone steps of Central High School on their way to lunch.
Well, Dizzy, what I want to know is where it could have gone. Listen, a lunchbox isn't something a person just overlooks.
Well, you certainly overlooked yours.
Oh, no, I didn't. Somebody took mine. And boy, I didn't eat any breakfast this morning.
Can't you buy anything?
How am I going to buy anything? The only thing I've got in my pockets is this knife.
Gee whiz, Henry. You wouldn't like to sell that knife, would you?
Oh, no. It's got 2 blades, a corkscrew, and a combined can opener and nail file.
I'll give you 20 cents for it.
No.
I'll give you 30 cents.
No. Say, Dizzy, I think I know who took my lunch.
Yeah, who?
Irwin Cooper, and he's right over there. Hey, Irwin.
I'll wait here.
What do you have, Henry, my boy?
Irwin, I don't like to insinuate anything, but you haven't by any chance seen my lunch, have you?
What are you trying to do? Kid me?
Don't you have the locker next to mine?
What if I have?
Well, I remember distinctly when I put my lunchbox in my locker this morning, you were standing right by it.
Go on.
Now, wait, Irwin. Don't try to walk away. Irwin. Hey, Irwin!
Hey, Henry. What do you think just happened to me?
What?
Do you remember Violet Hawkins?
Who's she?
The girl I always wanted to date with and never dared dream she'd even look at me?
I don't know her.
Sure you know her. She's the one that slapped me in the face the time I tied her to the desk.
Did she just slap you again?
No. Wait till I tell you. She just asked me to be a partner at the class picnic.
She did?
Sure. Who are you going with?
Oh, I haven't asked anyone yet.
You're not supposed to. You have to wait until a girl asks you.
I do?
Sure. Hasn't anyone asked you yet?
Well, I've been too busy for anyone to ask me. How could they even find me when I've been here, there, and everywhere looking for something?
I found you.
Dizzy, do you happen to know the name of that girl in our class with blonde hair?
With blonde hair?
Yeah.
That's the way half of them are.
No, she's the one that when she speaks, it's in sort of a low voice.
Oh!
You know who I mean?
No.
Well, I'll tell you, Dizzy. She wears high-heeled shoes, and Erwin Cooper is crazy about her.
Oh, I think I know the one you mean. That darn girl, Henry.
What's the matter with her? Boy, I wish she'd asked me to go to the picnic.
Henry, do you realize what you're doing with that knife?
What?
You just cut your tie in two.
Gee whiz, and that was one of my best.
Henry, you ought to sell that knife before you do some real serious damage.
No.
I'll give you 50 cents for it.
Yeah?
Yeah, with 50 cents you can buy out the school cafeteria.
I'm hungry, but I'm not going to sell this knife. And besides, look.
What is it?
I just found 10 cents in my pocket.
Are you sure that isn't mine?
How would your dime get in my pants pocket?
Well, I had a dime and change this morning.
Henry, Aldrich!
He was Dizzy. Stand in front of me, quick.
What's the matter?
Come on, let's go across the street to DeHaven's drugstore. Hurry up, Dizzy.
Hey, wait for me, Henry.
Henry, somebody's calling you.
It's Agnes Lawson. She ruins every lunch hour I have.
Yeah, well, I'm going to leave you before she ruins mine.
Dizzy, come back.
Henry, I want to ask you something.
I'm busy, Agnes.
But wait, Henry.
What for?
Henry, do you like fried chicken?
Why, like what?
Do you like peanut butter sandwiches?
How many do you have?
Do you like deviled eggs?
Listen, Agnes, I'll take anything.
Well, how would you like to take me to the picnic?
You mean you haven't got any of those things with you?
Of course I haven't. Would you like to be my partner, Henry?
Well, the only thing is...
Oh, has somebody else asked you?
Well, somebody asked me not to accept any offers until I see about something else.
I love to put up a lunch, Henry. I just get the biggest kick out of it.
Don't talk any more about food, Agnes.
Huh?
I'm starved. The last class I had was in nutrition.
Oh, gee, that's too bad, Henry.
Gee whiz, I'm hungry enough to eat a well-balanced lunch. Say, Agnes, you know who that was that just went into DeHaven's drugstore there?
Just now?
Yeah, that girl with blonde hair and high-heeled shoes.
Oh, come on, let's go in and see.
Oh, I don't think you better go in, too. I'm going in to meet a couple of the fellas in here.
Oh, you are? Well, will you let me know about the picnic, Henry?
Yeah, give me 3 days, Agnes. But if you'd rather not wait that long, I'll understand.
Goodbye, Henry.
Hey, Henry.
Hiya, Homer.
Henry, come over by this table a minute.
What'll you have?
Do you know who that girl is sitting at the counter?
Which one?
The blonde with the blue eyes.
Yeah, isn't she a beauty, though?
You couldn't loan me a dime, could you?
Well, that's all I got myself, Homer.
I'll pay you 25% interest.
No, I've got to go over to the counter and get my lunch.
I saw her first, though, Henry.
Yeah.
What do you have?
I guess this young lady was here first.
Oh, well, I haven't decided yet.
Oh. Mister, is that baked ham there?
Yes, sir.
What's that next to it?
Roast beef.
Oh. What's this?
Sliced chicken.
Well, I'll take apple pie.
Apple pie.
A small piece. That's a nickel, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Put a scoop of ice cream on it.
Could I trouble you for a paper napkin, please?
Oh, sure. How many would you like?
Just one.
Here, gee whiz. Take the whole container.
Do you want whipped cream on that pie?
Well,
no extra charge.
Shoot the works.
Here you are.
Not bad.
That'll be 15 cents.
15 cents?
Nickel for the pie, dime for the large ice cream.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough, only, did I happen to order ice cream in the first place?
You don't want this?
Well, would it be an awful lot of trouble if I didn't take it?
You mean I gotta dismantle this thing?
Yeah, well, I'm afraid so.
Listen, what do you want?
Well,
Could I have the menu, please?
Oh, sure. You wouldn't like a piece of apple pie on me, would you?
Oh, I don't think I should.
Well, why not? Gee whiz, mister, one apple pie, and I think I'll take the same.
Just plain?
Yes, sir, plain. Well, it certainly seems good to have spring here.
Mm.
I like spring. I like to go on picnics, too.
You do?
Yeah.
Are you going to the class picnic?
Oh, I'm not saying yet.
Buddy, what's the idea of shaking pepper all around?
Gee whiz, mister, I didn't even know I had it in my hand.
Would mind if I should take ice cream on my pie?
You want ice cream, too?
Large or small?
Well, I think I'll take, small.
Not large?
How about you, buddy?
Well, as a matter of fact, I don't think I'll eat anything at all.
I must be hungrier than you.
Yeah. Frankly, I was just going to eat to kill time anyhow.
Oh, could I have a chocolate malted, too?
A chocolate malted?
One chop.
Yes, sir. One chocolate malted.
What is your name?
My name's Henry Aldrich.
My name's Geraldine Love.
It is?
Mm.
Gee whiz. Geraldine Love.
Who takes the check?
Oh, I'll pay for it. I wonder if...
Who are you looking for?
I just thought there might be someone in here I know.
Who?
I wonder whether there could be anyone outside looking for me. Would you mind excusing me for just a second while I step out?
How about this check?
I'll be right back. Dizzy? Hey, Dizzy.
What do you have?
Come here. I'm in a terrible position.
What happened?
Hurry up. Here's my knife. Give me that 50 cents.
I haven't got 50 cents anymore.
No?
No, I've been getting something to eat.
Haven't you anything?
Just 30 cents.
Well, gee whiz, that'll make 40 cents. Give it to me. Here's the knife.
Oh, did you decide to eat after all?
Only in a way I did.
Well, here, gee, thanks.
So long. Yeah, I've got to go back in.
Was anyone out in front?
Was there? And was it a good thing I saw him?
That'll be 20, 30, 40 cents.
Huh? Is that all?
Aren't you going to eat anything?
Gee, if you could have seen the lunch I brought from home.
Oh, you've already eaten?
I stuffed myself.
Hey, Henry.
What do you have, Dizzy?
Your mother's out here.
My mother?
Henry, dear, I've been looking all over for you.
Is somebody sick, Mother?
No, dear. You left your lunchbox at home in the living room.
Mother.
Well, dear, you can't go all day without anything to eat.
But, Mother, I've had more than enough. I left that box home on purpose.
Hi, Geraldine. Is that you in there?
Oh, hello, Erwin.
Listen, where did you come from, Erwin?
Oh, I see you found your box, Henry. Now maybe you can eat something.
Henry.
Mother, do you mind if I change the subject for just a minute? I want you to meet Geraldine Love.
Hello. Come on, Erwin. Let's go over to school.
Okay.
It was nice to have met you, Henry.
Gee whiz, she's gone.
Who is that young woman, Henry?
She's the best-looking girl in school, Mother.
She's hardly the best mannered.
But you don't really know her. And while I appreciate your bringing this lunchbox, I do think you could have handed it to me more cautiously.
Henry, Agnes Lawson's mother phoned this morning.
Well?
She said I wanted to know whether you wouldn't like to go to the class picnic with Agnes.
I hope you didn't tell her I would.
Well, why wouldn't you, dear?
Mother, I couldn't possibly.
Why not?
Because.
Henry, there isn't any girl you know quite as nice as Agnes.
But, Mother, she can't begin to compare with Geraldine.
I'm sure she isn't as rude as that young woman.
You're just jumping at conclusions.
Henry, Agnes's mother has always been so nice to you.
And so is Agnes. But she's still not my idea of a girl I'd like to go on a picnic with.
Then I don't think you should accept any more of her hospitality.
Henry, say, Henry, aren't you going to be late to class?
Oh, hello, Agnes.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Aldrich. The last bell may ring any minute, Henry.
Well, there's still lots of time, Agnes.
Henry, don't you think this would be a good time to tell Agnes what we were just discussing?
But, Mother, look at the clock. I didn't know it was so late.
It won't take 1 minute.
What is it about?
Well, Agnes, would you like to have me go to the picnic with you?
Oh, Henry, of course.
Well, I'd like to go with you.
See that, dear? It didn't take 1 second.
Oh, I'm so glad you can go, Henry.
I think I'd better hurry.
Do you mind if I walk with you?
No.
Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, Mother.
Goodbye, Mrs. Aldrich.
When are you going to eat your lunch?
During music.
Henry, look, hurry across the street.
Oh, Henry Aldrich.
Oh, gee whiz, Geraldine.
Could I see you alone, Henry?
I'll wait for you right at the entrance, Henry.
You better go right on in, Agnes.
Henry.
Well?
Henry, Erwin Cooper can't go to the picnic. Would you like to be my partner?
I? Be your partner?
Of course.
Well, gee whiz.
Would you?
The only thing is...
Has someone else asked you?
I can fix it, all right. I can fix it. I'm sure I can.
Really?
Of course.
Oh, Henry. Henry, I'm so thrilled you can go.
Gee whiz, think how I feel. I'm going with you. Boy, I'm going with you.
Can you bring the lunch, Henry?
I bring it?
Oh, I just hate to put up an old lunch.
Sure, I'd be very glad to.
Oh, my goodness, we better hurry.
Henry! Hey, Henry, I've got a message for you. Come here.
What is it, Dizzy?
Come here.
Could you excuse me, Geraldine?
You won't forget, Henry.
Forget? How could I?
Listen, Henry, let me tell you, boy, you're going to pass right out.
Why?
I fixed it up for you.
You fixed what up for me?
To go to the picnic.
With who?
The girl you said you wanted to meet.
But I just met her.
Oh, no, Henry, that isn't the girl you wanted to meet. I just talked to the one you want. She's crazy to have you go.
But, Dizzy, I've already got a date with this one.
It's too late to tell the one I've talked to you can't go, Henry. She busted a date purposely. Boy, aren't I your pal?
I'll say you're my pal. That makes 3 girls and 1 picnic.
You know, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of Henry's age often say and do a lot of things that puzzle parents. But among the most surprising things about all boys and girls is their strange powers of hearing. Your own son, for instance, may be just upstairs in his room when you call him from the kitchen.
Tommy! Oh, Tommy, come down here a minute. Tommy!
But no answer, so you call again. And this goes on for several minutes until you finally say to yourself,
Well, I did think he might want this extra dish of Jell-O chocolate pudding. But if he doesn't, I'll eat it myself.
Wait a minute, Mother. Here I am. Where is it?
aha! You see, it just goes to prove that all you have to do is mention, just barely whisper, Jell-O chocolate pudding, and folks young and old will come a-running. Because seriously, ladies and gentlemen, Jell-O chocolate pudding is a mighty delicious treat. It's a grand, satisfying dessert, delightfully smooth and creamy. And every tempting spoonful is rich with swell chocolatey flavor. You'll be glad to know, too, that Jell-O chocolate pudding is easy to make and that it costs only a few pennies. So try some real soon. For keen, luscious enjoyment, Jell-O chocolate pudding is in a class by itself. Now, getting back to Henry Aldrich. When we left him, Henry, through no fault of his own, was dated with 3 girls for the class picnic. Now the scene opens on the morning of the picnic. Henry, wearing an apron, is working in the Aldrich kitchen.
Mother, is this all the wax paper we have?
Well, Henry, you've already used 2 rolls.
But I'm making the sandwiches big.
May I ask how big Geraldine's mouth is?
Look, Mother. Look at this swell bottle of stuffed olives.
Where did you get enough money to buy those?
I sold a picture that was up on my wall. Mother, I wonder why Geraldine doesn't like to put up a lunch.
What did Agnes say when you told her you couldn't go with her?
Very little.
Well, Henry, I still don't like it.
But don't you think it was all right for me to tell the girl Dizzy fixed up for me that I couldn't go?
That was entirely different.
Henry, what's become of the portable phonograph that was up in my room?
Mary, I meant to speak to you about that. Do you need it today?
What's more, I'd like to know what became of that pillow that was up in my room.
Well, which one?
The Princeton one.
Couldn't I borrow that if I'll take very good care of it? I'm going to rent a canoe, Mary.
Why can't you take my Harvard pillow, Henry?
Gee whiz, as though I could ask any girl to sit on Harvard.
Why not, Henry?
Well, in the first place, it's coming out at the seams.
So Agnes will notice that.
Agnes? I'm not going with Agnes.
I thought you were.
Mary, didn't you tell Agnes?
Tell her what?
Mary, the message I gave you.
When?
When you were going over to her house yesterday, I called downstairs to you.
I didn't hear you.
But you must have. I said, Mary, will you please tell Agnes I can't take her to the picnic because I have a very urgent engagement.
Well, I certainly didn't understand you, Henry.
But gee whiz, if that doesn't leave Agnes in an embarrassing position.
Why Agnes?
Why Agnes? She'll have to eat her lunch alone.
Oh, no, she won't, dear.
But, Mother, I couldn't take her.
You certainly will, dear.
But what will Geraldine think?
You've known Agnes a great deal longer than you have Geraldine.
But, Mother, haven't you caught on? I'm not fond of Agnes. If I take her, I'll be embarrassed the whole afternoon.
Mary, could you let me speak to Henry alone, please?
Yes, Mother.
But I fully disapprove of the whole thing.
That's because neither one of you is a boy. And what's more, you've never had to take out Agnes.
Henry, I realize Geraldine must be a very pretty girl.
Well, she's beautiful, Mother.
Well, let's grant she's the most beautiful girl that ever lived. But don't you see how Agnes is going to feel? And her mother's always been so nice to you.
Oh, don't misunderstand me, Mother. I'm very fond of Agnes's mother. In fact, if it were a choice, I'd rather take her.
I'm sorry, dear. I'm not going to say anything more.
I see. Does that mean yes or no, Mother?
I've said all I'm going to.
Henry, Dizzy's at the front door.
Hey, Henry.
I'm coming, Diz.
Henry, I'm in an emergency.
What's the matter?
Do you want to buy this knife? I'll let you have it for 50 cents.
It isn't worth 50.
You try to sell it to me for 50. And if you don't buy it, I won't have any lunch at the picnic.
Why not?
My girl can't go.
She can't, Dizzy?
No.
It would be your girl. Listen, Dizzy. If I'll fix you up with one of the swellest girls you ever met in your life, will you give me that knife?
Are you kidding me?
Do you like fried chicken?
Oh.
And peanut butter sandwiches?
Oh.
And deviled eggs?
Oh, sure I do.
Give me the knife, Dizzy.
Here, who is it?
Come here while I telephone. Boy, are you in luck. Hello, operator.
Gee whiz, what's she like?
She's a dream.
Yeah?
And she's got the swellest mother.
Oh.
Operator, I want Walnut 373.
Walnut 3... Now, wait a minute, Henry. Isn't that Agnes's number?
Dizzy, her mother can cook.
I know, Henry, but I'm not interested.
She's got a lunch basket that's really a laundry hamper.
She has?
Mm-hmm. Oh, operator. The line's busy? Well, will you let me know when it isn't? Boy, am I going to have a swell time with Geraldine. You know what I'm going to do, Dizzy?
What?
Well, I'm going to rent a canoe.
Well, where'd you get the money?
I sold a set of books I never read. And hey, look at this phonograph.
Gee whiz, what did you sell to get that?
Oh, nothing. Want to listen to something swell? Ever hear anything like it, Dizzy? I got a pillow from Princeton, too.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm going to let Geraldine sit on it. Right in the middle of the canoe. And then, you know what?
And then what?
Well, you know that cove way over on the far side of the lake?
Yeah.
Boy, is that a swell place to eat lunch. Gee whiz. Hello?
Henry, look what happened to the record.
Hello, Agnes? Agnes, how would you like to have me arrange a very pleasant surprise? How would you enjoy going today with Dizzy Stevens?
What does she say, Henry?
Oh, no, Agnes. I think you've got the wrong idea of him.
What's that?
Oh, no, Agnes. He isn't like that.
Hang up, Henry.
Henry, to whom are you talking?
To Agnes, Mrs. Aldrich.
Henry, you are not to tell her you can't take her.
Yeah, but, Mother...
Did you hear me?
Yes. Hello, Agnes? I'd like to go with you. No, I'd be very glad to. I'll pick you up in about an hour. Goodbye.
Henry, could I have my knife?
Gee whiz. Am I going to have a swell time? Agnes and Geraldine both at once. Do you see anyone coming, Agnes?
Well, maybe she changed her mind, Henry.
I'm sure Geraldine is coming. She told me she was.
Oh, couldn't we get into the canoe here? You know, I've always wanted to go in a canoe.
Haven't you ever been in one?
No.
Can you swim?
No, I can't.
Is that right? Oh, gee, look who's coming down the path.
Who is it?
Geraldine. I'll be back in a second, Agnes.
Oh, gosh, Henry, why don't you wait here on the dock?
Oh, I've got to help her carry her sweater.
Hello, Henry.
Hello, so you came, huh? Let me carry your sweater for you.
Thank you ever so much. Henry, Who's that down on the dock?
Well, it seems, Geraldine, there was a misunderstanding.
Henry, that girl isn't going with us, is she?
Geraldine, she's just a friend of the family.
But I asked you to go.
Well, I'm here to go with you. She's really going just for my mother.
Hi, Geraldine.
Now look who's here.
Erwin Cooper, I thought you couldn't come.
I'm here, though. How are you, Henry? Glad to see you, my boy.
I'm glad to see you.
Oh, we're both glad to see you.
Who's that calling you, Henry?
Oh, it's just a girl.
Yes, Agnes.
Help me!
What's the matter?
Oh, Henry, look. She's got one foot on the dock and one foot in the canoe, and she's holding your lunch basket right over the water.
Hey, Agnes! Pull your legs together!
I'm gonna fall in.
Well, put that lunch basket down, Agnes.
I'm going. Henry, look, he fell in.
Yeah, I know it. I'll pull her out. It's only 3 feet deep. Grab the canoe, Agnes. Stand up. Get your head out of the water.
Henry, I'm drowning.
Agnes, don't be childish. Just get off your knees.
And then what?
Then wade in.
I'm coming, Henry.
Open your eyes. You're wading the wrong way. Here, give me your hand, Agnes.
All right. Here.
Come on now. Up.
There.
Don't drip in the lunch basket.
I won't, Henry. I'll just squeeze my dress out a little here and there. I'll be all right.
Now look, Agnes, don't you think you ought to go right straight home?
Oh, no. The sun's awfully warm. We can get in the canoe and it'll be dry by the time we get to the other side of the lake.
Where's Geraldine?
Oh, there she is. Look, out on the lake with Erwin.
Gee whiz. They're in a canoe. And they took my lunch basket.
Come on, Henry. Get in this canoe with me, huh?
Sure. I'll get in.
Isn't it lucky you have this crimson pillow for me to sit on?
Yeah. Say, did you know your hair has all come down?
Oh, I let it down on purpose. Henry, do you mind if I play this phonograph while I lean back in the sun?
Well, if you have to.
My goodness, Henry. Aren't we lucky? Everything has ended up just beautifully.
You know, ladies and gentlemen, when folks get to talking about favorite desserts, there's one they never fail to mention, and that's butterscotch pie. Yes, sir, butterscotch pie is a mighty swell treat. And it's marvelously easy and inexpensive to make, too, when you make it with Jell-O butterscotch pudding. Because when you use Jell-O butterscotch pudding for the filling, you do away with all guessing. You save time and effort. And you make certain that every single pie will be a grand success. Furthermore, this rich taffy-colored pudding gives you a pie filling that's as creamy and satin smooth as can be. And you'll be delighted with its golden butterscotch flavor, its zestful, satisfying goodness. So follow the lead of so many smart, modern housewives. Tomorrow night, treat the family to a luscious butterscotch pie made the easy way with Jell-O butterscotch pudding. Ask your grocer for several packages of this tasty dessert. But be sure to say Jell-O butterscotch pudding, because only Jell-O butterscotch pudding can give you such rich, mellow enjoyment.
sorry, Mother, but I'm through with them forever.
Really, Henry?
I've never seen a girl yet that didn't turn out to be a disappointment.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe I'm just hard to please. Oh, could you put some more sunburn lotion on me?
I'll ask Mary to.
Don't let Mary get near me. She'll put it right where my poison ivy is.
The Aldrich Family, starring Ezra Stone, is written by Clifford Goldsmith. Original music composed and conducted by Jack Miller. This is Harry Bonsell speaking and wishing you good night for the puddings that are tops in taste. Jell-O pudding.
Family, written by Clifford Goldsmith and starring Ezra Stone as Henry Aldrich. Brought to you by the puddings that are tops in taste. Jell-O pudding. Do you remember when you were in your teens? Well, when you listen to Henry Aldrich and his pals, we think you'll sort of be able to detect a little of yourself. For Henry Aldrich is a typical American boy from a typical American family. Just listen and see if I'm not right. It's 6:30 in Centerville, and the scene opens with Henry taking dinner at the home of his pal, Dizzy Stevens.
Mrs. Stevens, could I trouble you for the bread, please?
Oh, yes, certainly, Henry.
Gee whiz. I almost took 2 slices.
Well, wouldn't you like to take 2?
No, thank you. I never take more than 1 at a time.
Why only 1, Henry?
My mother has asked me not to, Dizzy.
Basil,
Yes, Father.
supposing you put back 3 of the 4 slices you took
Yes, sir.
and eat your broccoli.
Father, I don't like broccoli.
You aren't supposed to like it. Just eat it.
The only way I can make broccoli go down is with bread.
Mrs. Stevens, I'm very sorry to interrupt you, but could I have a second helping of broccoli, please?
Well, yes, of course. Now, that's the way I like to see a young man eat.
Thank you, Mrs. Stevens.
I just wish Basil had such nice table manners.
I do, Mother, when I'm visiting.
Oh, yes.
But when I'm home, I like to relax. And the only reason Henry is eating broccoli is so he can take Geraldine to the dance Saturday night.
Won't Geraldine go to the dance with him unless he eats broccoli?
She won't be able to.
I see.
That, Mr. Stevens, is why I have to have the typewriter.
The what?
The typewriter. But I'm not worried. I'm almost positive I can get it. If I can only get the sleeping bag I need.
A sleeping bag? What kind of a dance is this, Henry? A masquerade?
Oh, no, it's just a dance.
But before you can go to it, you have to eat broccoli and get a typewriter and a sleeping bag.
Yes, sir. There's just one drawback. I can't get the bag if I don't pass my mathematics.
Molly, may I have the salt, please?
Don't you understand, Father? That's why Henry has to win the cross-country race.
Perfectly clear.
Mrs. Stevens, do you understand?
Yes, entirely.
There's just one point I missed.
Which one was that?
I don't know.
I'll explain it to you again, Father.
Eat your broccoli.
Yes, sir. Mr. Stevens, I'm going to run in a cross-country race for Central High. And our track coach is my math teacher. That's why I have to win, or I don't pass my math.
In which case you will or you won't need a sleeping bag.
I will.
Frank, will you have some more potatoes?
I've lost my appetite.
Didn't I tell you, Henry, it's hard to understand? Father, if he doesn't pass in his math, his father won't give him his old sleeping bag.
Is that a punishment?
If he doesn't give it to me, I won't be able to swap it for Shorty Woods' typewriter.
In which case?
In which case what, Mr. Stevens?
It's a fielder's choice.
Oh, see, the dance committee needs a typewriter, and if I get them one, they'll give me 4 tickets free.
Oh, well, I'm glad to hear that straightened out.
Yeah, and that's the only reason why Henry is eating his broccoli.
My whole future depends on winning that race.
That would be putting it mildly.
Could I have some more, please?
Are you sure you're not eating too much, dear?
Don't discourage him, Mother. I have just as much a stake on his winning as he has.
Hey, Molly, don't ask Basil why.
Well, it's just because...
We don't want to know.
But I want...
Basil?
Yes, Mother.
Would you like to have me tell you, Mrs. Stevens?
No, dear.
Well, then, could I have a little more of everything, please?
Lift your knees higher, Henry.
I have to run like this even in a cross-country run.
Don't you want to develop?
But this is going to overdevelop me.
1, 2, 3, higher.
I'll hit my chin.
Basil?
Wait a minute, Henry.
Basil? Are you and Henry upstairs?
Yes, Mother.
Oh, what are you doing?
We're just talking a little something over.
Well, is that noise you're making while you're talking necessary?
I'm developing Henry.
Well, why can't you develop him outdoors?
It's raining. And besides, if Henry would run on his toes as he should, you wouldn't even hear him.
Well, please ask him to.
Get up, Henry, and start again.
I'm quitting.
You mustn't sit down, Henry. Do you want to stiffen?
I ate too much broccoli, Dizzy. Besides, I don't think I'll ever be able to make time in your father's golf shoes.
Why not?
They weigh 5 pounds each. They've got spikes on the bottom.
Sure they have. That's to give you a grip on the road. You want to go into a 3.5-mile race slipping and sliding all over the course?
I'm not in training anymore.
So you don't want to go to the dance and take Geraldine. You don't even care whether you get the 2 tickets you promised to give me.
No.
Henry, do you realize what Middleton High did to us last year? The final score for the meet was 65-0.
But, Dizzy, why not leave out training and just let me go into the race fresh?
Okay. Okay, if you know more about how to run than I do. Okay, then.
All right. What is it I have to do next?
You're to run up and down the front stairs, but quietly.
With these shoes on?
You won't hurt the stairs. I spread newspapers on each step.
I'm not going to do it.
Look, I'll go to the trouble of timing you with my watch. Come on, just 5 times down and 5 times up.
Okay, 5 times, but no more.
Okay, get on your mark, Henry.
Yeah.
And remember the old toes.
Keep up on my toes,
sure.
Even going down?
It'll strengthen them.
Oh.
Get on your mark.
Yeah.
Get set. Go. What's the matter, Henry?
There's one step there that doesn't have a piece of paper on it.
Well, skip that one.
Oh.
Come on, get on your mark, get set, go. I'm off. Come on, Henry. Let her out. Come on, let's see what you can do. Now, come on, back up. Middleton's right behind you. She's closing in on you. She's gaining.
You're crazy.
She is, too. Now start down again.
Basil! What's going on here?
Middleton's trying to pass him.
Well, come down here.
Oh, my head.
What is this?
Henry, now look what you've done to the stairs.
But, Father, I'm not asking you to get track shoes and track pants for me.
I thought you were.
Oh, no. You'd really be getting them for Central High.
I see.
Mr. Aldrich, do you realize that last year every man on the Middletown High School team finished before any of ours did?
Did they?
And we certainly don't want a thing like that to repeat itself. Gee, after all, a thing like that involves everybody in town. Everybody's pride is hurt.
I see. Perhaps I could get the Chamber of Commerce to buy Henry's outfit.
Well, I'll certainly be handicapped if I have to run in any old thing.
If worse came to worse, Mr. Aldrich, would you be willing to buy Henry just ordinary sneakers?
Didn't Henry tell you why I can't buy him any? Henry, if I were you, I wouldn't swing those Indian clubs here in the living room.
Yes, Father. I didn't even realize I was.
You're not to swing them in this house.
No, Father.
Henry, which way has your father decided regarding the other question?
I've decided he may have neither shoes nor a suit. And I'm quite sure Henry understands why.
Did you disobey your father, Henry?
You were playing catch right out in front of the house, weren't you, son?
Yes, sir.
And I told you that if you didn't go some other place, you'd have an accident, didn't I?
Yes, sir.
Well, then.
What happened, Henry?
The ball went through this living room window.
Yes.
And Father was sitting right beside it.
Oh.
Father, I know I should be punished, but think of how I'll feel when I have to tell them at school.
Henry, let's not mention the subject again.
Gee whiz, what's all that noise?
How should I know?
Well, it's something.
Sounds to me like a band.
I know. Look out the window. They're having a rally for the track meet tomorrow. Come on, let's go out.
You go, Dizzy. I'm going to stay here.
There goes Coach Hamilton.
You think I want him to see me?
Which is more important, son? Winning that race tomorrow or building some character in the years to come?
I suppose building some character.
Mr. Aldrich, if it would help any, I've got 35 cents I'd be willing to put towards a pair of shoes.
It's not a question of money.
Oh, Henry, why aren't you and Dizzy out with the crowd?
Why should I, Mother? Father doesn't care whether I win or not.
Henry, that isn't exactly fair.
Is this still about track shoes?
Yes, Mother. What do you think about it?
I agree entirely with your father.
You do, Mother?
I'm sorry.
Come on, Dizzy, let's go upstairs.
Well, I guess the only thing to do, Henry, is train all the harder.
I've trained to the breaking point as it is.
Sam,
Well, Alice?
couldn't we let Henry get what he needs?
After we've told him he can't?
But, Sam, you've always wanted Henry to go in for athletics.
Well, he may still go in, but he must also learn to obey.
But he always does obey. Oh, every boy his age forgets now and then, dear.
Very well, supposing we let him get some shoes and pants. How are we going to save face?
Oh, we could make out they came from Aunt Harriet or someone.
Well, I'm not so sure, Alice, we should do it.
Name one time Henry has recently deliberately disobeyed you.
When he threw that ball through the window.
No, I mean one other time.
What's that?
Why, it's an Indian club coming downstairs.
Yes. Henry Aldrich.
Oh, I didn't realize it was going to slip, Father.
Didn't I ask you only 5 minutes ago not to swing those clubs in this house?
Oh, did that include the second floor?
Is the second floor in this house?
Yes, sir.
Is there any reason you can't train out on the porch?
No, sir.
What's the trouble, Henry?
Come on down, Dizzy.
Okay. Does your father want to speak to me, too?
Come on out onto the porch, Dizzy.
Sam, may I speak with you in the living room?
Oh, certainly, dear.
Mrs. Aldrich, were you speaking to me?
No, Dizzy, I was saying something to Mr. Aldrich.
Oh. Excuse me. Hey, Henry, wait. I'll go out with you.
We can practice out here on the porch.
Hey, did you hear what I heard?
What?
Your mother said something to your father that makes me think she's going to bring him around to your side.
She did?
Yeah, I think she's going to work on him. Boy, if you even get a pair of sneakers, you can't lose that race.
Look, Dizzy, look in the window.
Sure, they're talking it over. Your mother's even laughing.
Gee, maybe it's all set.
Come on, Henry, let's get back to work.
Yeah, what do I do next?
The whole routine. Raise your Indian clubs.
Okay.
Out straight.
Right.
Begin. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, gee whiz, my club slipped.
Henry Aldrich!
I've got to go home, Henry. Is anybody hurt, Father?
Not yet, but would you please come in the house?
Well, friends, it's just about time for Henry's High School and other high schools and colleges to hold their mid-year graduating exercises and award prizes for various scholastic attainments. And speaking of honors being presented, that reminds us of another honor being awarded every day in thousands of homes all over the country. It's an honor that might be presented in the following words.
Ladies and gentlemen, for rich, mellow flavor, for smooth, creamy goodness, and for all-around satisfaction, we proudly present the award not of cum laude, magna cum laude, but summa cum laude to Jell-O chocolate pudding. And we designate it most likely to succeed.
Yes, folks, Jell-O chocolate pudding certainly does carry off top honors when it comes to real downright goodness. It's a swell, luscious pudding, velvety smooth through and through, just the way a perfect pudding should be. And Jell-O chocolate pudding is simply unexcelled for rich, chocolatey flavor, a chocolate flavor developed especially for Jell-O pudding by the famous Walter Baker Company. So try this mellow treat real soon, won't you? You'll find that in your family, too, the dessert most likely to succeed is Jell-O chocolate pudding. Now, getting back to Henry Aldrich. Henry is to run for Central High in a cross-country race. Unfortunately, when we left him, he had neither track shoes nor a track suit. As we return, we find him warming up at the starting line.
How are the shoes, Henry? Well, Now, let's see you running them. Well, I'm glad your father let me borrow these golf shoes. I thought you said they were too big for you. I've got 3 pairs of socks on. That's using your old head. How do you feel, boy? Guess I never felt better in my life. Oh, that's swell. Gee, that's a great idea of you wearing your swimming suit.
Yay, Aldrich! Rock, rock, rock! Yay, Aldrich!
Dizzy, that was for me. Gee, the whole school's in back of you. It's up to you, Henry. Don't worry about me. Boy, did you hear Gwendolyn yell out like that? Did you see that Middleton team over there? If I can't pass them, I'm going to give up running. The main thing is, do you understand where the course goes? Sure. Yeah, well, where does it go? We start right here at Scott's Corners and follow the main highway into Centerville till we come to the Big Four. Uh-huh. Yeah, well, do you turn to the left or to the right? To the left. Anyone knows that. That's the shortest way into town. Okay, but remember, you don't go to the right. And listen, Henry, if you can, start right with the gun. Remember, this is a 3.5-mile race. If you can get a quick start, you're in. I thought you didn't want me to take the lead. Take it until you can jockey for position. After that, hold back, see? Yeah. Save yourself. Oh, sure. And don't try to pass whoever grabs the lead. It's a come-on. They always put a sprinter in there purposely to tie you.
Hello, Henry.
She was Geraldine.
I'm going up to the finish line, Henry. Are we going to the dance tonight?
Sure, if I win this race and pass in my math, I am. And, Geraldine, will you promise to save all your dances for me?
Oh, Henry, of course I will.
Hey, Aldrich.
Who's calling me?
Aldrich, come here.
Oh, gee, did you want me, Coach?
How are you feeling?
Oh, gee, Coach, I could race 10 miles.
Fine. Now, I'll tell you what I want you to do.
Yes, Coach.
Central has got to win, see?
Yes, Coach.
But you and Irwin Cooper are the only 2 I can spare for this race.
Yes, Coach.
And there will be 6 running against you from Middletown.
Yes, Coach.
The whole thing is up to you.
Yes, Coach.
Now, here's the dope. Take the lead right at the start.
Yes, Coach.
Run those 6 boys from Middletown right off their feet.
Yes, Coach.
And then, when you've shot everything you've got, Irwin Cooper, who's been holding back, will come forward and win the race.
Yes, I don't win it?
Well, after all, isn't this for the school?
Yes, Coach. This isn't the time to ask it, but could you tell me if I passed my math exam?
I'll let you know about that when the race is over. Well, there's the 2-minute signal. Now go in there and give everything you've got.
Okay, Coach. Gee whiz.
Oh, Henry.
What'll you have, Mother?
Don't you think you ought to be wearing a coat, dear?
Mother, don't embarrass me.
Good luck, son.
Thanks, Father. Only I can't win the race. They aren't going to let me. If you see Geraldine, will you tell her?
Oh, you'll win it.
They don't want me to.
Your mother and I are going to get in the car and drive on up the road a ways.
Henry, what do you think has happened? What? Irwin Cooper just turned his knee and he can't run. You mean I'm the only one running for Central? That's right.
Clear the way, everyone, so the boys can line up here.
Coach, hey, Coach!
Yes, what do you have?
Do you still want me to take the lead?
Oh, do whatever you can. Just get in there and run.
Yes, Coach, sure.
Line up, boys.
Yay, Central! 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 All ready!
Get on your mark. Get set.
Kill him, Henry. What's that, Dizzy? Henry, run! Run! Go on, Henry, go on. I'll follow you on my bicycle. Don't interfere with me, Dizzy. You're doing great, boy. I am? Yeah. Could you put on just a little steam?
The 6 Middleton guys have already rounded the turn.
I'm holding back on purpose.
Oh, that's using the old head.
I got it all figured out.
Sure. But don't you think you ought to run a little faster?
Don't talk to me so much. Darn it all, anyhow.
What's the matter?
My shoestring busted.
Well, what difference does that make? Come on, keep going, Henry.
But I can't run with my shoe half off. There, I kicked it off.
Now you're coming. Look up ahead. They're less than a quarter of a mile in the lead.
I'll never be able to catch them in one shoe.
But you've got that much less to carry than they have, haven't you?
Yeah, but look.
Well, take the other one off, and you won't have anything holding you back.
Okay. While I take it off, you keep your eye on Middletown.
I'm watching them. I won't let them get out of your sight. All you have to do now is sprint a little, and you pass them in no time.
Oh, boy, does that feel good. Watch me go.
Oh, aren't you glad you took them off, Henry?
Darn that stone, anyhow.
Henry, I forgot you got to run on gravel for the next 2 miles.
That's going to help. Dizzy, I'll never be able to catch up with him.
Well, get over and run in the ditch.
Yeah, that's an idea. Oh, gee whiz, why didn't you tell me there was water in here?
Well, get out.
I'm certainly glad I wore my bathing suit. Look at them up ahead.
I've got an idea, Henry. You keep on running, see?
Where are you going?
Never mind, I'll be back and save the day before you know it.
Sam, how many have gone by so far?
6.
How many are there in the race?
7.
Are you sure Henry wasn't one of the first to pass?
I certainly haven't seen anyone go by in a red bathing suit. Probably the coach is having him hold back.
Hold back?
Uh-huh.
Well, what's the sense in that?
Strategy, Alice. You save yourself till the finish, and then you put on a burst of speed.
Well, isn't that smart of Henry to think of it?
Oh, here he comes, Alice. He's coming around the curve.
On a bicycle?
Oh, no. That's strange. That's Dizzy.
Mr. Aldrich! Mr. Aldrich!
Oh, Dizzy, has something happened to Henry?
He lost his shoes.
What was that?
He's rolling in his stockings, feet on gravel, and Mr. Aldrich needs some sneakers.
Well, we couldn't possibly get any sneakers now.
Sure we can get some. It's only a minute up to the store.
Well, all right, hurry up. Get in the car.
Okay.
Sam, I thought you said it would ruin Henry's character if we bought him shoes.
Character. Think of his arches.
Doesn't that make a difference, Henry? Henry, don't those shoes make a difference? Hey, Henry!
I can hear you. I can't speak.
Put on the steam, boy.
Yeah. Let me get on your bicycle with you.
You're not going to quit, are you?
What's the use of my keeping on? The rest have already finished, and the crowd's probably gone home.
But, Henry, no matter how tired you may be, you should always finish a race. You've only got another quarter of a mile.
I don't care whether I pass my math. I don't even care whether I take Geraldine to the dance.
But do you want Central High to go down in history as not finishing this race?
Well, I'll finish. But I hope there's nobody there to see me.
Henry! Henry, run! Come on, Henry, run!
What for?
They're behind you.
Who?
The Middleton guys.
Behind me? They're behind me?
Almost a quarter of a mile.
Well, how could they be?
They must have taken the wrong fork. Run, Henry, run!
Gee whiz. Well, I'll do all I can.
Come on, Henry. They're gaining.
Am I moving at all?
Sure. You've only got 200 yards to go. Come on, that's Gwendolyn up ahead, Henry. I can't see her. She's waving to you. I can't see her. Don't go that way, Henry. Go towards the finish line.
Oh, to the finish line.
Keep on the course.
How much farther is it?
60 yards. They're coming like wind.
Yeah,
4 of them. Here they come, Henry. Give them the works. They're 20 yards behind you.
Yeah.
Henry, they're 10 yards. Come on, Henry. They're closing in. Henry, they're right behind you. Henry, you won. You won.
Sam, I think this is the grandest idea you had, our dropping in for a few minutes and watching the young people dance.
Henry will probably be the hero of the ball.
Yes, and my goodness, has he been busy today. First he won that race, and then after getting his mark in mathematics, he had to exchange the sleeping bag you gave him for the typewriter so he could get the tickets and take Geraldine. I should think he'd be exhausted.
Here we are. I'll open the door.
Oh, thank you. Sam.
Well?
You don't suppose Henry's winning that cross-country race had anything to do with his getting 98 in mathematics, do you?
Why, no. No, it couldn't have. No, Alice, I've decided that boy has character. Yes, character. Yes, I'm really encouraged. Come on, let's go in there.
Thank you.
Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich.
Oh, yes, Geraldine.
Have you any idea where Henry could be?
What do you mean, dear?
Well, he's disappeared. Nobody can find him.
What do you mean he's disappeared?
Well, he brought me to the dance, and nobody's seen him since.
Well, hasn't he even danced with you?
No. I've just been sitting and waiting and waiting.
Sam, what do you suppose has happened?
Hey, Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich.
Dizzy. Dizzy, have you seen Henry?
I've been trying to find him.
Oh, my goodness.
Maybe Middletown's kidnapped him.
Why?
Boy, they were certainly very indignant when he won that race. I know who might know where he is.
Who?
The coach. He's down in the basement sneaking a smoke. Come on with me, Geraldine.
All right, Dizzy.
Will you come back and tell us?
Look out for these stairs, Geraldine.
Oh, Dizzy, do you think Middletown really has done anything to him?
Come on around the landing here. If they've even touched them, we'll get them. Well, gee whiz.
What's the matter?
Do you see what I see?
What?
Henry. He's gone to sleep right here on the stairs.
He's gone to sleep. Oh, so that's all he cared about bringing me.
Hey, Henry.
Don't wake him. I'm going upstairs.
Hey, Henry.
I'm going up and dance with anyone I please.
Henry. Well, move over, boy. I'm tired, too.
Tomorrow night for dinner, ladies and gentlemen, how about serving a dessert wonderfully easy to make? Yes, and believe me, mighty easy to take, too. The dessert I'm thinking about, of course, is Jell-O vanilla pudding. Served as is, or mixed with bananas or any other fruits or nuts you may have handy, Jell-O vanilla pudding is a perfectly grand treat that the whole family will love, and they'll want to enjoy it again and again. It takes only a few brief moments to prepare. It's very simple, and it's quite inexpensive. Yet few desserts, no matter how costly or complicated, can rival Jell-O vanilla pudding for gratifying goodness. It has a flavor that is really swell, a rich, delicate flavor that you'll find supreme for sheer satisfaction. So enjoy some Jell-O vanilla pudding tomorrow, and try those other delicious Jell-O puddings, too. There are Jell-O chocolate pudding and Jell-O butterscotch pudding. You'll be delighted with their mellow, creamy flavor, the flavor that has made Jell-O puddings tops in taste.
Father, did I tell you I'm going into partnership with another guy and buy a car?
You don't say so.
Yeah, here's the ad for it in the paper. It says, take your pick for $50.
Isn't that an ad for building lots?
No, Father, look. It says, big sale. These cars won't last much longer.
Starring Ezra Stone is written by Clifford Goldsmith. Original music is composed and conducted by Jack Miller. This is the last program in the current series of Aldrich Family broadcasts, but Henry Aldrich will be back on the air on Sunday night, June 23rd, in place of Jack Benny. So remember, all summer long, Henry Aldrich will come to you on Sunday evenings at the same time and on the same station you now hear Jack Benny. This is Harry Von Zell speaking and wishing you good night for the puddings that are tops in taste. Jell-O pudding.
The Aldrich Family, based on characters originated by Clifford Goldsmith and starring Ezra Stone as Henry with Jackie Kelk as Homer.
Henry Aldrich.
Coming, Mother.
All of us know a town like Centerville, a family like the Aldriches, and all of us know a teenage boy like Henry Aldrich. Anything is likely to happen when Henry is around, and it usually does. As our scene opens tonight, we find Henry Aldrich in the dining room with his father and mother.
Mother, will you have some more peas?
No, thank you. You finished the few peas there are there.
Oh, I wouldn't think of touching them. Father, wouldn't you like these peas?
No, thank you.
I think you ought to have them, Father. I'll just scrape them into your plate.
Henry, I don't want them.
Would you like some bread, Mother?
No, dear. Now just stop passing things and eat.
Well, if you do want anything, just ask for it, huh? Boy, did I see a swell movie this afternoon.
I'm going out and get some butter.
Sit still, Mother. I'll go out and get it.
I'll get it.
Give me the dish, Mother. My goodness, one would think you had nothing to do but run around waiting on all of us.
Sam, will you please tell me what's gotten into Henry?
I've no more idea than you. I offered him his allowance a few minutes ago, and he refused it.
Well, something's wrong.
After dinner, you'd better take his temperature.
Here you are, Mother. Will you have some butter?
No, thank you.
Oh, go ahead and take a little, Mother.
I have some.
Here. Did I tell you I saw a movie this afternoon?
I believe you did.
Boy, was there a swell guy in it.
Sam, don't forget when you're downtown tomorrow to get 2 decks of cards and bring them home at noon.
Oh, giving a bridge party?
I am.
Well, listen, there's no reason in the world why I couldn't get those cards for you.
That's what I was waiting for.
Give him $1, Sam, if he wants to help.
Henry, are you quite sure none of this has anything to do with your conscience?
My conscience?
Mm-hmm.
What conscience?
Then you haven't any?
No, sir.
I'm not surprised.
Mother, about how much do you spend a week on food?
While Mary's away, about $14.
Well, from now on, I'm paying my share.
Why, Henry Aldrich, you're not going to do anything of the kind.
Yes, I am, Mother. No more free eating for me.
Have you struck oil, Henry?
I haven't struck oil, but I've got a job. How much do you think I ought to pay a week for my room?
I've no idea.
Well, supposing I was a stranger here and you didn't know me, and I came to the door and said, I want a room. How much would you charge me?
Personally, I wouldn't even let you in.
Well, why not?
Not if your hands look the way they do right this minute.
Oh, gee whiz, I'll go right up and wash them. But before I go, let's settle on a price. Would $3 a week be too much?
What kind of a job do you have?
You'll learn soon enough. I begin tomorrow morning, and I'm going to give half of every cent I make to the Red Cross or something.
Well, isn't that fine?
That movie I saw this afternoon was called The Generous Gentleman. And boy, was it swell. The gentleman did kind things for everybody.
Did he?
And did people like him? Even when he became old, everybody liked him. And this swell-looking girl that never liked him before finally fell in love with him.
Henry, eat your mashed potatoes.
Yes, Father.
From now on, I'm going to help my friends and do little things for strangers that are in trouble. And from now on, Mother, you'll never have to tell me more than once to do anything.
Then for the last time, will you please go up and wash your hands?
Yes, Mother, but first let me tell you how I'm going to help people.
Young man, have I ever seen you around this golf course before?
Well, I've been around it.
Ever had any experience caddying?
Well, after all, much to carrying a bag of clubs is there.
Any other boys on hand, I wouldn't even consider you. Now stand back while I put this ball on the tee.
Yes, sir. But you don't have to worry about me. I know that when you're going to hit the ball, I should keep very quiet.
That's fine.
Personally, I think if you're being paid to do something, you ought to do it. Even if it's just to keep quiet. Do you want me to put that ball back on the tee for you?
No, thank you. Just stand back.
Yes, sir.
And keep your eye on this ball. When I hit it, I left my glasses at home.
Oh, gee, I have wonderful eyesight.
Good.
Yes, sir. Everybody speaks about it. Have you seen a picture called The Generous Gentleman?
Will you please stand back? I'd like to hit this ball. 4 down there.
Oh, I know who that is down there.
What do you mean by yelling just as I swing?
Oh, did I frighten you?
I didn't make a terrible shot.
Have you hit it already?
Didn't you have your eye on it?
Well, we'll find it all right. It might have gone over here to the left.
What makes you think so?
Well, we'll look to the left first and then work around.
The reason I didn't hit it straighter is because of this coat.
Would you like to have me carry your coat?
All the way around the course?
Gee, I don't mind a little thing like that, especially if it helps anybody.
All right, here.
I'll throw it right over my shoulder. Oh, Herbert.
Hiya, Henry.
I thought that was you.
Boy, there are a lot of balls out on this course. I picked up 4s just since I got here.
Caddy, have you found my ball?
Not yet, Mr. Eddie, but Herbert says this is a very good place to look for them.
Here it is, right here.
Oh, have we found it? I thought it would be to the left.
Let me have my mashie.
Your mashie? Do you think that's the best one to use for a shot like that?
I'd like my mashie.
Yes, sir.
And when I hit the ball this time, keep your eye on it.
Yes, sir. No more talking.
And this other young man, don't stand so near.
No, sir.
Herbert, have you seen a picture called The Generous Gentleman?
Young man.
Yes, sir. Herbert, shh.
Why?
He's about to swing the club.
Oh. What's the name of that picture, Henry?
Caddy, may I ask who this young man is?
Oh, I guess I didn't introduce you, did I? This is Herbert.
How do you do, sir?
What are you doing here?
I asked him to meet me here.
What for?
He wants to learn how to caddy. I told him the easiest way would be to watch me.
I see. Well, supposing, Herbert, you go over and sit under that shady tree. Not the nearest tree, nor the one just beyond, but the one way over on the far side of the fairway.
Yes, sir.
Don't be hurt, Herbert. People that are new at this game are always easily upset.
Young man.
Yes, sir?
Have you your eye on this ball?
Yes, sir.
Very well, then. Here goes.
Gee whiz, what a sock.
Where did it go?
It hit that tree. Where did you learn to shoot so straight?
I never made a shot like that before.
Well, I didn't think you should have used your mashie.
The whole trouble is this sweater.
Oh, that's all right. Just take it off. I'll carry it.
You're sure you don't mind?
Gee whiz, I'm here to serve you, aren't I?
All right. Here. Give me the number 3 iron.
The number 3?
Yes, sir.
Do you want me to roll that log out of your way?
No, thank you. I'll show you how to put the ball right straight down on that green.
Okay.
And don't say a word.
No, sir.
Hey, Henry.
Whiz, look at that ball travel, Herbert. Almost in a circle.
That's the first time I ever made a shot like that.
You know, Mr. Eddie, I had a feeling you shouldn't use that number 3.
The trouble is my collar's too tight.
Want me to take your necktie?
You sure it won't be too much trouble?
Gee, no, I'll just roll it up and stuff it in my pocket.
Did you see where the ball landed?
Yes, sir. Do you see that clump of trees to the left?
Uh-huh.
And that house on the other side of the road?
Yes.
Well, it went right in the yard of the house just beyond.
How did it do that?
Well, I guess you just laid into it.
All right. Give me another ball there. I'll hit it on down. You go over and get that other one and meet me at the green.
Yes, sir. Here you are. I'll run all the way.
And don't come back without that ball.
Oh, you don't have to worry. I saw exactly where it went, I think. Pardon me. Pardon me.
Was there something you wanted?
Did you see a golf ball land in your backyard?
Well, if one did, you better get it before Papa does.
I should?
Yes. Papa says it's because things like that our chickens won't lay.
I wonder where that one of mine went.
Well, I'd help you, only I'm having some trouble with this garden hose.
What's the matter?
Well, the spigot on the side of the house won't turn on.
Well, gee whiz, let me give you a hand.
Well, don't get all wet.
Oh, don't worry about me. I can turn it. Have you seen The Generous Gentleman?
The what?
It's a swell picture I saw yesterday. In it, a guy went out in the rain as a favor to somebody. And guess what? He got soaking wet, too.
He did?
Yeah. That's strange.
Well, won't it turn off?
You know, I think I can fix it.
Say, isn't this your ball right here?
So it is. Look, I think if I just slip the handle of this golf club into the spokes of the faucet, I can get a little leverage on it.
Oh, my goodness, look at your shoes.
Look, the club just fits in.
Now. Oh, good gracious, look at what you've done to it.
Imagine. I almost bent his number 3 iron double.
Well, can you straighten it?
I think I can. Fortunately, it's steel. There. Unless you held it right up to your eye, you'd hardly notice it had been bent. I'll try the faucet once more.
Oh, now look at what you've done.
Gee whiz, I broke it off. You don't have another faucet, do you?
Oh, of course we don't.
Do you have a telephone?
No, we don't.
Well, don't you have anything for an emergency like this?
No.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll run over to the clubhouse and telephone for a plumber.
But how about the basement? Oh, it's running right into it.
I'll have someone here before you know it. Imagine this.
What is it?
I found $1 in my pocket. It's to get my mother some playing cards, but I can get them with the money I earned for caddying. Here, you take it.
Well, what for?
To pay for the faucet.
Why should you pay for it?
Well, I broke it, didn't I? Here, go ahead. You take it.
Well, thank you.
I'll take these clubs and this sweater and coat, and I'll run every step of the way.
Well, hurry.
Goodbye, and I'm very glad to have been a help to you.
Hey, Henry, is that you?
Yes, Herbert. Does this road swing around to the clubhouse?
Yeah, where have you been?
I've been busy.
Well, Mr. Reddy says he needs you.
I wonder whether I ought to help him a little before I put in that call.
I see a ball, Henry. I'll see you later.
Hey, buddy.
Who's that?
Come back up here on the road a second, will you? My car's stuck in the mud.
The only trouble is I've got a couple other things to do.
Well, couldn't you lend a fellow a hand?
You need some help?
Yeah.
Well, maybe I can assist you. Start your motor. No, don't start it quite so fast.
Okay.
Just start it real slow, see? Now, look, I'll tell you what. Back up until I stop moving my hand.
You won't let me drop into the ditch, will you?
Oh, no, there's some boards over it.
Okay.
Come on. Come on. Oh, gee whiz.
You ought to hear what I'm saying.
Mister, do you have a shovel?
What would I be doing with a shovel?
Well, you certainly need one. Wait a minute, here comes a car behind you. Hello there? Hello?
Won't you please let me get by?
Well, could you pull up against this gentleman and push?
Oh, my goodness, I can't drive that well.
Well, would you like to have me take the wheel?
Oh, if it won't take more than a minute. I'm in a terrible hurry.
Well, it won't take a second. You better stand over there so you don't get any mud splashed on you.
Well, that's very thoughtful of you, I'm sure.
Gee whiz, that's the least I can do. This reminds me of a moving picture that's in town this week.
How are you coming?
Are you ready ahead there?
Come on.
Here we go.
Be careful!
Isn't that strange?
How far in are you?
Even deeper than you.
And what am I to do?
Well, I'll tell you, miss, I've got to go to the clubhouse and phone a plumber anyhow. I'd be very glad to put in a call for a tow car at the same time.
And in the meantime, I'm due downtown at court.
You are?
And if I'm not there, I have to forfeit $25.
Well, my father's a lawyer, and I'll phone him, too, and tell him to go down and fix things for you.
Are you sure he can?
Oh, gee, he's like me. He likes to do things for people.
In the same way?
Well, I'll beat it over and phone right away.
Well, my name is Mrs. McGill.
Yes, ma'am.
And the charges are for talking back to an officer.
Yes, ma'am. And if you get a chance to see that picture of the guy that was so nice to everyone, don't miss it.
Henry, I thought you were going to see Mr. Reddy.
Herbert, will you go over to the clubhouse for me?
I can't, Henry. I'm finding too many balls.
You are?
Sure, I just sold 6 to Mr. Reddy.
Well, where is he?
You go right through those trees there into the underbrush.
Okay.
And then go straight through to the swamp.
Okay.
Tell him he's foolish to look in there, though. I've already cleaned that part out.
Mr. Eddie! Oh, Mr. Eddie!
Where have you been?
I just want to tell you I'll be right back.
Where are you going?
To call a plumber.
What for?
I got a lady in a ditch.
How did you get a lady in a ditch?
I was trying to get another guy out.
When?
Right after I busted a faucet for a girl.
What faucet?
The girls! Would you like to wear your coat or sweater or anything?
I would not.
Boy, have I been having a tough time.
You've been having a tough time. I just played 4 holes with 1 club.
How did you do?
Young man, have you had a sunstroke?
No, sir. Do I look pale?
Are you going to caddy for me?
Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Eddie. I'll give you 2 more clubs. That ought to hold you while I go up and phone.
Oh, no, you don't. You caddy now or never.
But you don't realize the position you're putting everyone in.
Come here with that bag.
I can't help them.
You're going around with me if I have to drive you around with this club.
Now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Henry has decided to be kind and helpful to everyone he meets. So far, he's done very well. While caddying on the golf course for a Mr. Eddy, he's broken a water spigot and run 2 cars into a muddy ditch. Well, as the scene opens, Henry is speaking.
Mr. Eddy. Mr. Eddy. As soon as you've knocked the ball over this water hazard, could I just run up and phone?
Give me my number 3 iron.
Your number 3 iron? Isn't that the one you used that took me away for so long?
May I have it?
Yes, Mr. Reddy. Then may I put in that call?
Stand back, please.
Yes, sir.
You know, if I hadn't left my glasses behind, I'd swear this club was crooked.
You really think so?
Henry!
What, Herbert?
Which way's he going to hit that ball?
Over the water hazard, and you keep away from it.
Come here, Herbert.
4.
Boy, what a shot.
That wasn't his ball. That was the head of his club.
I never did a thing like that before.
Gee, they certainly make clubs poorly nowadays.
Give me my number 2 iron.
Mr. Reddy, I really think you ought to let me pay for that number 3.
What became of my ball?
Herbert, put that ball back.
I just wanted to see whether it was his.
Whose did you think it would be?
It's yours, all right.
Herbert, could you step over here to one side a minute?
What do you have?
Now then, let's see what this iron does.
Listen, Herbert, I want you to go to the clubhouse and put in 3 phone calls. If they won't let you, say it's for Mr. Eddie. 1 call is to a plumber to shut off some water. 1 is to a garage to...
Yes, Mr. Aldrich.
Will you take a letter, please?
Mr. Aldrich, while you were out to lunch, a young man by the name of Herbert Thompson telephoned.
Herbert? Oh, Henry's friend. What did he want?
Well, the fact is he seemed rather confused. At any rate, you're to go down to court at once and help get Henry out of trouble.
What kind of trouble?
All I understand was your son has talked back to some officer.
That's a fine thing. I can't possibly go down. I'm scheduled for a conference. Impertinence to an officer, huh? What did he say to him?
I don't know.
Well, Henry can just stay down there. I don't believe in interfering with the law.
I understand if you don't straighten things out, the fine will be $25.
$25? Call the committee and tell them I'll be late.
You're going to court?
Of course I am. I can't afford to pay $25 any more than anyone else can. Now, who's that?
I've no idea. Hello? Yes? 1 moment, please. Mr. Aldrich, I have a message for you.
Who is it?
Mrs. Aldrich says she has a whole house full of guests waiting to play bridge, and there aren't any cards.
Didn't Henry get them?
He doesn't seem to have.
Well, here, take this $1, close up the office, and get her some cards.
Excuse me, sir.
What is it, young man?
Have you seen Mr. Eddie around the clubhouse here?
Oh, Mr. Eddie is still down in the locker room.
Well, will you tell him I found his coat, but I'm sorry we mislaid his sweater?
Yes, sir.
1 moment, young man.
Oh, I found your coat, Mr. Eddie, but I think I ought to tell you. The fellow with the lawnmower ran over one of the sleeves.
He did. Well, I'm not surprised.
But, Mr. Eddie, all I was trying to do when I carried it was to help you.
Yes.
I was trying to serve you.
Here's 50, 75, $1. Now, let's just forget that we ever even met.
Well, frankly, I don't feel I should even take the money.
Just take it and let's not say anything more about it. There's just one thing for which I suppose I ought to thank you.
What's that?
For 15 years, my wife has been trying to get me to give up golf. Today, I'm giving it up.
Forever?
Forever.
Well, I'm certainly sorry.
Let's not discuss it anymore. If we ever meet on the street, let's not even speak to each other.
Yes, Mr. Eddie.
Now then, do you think you can do one more thing for me and do it right?
Oh, yes, sir. Anything you say.
All right. Go around in front of the clubhouse and tell the boy to bring my car here.
Yes, sir.
But don't you go near the car. Don't you even touch the car.
No, sir. And where will you be? Here?
I will be right over here at the desk, talking to Mr. Blodgett.
Oh, yes, sir.
Did you want me, Mr. Eddie?
I do.
Something gone wrong, Mr. Eddie?
Wrong? I just want to tell you what I think of the way your entire club is run.
Did something in particular go wrong?
I hire a caddy to look for my golf balls, and I spend my whole day looking for my caddy.
Well,
do you know what my score was? 185.
Well,
I usually do it in 120. And then to add insult to injury, I come into the locker room looking forward to a shower.
Oh, just a minute, Mr. Eddie. That's something I want to tell you.
Don't interrupt me. I get under the shower, and in the midst of my bath, the water is shut off. Completely shut off.
Well, that's what I want to explain. It's something over which we had no control. Through some misdirection, a plumber came here, and unknown to us, shut off all the water in the clubhouse.
Why?
Well, all we know is some young man called in.
That is no excuse. The fact still remains that underneath my clothes right this minute, I am covered with soap suds.
Well, I'm very sorry.
Sorry? Did you ever walk around with suds on you?
Oh, no, sir.
Try it sometime.
Mr. Reddy, I have some rather disconcerting news for you.
Now, what happened?
Was yours a black roadster?
What has happened to it?
Nothing except that the fella out in front says that sometime this afternoon, a man from a garage came and towed it away.
Towed it? Who told him to do that?
He didn't know. He just said somebody had phoned for him to come and get it. Father, would you like some more butter?
No, thank you.
Are you sure you're going to have enough?
Henry, if I were you, I wouldn't bother your father anymore.
Oh. Is he tired, Mother?
He is. Both tired and embarrassed.
Did something go wrong?
Not a thing. All I did was miss a yearly business meeting in order to bail my son out of jail for talking back to an officer who didn't know anything about it.
Father, that was entirely Herbert's fault.
Oh, no. No, it wasn't. It was your fault. Trying to be kind to someone you didn't even know.
Well, it's a funny thing, but things didn't work out like this in The Generous Gentleman.
Did the generous gentleman forget to bring cards for his mother's bridge party?
Mother, I'm going to pay you back that $1 you gave me for the cards. I really am. I'd give you what I earned this afternoon, only I paid that to Mrs. McGill toward her fine.
You gave your $1 to Mrs. McGill?
Yes, sir. And I told her if there was ever anything I could do to help her, I'd be very glad to.
And what did she say?
She said she was quite sure there wasn't a thing I could do. Oh, I'll answer the phone, Mother.
Just eat your dinner. I'll see who it is.
Yes, Mother.
Henry, when does school start?
In a few days. Why?
No reason. I was just wondering.
Is there anything I can pass you, Father?
No, thank you.
Gee, the more I think about how Herbert balled things up today...
Henry, do you know a Mr. Eddy?
Mr. Eddy? Yeah, in a way. Why?
He just phoned.
For me? Does he want me to caddy for him tomorrow?
He wants to know whether you have his necktie.
Oh, gee whiz, I've got it in my pocket. I'll take it to him tomorrow.
He said you're not to take it to him. You're to mail it to him.
Well, that's certainly very thoughtful of him, because I'd planned to do something else tomorrow.
What?
Well, I wasn't able to give the Red Cross any money today, and I thought I'd go over and help them instead.
Here, Henry, is $1.
$1? What for?
For the Red Cross. They're having enough problems without your going over and helping them.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with your favorite youngster, his family, and his pals. The Aldrich Family, starring Ezra Stone, is written by Clifford Goldsmith.
The Aldrich Family, based on characters originated by Clifford Goldsmith and starring Ezra Stone as Henry with Jackie Kelk as Homer.
Henry Aldrich.
Coming, Mother.
Each election year, we hear a lot of talk about favorite sons.
But Centerville, USA claims one who has nothing to do with politics. Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich's boy, Henry. And because he is just a real American boy, well, that makes Henry Aldrich everybody's favorite son. Our scene tonight opens in the Aldrich living room, where we find Henry and his sister, Mary.
Mary? Mary?
What is it, Henry?
Mary, have you seen my new wristwatch anyplace?
Your wristwatch? Where did you leave it?
I didn't leave it anyplace. I just can't find it.
Mary, you haven't finished what you were doing in the kitchen.
Oh, I'll go right out, Mother.
And, Henry, I want you to go upstairs and get washed.
Yes, Mother, just as soon as I finish looking for something.
Wash especially well, dear. Aunt Harriet's going to be here for dinner.
She is?
And you know how she is about everything like that. May I ask what you're upsetting all the cushions on the sofa for?
Oh, nothing. I just happened to be looking for something.
I certainly hope you wrote your Aunt Harriet and thanked her for the lovely wristwatch she sent you.
Yes, Mother. I wrote her the minute I heard she was coming. Oh, you didn't find anything out of the ordinary when you swept under the sofa, did you?
What would you call out of the ordinary?
Nothing. Just dust or something.
Mother, what time shall I put the potatoes on?
Oh, Henry, what time is it?
Why, it's exactly, about, I should say it's,
The time is 26 minutes after 6.
Hello, Father. Am I glad to see you?
Put the potatoes on right away, Mary.
Henry, I hope you're going to wash before Aunt Harriet gets here.
Yes, Father. Have you seen anything lying around that's sort of round and shiny?
Such as what?
Well, if you saw it, you couldn't help but notice it.
Father, Mother wants to know whether you remember to bring that picture Aunt Harriet gave us down from the attic.
Which one?
The Colosseum in ruins.
I'll go up and get it.
Oh, and Henry, Mother says that at dinner you ought to sit on Aunt Harriet's right.
On her right?
Mm-hmm.
Where she can see my left wrist?
Henry Aldrich, do you mean to say you lost that beautiful watch she sent you?
No, Mary. I'm sure I can find it.
Oh, my goodness, if you can. You know how depressed Aunt Harriet gets over a thing like that.
That isn't the half of it. She said if I'd take good care of it, maybe she'd give me a new bicycle.
Henry, haven't you washed yet?
Yes, Mother. Mary, if anyone asks where I am, tell them I'll be right back.
Where are you going?
I just happened to remember. I left my watch across the street at Nancy Adams's. I'll be right back, Mary. Can't you help me look for my watch, Herbert?
Are you sure you left it here?
I must have. I've just been over at Nancy Adams's, and it isn't there anyplace.
But, Henry, I don't see how you could lose a watch on my front lawn.
Well, this is where I remember wearing it last. Herbert, let me see the watch you have on.
Now, listen, Henry, this isn't yours.
It's exactly like mine,
It's
Herbert.
the same make, but is your strap worn as much as this?
No.
Was the second hand going?
No, but could I borrow that watch just for this evening?
No, Henry. You don't know how to take care of a watch.
I've never ruined the strap or busted my second hand, have I?
No, but you've lost the whole watch, haven't you?
But if my Aunt Harriet finds I've misplaced it, she'll get depressed and refuse to give me a bicycle.
Henry, you're the last person in the world my folks would want me to loan my watch to.
What makes them feel that way about me?
They don't even think you're a very good influence for me.
All right, then. Listen. Would you let me wear your watch if I give you all my allowance for the week of October 15th?
Why would I have to wait that long?
I owe everything until then.
I wouldn't be interested.
You wouldn't be interested? Well, would you consider 2 weeks' allowance beginning October 15th?
No.
But I wouldn't be asking you to help me if it didn't mean a lot.
Henry, my folks will raise the deuce.
Herbert, I'm not asking you to give me your watch. Tomorrow I'll bring it back as safe as though I'd never taken it.
But supposing my folks ask me what time it is.
All right, give me a call and I'll be glad to tell you what time it is.
Would you give me 3 weeks' allowance?
3? Sure.
Come on over by this tree so my mother doesn't see it.
Herbert, if there's ever anything I can do for you of any nature whatsoever, just name it.
Here, Henry's the watch.
Thanks, Herbert. Boy, have I got to run. It's a good thing we're eating late tonight.
Now be careful.
Herbert?
What is it, Mother?
You have the correct time.
Why,
It's exactly 12 minutes to 7, Mrs. Thompson.
Herbert, could you come here a minute, please?
Don't you think I ought to put the lawnmower away first?
Will you please come here?
Sure. Has something gone wrong, Mother?
May I see your watch, please?
My watch?
You didn't by any chance give it to Henry, did you?
To Henry?
What was it you gave him?
I didn't give him anything. I loaned him my watch. But, Mother, he's going to give me his allowance for the last 2 weeks in October and the first week in November.
Herbert,
Do you realize how much your father paid for that watch?
But the money Henry's paying me is interest on the investment.
I want you to march over to Henry's house and get that watch this minute.
Right now?
At once.
But, Mother, I don't think I should.
Herbert, do you want me to tell your father?
Okay, I'll go.
And if you dare to come home without your watch, you will go without your allowance for 1 entire month.
Sam asked Harriet whether she won't have another piece of steak.
More steak, Harriet?
No, thank you. How many nights a week can you people afford steak?
Well, we're really having this for you.
You needn't have bought it for me. Where's Henry?
He ought to be down any minute, Aunt Harriet. I heard him run upstairs a little while ago.
Father never let us be late when we were children.
Henry! Henry Aldrich!
Yes, Father?
Do you realize we're practically through with dinner?
I'll be right there.
Sam, as long as you have so much steak, give me that piece next to the bone.
All right, sir.
What on earth is that?
Henry.
I'm awfully sorry I'm late. Hello, Aunt Harriet.
How do you do?
Henry, didn't you know what time it was?
Oh, yes, Father. It's 10 minutes after 7.
Henry, where did you get that watch?
Why, Mary, why?
Oh, nothing. Will you have some bread, Aunt Harriet?
No, thank you.
Aunt Harriet, I want to tell you how very much I appreciate the watch.
Why didn't you write me about it?
I did, Aunt Harriet. Didn't you get the letter?
I did not. Let me see the watch.
Here it is.
Who could that be at the door?
I'll see who it is.
Don't you want me to, Mother?
No, thank you, Mary. I'm already on the way.
So you like the watch?
Aunt Harriet, I wouldn't part with it for anything.
Hello there, Herbert.
How do you do, Mrs. Aldrich? Could I speak to Henry a minute?
I'm sorry, but Henry's at dinner.
But I have to see him.
We're having guests, Herbert.
Well, could I go into the dining room and speak to him?
No, you better go back home and see him tomorrow morning.
Oh, no. I'll wait here until he's through.
But Henry will be busy all evening.
But Mrs. Aldrich...
Herbert, I'm quite sure anything you have to say can wait until morning. Goodbye, dear.
Okay, Mrs. Aldrich. The only thing is...
My goodness, Herbert Thompson never comes over to this house except when we're eating.
Who doesn't?
Herbert.
Oh, Herbert? Herbert Thompson?
Yes.
What's the matter with him?
Nothing.
Henry, are you all through?
Yes, Father, I've caught up with you.
Well, I'll clear the table then.
Mary, you helped with dinner. I'm sure Henry would be glad to clear the table.
Oh, yes, Mother, sure. Should we keep our forks for the pie?
No, dear. We're going to have clean ones.
Oh, okay.
Henry, don't break anything going through that door.
I won't.
Now, put everything on the big kitchen table.
Yes, Mother. Everybody.
Hey, Henry. Hey, Henry.
Gee whiz, who's that?
It's me.
Herbert, where are you?
I'm here behind the refrigerator.
Oh,
Henry, I gotta have my watch.
but listen, Herbert, aren't I paying you for the use of it?
But if I don't get it, I'll lose a month's allowance.
Herbert, you can't back out on a bargain.
But you shouldn't have talked me into it.
Listen, Herbert, have sense. Can't you see I'm...
Do I or don't I get my watch?
Let me have it just until the end of the meal.
No.
Henry!
Yes, Mother?
When are you coming back for the rest of these dishes?
Right away, Mother.
Henry, wait.
Get out, Herbert. I gotta go back.
Well, I'm going to wait right here, Henry, until I get that watch.
No, Herbert.
Henry!
I'm just putting the dishes down carefully, Mother. Here I come. Was there something you wanted?
I'll take the rest of the dishes out.
Oh, wait, Mother, I'll take it. I'll take everything in one load.
Henry, look out.
I haven't spilled a thing.
Please sit down while I take these things out.
But, Mother, why not at least let Mary? She's good at a thing like that.
Mary's done more than her share.
Then I think I'll go up and lie down.
Now, what's the matter with you?
I have a fever.
You're not to go to bed until the dishes are done. I'll be right back with the pie, Harriet.
Henry, must you drink an entire glass of water in one gulp?
Oh, goodness gracious!
Henry, what are you doing?
I'm dying.
Here, let me slap you on the back.
I'm all right, Aunt Harriet.
What do you think I found in the kitchen?
Listen, Mother, let me explain.
Explain, I left the burner on under a brand new pan.
You left the burner on under a pan?
I did. Oh, here, Harry, it's a piece of pie for you.
I couldn't eat a piece that big unless there's some cheese to go with it.
I have the cheese right here.
Where are you going now, Mother?
Back to get the rest of the pie.
I don't want any.
But, Henry, the rest of us might.
Oh, sure, of course.
Henry, you still need a new bicycle?
Well, I could certainly use one.
Mary.
Yes, Mother.
How many pieces of pie did you cut?
5.
Well, I brought in 2, and when I just went back out, there were only 2 left.
There's one missing?
There is.
Well, I guess Mary only cut 4.
But I'm sure I cut 5.
Well, don't go back, Mother. I can't eat a thing.
It's the best pie I ever ate.
Well,
What could that be?
That whistle?
Yes.
I imagine it's just one of the fellows outside or something.
It sounded as though it were right here in this house.
I think it was in the cellar.
From the cellar, Mary?
Mm-hmm.
That's ridiculous. Gee whiz, what is there in the cellar that would whistle? Oh, will you have some salt, Aunt Harriet?
On my pie?
Well, some people like it.
Henry, the doctor says Aunt Harriet must never touch salt.
Well, in that case, she certainly doesn't want any. Isn't that strange?
Sam, is the hot water heater down the basement all right?
Perhaps I'd better go down and see.
You sit still, Father, and finish your pie.
Well, I don't care for any more.
Well, I'm halfway out to the kitchen already.
Well, just turn the draft off.
Yes, Father. Hey, Herbert, you here in the kitchen? Herbert? Herbert, you down here in the basement?
Yes, and I want my watch.
My gosh, it's so dark down here. Where are you?
In the coal bin.
Listen, Herbert, do you want to get me into serious trouble?
You want me to go up and tell your Aunt Harriet that's my watch you have?
Please, I beg of you, with all that's decent inside of you, Herbert, please don't go up.
Well, I'm going up right now.
All right, Herbert, here's your watch. Gee whiz.
You better give it to me.
Here, take the darn thing. Gee whiz, did you drop it?
You dropped it.
Well, where is it?
Don't you have any light in this part of the cellar?
What do you want with a light in the coal bin for? Are you sure you aren't stepping on it?
How would I know? If I am, Henry, you'll be responsible.
It's a funny thing. I felt all around on the floor. There isn't any sign of it.
Well, let me feel.
Do you have it?
No.
Herbert, here's a broom. Stand up in the coal while I try to find it by sweeping.
Okay.
Henry!
Yes, Father?
What are you doing down there?
I'm sweeping the cellar.
What for?
It's something I should have done weeks ago. Herbert, look, I found it. It's okay.
Yes. Look out, Henry.
Oops. Herbert, are you buried?
Give me the watch, Henry.
Quick, Herbert, quick. My father's coming, I think.
Let me up the stairs.
You can't go upstairs. You gotta go in here.
In where?
In this little room where my father has his workbench.
Okay.
Henry!
Don't bother to come down, Father.
What's the trouble down there?
Nothing. Are you in there, Herbert?
Yeah.
Well, close the door tight.
I can't. There's no latch on the inside.
Here, I'll close it.
Give me my watch.
May I ask why you're sweeping the cellar while your Aunt Harriet is taking dinner with us?
Well, I guess I just didn't stop to think, Father.
Who closed the door to my workroom?
Could I have?
I certainly hope you didn't snap that lock, son.
Well, it snapped by itself.
Well, that's a nice state of affairs. I've told everyone in this house I've lost both keys to that lock, and it must not be closed.
You mean it can't be opened?
Of course it can't. Not until I get a locksmith tomorrow afternoon.
Now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Henry, having lost the new watch his Aunt Harriet gave him, has borrowed one exactly like it from his friend Herbert. Herbert, in trying to get the watch back, got locked in Mr. Aldrich's workroom. The scene opens now in the Aldrich kitchen.
Henry!
Yes, Father?
Where are you?
I'm in the kitchen asking Mary if there's anything I can do to help her.
Your Aunt Harriet has been waiting here in the living room for you to come and play rummy with her.
Yes, Father, I'll be right there. Listen, Mary, did you put in that phone call?
Yes, Henry.
Well, what did the locksmith say?
His wife said she'd send him over the minute he got home.
Well, did you tell her Herbert's been locked in the cellar for more than an hour and a half?
Yes.
Henry!
I'm coming right away, Father.
And don't forget, Henry, what you promised to give me for putting in that call.
No, Mary, you get my allowance for the second and third weeks in November.
Henry!
Coming, Father!
Henry!
Is Aunt Harriet all ready to play?
Well, I'm almost ready to go home. Sit down here and deal these cards.
Yes, Aunt Harriet. I give each 7 cards.
Henry, do you know anything about Herbert Thompson?
Herbert?
Mrs. Thompson just phoned. Herbert hasn't been home all evening.
Is that right?
The way this younger generation stays out nowadays. Play your first card.
Oh, yeah.
His mother hasn't seen him for 2 hours.
Boy, does time fly in a crisis.
In a crisis?
I'll go to the door.
You stay right here and play with me.
Yeah, but that might be for me.
I'll see who it is. I'm on my way now. How do you do?
Oh, how do you do? Sorry to have kept you waiting.
Kept me waiting?
Yes, ma'am. Didn't you phone for locksmith?
Who is it, Mother?
Henry, ask your father if he phoned for a locksmith.
Oh, is there one out there?
Well, yes, sir.
Well, I didn't phone for you, but I do have a job downstairs you might attend to.
Father, who is it? Henry, play your card.
You got somebody locked up downstairs?
Locked up? No, sir.
Well, this place I was called to has an emergency of some kind. See, I better go back to the shop and shake up with my wife.
No, I'm sorry. This wasn't the house.
Oh, that's okay, lady. All in a day's work.
Father, has the man gone?
Yes, dear.
Is Mary in the kitchen?
Yes.
Think I'll get Aunt Harriet a glass of water.
I don't want any water.
Oh, yes, you do, Aunt Harriet. Gee whiz, I'd be very glad to get it. Mary.
What is it, Henry?
Mary, listen, you gotta phone the locksmith again.
Well, hasn't he come?
He's come and gone. They sent him away.
Henry, I've done all I'm going to.
Mary, don't you realize my best friend is down in the basement, locked in that room? Maybe without air.
Henry, if you think I'm going to make myself ridiculous by phoning that locksmith every 10 minutes, you're crazy.
Look, Mary, would you be interested in my allowance for the first week in December?
Well...
That practically cleans me out up to Christmas.
Henry, where's that water?
I'm letting it run, Aunt Harriet. All right for you, Mary. I'm putting the full responsibility for Herbert's condition on your shoulders. When we get to the door to Father's workroom open and Herbert comes to, he'll want to know who did this to him.
But, Henry, I haven't even seen him.
Henry!
Yes, Aunt Harriet. Here's your glass of ice-cold water. Now I can sit down and play. Here you are.
Thank you. What did you do? Let the hot water run?
Was it warm?
I'll put it down and let it cool.
How could that have happened? See, I played that card, didn't I?
I discarded it.
Oh. Oh, well, then it's my turn.
Sam, is that someone sawing wood?
Is what someone sawing wood?
Whoa.
I thought I heard a saw.
You still haven't discarded.
Oh, no. Whoa.
What do you mean? What do you mean, well? You haven't put your card down.
I thought I heard that sawing again.
Yes. It sounded as though it were in the basement.
Maybe it's the hot water heater.
I didn't even hear a noise.
Well, if you listen, you'll hear it. Henry, will you please stop singing? I'd like to hear what that sawing is.
Oh, excuse me. There, Aunt Harriet, is my card. Aunt Harriet, did you know I've been taking music lessons? I'll play a tune for you.
Not now.
Look, here's what I learned so far.
Henry.
Yes, Mother?
I want you to go back to that card table, and if I hear one word out of you for the next 5 minutes, I'm going to have to ask you to go up to bed.
Yes, Mother.
Now then, let's listen.
Well?
You wait.
Who could that be?
It's probably that locksmith again.
Is it?
I don't know, dear, and I won't know until I open this door.
Hello, Mrs. Aldrich.
Herbert.
Mother, is that Herbert?
Henry, come back here.
Henry, I want to talk to you.
Henry's playing rummy with his aunt, Herbert.
And if you don't mind, I'll go into the living room.
Who's coming in here?
I am. I've always wanted to play rummy, and now I'm going to.
Harriet, what's the score?
I'm 2,000 ahead. As soon as I'm 3,000, I'm going.
Herbert, how would you like another glass of ginger ale?
Sure.
Young man, do you realize this is the 4th bottle you've had?
It is.
If you drink any more, you're going to go right up in the air.
Herbert!
Yes, Mary?
Your mother wants to speak to you on the phone.
Okay.
You mean to say that young man is actually going to leave this room?
Well, I had a nice nap.
Father, you've been asleep for 2 hours.
Oh, I'm glad to see Herbert's gone.
What makes you think he's gone?
Where is he?
He's phoning for his pajamas.
But, Mother, it's just a question of time. As soon as his Aunt Harriet goes, I got it.
He's got what?
There are several things I'd like to know. One is that locksmith coming back the second time.
Yes, said some man was locked up here.
Well, I'll certainly be interested in reading who it was in the morning papers. Henry, I'm quitting.
You are?
Oh, this early?
I'm not going yet. Just not going to play anymore.
Yes, Aunt Harriet.
Henry, I want to see your watch.
It's exactly 8 minutes after 11.
Let me look at it.
Oh, there's just one little thing I'd like to explain.
Give it to me.
Yes, ma'am.
How would you like to have me take this down to the jeweler's and have your monogram put on it?
Whose monogram, Henry?
Whose do you think?
You mean my initials?
Naturally.
Oh, I don't think he'd like that.
How do you know he wouldn't?
Oh, no, Aunt Harriet. Gee whiz.
Supposing Henry wanted to change his name sometime.
To what, for instance?
Anything.
Yeah. Only girls use their monograms.
Henry, you let me take this, and sometime during the next week or so, I'll have it engraved. I'll put it in my pocketbook.
Wouldn't you like to have me carry your things out to the car for you?
What things?
Well, your pocketbook or anything.
No, thank you.
Henry, supposing you help your Aunt Harriet on with her coat while I hold her pocketbook.
I'll put my pocketbook. I'll put it right down here, thank you.
Aunt Harriet, don't you want to leave it there and go upstairs and see my new wallpaper?
You mean to say you got new wallpaper without asking me what to get?
Well, you told me to get it.
Well, I'll go up and see it, but I know I won't like it.
Oh, but I think you will.
Hand me my pocketbook.
Do you want to carry it all the way upstairs?
No, give it to me. Give it to me.
Henry, don't you think it'd be nice if we helped your Aunt Harriet up the stairs?
Yes, Herbert, let's do that.
Not so fast, boys. Not so fast. And Henry?
Yes, Aunt Harriet?
It isn't necessary to push me.
Alice,
Yes, Sam.
would you please tell me what's gotten into those two boys?
Trying to be nice to Harriet.
It isn't like them to be that nice.
But Herbert's fond of her, Sam. He said...
Well, Herbert?
Yes, Mr. Aldrich?
Did you like the wallpaper?
Oh, very much. Henry, I guess I'll be going.
About what time is it, Herbert, my friend?
Well, my friend, it is exactly 21 minutes after 11.
Thank you very much.
Alice, what do you think I've lost?
What?
Well, sir?
So long, Henry.
You wait, young man. I want to say good night to you.
What did you lose?
I locked my car out in front and left the keys inside it.
What?
Sam, go out and get them.
And how would I do that?
Oh, here they are in my pocket. The only thing is...
Now what?
Henry's watch is gone.
You mean it isn't there, Aunt Harriet?
Henry, I gotta go home.
Yeah, so long, Herbert.
Now, who's that at the door? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Aldrich.
Why, Nancy Adams, what are you doing here?
Is Henry here? I just found his watch.
What? His watch? Where did you find it?
He left it over at my house this morning.
Well, how would you account for a thing like that?
And Henry also left this letter you forgot to mail.
A letter? Oh, yeah, here, Aunt Harriet, it's for you. Thanking you for my watch.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with your favorite youngster, his family, and his pals. The Aldrich Family, starring Ezra Stone, is written by Clifford Goldsmith.
Mother.
The Aldrich Family, written by Clifford Goldsmith and starring Ezra Stone. Entertainment for all the family, brought to you by Postum, a tempting, wholesome drink for all the family. Postum. Friends, welcome once again to a visit with the Aldrich family. And since this program is intended primarily for your amusement, we hope there's nothing to interfere with your sitting back and enjoying the fun. Of course, if something does interfere, if perhaps you're troubled by a touch of indigestion, we suggest that for the moment you be practical about it. Now, while you think of it, consider whether coffee may cause your indigestion, whether you wouldn't benefit by drinking Postum instead. You see, while coffee is popular with most people, and while many people can drink it without feeling distress, many others cannot. So by all means, if you think coffee upsets you, switch to Postum. For Postum contains no stimulants, nothing upsetting in any way. Just drink fragrant, flavorful Postum instead of coffee, and see if before long your indigestion hasn't gone. See if you don't feel lots more human again after you give Postum a fair trial.
There is a neat white house at 117 Elm Street in Centerville. It's the home of the Aldriches, an average American family. Their son, Henry, is typical of any teenage youngster. He's lively, adventurous, a real boy. Tonight we find Henry in the living room with his mother and father.
But why do you say that, dear?
Because, Mother, because I don't want to get mixed up with anybody.
But, Henry, simply writing a letter to a girl doesn't mean you're in love with her.
It could be taken that way. And I'm not even interested in her.
You're not even interested in whom?
In Doris Townsend, Father.
When did you see her?
I didn't see her. I had a letter, just an ordinary short letter from her. And Mother thinks I ought to sit right away and answer it.
Well, Henry, I think she ought to know the truth.
The truth about what?
About me getting married.
Getting what?
Married. That's what the letter's about, Father. She says, Dear Henry, we happened to read in the Centerville section of last evening's Middletown paper that a Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich announced the engagement of their son. Is this you? If so, Mother says congratulations. Father says who's the lucky girl. Sincerely, Doris.
How did a thing like that get into the paper?
It's a very simple mistake, Sam. The Alderdice boy over on Maple Street is going to be married sometime next spring.
Oh.
And that's why I think Henry should take the time to write to Doris.
But, Mother, why don't we just put a denial in the paper? Then everybody will be satisfied.
Henry, I think your mother would like you to write a letter.
But, Father, I'm due at Nancy Adams right this minute. She's probably sitting over at her house wondering why I'm not there. And here I am here.
But, Henry, by this time you could have had the letter written.
Not and explain things properly, Mother.
Henry, you're to write the letter tonight.
Tonight?
Now.
Now?
Now, Sam, if Nancy Adams is waiting, I don't think it's quite as important as that.
I thought you wanted him to write it.
I do, dear, but after all, why can't he be home by 9:30 and write her a postcard before he goes to bed?
Yes, Mother, that's the least I can do.
Are you sure you'll come home early?
Yes, Mother.
Alice, you don't think he ought to write it before he goes?
Sam, Henry's promised to be here by 9:30.
And gee, Father, you know me. When I promise to do a thing, I break my neck doing it.
Think so, Henry?
Oh, sure, Nancy. You take any marriage. Gee, the average marriage, I think that when a person's... You know what I mean?
Well, as a matter of fact, Henry...
Well, I think they ought to have a diversity of interests.
My, you've thought about this a lot, haven't you?
It's just common sense. Suppose a man marries a girl and all they both like is the same thing. Like, take gardening, for instance. I don't know why I take gardening, but some people do. And they have one. I don't mean a little one, naturally. It's a big one. Lots of acres, like a ranch. Did you know they raise cotton in Arizona?
Who does?
The people in Arizona.
The married people?
I guess both kinds. Why do you ask?
I just wondered whether you know anyone out there.
No, I just may go to school out there.
Really, Henry? I know a boy that goes to school there.
In Arizona?
Yes, I had a letter from him just day before yesterday.
Is that right?
Would you like to have me get it and read you some of it?
No, I don't believe I'd care to hear it.
Well, I'm sure you'd be interested, Henry. He writes beautifully.
Well, the way I look at it, Nancy, if a person gets the idea he has to go all the way to Arizona to go to school, I don't think they deserve to have any state. You know what I mean?
No, I don't.
Well, you take a school. Suppose you're not crazy about it. It's not the fault of the government of the state, is it?
No.
Well, there you are. Your father's a taxpayer, isn't he?
Yes. I never thought of it that way, Henry. Just a second while I answer the phone.
Have you ever tasted peppermint crunch ice cream?
No, I haven't. Why?
They served it in the school cafeteria today. It was pretty good.
Hello?
Nancy, this is Homer. Is Henry there?
Yes?
Tell him I've got to speak to him.
Henry!
Is that my mother?
It's Homer. He wants to speak to you.
Oh, gee whiz, I can't even go visiting without his bothering me. Hello? Now listen, Homer.
Henry, I'm in a terrible predicament.
What's the matter?
I'm over at your house and I want some help on our Latin assignment.
Well, I can't come home just for that, Homer.
But, Henry, I have to have it. My father says I've been fiddling around too much in Latin.
But, gee whiz, I don't have to be home until 9:30, and even then I'm going to be very busy writing a postcard.
All right, Henry, all right. If you want to put Nancy Adams in your correspondence ahead of my homework, all right.
You mean you're going home again?
No, I'll wait. But your father says to be here not a second later than 9:30.
Well, gee, I'll be there. I've got plenty of time.
So long.
Henry, you through?
Sure.
I just ran up to get some of Dick's letters.
Whose?
Dick's. You're so interested in Arizona, I thought you'd like to have me read some parts of them.
Did he write all the letters in that bundle?
My goodness, he's been writing ever since last Christmas when I met him.
Oh.
I don't think he's missed a week since then. Here's one about Arizona's irrigation ditches.
To you?
Yes. Very interesting. He says, "My dear Nancy, did I see a ditch today? It began miles in back of me and came up to me and then went as far as the eye of man could reach. When one realizes that all of this was dug with human hands, it makes one proud to be a member of this human race of ours. After that, we went dancing, and I certainly wished you were there."
They danced in the ditch?
No, that was afterwards. And then he goes on to say...
What?
Oh, my goodness, I can't read you that.
Oh.
Here's one. Well, Nancy, here I am writing again. Didn't you scream, Henry? You'd certainly die if you ever met him.
Yeah. He's got a nice sense of humor.
Your letter came this morning, and I have read it at least... No sense in reading that. Now, let's see. I have your picture on my bureau. No. Oh, here's something interesting. Here's something wonderful. Yesterday, a crowd of us saw the Grand Canyon. Boy, is that something.
Is he only interested in ditches?
He's interested in everything, Henry. I'd let you read it yourself, only there's some rather personal things in it. Naturally.
Of course. Is that clock on the mantel right?
Yes, I think so.
Well, gee, I didn't realize it was nearly 8:35.
You mean you have to go?
I'll say I have.
Why so early?
Well, I've got to help Homer with his Latin, and then I've got to write a long letter.
Oh.
Boy, am I ashamed of myself. I bet there are at least 4 letters from this person. I haven't even started to answer.
Well, I'm certainly glad you came over.
The person, will be wondering what's been keeping me.
Does she live very far away, Henry?
No, just in Middletown. But her family's thinking of moving to California, and then, of course, my letters will have to be longer.
Well, I'm awfully sorry you have to go.
Good night, Nancy, and I just want to tell you how much I enjoyed hearing your correspondence. Wait a second, Homer, while I drop this postal card in the mailbox.
It's a nice night, isn't it?
Let's walk back to the house.
Did you ever notice, Henry, when you look up at the moon, it looks as though the clouds were standing still and the moon is what's moving?
So what?
What's the matter with you, Henry?
Nothing's the matter with me.
Well, what'd you come home from Nancy so early for?
Well, you wanted me to help you with your Latin, didn't you? Do you know how many times she's gotten letters from him?
Who's gotten what?
Every week, Homer. Every week since last Christmas. All he talks about is ditches.
Who?
And in the meanwhile, she goes around leading other people on.
Into ditches?
Anybody think that just because somebody you happen to know casually is going to school where you aren't going to school, then, gee whiz, he's pretty wonderful.
Who is?
Who cares how deep the Grand Canyon is? Do you? I ask you.
I'm going home.
Well, go ahead. And not only that, Homer, Nancy's been writing to this guy just as often as he's been writing to her.
Oh. Well, do you know what you ought to do, Henry?
Why should I do anything?
You ought to show her, though. All you have to do is write a letter to some other girl and leave it lying around where Nancy will see it.
You're crazy. You talk as though I cared, Homer.
But she'll eat right out of your hand, Henry. My own sister used to do it.
She did?
Sure, every week.
Did it get results?
Well, she's married, isn't she?
Married? Just from that?
Well, you don't have to let it go that far if you don't want to.
The only trouble is I don't know of any other girl I'd want to write to.
You don't have to. You aren't going to mail it. You're just going to write it and let Nancy see it. Now, how about this girl you just mailed the postcard to?
Doris Townsend? Well, gee whiz, Homer, I could hardly get up enough interest to write that much to her.
Well, I'll tell you what to say. I remember my sister's letters. Only when you write it, Henry, do it on your father's typewriter. Don't write it in your own handwriting.
Why not?
Because it isn't romantic enough.
Okay, and I'll type it on some blue paper.
Have some toast, Alice?
No, thank you. Sam, I'm worried.
Worried?
Well, dear, I don't like to mention it, but this morning when I went in to make Henry's bed, I happened to see a letter he'd typed to Doris Townsend.
I thought he was just going to send her a postcard.
Well, so did I, Sam. I thought the whole thing was just a casual, ordinary bit of correspondence.
Well?
Well, Sam, I shouldn't have looked at it, but I couldn't help noticing that the letter began, "My darling Doris."
What's that?
That's what it said, Sam. I saw it with my own eyes.
What else did he say?
Well, naturally, dear, I didn't read any more.
Why not?
Well, because it was a personal letter.
But it was your duty as a mother to read it.
Well, If you must know, I did read the first sentence. But that's all.
What did it say?
Your letters have been coming through regularly, and you will never know how they have changed my entire life.
You mean that letter she wrote him wasn't the first one?
No, dear. Apparently that's why Doris Townsend was so concerned. She was afraid Henry really was engaged.
You mean you think it's reached that point?
I know it has. The only thing is, why did he insist last night that he didn't want to write to her?
Well, that's obvious, Alice. He was trying to cover up that... Cover up?
Cover up what?
I don't know.
Well, Sam, I think it's time we did something.
Do you see her, Henry?
Sure, she's sitting right there on the school steps.
And your letter's right in front of her.
But what good will it do, Homer? You dropped it so darn far from her.
I dropped it practically at her feet, Henry. And look, she's got it. She's reading it.
She is? Oh, boy, is she going to get a shock.
Didn't I tell you, Henry?
The only trouble is, Homer, that isn't my letter. Mine's still on the ground.
It is.
Homer, can you see where the one she's reading is from?
How could I? All I can see is it's a fat one.
A fat one? Gee, I wonder... Do you suppose?
Well, if it is from Arizona, don't let it get your goat, Henry.
But, Homer, she doesn't have to read his letters right here on the school grounds. Wouldn't you think she'd have some loyalty to our school?
Look, Henry, she's standing up.
Oh, boy.
She's leaning over. Well, gee whiz, she's only tying her shoelace.
Homer, is she blind? She's even stepping on my letter. Now she's going into the building.
Quick, Henry.
Why?
Your letter's blowing away.
Well, gee whiz, Homer, you go that way and we'll corner it.
Hurry up.
I'm hurrying. Where is she, Homer?
She's right there in the corridor talking to Eleanor Wentworth.
Do you think she saw you when you slipped my letter into her coat pocket?
How could she? I was talking too fast.
Well, she certainly can't miss this one.
And I think it's better than the letter that blew away yesterday. Look, Nancy's walking away.
Well, she puts her hand in her pocket. All my troubles will be over. The only thing is, Homer.
What?
Isn't that my letter sticking out of Eleanor's pocket?
Where?
Listen, Homer, did you put that in the wrong pocket of the wrong coat?
I didn't know they were standing that close together. I saw a pocket and I dropped it in.
Well, we've got to get that away from Eleanor.
I can get it away from her, Henry. We'll just catch up with her, and as we pass, we'll both gently bump into her and all grab.
Okay, Homer, but don't trip her.
Quiet, Henry. Do you want her to hear us?
I'm not talking too loud, Homer.
Come on now. We'll give her the brush off.
Well, gee whiz. Hello, Eleanor.
Hi, Eleanor. Oh, gee whiz.
Homer Brown, did you hurt yourself?
Homer.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry if I turned like that. I'm going into the girls' coat room here.
I know, but Eleanor...
Let me pick up my books, Henry.
But Eleanor, wait.
Henry, don't follow her in there. You'll be expelled.
Wondering, after all, if I were a boy and knew a girl as nice as Doris Townsend, I think I'd want a picture of her. Wouldn't you, Sam?
Wouldn't I what?
Like a picture of Doris Townsend.
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, I wouldn't. I just...
You just what?
I just don't think I like any girls.
Not any?
No, Father.
Good, that's fine. Didn't I hear you using my typewriter upstairs just a few minutes ago?
Yes, Father.
What was it you were typing, dear?
Why, just something I was doing over. I typed it night before last, and it blew away yesterday. Then I did another last night, and that got lost today. Through an error.
I see. Homework, dear?
Why, in a way, you might say it was sort of homework.
I was talking with Nancy Adams' mother today. She says Nancy is writing to some boy out in a school in Arizona.
She is?
If I were you, I'd take a little interest.
Well, I'm not going to waste my time on her, Mother.
You'll never find a nicer girl.
Gee whiz, Father, I have other things to think about besides just girls. Gee whiz, I've got a lot of other things on my mind.
Where are you going, dear?
Just upstairs and do a little typing.
Sam.
Well?
Do you think we ought to come right out and forbid his writing any more letters to Doris Townsend?
Now, Alice, let's not make matters any worse than they are. It's much better to be subtle about it. You can't tell. He may be up in his room right this minute wondering whether Doris Townsend is worth it. That's the way a boy's mind operates.
Well, of course, dear. You know more about it than I do.
Oh, Butch. Butch Wells.
What do you have, Eleanor?
Butch, did you lose a letter?
No, why?
You didn't? Don't you go around with a girl over in Middletown by the name of Doris Townsend?
Sure, I take her out practically every weekend.
Well, I don't know how it got there, but I found this letter addressed to her in my coat pocket, and I thought it was probably yours.
Let's see it.
Here you are.
Well, listen, this isn't any kind of a joke, is it?
Oh, no.
My darling Doris. Say, what is this?
Who's it from, Butch? Who wrote it?
But getting back to Earth, I hope someday I can show you the Mississippi, which is 2,470 miles long, reaching at some points to a width of 4 miles.
What?
Hey, what I want to know is who wrote this? Where's the end? Have you ever noticed on a moonlight night how the clouds seem to stand still and the moon zooms along at a breathtaking pace? That's how I think of you. Oh, so that's who wrote it.
Who did write it?
Never mind. He isn't going to live long anyhow.
Well, poor Henry is certainly having a tough time getting the right letter to the wrong girl. And whether he ever will manage it is more than I know. But I do know, ladies and gentlemen, that if you'd like to get the right mealtime drink for your family, you really shouldn't miss all the grand things that Postum has to offer you. Believe me, you'll enjoy a good hot cup of Postum for the same reason millions enjoy it. Just because Postum tastes so downright good. Yes, when you pour yourself a steaming cup of Postum and add just a dash of cream and sugar to it, you have a drink that's so tempting in fragrance, so unusually delightful in flavor, that you keep wondering why you never thought of trying it before. Just don't expect Postum to taste like coffee, any more than you'd expect coffee to taste like tea. For naturally, the goodness of Postum is the goodness of a distinctive flavor. A flavor that puts the in Postum. So enjoy delicious hot Postum tomorrow. And be sure to make enough for the young folks to enjoy, too. Because Postum is a drink for all the family. Just as your family will be all for Postum. Now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich, in an attempt to make Nancy Adams jealous, Henry has typed several letters to another girl. But instead of mailing them, he has tried to leave them around where Nancy would find them. So far, however, he has been totally unsuccessful and has lost all of the letters he's written. The scene opens now in the typing room at Central High School.
Homer, have you any idea where the A would be on this typewriter?
Why can't you find it yourself?
Haven't you ever seen the typewriters in this classroom? The keys don't have any letters on them.
Well, what good are they then?
Oh, gee whiz.
Did you get an A?
It's a W. Homer, what word is there that begins with W that means the same thing?
As what?
As angel.
Why don't you just make it Winged Angel?
Winged? My winged angel?
Sure.
Where do you think the I would be?
Used to be around here somewhere. Are you making plenty of carbon copies this time, Henry?
Sure, look out. Oh, gee.
Did you get an I?
An H. Now what am I going to do? I've got W-H.
Why don't you make it White Winged Angel?
Yeah, that's nice. The only trouble is, Homer, if we don't find it this time, we're really stuck.
Hello, Sam.
Yes, Alice?
Sam, I'm sorry to call you away from the office, but I want you to come home right away.
What for?
Well, Doris Townsend's mother is here.
What's on her mind?
I can't tell you on the phone, dear, but the sooner you come home, the better. She's terribly upset.
Yes? I'll come over right away, Alice. But remember this. No matter what she says, the girl is probably just as much to blame as Henry is.
Homer, are you sure she finally found my letter?
Yes, Henry. I put it right in her lunchbox, right on top of her lemon pie.
Are you sure she didn't tear it up or anything?
Why should she? A letter written by you to another girl that you're calling a white-winged angel?
Well, it took me darn near a week to get it to her.
All you have to do now, Henry, is go home. By Monday, Nancy will be eating out of your hand.
By Monday?
Well, that's the way it works with my sister.
Henry!
Oh, gee whiz. Hello, Eleanor.
It's Nancy, Henry.
Oh,
Henry, I've been looking all over for you.
For me?
Hi, Nancy. Gee, do you look worried?
Well, in a way, I am. I've got something here that belongs to Henry, and I'm quite sure he'd want it.
Something of mine?
Something of Henry's?
Yes, and I haven't the slightest idea how I got it. It's this letter you wrote to somebody.
Oh, yes.
But I didn't read it, Henry. I know you'll probably think I did, but I give you my word that I didn't do any more than just look at it to see whose it was.
You didn't? Why not?
Well, bye, Henry. I'm awfully glad I happened to find you.
Goodbye. Thanks very much for giving it back to me. That's a fine thing, Homer. That's a fine thing.
Well, what's she got against reading somebody else's mail?
After all, if all she cares about is that fellow in Arizona, why should I... There are other girls besides Nancy Adams.
Sure there are.
That's what I say. Sure there are. She isn't so wonderful.
Hiya, fellas.
Oh, hello, Willie.
Hello.
Miss Eggleston wanted me to give you your English papers.
You've got mine?
Sure, here. Here, Henry. And, boy, you better watch out if Butch Wells sees you.
Why should I worry about him?
But didn't you write a letter to his girl in Middletown?
Who, me?
Sure, to Doris Townsend. It's all over school.
Butch knows Doris Townsend?
Why not? She's a steady, isn't she?
Is that right?
And, gee, he's the biggest guy in school, Henry.
Well, I'd like to see him start something.
Henry, how much did you get on your English?
C+.
C+.
Listen, Homer, how did Miss Eggleston get this?
What is it?
It's one of my darn letters to Doris Townsend.
How did you happen to hand that in?
She says, interesting, but why didn't you stick to original theme instead of dragging in the Mississippi?
Well, that's a fair enough criticism. You know, Henry, I'll bet your letters are lying around all over the school.
I'll say.
Henry, look out. Here comes Butch Welch.
Butch?
Hey, Henry.
Now, wait, Butch. It was all a mistake.
Mistake my eye. Come here.
Write him a letter, Henry.
All right, Aldrich.
Hey, Butch, let go of me.
What's the idea of trying to cut me out with Doris Townsend?
I didn't. You're twisting my arm.
Yeah?
Hey, Butch, let go of Henry.
Go sit down.
You make me. Gee whiz.
Butch!
You gonna keep away from my girl?
Now, listen, Butch.
How do you like that?
Oh, gee whiz.
Now write her another letter and tell her what I did to you.
You want me to help you up, Henry?
Henry!
Is that you, Nancy?
What happened to you?
We're looking for something down here.
What was Butch Welch doing to Henry?
To me? Gee whiz, he wasn't doing anything.
Well, my goodness, Henry, your folks just phoned the main office and they said you're to come right home the very minute school's out.
I wonder what that could be about.
I don't see why you have to feel that way about it, Henry. After all, Butch is 3 times as big as you.
Did you brush the back of my coat, Homer?
Sure, your folks won't notice a thing.
Henry!
Yes, Mother, where are you?
I want you to come into the living room. Your father and I want to have a talk with you.
A talk with I, Mother?
Yes, Henry.
Has something gone wrong, Father?
How did you tear your coat pocket?
Oh, that? That?
Well, gee whiz.
Homer, dear, would you mind leaving the room?
You want me to go?
We do. Please go up to Henry's room until we're through.
Couldn't I wait out in the kitchen?
You could not. Please go upstairs.
Yes, Mrs. Aldrich. I'll wait up there.
Now then, Henry.
Yes, Father.
Your mother wants to have a talk with you.
Sam, I think you're the one that should have a talk with him.
Aren't you the one Doris Townsend's mother talked to?
Doris Townsend's mother?
Yes, dear. She's been here.
That would be putting it mildly.
What?
Henry, Doris Townsend was never so upset in her life.
She's upset. She's upset.
Over the letters you've been writing her.
How did she get any of those?
What do you mean, how did she get any of them? Haven't you been writing her?
I've been... Look, Father.
Have you been writing her?
Yes, sir. I've been writing her, but I haven't been mailing them.
What have you been doing with them?
I've been losing them.
Henry, don't be absurd.
But I have, Mother.
If you didn't intend mailing them, why did you write them?
Because...
They were written to be read by someone, weren't they?
Yes, sir, but not by Doris Townsend.
Then by whom, dear?
Look, Mother, I know you won't believe it, but there are copies of my letter all over Central High School.
What do you mean by that?
Father, this English paper is a very good example.
You mean you failed in English?
No, I got a C+ for it.
Let me see it.
Now, Alice, don't let him evade the issue. We're talking about his letters.
But, Sam, this is a letter.
To Doris Townsend?
Yes, dear. That's what Henry's been trying to tell us. He wrote those letters for English. He never intended to mail any of them. Did you, dear?
Well, look, Mother.
Of course you didn't. It's as clear as day, Sam.
Well, why did Doris Townsend's mother have to get so upset over a composition?
That's exactly what I wondered. Sam, I'm going to the phone and tell her.
And give her my regards.
Hey, Henry. Henry.
Here's your composition, Henry.
Oh, am I interrupting the lecture?
You are not interrupting anything, Homer. Only, Henry, next time see to it that you get more than a C+.
Yes, Father.
Henry, you know that letter Nancy handed back to you?
Yeah.
Well, that isn't one of your letters.
Whose is it?
It's a letter she wrote to the guy in Arizona.
From her?
You mind if I see what it says?
Wait, Homer, that letter wasn't meant to be read.
What do you mean it wasn't? It isn't even sealed. She said...
Now listen, Homer, give that to me.
Oh, boy.
Homer.
Oh, boy.
Homer.
Oh, boy.
Are you reading it all, Homer?
The whole thing's about you.
About me?
She says you're one of the nicest, sweetest boys she's ever known.
Who, me?
Henry, you're one of the nicest, sweetest boys she's ever known.
Now, wait, Homer. She said that about me? Well, gee whiz, can you imagine that?
Aldrich will be back in just a moment. In the meanwhile, folks, a reminder of the double-barreled reason why you like Postum. For one thing, you like it if coffee upsets you. For another, you like it just because Postum tastes so swell. It's a grand, tempting drink for all the family. So get Postum from your grocer tomorrow.
No, Mother, I'm sure I don't feel well enough to go to school today.
But, Henry, you'll miss some very important work.
No, I won't, Mother. I won't miss a thing. All we were going to do today, anyhow, is read our English compositions in front of the class. And I never felt so low in my life.
Here is a popular Christmas suggestion. In addition to your other presents, give United States defense bonds and stamps. Make patriotism a part of your giving. The money you spend for defense bonds helps to resist tyranny and oppression, helps keep the spirit of Christmas alive in this country. So buy defense bonds and stamps, and keep on buying them for yourself and for your friends this Christmas. Be sure to listen again next week to the Aldrich family, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with your favorite youngster, his family, and his pals. The Aldrich Family, starring Ezra Stone, is written by Clifford Goldsmith. Original music is composed and conducted by Jack Miller. This is Harry Von Zell saying, you will enjoy fragrant, flavorful Postum. And remember, Postum contains no stimulants. It cannot give you indigestion. Good night.
Mother.
The Aldrich Family, written by Clifford Goldsmith and starring Ezra Stone. Entertainment for all the family, brought to you by Postum, a tempting, wholesome drink for all the family. Postum. Yes, folks, it's time again to drop in on the Aldrich family. Time to enjoy the relaxation that comes from a visit with this typical American family. Relaxation, of course, is something we all need. And sometimes, if a tense, nervous condition prevents you from getting it, it's well to ask this question. Is coffee making you nervous? Would you be better off drinking Postum instead of coffee? Well, now, far be it from me to imply that there aren't many folks on whom coffee has no ill effects whatever. That's obvious when you consider how popular coffee is. But I do know that coffee does make many people nervous. So if you think it sets your nerves on edge, switch to Postum. Postum contains no stimulants, nothing that could possibly affect your nerves. Drink Postum with all its flavor and fragrance instead of coffee, and see if that nervous feeling doesn't go away. See if you don't feel really relaxed again, once you give Postum a fair trial. Tom Sawyer, Penrod Schofield, and Huck Finn are real boys to all of us because their adventures and their ways of thinking are those of every real boy. And now Henry Aldrich joins the ranks of America's favorite youngsters, a boy from your own block or even perhaps from your own home. We join Henry Aldrich and his friend Homer in the Aldrich living room. The time is just before dinner.
Gee, Homer, if that isn't a nice thing to do to my best coat.
Now, listen, Henry, you talk just as though I'd thrown it into the lake on purpose. I didn't know my girl was going to jump.
When?
When the bee attacked her, out in the canoe.
Well, gee whiz, Homer, look at my coat, soaking wet. And I'm supposed to wear it to the lecture next week.
All right, Henry, if that's the way you feel about it, watch and see if I ever borrow your coat again.
And look at the things in the pockets. Look at my girl's picture. She's all warped.
Part of that's natural.
It is not. Eleanor Wentworth is one of the best... Oh, boy.
What's the matter?
Oh, boy.
What have I done now?
Look at this letter. It's wringing wet.
Who's it from?
I don't know who it's from. Only somebody in my family gave it to me to mail last week.
They did?
Yes, Homer, and I never thought you'd do a thing like this to it.
Who's it addressed to?
Well, that's the trouble. Can't you see the water's washed all the ink off the envelope?
Whose name is on the back?
Not so loud, Homer. Do you want my mother to hear you?
Henry, are you almost ready for dinner?
Why, yes, I am, Mary. Here, Homer, take this coat and this letter up to my room.
Now?
Sure, and put them on the radiator and turn on the heat.
Okay.
Homer, your mother phoned for you to come home a long time ago.
Oh, she did? Well, thank you.
Mary, I've been intending to ask you, is Joe Graham still out of town?
Yes.
That's what I thought. If I remember correctly, you gave me a letter to mail to him, didn't you?
Yes.
That's what did you ever get an answer?
Yes.
Oh. Well, that's fine.
Why do you ask?
Well, I was just wondering.
Mary!
Yes, Father?
Your mother wants you to help her in the kitchen.
Oh, my goodness, I'll go right out.
Hello, Henry.
Hello, Father.
Homer gone home?
No, sir, he's upstairs drying... He's upstairs, sort of... He's upstairs.
You say he's upstairs?
Yes, sir. Just temporarily.
How did everything go with you today?
Fine. How's business?
Fine.
How are the mails coming through?
The mails? What mails?
Well, just the mails.
Well, they're coming through fine. Why do you ask that?
Well, I was just...
Henry!
Yes, Mother?
Dinner's all on the table.
We'll be right there.
Sam, come in and start carving.
Yes, Alice?
Look, Mother, is there anything, just offhand, that you can think of that I haven't done that you told me to in the last few weeks?
What do you mean by that?
Well, I don't know. I was just asking.
Alice, how are the tickets going for the lecture at the Women's Club?
Sam, I'm worried sick.
What's the trouble?
Well, dear, I haven't had any word from the man that's coming to give the lecture, and here it is less than a week off.
Mother, aren't you chairman of the lecture committee?
Yes, dear.
Why don't you hear from him?
Well, Henry, I wish I knew why.
Oh.
When did you write to him?
Last week, I gave you the letter to mail.
You gave it to me?
Sam, I'm almost positive I did. Didn't you mail it?
If you gave it to me, I mailed it.
Henry, did
Mother, could I have the bread, please?
Here you are.
And, Father, shall I pass this who's it to Mother?
Yes, please.
Goodbye, Henry. I think everything's going to be all right.
What's that, Homer?
What's going to be all right?
Well, I don't think he meant anything special, Father.
Sam, how much time do you think I'd need to get an answer to my letter?
Well, 3 or 4 days should be more than enough. Actually, it only takes 2.
Mother, what city does the lecturer live in?
He doesn't live any place. He travels all over.
Oh, that's too bad.
Maybe that's why he didn't get your letter, Mother.
He's spending all of this month in Chicago, Mary.
In Chicago?
Yes, Henry.
On what street?
What difference does it make? Alice, are you sure you addressed the envelope correctly?
I'm almost positive I sent it to 721 St. Eggleston Drive.
721?
Yes, dear.
What's his name?
Henry.
Well, Mary, can't you take an interest in this lecture, too?
I'm not going to it.
Oh, yes, you are, dear. We're all going.
Am I going?
Now, Sam, you've got to go.
And ruin an entire evening?
Dear, I don't care for John William Stieber any more than you do. But after all, I'm chairman, and the least you can do is go and hear Stieber.
Stieber? Stieber? How would you spell a name like that?
Henry, what difference does it make?
Well, after all, suppose somebody came up to me and said, did you ever hear of John William Stieber, 721 St. Eggleston Drive, Chicago? I wouldn't even know how to spell it.
Sam, have you been able to get them?
No, Alice. The long-distance operator will call us the minute she does.
Well, I'm afraid we're making a mistake. People who bought tickets to hear John William Stieber lecture on Guatemala the Beautiful are not going to care for a lecturer on child behavior.
How about getting old Uncle Jim Murphy over here on the edge of town?
What for?
Well, he used to put on a magic act for the children at the hospital every Christmas.
Dear, let's not be ridiculous.
It's better than nothing. You've got to have something when the crowd gets there Tuesday night. Let me see that letter once more.
What letter?
The one that came this morning from John William Stieber.
Here. And for as long as I live, I'll never understand how a mistake like this happened.
He says, Dear Mrs. Aldrich, I regret very much that I must change my plans and decline your offer to address the Centerville Women's Club Winter Forum. I enclose a letter which was apparently sent to me by mistake. Yours truly, J.W. Stieber.
Sam, how did I ever do a thing like that? This letter he returned was to Aunt Sue.
It looks as though he dragged it out of some lake. Dear Sue, don't for heaven's sake come all the way to Centerville just to hear John William Stieber next Tuesday night. Why the club ever voted to have him, I'll never know. He's a terrible bore. Yes, very well put.
Sam, I don't think he had any right to turn down an important engagement just because of the petty opinion of one individual.
You mean this opinion?
But he had no right to read it. After all, he could see it wasn't for him.
Alice, you're lucky the man isn't suing you.
Father, could I have my allowance for this week, please?
Your allowance, Henry?
Oh, gee whiz, did Mother get a letter from... Did Mother get a letter?
Yes, dear, from Mr. Stieber.
Oh, then that's not on our minds anymore.
What do you mean, our minds?
Well, isn't it an answer to... Can he come?
No, dear. He's very much upset over something. In fact, I did a very absent-minded thing.
What?
Well, I wrote a letter to your Aunt Sue, dear, and addressed it to Mr. Stieber.
And he was just a little hurt.
Oh. Oh. Is that the letter that you... You mean that letter? That's too bad.
Yes, Henry, it is.
Oh. Oh, yes. Well, look, is there anything I can do?
No, dear. What could you possibly do?
Well, I feel I ought to do something.
And I wish you could.
Oh, here's your allowance, son.
Well, on second thought, Father, I don't think I need any this week.
Where are you going that you don't want any?
Well, just over to see Eleanor Wentworth.
Well, don't come home too late.
No, Mother.
Goodbye, Henry.
Goodbye, and I'm certainly sorry this happened.
Henry, don't you want to sit here on the sofa and look at these pictures with me?
Pictures?
These pictures. Henry, tell me.
What?
Are you worried about something?
Oh, me?
You've been sort of so preoccupied ever since you got here.
I'm not preoccupied. Have you any writing paper?
Any what?
Writing paper. I've decided to write a letter to Chicago.
Now?
Yeah, I think it's something I've got to attend to.
Well, I have a little, but it's pink.
Well, that's all right. Gee, in a case like this, I don't think I ought to take the time to worry about the color.
Oh, all right.
What are you crying for?
I'm not crying.
Well, what have I done?
I'll tell you what you've done, Henry Aldrich. I'll tell you. You asked me to save this Saturday evening for you, and ever since you've gotten here, you've hardly said 10 words.
I have?
Yes, you have. And now you want to write to somebody else.
To whom are you speaking?
It's only me, Mrs. Wentworth.
Oh, you wait, Henry Aldrich, and see whether I ever save you another Saturday night.
But I can't help it if the Women's Club is expecting Guatemala, and then he won't come.
Henry.
Mother, has Henry gone crazy?
No, I haven't. Aren't you going to the lecture Tuesday night?
Yes.
Well, that shows how much you know about it. He isn't even coming.
Who isn't?
Nobody. That's why my mother's got to get someone, and it's all on account of... Gee whiz, Mrs. Wentworth, I feel I ought to do something about it.
Well, my gracious, why didn't you say what was on your mind, Henry? Mother, you ought to know someone. You know lots of musical people in Chicago.
Well, I don't know anyone, dear, we could get on this short notice.
Do you know some musical people, Mrs. Wentworth?
Well, you see, Henry, I studied music right up until I was married.
In fact, Henry, Mother was going to have a career in music, only Father asked her not to.
What did she play?
I sang.
Oh, gee whiz, are you the one I always hear in church? Sort of louder than everybody else?
Well, my voice always was noted for its body.
Oh, yes.
Mother, why couldn't you help the Women's Club out and sing?
Instead of Guatemala?
Oh, I don't think I should, Henry.
Sure, why not? Gee whiz, my mother's
Oh,
desperate.
now, please, Mother, I'd love to hear you sing.
Eleanor, your father'd never speak to me again.
All right, he doesn't have to go. I know my father won't.
Well, thank you just the same, Henry, but you know how people turn up their noses in this town at home talent. Has to come from Chicago or it isn't any good.
But after all, Mother, you studied in Chicago for years, right on Michigan Avenue.
Well, of course, the hall at the Women's Club is just ideally suited for my voice.
It is?
Oh, of course it is. And Mother, Mr. Tyson, who plays the organ at the church, can accompany you.
Yes, dear, if I can just keep him from playing too loud. He always thinks he's the soloist.
Oh, gee, I'll have my mother have a talk with him. She's chairman. She can tell him how loud to play.
No, dear, no, I'll take care of that. You just ask your mother whether there's anything in particular she'd like to have me sing.
Okay.
Here, let me see now.
What is it you're writing, Mrs. Wentworth?
Here are 2 suggestions for her. One's French, dear, and one's Italian.
That's fine. And is there any song you could sing from Guatemala?
Well, as
as usual, the tune Henry's playing seems to be just slightly off key, and it remains to be seen whether he'll strike any more sour notes. In the meantime, if I may, I'd like to suggest a sweet note, something that should strike a chord of harmony with all of you who enjoy having a good hot drink with your meals. Folks, try a steaming, fragrant cup of delicious Postum. Sugar and cream it to suit your taste, and see if you don't agree that it's tops for goodness. I'm sure you will, because Golden Brown Postum gives you just what you want in a mealtime drink. Cheering warmth to give you that glowing feeling, tempting fragrance that says, drink hearty, and best of all, Postum's really grand flavor. Just don't expect Postum to taste like coffee any more than you'd expect coffee to taste like tea, for Postum naturally is different. Its flavor is distinctive, and believe me, when you taste it, you'll say, this shouldn't be called Postum, it should be called Post-Mmm. So tomorrow, make Postum for everyone in your family. Serve it to youngsters as well as grown-ups. And see if you don't agree that there's no hot mealtime drink quite so good as Postum for all the family. Now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Henry, feeling just a bit guilty because his mother is unable to get a lecturer for the Women's Club for next Tuesday night, has found that his girl's mother once studied music, and that she is more than eager to arise to the occasion. Well, as he starts for home, he carries with him a list of songs she would be willing to sing. The scene opens late that night in the Aldrich front hall.
But, Sam, I couldn't have concentrated on a game of bridge tonight if I'd had to.
Well, worrying about Tuesday night's lecture isn't going to help any. Let's go up to bed.
Have you locked the door, dear?
Yes, dear. Henry in?
Yes, dear. His coat's right here in the closet.
After all, things could be worse. Why don't you simply announce that there won't be any program?
Because I was asked to get someone. If we cancel it, I've utterly failed.
Hey, wait a minute. What's this?
What's what?
This note by the telephone.
A note?
It's from Henry. Mother, you will be relieved to hear that Mrs. Wentworth, I think, has the solution to your program. She would like, when you can, to talk to her about it.
About what?
I don't know, Alice. I haven't finished. She sent along the letter that is with this, which she says you will understand. Glad you won't have to worry any more, Henry.
Is this the letter she sent?
Yes.
Dear Mrs. Aldrich, no doubt by the time you read this, Henry will have explained everything. Here are a few suggestions for you to choose from. Don Fatale, Bate, Casta Diva. Sam, what on earth?
Let me see that. Don Fatale. Who's Don Fatale?
And Bate. Sam, did you ever hear that name before?
Sound like some opera star.
Sam, I know. Those are some of Kitty's friends. She's always boasting about the people she knows.
What about it?
She's suggesting one of them for our program. She says right here at the top we can have our choice.
Yeah?
Sam, where's the phone book?
Who are you going to call?
Kitty, of course.
At this time of night?
Sam, you don't think I could sleep when I'm this excited, do you? Here it is. Hello, operator?
Alice, the Wentworths are probably in bed and asleep.
Number, please.
Elm 2621.
I thought you didn't like Kitty Wentworth.
Sam, I never said that. There are a great many things about her I haven't really cared for, but, dear, I think she has a lot more to her than people give her credit for.
Joe Wentworth always said it took time to get to know her.
I'm ringing your number.
Just keep right on. They're probably in bed. Sam, do you know, I think I'll give a dinner party for Kitty and Batty Tuesday night. That's the least I can do.
Good idea. Be quite an honor to have a concert star here for dinner.
Hello?
Is this Kitty?
Oh?
Kitty, this is Alice.
Oh?
Alice Aldrich. I just found your note along with Henry.
Oh, yes.
And I just want to say I'm so thrilled to think that you can help us.
Really, Alice?
I don't know what we would have done if you hadn't come to the rescue, because we did want to have something nice.
Oh, don't mention it, dear. I thought afterwards perhaps I'd taken Henry too seriously.
Oh, no, you just can't realize how grateful I am.
Now, Alice.
There's just one thing, of course, Kitty, and I hope you won't be offended, but naturally, it's the fee, of course.
The fee? Oh, Alice, dear, there won't be any.
You mean to say there won't be any charge at all?
Well, after all, I've always wanted to do something like this for the Women's Club. Why don't you do this if you insist, Alice? Why not give the fee you were going to pay to the church?
Of course, Kitty. We could divide it among all the churches in town.
Yes, dear.
Well, I won't keep you up any longer, dear. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Here's hoping I don't have a cold that night.
What?
I'd certainly hate to wait 10 years to get a chance to sing at the Women's Club and then catch cold.
What?
But don't worry, dear. I won't let you down. Goodbye.
What? Sam! Sam! Sam Aldrich!
Here's your orange juice, Mother.
Oh, thank you, Mary.
You want another pillow under your head?
No, thank you.
Now, Mary, if I were you, I'd tiptoe back downstairs.
Sam, aren't you going to eat any breakfast?
I've eaten.
Mother, do you mind if I ask you just one question before I go?
What is it?
Why aren't either of you speaking to Henry?
That's just a little matter concerning us, Mary.
But, Father, I'd like to know because maybe I shouldn't be speaking to him either.
You shouldn't.
Really?
Now, just go downstairs.
Yes, Father, I'll go.
Aren't you going to drink your orange juice, Alice?
Sam, you can look at this objectively. You can look at it as a man would. What shall I do?
I have no idea.
Of course, there's a lot of influenza around. I might get the Board of Health to forbid our holding the concert.
Well, you can't get the Board of Health to do that. In the first place, the health commissioner is Kitty Wentworth's cousin.
Well, I know what I'm going to do.
What?
Sam, I've been thinking things over. I have entirely too much work to do around this house. My family needs me, Sam. I'm going to resign.
From what?
From the women's club.
Alice, you can't do that.
But I've heard her sing.
Alice, Joe Wentworth has been one of my best friends for 20 years.
Father,
Henry, your mother would rather you did not come in.
I don't want to come in, Father. I just want to ask if I may go to church.
To church?
Yes, sir.
I think it's a very good idea. You may go with me.
The only trouble is my coat. Well, that's all right.
Henry, open the door a minute.
Are you sure it won't bother you, Mother?
Henry, what tie are you going to wear?
My black one.
Dear, I want you to wear your brown one.
Wouldn't black be more appropriate?
Now, Sam.
You don't mind if when church is over I stay for Sunday school, do you?
Not at all. Now, please leave the room.
Yes, sir. And then I'll come home and help Mary get dinner and rest a little this afternoon until I go back to evening service.
Better step along, Henry, or we'll be late.
Gee, there are quite a few going to church this morning, aren't there?
Yes, sir.
Father, have you heard whether there's much influenza around?
Oh, I understand there's some. Nothing serious, however.
Oh. Father, how big is the fire escape at the women's club?
I have no idea.
Gee whiz, which house is all that singing coming from?
I believe that's coming from the Wentworths.
From the Wentworths? You mean she's warming up already?
Yes. Let's cross the street.
On Wednesday night, our regular Wednesday meeting will be held at this church as usual. Miss Eleanor Wentworth handed me this next announcement just before the service began. On Tuesday evening, the Centerville Women's Club Winter Forum will contribute a part of its receipts to the town's churches. The program, instead of being Guatemala the Beautiful, will be a vocal concert sung by our own Mrs. Joseph Wentworth. Let us pray.
When was that telegram sent, Alice?
This morning, dear, the 20th.
What does it say?
Only speaker we can send you for your program tomorrow evening is Dr. Calvin Anderson Butler on subject of child behavior. Has had 11 years' experience in boys' reform schools and guarantee he will solve your problems. Please wire.
Is that all?
Sam, I've made up my mind. I'm going to phone Kitty Wentworth and tell her just as nicely as I know how that we do not want her to sing.
But, Alice, you can't tell her that.
I don't care. We're going to have Dr. Calvin Anderson Butler.
Number, please.
Elm 2621.
Very well. Maybe it is for the best.
No, I don't know why I didn't have enough courage to do it in the first place.
I'll have a talk with Joe Wentworth. He'll understand.
Hello, Eleanor. May I speak with your mother, please?
Oh, she isn't here right now, Mrs. Aldrich.
Well, Eleanor, when do you expect her back?
I'm afraid not until sometime tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yes, she's gone to Chicago.
Where?
To Chicago. She wanted to get some new clothes for the concert tomorrow night.
Really? Well, isn't that lovely, dear?
Yes, and while she's there, she's going to work for a while with her old singing teacher.
Oh, I see.
Goodbye, Mrs. Aldrich.
Goodbye, Eleanor. Sam.
Alice, take a look at this.
What is it?
The morning paper. Here it is, the whole thing.
Sam, it's a picture of Kitty.
And look at the heading. Local thrush to replace Guatemala. Now, Alice, this is no time in which to have hysterics again.
Homer, my mother wants to know whether you'd like a little job for tonight.
Doing what?
Ushering.
Well, I'll usher, Henry, but I won't listen.
Well, that's all right. When it begins, we can sit out on the front steps. That's what my father says he's going to do.
Gee, you ought to see how sore my mother is about tonight. How did your mother happen to ask Mrs. Wentworth to sing?
Well, we're very fond of the whole family. Come on, let's go in the station, Homer.
What for?
I want to weigh myself on these scales. Here, hold my Latin.
Boy, have you lost weight.
Well, gee, Homer, I've had a bad week.
Henry.
Do you want me, Mr. Taylor?
You want to earn 10 cents, Henry? I've got a telegram here for Mr. Wentworth, and I haven't been able to get in touch with him.
You want me to take it up to him?
Sure. Here's the message, and here's your dime.
Well, thank you very much.
And, Henry, don't you fool around any. I think that telegram's important.
Oh, you can depend on me, Mr. Taylor. I'll hold it in my hand so I can't possibly forget. Thank you very much.
Hello? Centerville Station.
This is Joe Wentworth speaking. Is that 320 from Chicago about on time?
Say, I've been trying to get you. I just sent a telegram up to you by Henry Aldrich.
A telegram?
I didn't take it when it came in, but I understand it. It said your wife is stuck in Chicago without any money.
Who, Kitty?
It's too bad she didn't get a round-trip ticket when she bought it.
What did she do, lose her purse?
No, I understand she said she spent more money on clothes than she figured she would. And the telegram Henry's taking up to you has the address where you're supposed to wire the money.
I see. Well, thank you very much.
Sorry I can't get to your wife's concert tonight, Mr. Wentworth. Seems my wife forgot we had a previous engagement.
Too bad. By the way, do you see those two boys coming up Main Street?
Yes, sir.
One of them isn't Henry Aldrich, is it?
I believe it is.
Oh, yes, so it is. Well, I guess I'll be stepping down Walnut for something.
Look, Homer, look, there he is in front of the filling station.
Where?
Right there, getting his tank filled. And Homer, he sees us.
Wave to him.
Oh, Mr. Wentworth! Oh, Mr. Wentworth!
What's the matter with him, Henry? He's driving right off.
Well, gee whiz, I could have sworn he looked straight at us.
Boy, am I getting sick of this, Henry.
We haven't been looking for him for so long, Homer. Only about 2 hours.
Sure. At the rate of 5 cents an hour. From now on, we work for nothing.
Well, I don't understand why we didn't catch up with him this time. He looked right at us again and then beat it into this drugstore.
Maybe he's getting blind, Henry.
Well, look, just so he doesn't miss us again, I'll go in this door and you slip around the corner and go in the side door.
Okay.
We've got him cornered, Homer, and we haven't anything more to worry about. Tickets, please.
Tickets, please.
The program started yet, Henry?
Yes, Mrs. Thompson. It's been going on for some time.
Very many in there?
Oh, gee, practically every seat's taken. In fact, I'm afraid you'll have to stand.
Is that so?
Just a second, if you don't mind going in real quietly, I'll open the door for you.
All right, Henry.
And so far, ladies and gentlemen, I have given you only the basic fundamentals of our subject for this evening, child behavior. During my first 3 years at the head of a reform school...
He's pretty good, isn't he, Henry?
Not bad. I think everybody's having a good time, don't you, Homer?
My father even came when he heard what the subject was.
Program started, boys.
Well, gee whiz, Mr. Wentworth, where did you come from?
Nowhere in particular. Did your father meet the speaker?
Yes, sir, and I've got a telegram here I've been trying to give you ever since 3 o'clock this afternoon.
A telegram?
Yes, sir, and they said it was very urgent.
Yes? All right to go in this door here?
But aren't you going to read it?
I'll read it later. I want to hear the lecture. And I want to thank you for delivering it, Henry. I thank you very much.
Oh, I don't know whether you can get a seat in there or not.
I think I can. Your father said he'd save one for me.
Oh, have you seen him?
Had a little talk with him this afternoon.
And you parents who hesitate in giving your children responsibility should realize that although there is a certain amount of risk involved, in the end, our youngsters do somehow manage to get things done. It may not be in a straight line, but I have yet to see it fail when they didn't eventually get there.
You know, Henry, that fellow ought to do a lot of good in this town.
Let's step out and get some fresh air.
That's what I say. They say they took in enough money so that every church in town can get a new window.
Stained?
Sure.
Gee, that makes me feel pretty good.
You talk as though you'd done the whole thing, Henry.
Well, of course, I'm not entirely responsible, Homer, but I've sort of contributed my share.
Henry Aldrich will be back in just a moment.
In the meantime, friends, remember your two best reasons for drinking Postum are these. Because if coffee makes you nervous, Postum can't possibly affect your nerves. And because Postum really does taste swell, it's a grand, flavorful drink for all the family. So get Postum from your grocer tomorrow. Our program tonight has come to you from the Philadelphia Forum. Listen again next week to the Aldrich family, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with your favorite youngster, his family, and his pals. The Aldrich Family, starring Ezra Stone, is written by Clifford Goldsmith. Original music is composed and conducted by Jack Miller. This is Harry Von Zell saying you will enjoy fragrant, flavorful Postum. And remember, Postum contains no stimulants. It cannot make you nervous. Good night.
The Aldrich Family, written by Clifford Goldsmith and starring Ezra Stone. Entertainment for all the family, brought to you by Postum, a tempting, wholesome drink for all the family. Postum. Friends, before we join the Aldrich family, listen. Does that mean anything to you? Doesn't that sound just like your bedroom clock when it's dark and late at night and you're lying there unable to sleep? Well, if it does, if you know how the seconds drag when you're kept awake, just think of this. Coffee may be robbing you of sleep. Perhaps you'd sleep better if you drank Postum instead. Yes, even though many folks can drink coffee and sleep, many others, perhaps you among them, cannot. So do as millions have done. If you think coffee keeps you awake, switch to Postum because it's stimulant-free. Because Postum, unlike coffee, contains nothing that could cause sleeplessness. Just drink fragrant, flavorful Postum instead of coffee. And after a fair trial of, say, 2 short weeks, see if you aren't enjoying good, sound sleep again and lots of it. See if you don't say, thank goodness for Postum. Huck Finn, Tom Sawyer, Penrod Schofield. They're more than boys in books because the things they say and do are things real boys say and do. And now, Henry Aldrich joins the ranks of these typical American youngsters. A boy from your town, perhaps from your own home. Now it is evening. We find Henry in the Aldrich living room with his father and mother.
Father, could I bother you for just a second?
What about?
All I want to ask you is to do something for me.
What is it?
Well, first, are you sure you're comfortable?
Comfortable?
Yes, sir. Can I get you anything first?
You may. You may get me my pipe.
Yes, Father. I'd be very glad to. Where is it?
It's apparently upstairs. Tell me what it is you want.
Oh, no, Father. I'd rather you have everything you want before I bring up what I'm going to.
Sam, did the Johnsons say definitely they're coming over?
They did, Alice.
And I suppose, of course, they'll want to play bridge.
They certainly will.
Sometimes I wonder whether the Johnsons ever do anything but play bridge.
Well, you can't blame them much. There's just the two of them.
Well, sometimes I wonder if they realize what they've missed by not having any children.
Here's your pipe, Father, and your tobacco.
Oh, thank you.
And all I want to ask you for is only 25 cents.
Henry.
Yes, Mother.
I thought I said you were not to have that 25 cents.
Not even from Father?
Not even from anyone, dear.
Alice, are there any matches out in the kitchen?
Yes, Sam.
But, Mother, this is the first time I've ever taken Loretta out, and it's going to be a swell dance. You don't want me to be embarrassed, do you?
I thought you had the tickets.
I have. But how am I going to buy her a hot dog afterwards?
I'm sorry, but I don't know.
Well, look, Mother, would you be willing to tell me why you won't advance it?
Henry, I have nothing more to say.
Nothing whatever? You won't even give me a hint as to why you won't? Mother, Is it because you don't believe in letting me have money in advance, or because you don't think the hot dog would be good for me? Mother?
It happens to be both.
All right, I've got an answer for both.
Henry, dear, if you don't care enough to do anything for me, I certainly can't be expected to do anything for you.
Mother, I don't even know what you're talking about.
I'm not surprised.
Well, is it something you asked me to do and I forgot, or something I shouldn't have done and you found out I did?
Never mind it.
Because it isn't as though I were asking you for 50 cents or 35 cents or even 30. All I'm asking is enough to buy a hot dog for each of us and a root beer for Loretta. I'd rather eat mine dry than ask you for 1 cent more.
How are you going to get Loretta to the dance?
I think there'll be room in Jimmy's car, Mother. All I have to do is keep trying until his phone answers.
Well, don't you think it's time you made some definite arrangements?
You don't suppose Father would... You don't suppose he...
You don't suppose I'd what?
Nothing, Father. Mother, will you tell me this? Is it because I forgot to hang up my pajamas?
Henry, if you're going to take Loretta to the dance, the thing for you to do is call Jimmy and see whether he has room for you.
Yes, Mother. I'm going to write out to the phone now. And I'm only sorry I didn't do whatever it is you want me to do for you.
Alice, what was it he didn't do?
Never mind, Sam. It's completely unimportant.
This the only deck of cards we have?
No, dear. There's another deck right here on the table. I asked him distinctly. It was the last thing I asked him to do before he left the house, and he came right back from the store without it.
Without what?
Never mind.
Well, what was it?
The ginger ale.
For tonight?
Yes, Sam. I asked him distinctly to get 6 bottles of ginger ale. And, of course, that was the one thing he didn't bring.
Well, now, Alice, don't let it upset you like that. You know the Johnsons, once they start playing bridge, they'll forget they're thirsty.
Sam, it isn't just the ginger ale. It's the fact that Henry can be so wrapped up in himself that he never even thinks of anything else.
Well, I'll give him a little talking to.
Now, Sam, you're not even to mention it. Let him find out for himself how thoughtless he's been.
Where's the score pad?
Oh, right there in that stand drawer. As a matter of fact, I'd even planned to ask you to drive him and Loretta to the dance tonight.
Well, it's a good thing you didn't. I'm settled here for the evening.
I'm simply going to make this a lesson for him.
Mother, why do you suppose Jimmy Bartlett doesn't answer?
I'm afraid, dear, that's your problem.
Yes, Mother. I'll find somebody that'll take us. And, Mother, before I forget it, when I came home, the icebox was full.
I beg your pardon?
So I left it outside the back door in the snowbank.
You left what out there?
Don't you remember? Your ginger ale.
The ginger ale? You got the ginger ale?
Yeah, sure. Didn't you want it?
Well, Henry, that's fine.
I wonder whether Homer Brown would have room for us in his car.
Henry, Sam, do you have 25 cents in change?
25 cents? I have 3 dimes.
Well, dear, give them to Henry.
To I, Mother? 30 cents?
Henry, if you and Loretta are going to dance all evening, the least you'll want afterwards is something to eat.
But, Mother, wouldn't you like to tell me first what it is I did that you didn't want to give it to me for?
Henry, as I said before, let's forget the whole thing. Sam, is there any reason why you couldn't drive Henry to the dance?
What's that?
Drive me?
Yes.
Drive Henry?
Yes, dear. It won't take you 20 minutes.
But, Alice, the Johnsons are coming.
My goodness, all you have to do is drive Henry over and pick up Loretta and drop them at the country club.
But, Alice, don't you realize the roads are banked with snow?
The plows have opened everything up, Father. Pretty nearly.
Of course they have. Of course they have. Now, Sam...
Henry, get your things on.
Yes, Father. Well, gee whiz, boy, I wanted to take Loretta in our car all the time. It's twice as good as George Bigelow.
Alice, suppose the Johnsons get here before I get back.
What harm will it do if the bridge game has to wait 5 minutes? As a matter of fact, if they had a boy of their own, they'd understand.
Where are my gloves?
They're right here on the radiator, Father.
No, I'll answer the phone. You two get started.
Goodbye, Mother. And thanks very much.
Come on, Henry. Don't slip on the porch.
Goodbye. Have a good time, and thank you for getting the ginger ale. Hello?
Hello. Is this Elm 303?
Yes?
Who is this?
This is Mrs. Aldrich.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Aldrich.
Hello. Who is this?
Hi, this is Loretta. Can I speak with Henry?
Henry? Will you wait just a minute, please? Loretta, I just looked out the window, dear. Henry and his father just this minute pulled away.
Oh, he's on his way over to get me?
Yes.
Well, maybe I should have called earlier.
What for?
I'm way out here.
Where?
Oh, that's all right. My folks will tell him when he gets there.
Well, dear, where are you?
I'm out at my aunt's. It's only 6 miles out on the Middletown Road, though.
6 miles?
Yes. Does Henry have chains?
I don't think he does. Are the roads quite bad?
Oh, no, they're not bad. He's bound to get here sooner or later.
are waiting for Henry.
For Henry? Henry Aldrich?
Yes.
But, Loretta, aren't you going with George?
Oh, no, not tonight I'm not.
Well, my goodness.
Oh, I don't have any crush on Henry. I just thought it was time I went out with somebody else.
Why?
Well, I just decided it would put Georgie in his place for a change.
What are you going to wear?
My light blue.
Your light blue. Have I ever seen it?
No. Oh, I've got to hang up, Agnes, or Henry may go right by.
Father, is this the country club?
I don't know. Open the window so I can see.
No, I guess this isn't it yet.
We made pretty good time, Mr. Aldrich, even if you have only been able to go 10 miles an hour.
Yes. Henry, is that a car right ahead of us?
No, how could it be? Yes! Yes, gee whiz!
Hold on.
Mr. Aldrich, what are we doing?
Nothing. Just trying to stop.
Gee whiz, here we are. Turned right around and facing the other way.
Isn't this the country club?
Oh, yes. Gee, Father, it's lucky you skidded or we would have gone right by it.
You mean we're here?
Sure.
Well, I certainly want to thank you, Mr. Aldrich. I never had such an exciting ride.
And I hope, Father, you won't be too late getting back to the house.
That's all right. Just get out of the car.
Yes, sir. Don't slip, Loretta.
Henry, just look.
What's the matter?
My gracious, look at everybody going in.
What's the matter with them?
All the girls are wearing long dresses, Henry, and you told me it was informal.
It is informal.
But it couldn't be, Henry. It just couldn't be if they're all wearing long dresses.
Are you out yet?
Mr. Aldrich, I can't get out.
Why not?
I'm not dressed.
What's that?
Well, look, Loretta, why don't we just stick our heads inside and see whether there aren't some others informal?
Henry, I'd die if I went in there. George Bigelow and everyone is going to be in there. I'd simply die.
Why would you die? Go ahead in and dance. Have a good time.
But, Mr. Aldrich, Henry told me. He told me distinctly I wouldn't have to dress.
But, Loretta, Homer Brown told me distinctly it was informal. He said, don't let your girl dress. She'll only be conspicuous.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, that's what I don't know.
Look, Loretta, couldn't we sort of...
Sort of what?
Henry, I have guests back at the house that are waiting to play bridge. What are you going to do?
Well, Mr. Aldrich, it isn't as though you'd have to drive me all the way back to my aunt's. My evening clothes are at my own house. That's hardly 3 miles from here.
Loretta, why don't you just walk in with your head up and show the whole town you don't care what they think?
But I do care, Mr. Aldrich.
All right, why don't you and Henry go to a movie?
But, Father, look, I've got the tickets for the dance.
Henry, the Johnsons can't even play one hand of bridge until I get there, and it's been an hour and 10 minutes since I left the house.
But couldn't they be playing some other game, Mr. Aldrich?
The Johnsons don't play any other game.
Well, look, Father, could you step out of the car for a second? While I speak to you confidentially. Loretta, would you mind closing the door?
You aren't going to leave me here, are you?
Loretta, close the door.
Yes, Mr. Aldrich.
Now then, Henry, as long as we're alone, may I say one thing?
Father, all I want to ask you is to loan me enough money to hire a taxi.
Why?
To take her home while she changes.
Henry, I don't even have my wallet with me.
Don't you have any change at all?
I do not.
Father, this is the first time I've ever taken her out. She's really George Bigelow's girl. You don't want me to give her the wrong impression of our family, do you?
Henry, if you'd listened to Homer more carefully, you wouldn't be in this predicament.
But, Father, I'm sure he said it was to be informal.
He couldn't have, son. I just saw Homer go into the clubhouse 1 minute ago with his own girl.
Was she in a long dress?
Of course she was.
Gee whiz, I don't know what made me think he did say it.
Because, son, you don't pay attention. You're like your mother. You simply jump at conclusions.
But, Father, couldn't you make an exception just this once if I promise to listen very carefully in the future?
Henry, I cannot. This is your fault.
Hey, Henry.
Who's that?
It's Homer Brown. I just want to tell you I'm sorry I gave you that bum steer. I thought it was going to be informal.
Homer, did you tell Henry it was going to be informal?
Yeah, and boy, I bet his girl hates me.
She hates you. Gee whiz, Homer.
Henry, just forget the whole thing.
I'm only telling him how I feel, Father.
Get in the car. Hurry up.
Where are we going?
Over to Loretta's while she changes her clothes.
Mrs. Aldrich. Yes, Mrs. Johnson. Isn't that a car I see driving up in front of the house? One moment while I look out of the window.
You mean Mr. Aldrich is finally back?
No, whoever it is getting out and going in next door.
Oh, I wonder whether he plays bridge.
Well, I suppose you have to expect these things when you have children. Well, I'm almost positive Sam will be driving in any minute. Frank, it would be much easier on you if you'd stop shuffling those cards. That's all you've been doing all evening.
Thought I'd just have them ready.
There he is. Is that the front door? It's the telephone. He's probably calling to say he'll be right here. Hello?
Hello, is this Mother?
Yes?
May I speak to Father, please?
With your father? He isn't here, dear.
He isn't? Well, where is he?
I have no idea. We've been waiting here for him all evening.
Well, maybe he hasn't had time to get there.
What's happened, Henry?
Dick was formal and Loretta wasn't.
What's that?
She had to make a change, Mother, and the roads are rather icy. But when he got us back here to the dance, he started right for home.
How long ago?
About an hour ago.
An hour ago?
Well, maybe it was a half an hour ago.
Well, even so, dear, he should certainly be here by now.
Mother, I wouldn't be worried. The front wheel doesn't interfere with his driving very much.
The front wheel?
The right one. And the reason I called, Mother, when Father left here, Homer Brown said he'd take Loretta and me home.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, and be sure to tell Homer to drive carefully.
But, Mother, the trouble is, since then I've had a fight with Homer.
You have?
And Loretta's had a fight with Homer's girl.
Well, Henry, was that necessary?
It was really on account of Father, Mother, so don't you think he'd be willing to come and get us when the dance is over?
Henry, your fat father can't possibly go out again.
Wouldn't the Johnsons enjoy coming over with him?
You just ask around and find someone there at the dance that can take you home.
But suppose I can't?
Henry, the thing for us to worry about right now is your father.
Oh.
Please go back and ask some of the boys whether they can't help you.
Yes, Mother.
And if we don't hear from you again, we'll know you've found someone.
Yes, Mother, I'll try. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
On his way?
I'm sorry to say that wasn't Sam. No? Well, you aren't worried, are you, my dear? Oh, no. Mr. Johnson, do you have change on your car?
Well, for once, it isn't Henry who's missing, but his father. And since he's so badly needed at the bridge table, we can only hope that he'll turn up soon. Meanwhile, let me ask you something about your dining table. Do you think that Postum should have a place on it only if coffee keeps you awake? Well, if you do, I can only say you're missing something. You're missing a mealtime drink that, for downright enjoyment alone, is one of the grandest things you and your family ever tasted. You'll say so yourself once you try Postum. For a good hot cup of Postum gives you a fragrance and flavor that have made it the favorite mealtime drink in millions of American homes. And mind you, it doesn't taste like coffee or like tea. Postum's flavor is distinctive, and it's every bit as delicious as it is different, economical. Still selling at its usual low cost of less than 1/2 cent a cup, Postum is one drink your whole family can enjoy and at the same time ease the household budget. So for enjoyment and economy, serve steaming, delicious Postum to grown-ups and children alike, and find out why no drink is quite so good as Postum for all the family. But getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Mrs. Aldrich, worried and embarrassed over the tardy return of her husband, who has driven Henry to the country club dance, continues to wait without any news from him. Meanwhile, Henry is having his own troubles. As the scene opens, we find him dancing with his girl.
Oh, you're a wonderful dancer, Henry.
I am? Why do you keep looking over your shoulder all the time?
No reason. I just want to see who's here. What's the matter, Henry?
The matter? What do you mean?
You've hardly said 10 words during this whole dance.
Well, the fact is I'm worried.
What about?
Do you suppose if we phoned your father, he'd come after us?
He isn't home tonight.
Oh. Well, then that's out.
Can't your father come after us?
Oh, yes, he'd be glad to. I've just been asking a couple of fellas in case. You know, my father wanted to play a little bridge. He was hoping to.
Oh. You know, I like your father, Henry.
You do?
Uh-huh. When he first looks at you, you think, my goodness, he's mad at me. But then it turns out he's just apparently thinking of something else.
All in all, he's pretty good.
Doesn't he ever really get mad?
Well, don't misunderstand me. He can lose his temper. You know, if he's planning to use his tools and he doesn't know I put them away carefully someplace else where he doesn't happen to know where it is, and boy, then does he tear around.
Really?
For the whole next hour, you want to keep out of his way.
Really?
Sure. But he never gets what you could really call mad. I sort of wish I could find someone to take us home.
Henry, I have an idea. Why couldn't George Bigelow drive us home?
George Bigelow?
Yes.
George Bigelow? Why should we ask him?
Why not? He's here all alone, Henry, and he's got his car.
Sure. I noticed he was here all alone. I noticed.
Now, Henry, don't be silly. There he is right over there. George! Oh, George!
Listen, Loretta, if you call him, he'll only want to dance with you again.
Oh, he hasn't danced with me so much.
Gee whiz, he's cut in on almost every dance.
Well, I didn't ask him to, Henry.
Hey, Loretta!
Yes, George?
Come on out on the porch. I want to show you something.
George, you wouldn't mind driving us home, would you?
No, Loretta, it won't be necessary.
No, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind at all.
I said it wouldn't be necessary. And anyway, Loretta's staying way out at her aunt's tonight.
Well, what of it? All I have to do is drop you first, and then I'll take Loretta home.
What's that? Listen, I brought Loretta here, and I'm going to take her home.
Of course you are. I'm just going to help you.
No, you're not. I'm going to take her home myself.
Now, boys, wait.
Now, listen, Aldrich.
Now, listen yourself.
Sam, is that you?
It is.
Oh, my goodness, Sam, where have you been?
Where have I been? Where haven't I been?
Well, dear, are you all right?
Of course I am. Why shouldn't I be?
Well, what have you been doing all this time?
I'll tell you all about it later. Let's go in and start playing bridge. I'll just wash my hands.
Start playing bridge. Where's Mr. Johnson?
What do you mean, where is he?
Sam, he drove out to get you.
What did you do that for?
Because Mrs. Johnson and I were worried about you.
Well, now, Alice, why did you do a thing like that?
Mrs. Aldrich, has anything happened to Frank? Well, no, dear, of course nothing has. Sam, you must have seen him. He took the road right out to the country club.
Well, I took the shortcut over Kendall Hill. That's where I had the trouble.
What trouble?
I couldn't get over it.
You mean it's that slippery out?
It is.
And you don't think you ought to do anything about it?
Do anything? What could I do?
Well, Sam, I think if he went out for you, the least you can do is go out for him.
Alice, you should never have sent him.
But I thought something happened to you.
You were simply jumping at conclusions.
You weren't able to get over Kendall Hill, were you?
No, but all I did was slide down it backwards.
Well, that's all the more reason you ought to go out and get him.
Alice.
To tell you the truth, Mr. Aldrich, I am worried.
Where did I put my coat?
Right here on the banister. And, Sam, drive carefully because I'm going to worry about you every minute you're gone.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I'd just as soon put the car up tonight and not get it out all winter. Oh, just a minute. Hello?
Hello, is this you, Father?
It is.
Well, this is Henry. Father, you'll have to come out here and get me when the dance is over.
What's that?
I'm sorry, Father, but it's an emergency. My whole reputation is at stake.
What about?
I'm just not going to let him get away with it, that's all.
Henry.
I'll explain everything when I see you. Goodbye.
But, Henry.
So long. What are you waiting for, Henry? Aren't you going home?
Sure, Homer. I'm waiting for Loretta.
Where is she?
She's upstairs in the powder room getting her things on.
Oh. That's funny, because if I remember correctly, I heard George Bigelow say something about taking Loretta home.
You're crazy, Homer. There you are, jumping at conclusions again. Loretta's up there mending a hem on her skirt.
Well, George was talking about it, Henry. Incidentally, I wonder where Agnes is.
I hope she's ditched you.
Well, gee, darn near everybody else has gone home.
Have I kept you waiting, Homer?
Yes. So long, Henry. You can still come home with us if you want to.
That's all right, Homer. My father will be here in a minute. Agnes, did you happen to notice whether Loretta is almost ready?
Loretta? I don't know, Henry. I didn't see her upstairs.
You didn't? Well, she's up there all right, Agnes. She's mending her hem.
Remember what I heard George say, Henry?
You're crazy.
So long, then.
Good night.
Good night.
Young man, would you mind stepping over to one side while I sweep up here?
Oh, excuse me.
Did you all have a nice dance tonight?
Well, pretty good.
Everybody seemed to. Why don't you go home?
Well, I'm going to just as soon as my father gets here.
Would you mind not standing in front of this piano? I want to close it up.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, my, look at those ashes.
Have you seen anyone up in the powder room?
Who, your father?
No, my girl. Loretta Taylor. Do you know her?
I don't know, but she ain't up there.
Are you sure?
I certainly didn't see anybody, and I just came down from there 10 seconds ago.
You didn't see anyone at all?
No, sir.
Oh.
Now, young man, if you'll stand over to the other side, unless you want to get your feet wet, I'll start mopping.
Sure. There isn't more than one powder room up there, is there?
There never has been. Say, I don't suppose I should ask you, but I ain't going to be long cleaning up here. You couldn't give me a lift home, could you?
Well, as a matter of fact, I don't think I'll wait any longer myself.
Oh. Your girl ditched you?
Oh, no. I guess she didn't want to bother my father, so she just went home. Incidentally, in case my father comes here after I've left, will you tell him I'm walking home?
Oh, sure.
I'd phone him, only, gee whiz, I spend all my nickels phoning home as it is.
Now then, Mr. Johnson, I guess you're waiting for me.
Yes, sir. It's your turn.
Well, now let's see. No, I can't do it that way.
You stuck?
No, I'll figure this out. You certainly got me in a jam here.
Well, I was only following your lead.
Yes. Well, let me try it this way. I'll put my car in reverse, and you see if you can push me.
I don't think that will work.
Excuse me, mister, but could you give me a lift?
What's that?
Gee whiz, Father, is that you?
Henry, where did you come from?
I'm walking home, so you won't have to go all the way out to the clubhouse and get me.
Well, that's very thoughtful of you.
Are both of your cars stuck here?
Henry, stand back. We're going to try it once more.
Easy. That isn't going to do it.
No, I guess it isn't.
Father, wait a second. Here comes a car.
Wait, I'll flag them.
Let me. Hey, can you give us a hand?
What is it you want?
Is that you, Homer?
Of course it is.
Well, can you help pull either one of these cars out of here?
How?
There's nothing to it. All you have to do is...
Now, wait a minute, Henry. Let me tell him. Just back up behind Mr. Johnson's car real slowly.
Is there room for me to get in there? Is there? Henry, is there?
What, Homer? Hey, Homer, what'd you do that for?
I thought I had room.
That's it. Jumping at some more conclusions.
Sam, do you want me to turn out the light?
I'll turn it out. You in bed?
Yes, dear.
Am I tired?
Well, I should think you'd be dead.
What did the Johnsons say when they went home?
Not a thing. They simply put on their coats and left.
Without even looking at a bridge deck?
You know, Sam, it's really a pity the Johnsons have no family. Then they'd understand how easy and natural it is to make sacrifices for them.
Yes, I suppose you're right.
Did Henry say anything to you about Loretta?
Why, he didn't mention it to me.
Well, I'm afraid, Sam, he was terribly hurt this evening.
Father?
Yes, Henry?
Could I just thank you once more for all you've done for me tonight?
You're very welcome, son. Now, please go to bed.
Yes, Father. Wasn't it lucky that wrecking car got us out so quick?
Yes, dear. Now, please go to bed. Your father's tired.
Yes, Mother. Is that the telephone?
Yes, turn on the light so I can find it.
I've got it, Father. It's right here. Hello?
Hello. Is Henry Aldrich there?
Yes.
Well, this is Loretta.
Loretta?
Yes. And I just want to say, Henry Aldrich, I think you're the meanest, most horrid person I've ever known in my life.
What have I done?
Well, I'm sorry I didn't go home with George Bigelow.
Who did you go home with?
I didn't go home with anyone. I'm still here.
At the clubhouse?
Of course I am. And I've just simply got to get home, Henry.
Well, just a minute. Father, have you gone entirely to sleep yet?
Henry Aldrich will be back in just a moment. In the meantime, if coffee keeps you awake, see if you don't sleep better drinking Postum instead. You'll enjoy Postum's grand taste, you and your whole family. And as an all-family drink, you'll find Postum most economical. Still selling at its usual low cost of less than 1/2 cent a cup. So ask your grocer for Postum tomorrow.
Father, I just got a note from Loretta.
Did you?
It's about our going back for her the other night.
Yes?
She says, words will never express my appreciation, especially of the behavior of your father. Not once did he complain. Not once did he embarrass me by so much as looking in my direction. Not once did he even say a word. Henry, your father must be a very wonderful, silent man.
Listen again next week to the Aldrich family, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with your favorite youngster, his family, and his pals. The Aldrich family, starring Ezra Stone, is written by Clifford Goldsmith. Original music is composed and conducted by Jack Miller. This is Dan Seymour saying you will enjoy fragrant, flavorful Postum. And remember, Postum contains no stimulants. It cannot keep you awake. Good night.
Why all the cheering? Haven't you heard? Listen, it's hot off the griddle. Log Cabin Syrup, America's favorite table syrup, is selling at money-saving, big-value prices. Remember, you get the same matchless Log Cabin Syrup, same high quality, same mouth-watering old-fashioned flavor, so delicious with piping hot pancakes or waffles. Tomorrow, buy Log Cabin Syrup from your grocer. You'll find prices on all 3 sizes are surprisingly low, well within your housekeeping budget.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Postum presents
Henry Aldrich. Coming, Mother.
The Aldrich Family, written by Clifford Goldsmith. Entertainment for all the family, brought to you by Postum, a tempting, wholesome drink for all the family. Postum. Good evening. This is Dan Seymour extending a hearty welcome on behalf of Postum. As you drew up your chairs to listen to the Aldrich family tonight, you probably never gave a thought to the many other people doing the same thing. But there are millions of them, and they fall into all classes, rich and poor, old and young, men and women. Because it doesn't take any specialized group to appreciate the Aldrich family any more than it takes a specialized group to appreciate Postum. Anybody who likes a good, lusty drink, a mealtime drink with real authority in it, can't help but enjoy Postum. Anybody who likes a distinctive drink will enjoy Postum, because Postum has a very special goodness, a delicious flavor that stands right out because it's all Postums and only Postums. So when you want a mealtime drink that's sure pleasure, be sure to choose Postum. Next to actually being young again, there's no better way to recapture that feeling than to know a teenage boy like Henry Aldrich. For he acts just like you used to when you were that age. And so his troubles become your fun. The scene opens at the Aldrich breakfast table.
And here's a letter for you, Sam, and another for you.
Thank you, Alice.
Henry, here's one for you. For me, Mother, for me.
Alice has an advertisement from some summer resort, Glimmer Lake.
Really? Father, I certainly hope we aren't going away anyplace this summer.
We certainly are not.
And I agree with both of you. Boy, do you know what I'm going to do? Well, gee whiz, imagine. Henry, what's the matter? Nothing, Mother. I was just reading this letter. Well, please eat your cereal. Yeah, sure, only... Sure. Father, without looking at any of the rest of the sweater, can you make out this word right here?
Why, that's fiendish.
Oh, yes, of course. I thought it was friendly.
Mother?
Yes, Mary?
Was there any mail for me this morning?
No, dear.
Oh. Henry, who's that letter from?
Why, it's just hardly anything. Mary, will you please stop trying to read over my shoulder?
Henry, all I was doing was innocently looking to see whether you'd opened one of my letters by mistake.
Well, I haven't. You don't even know who this is from.
Hi, Henry. Are you through with breakfast?
Homer, where did you come from?
Johnson's Candy Kitchen. Hi, Mr. Aldrich. Want a piece of fudge?
What's that?
Go ahead. It has walnuts in it.
Homer, will you please take that bag from under my nose?
Oh, excuse me.
Homer, I could eat a little.
Henry, you will please eat your egg.
Can he have a little piece of fudge on the side, Mrs. Aldrich?
He may not.
Oh.
Mother, could I speak with Homer confidentially out in the hall a second?
Dear, you haven't even started your breakfast.
Mother, my egg is hot. See, I mean, it's not cold enough for me to eat, and I'd like to talk to Homer about this, well, about a certain matter, and...
Will you be right back?
Yes, Mother, I'll be out here in the hall for exactly 2 minutes and not 1 second longer.
What is it, Henry? Did your report card come?
Homer, look, It's a letter from a girl.
Well, who is she?
That's the beautiful part of it. I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Oh, I know her. She lives over in Abbott City. Look at what she says. Dear Henry Aldrich, I suppose you will think I am very bold writing you a boring letter like this, but I'm simply so bored I can't help it.
What? What's the matter with her?
I guess you know your friend Nancy Adams, who was visiting here, and yesterday she happened to show me her school yearbook, and I said, who's that picture? And she said, why, that's Henry Aldrich. And I said, it's such a boring day, I'm going to write to him. And she said, all right, I dare you. And I said, all right. And here I am.
What's that?
Although I'm probably no lady for doing it.
Henry, let's see that.
Homer, will you please take your hands off it?
All I want to do is read it.
In the first place, Homer, some of it is confidential.
Read me some more. Read me some more.
She says, you should certainly be glad, Henry, you don't live in this boring place. It's friendly. I mean, fiendish. I can hardly wait until summer comes, and we go to beautiful Lake Passepartout, where there is something doing every minute. Where are you going to be this summer?
Henry?
Yes, Mother?
Will you come back and eat your egg, please?
Yes, Mother.
And tell Homer to wait out there.
Hey, Henry, could I be reading the rest of this?
Gee whiz, Homer, what do you think this is? Just public property?
Henry!
I'm coming right now, Mother. And boy, Mother, don't you think what Father said a little while ago was a good idea?
What he said about what, Henry?
About our going away this summer.
When did I say we were going away?
I thought you said... Well, gee, Father, don't you think this place is darn boring in the summer?
Boring? I thought you liked it here.
Mother, it's fiendish.
It's what?
Fiendish. In the summer. I think we ought to go to Lake Passepartout.
Lake Passepartout? I never heard of it.
Henry.
What, Homer?
Are you sure you don't have anything I could be looking at?
No.
Now, Henry, Homer is your guest. You go find him a magazine.
Yes, Mother, I'll get it for him right away. And, Mother, at Lake Passepartout, there's something doing practically every minute.
Well, there's nothing wrong with our home right here.
Hey, Henry, let me see just one more page of it.
Okay, Homer, if you'll promise not to handle it. Where were we?
At Lake Passepartout.
Oh, yeah. Oh, here's a good part. Boy, this is good. It is raining out. It has been all day. In fact, it's been raining most of this week. Is it raining in Centerville? Isn't it fiendish? If there's one thing I find boring, it's to sit indoors all day with nothing to do when it's raining.
That's very interesting.
Henry, Kathleen Anderson wants you on the telephone.
Who, me, Mary? Oh, well, tell her I can't talk with her. I'm very busy right now.
Go on, Henry. Why do you keep stopping?
Why, she goes on and says, naturally, I am anxious to hear all about yourself. As Nancy tells me, you are very interesting. Will you please promise to write? Please, oh, please, oh, please.
Oh, boy.
I hope I have not bored you. As ever...
Didn't she sign it?
Yes, but... Homer, can you make that first name out?
Let's see. I can figure out the last name, okay?
You can?
Yeah, Droopwater.
Droopwater?
That's what it looks like to me.
Homer, there aren't two O's in there.
Could it be Dropwater?
Well, I see what that middle letter is in the first name. It's T.
T? Could it be Walter?
Walter?
Walter Dropwater.
Why would a girl have that name? Oh, can't you see what it is? It's just as clear as day. It's Myrtle.
Oh. Myrtle Dropwater. Henry, tell me frankly, do you think you ought to write to her?
Why not? Just because... And besides, Homer, that isn't an O in the last name. It's an I.
A what?
It's Dripwater.
Drip?
Sure, not Drop. No wonder you had the wrong impression of her.
Drip?
Henry?
Yes, Mother?
Will you please go out to the kitchen and get your father a drink of water?
A drink of Homer, that's it.
What?
It's Myrtle Drinkwater. Isn't that a beautiful name?
Sam, I don't like to bother you, but I do have something I'd like to talk over with you.
Yes, what's the trouble?
Well, it's about Henry. He's been so upset ever since he got another letter this morning. And about a half an hour ago, he asked whether I didn't think he should have his allowance increased.
Mother!
Yes, Mary?
Mother, did you know Henry got another letter this morning?
Yes, dear, we know all about it. Mary, turn around.
What for?
Dear, I think you ought to go down to the hairdresser.
Mother, aren't you interested? That letter was from some loan company.
Mary, what's that?
Where did you say it was from, Mary?
A loan company in Abbott City. I saw it right up on top of the page. And then he came to me and asked if he could borrow some money, and he was all excited.
Yes?
Father!
Sam, what do you suppose is the matter?
Could I see a loan for it? Oh, hello, Mary. Hello, Mother.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, this is nice that we can be together. We very seldom get together.
Henry.
Yes, Father?
What was it you came in here to say?
Why, well, I'll tell you, Father. Oh, boy, I'll answer the door.
Henry, that's probably for me.
No, it isn't, Mother. I think it's someone to see me on sort of a business arrangement. Hello, Homer.
Hello, I tried to come in. What's the idea?
What's what idea?
Of keeping your door locked. How do you expect your friends to come in?
My father asked us to keep it locked every morning until he goes to the office. Listen, Homer, have you got the 35 cents?
Yes, here. Now, where's the letter?
Right here.
Hand it to me.
Oh, no, I didn't say I'd let you read it. I said I'd read it to you.
What does she say? What does she say?
Now, don't push me, Homer. She says, "My dear Hen."
Oh, boy.
I received your 14-page letter, and it was a whiz.
A what?
Never mind, Homer. I hope you will excuse my using my father's business stationery, but my new paper, which incidentally is a whiz, hasn't come yet. You have asked me to describe myself, and I'll do the best I can. Although there are some things I can't say because you would think I was terribly conceited. First of all, I am 5'9". Homer, could that be 9?
Gee whiz, Henry, you're only 5'8".
8 1/4, Homer. And besides, that isn't a 9, it's a 2. It's as clear as day.
Looks like a 9 to me. Go on.
I am 5'2" and have rather pleasing eyes, they say. Although I do wish at times my eyelashes weren't quite so long because they are always somehow getting in my way.
What does she have to do, comb them?
Homer, stop interrupting me. As to the color of my eyes, I wish you were here to judge for yourself. Some boys say they are gray. Some boys say they are green. Which do you like?
You mean you can have your choice?
Oh, Homer, lots of things change color in different lights. Where was I?
Right here. What color will you have?
Oh, yes. As to my hair, which is black, I have recently had done into a feather cut, which is a whiz, even if I do say so.
Henry?
Yes, Mother?
Are you busy?
Why, I'm carrying out a little transaction, you might say, with Homer.
Well, may I speak with you?
Right now, Mother?
Listen, Henry, you haven't finished reading it.
I'll be back. Gee whiz, what do you want for 35 cents?
Henry?
Yes, Mother?
Dear, I just want you to know that if you really need money and would be willing to tell your father what you need it for, he might see his way clear to helping you out.
Well, Mother, I appreciate your bringing it up, but you've got so many things on your mind. I think it would be best if I just didn't bother you.
Mother, do you mind if I make an appointment with a hairdresser someday this week?
No, not at all.
Well, Henry, Kathleen Anderson phoned you again.
She did? Gee whiz, I think Centerville girls are just boring.
Henry?
Yes, Homer, I'm coming. Mary, are you going to the hairdresser?
Yes.
Well, why don't you get a feather cut? Boy, that kind is a whiz.
A feather cut, Henry, after I've let my hair grow this long?
Henry?
I'm coming, Homer. Where was I?
She just got in a shampoo or something.
You're crazy. Here's where I stopped. I think your idea of phoning me is a whiz. And I'll certainly be thrilled when I hear that old telephone ring. Yours hastily, Myrtle Drinkwater.
Henry, is her name really Drinkwater?
Why not?
Boy, do you think she could be part Indian?
Now listen, Homer.
What's that at the bottom of the page?
Oh, gee whiz, I hadn't seen that. Huh. Instead of your phoning me, why don't I phone you, as I never know where I'm going to be next. So I'll call you on Friday between 5 and 6.
You mean you don't need my money? Well, give it back to me.
No, Homer, I will not. Suppose she calls me collect. Don't you think she expects me to be a gentleman?
Well, if I'll let you keep it, can I be here when she calls?
No, Homer. Boy, just think. Tomorrow I hear Myrtle's voice for the first time.
Anything more about our going away this summer?
Alice, I thought we decided not to go.
Mother!
Yes, Henry?
What time is it now?
It's exactly 20 minutes to 5.
Thank you, Father.
Alice, if you'd like to take a cottage someplace for a couple of weeks, I'm sure I have no objections.
Well, there's somebody, I can't remember who it was, said something about Lake Passepartout being a nice place to go.
Lake Passepartout?
Well, somebody's mentioned it in the last couple of days and said it was wonderful.
Father!
Yes?
Are you sure your watch is right?
I'm positive. Will you please tell me why you ask what time it is every 60 seconds?
No reason, Father. I was just waiting for it to be 5 o'clock.
Henry, why do you have your new blue suit on?
Oh, I got that on. Is that the telephone, oh boy?
Henry, don't run.
Gee whiz, who put that chair there?
Henry!
I'm sorry, Father. I'll pick it up when I come back. Mother, just stay where you are, please. I beg of you.
Henry, what's the matter with you?
Nothing, Mother. It's just that... Hello, long distance?
What's that?
Homer, is that you? Get off the line. The phone just rang.
Sure, I'm calling you. Has she phoned yet?
No, Homer, will you please hang up?
Okay, and I'll be right over.
No, Homer, you're not to come over. I don't want you even around here.
Aren't you going to be talking to her on my 35 cents?
Homer, please, listen to reason. Look, I'll tell you something she said in a letter this morning. Will you stay where you are?
Is it any good?
Sure it is. It's a lot better than any telephone conversation would be.
Well, all right.
She says she wants me to come to a bal mask tomorrow night.
To a what?
To a bal mask. That's a masquerade party over in Abbott City.
Henry, do you think it's safe?
What do you mean safe?
Are you going, Henry?
Sure, I'm going.
Henry?
Yes, Mother?
Dear, you have to hang up right this minute.
I will. Homer, my mother says I have to hang up, and I guess she's right. Goodbye.
Henry.
Gee, Mother, did you save my life?
Dear, I want you to jump on your bicycle and go right down to the meat market.
Now?
Right this minute.
But Mother, I'm expecting a very important... Wouldn't the government appreciate it if we didn't have meat tonight?
We didn't have any last night or the night before. Now, please start.
Well, couldn't Mary go?
Mary's down at the hairdresser's. And, Henry, if you can't help me out, I'll have to go and tell your father.
Well, yes, Mother, I'll go. Only
Then please get started. The meat will be all ready for you.
Well, just as soon as I've... Hello?
Number, please.
Operator, this is Henry Aldrich. I'm expecting a very important call from Abbott City, see? And when it comes, could you switch her on to the butcher shop?
Now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Just as Henry was expecting a long-distance call from a girl he has never met, he was suddenly and firmly sent to the meat market, where the scene now opens.
Hey, Mr. Wilson! Mr. Wilson!
Oh, hi there, Henry.
You have my mother's meat ready?
Here it is, right here.
Oh, boy, thanks. Has a telephone call come for me?
No, not since I've been on duty.
Gee, I'm expecting an important call. Oh, boy, there she is right now.
You better let me answer it first.
Well, okay, but tell her I'm right here, won't you?
Hello? Henry?
Here I am. Oh, boy, I guess I got here just at the right time, didn't I? Hello? Is this long distance?
It is not. Henry?
Father, is that you? Something happened to her?
Has something happened to whom?
Who's calling me?
I am. As long as you're downtown, I want you to run over to the Havens drugstore and get some cigars for me.
Now?
And hurry home. Goodbye.
But, Father, Oh, boy. Look, Mr. Wilson, when a long-distance call comes for me, could you tell them they can catch me over at the Havens drugstore?
I don't know why I couldn't. What's the name of the party that's calling?
Her name is Myrtle Drink... Why, she'll just ask for me.
Alice?
Yes, Sam?
Did you call to Havens and leave that message?
Yes, I did. What was it you started to say about Lake Passepartout?
Oh, only that I'd heard of someone downtown who owns a couple of cottages up there.
Oh, that's fine, Sam, because I don't know whether it's just one of my premonitions or not, but it seems to me if we could get Henry away from this town this summer, he might not have quite so many problems.
Yeah? There goes the telephone again. I'll see who it is.
If it's Henry, tell him to please hurry.
Hello?
Is this Elm 303?
It is?
This is long distance. I have a call from Abbott City for Mr. Henry Aldrich.
Well, Henry Aldrich isn't here right now. May I ask who the call is from?
Why, it's a party by the name of Drinkwater.
Drinkwater? Oh, thank you.
Sam, who was it?
Someone from Abbott City by the name of... Alice, I know who that was calling him. I know exactly who that was.
Who?
A fellow by the name of Drinkwater. And he's connected with that loan company over in Abbott City that Henry's been getting letters from.
Oh, my goodness.
Mr. DeHaven, are you too busy to wait on me?
I guess not, Henry.
Well, first there's a phone call come for me.
Yes, 2 of them.
2? Long distance?
No, they were both from your mother. She wants you to get a quart of milk at the grocer's and then stop at the cleaner's and pick up your father's suit.
Oh, gee whiz. Oh, boy.
Just a minute, and I'll wrap your father's cigars for you.
Well, the only trouble is I'm expecting a call from a girl, and it's coming here to your drugstore.
Is that right?
There's a big masquerade over in Abbott City tomorrow night. And you know what I'm going to wear?
No.
A Confederate soldier.
What's that?
Oh, boy. Mr. DeHaven, could I answer your phone? It's probably... Well, it must be... Hello, is this long distance?
Hello?
Oh, Myrtle?
Hello, could you rush up a bottle of paregoric right away?
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Abbott City Mortgage and Loan Company.
May I speak with Mr. Drinkwater, please?
I'm sorry, but Mr. Drinkwater isn't in right now.
Well, could you tell me whether my son has been trying to borrow money or owes you any?
What was the name?
Henry Aldrich.
Oh, well, we aren't allowed to give out confidential information, sir.
I know, but he's my son, and he's...
I'm sorry. You'll have to speak to Mr. Drinkwater personally, and he isn't in.
I see. Well, thank you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Sam, how much does Henry owe them?
She wouldn't tell me. She said
As a matter of fact, I know what I'll do.
What, Sam?
Now, when Henry comes in, don't say one word about any of this.
You don't think we should?
I've got to drive over to Abbott City on some other business in the next few days anyhow, and I'll drop in and have a talk with Drinkwater.
Really?
Mother, did I hear Father say Abbott City? Is there a call for me?
Henry, when did you get back?
Just now. Where's the telephone?
Henry, I was simply talking about going over to Abbott City sometime.
Oh.
That's all.
Isn't that strange? Father, do you have any ideas as to when you might be driving over?
Oh, any time in the next few days.
Well, they have awfully good movies over there sometimes. Wouldn't you like to take Mother and go over tomorrow night and have a good time?
Saturday night?
Yeah, sure. And I might go along with you.
Well, we'll see. We'll think it over.
Oh, boy, there it is.
Henry, will you please walk?
Well, I don't want to miss it. Oh, gee whiz.
Henry, what's the matter?
Nothing, Mother. I just slid into the telephone table.
Well, get up off that floor.
I don't need to. I can talk right down here. Hello? Long distance? Long distance?
Hello, Henry. What did she say?
Hi, Mr. Johnson. I came in to see if you found that costume for me.
Yes, Henry, here it is. This lieutenant's uniform is the last Confederate outfit I have in the place.
Well, gee, that's exactly what I wanted.
That'll be $2.
$2? Just for 24 hours?
That's right.
Well, couldn't you let me have it for, say, $1 or $1.50 if I bring it back late tonight?
Well, how would you like to go as an 1890 policeman for $1.75?
Oh, the only thing is my girl tried to get me by phone yesterday, and we couldn't get together, and I sent her a telegram that I'd be there tonight as a Confederate soldier.
She'd like you just as well as a policeman, wouldn't she?
The only thing is we've never met, and I don't want to confuse her.
Oh.
Could I use your phone a second?
Yeah, help yourself. It's right there.
Hello? Mr. Johnson, do I get a sword with that for $2?
The sword's 50 cents extra.
Oh.
Number, please.
I want Elm 787.
Elm 787.
Yes, please. Mr. Johnson, do I understand correctly it's 50 cents less without the sword?
Hello, Sam Aldrich speaking.
Father, don't you think a hat, a sash, a coat, pants, and sword are dirt cheap for $2.50?
What's that?
Just for one night.
Who is this?
It's your son, Henry. I have a chance to go to a costume ball tonight as General Lee for $2.50.
$2.50?
With the sword, $2 without.
Good. Take it. Only don't try to get the money from a stranger.
Where will I get it?
From me. Goodbye.
Well, gee, well, thank you very... Goodbye. Mr. Johnson, I can take it. Mr. Johnson, where are you?
Hi, Henry. How do I look?
Listen, Ed Carney, what are you doing with that uniform on?
I'm going to rent it.
Eddie, I've already taken it.
You have not.
Eddie, give me that.
Now, listen, Henry, you take your hands off that.
Now, Eddie, stop pushing me.
Here, now, wait, boys. What's the idea?
Mr. Johnson, I want this uniform.
Mr. Johnson, I said I'd take it.
Well, Henry's right, Ed.
Now, give it to me, Ed.
Henry, for the last time, take your hands off me.
You make me darn you. There. Oh, take that.
Now, listen, Henry.
Now, wait, boys. Let's not have another war over this.
How do you feel, Henry?
All right.
Here, put this cloth on your other eye. Boy, did you take a beating.
But I got the costume, didn't I? And Ed Carney doesn't look so hot either.
Where's the costume? Let me put it on.
It's still down at Mr. Johnson's. After we got through, he said he thought it would look a little better if he gave it a brushing and pressing.
Henry?
Yes, Mother?
Here's a letter for you.
A letter for me?
Yes. Are you quite sure you feel well enough to go to that dance tonight, dear?
Mother, I never felt better in my life.
Well, you know best, I suppose.
Homer.
What?
Which is the front of this envelope?
You're looking right at it.
I am.
Henry, don't you think I ought to read the letter to you with your eyes feeling the way they do?
Now, Homer, I can read it perfectly all right. Dear Henry, as long as I know exactly what you're going to look like, I think it is only fair that you know what I'm going to wear. And so I'm enclosing a photograph of me in my costume. Gee whiz, where is it? Where is it?
There it is, right there. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Homer, will you let me see it?
Oh, boy, Henry, wait until you see it.
Homer, have I got to knock you down, too?
Here, take a look at her. Boy, is that a sight for sore eyes.
Gee whiz, Homer, is that...
Yep, Henry, Myrtle Drinkwater.
Why, no, but...
She looks like an icicle.
I know, Homer, but look at that face.
Henry, do you think that might be a mask that goes with the costume?
No, Homer, it's real.
Henry!
Yes, Father?
You going to be ready to go over with me? I'm leaving in a few minutes.
To Abbott City?
Yes?
Well,
The only thing is, Father, frankly, I don't think I'll be going to that dance.
You're not going? Why not?
He's just had some bad news, Mr. Aldrich.
Henry, did I hear you say you aren't going?
Mother, my eyes are sort of tired, and I don't think I'd want to go over there and strain them.
Well, Alice, you better get your things on.
Sam, I don't think I want to take that trip either.
I know, but Alice, I've got to go over there and keep that appointment with...
Well, you go right on over and keep it.
Mother, if anybody phones for me this evening, tell them I've gone to bed.
Mary, aren't you going out tonight?
No, Mother, of course I'm not. I met Joe Graham on the street today with his feather cut. I haven't. He just laughed at me.
Well, frankly, Mary, I...
Now, Sam, let's not say anything more about it.
But, Mother, I don't blame Mary for feeling the way she does about it. I don't see why anyone wants to wear their hair cut that way.
Well, what I'd like to know is where I ever got the idea of doing it.
Alice, are you coming?
No, Sam, you go ahead.
All right. Oh, incidentally, I've got a cottage at Lake Passepartout this summer.
What's that?
Yes, it's a whiz. That is...
Sam, you didn't go and sign the lease, did you?
Alice, I thought you wanted to go there.
Dear, someone told me this afternoon we wouldn't like it there one bit.
Lake Passepartout, Mother? Why in the world we want to go to that place?
Well, that's what I'd like to know. They say it's simply fiendish. I mean...
Well, what I'd like to know is what I'm driving all the way over to Abbott City alone for.
Henry Aldrich will be back in just a moment. May we remind you, friends, there's a best way to do everything. A best way to build a bridge or make a suit of clothes, to bake a cake, or even to make a cup of postum. And the best way to make postum is to follow the directions on the package, because they're tested directions designed to make the most of that hearty, robust postum flavor. They give you a cup of postum at its delicious best. So always follow the directions to a swell cup of postum.
My father went down and had a talk with Mr. Johnson, and I'm going to wear that Confederate uniform after all.
You are? To the masquerade in Abbott City?
Sure.
And you're going Stan?
Of course I am. And if you show up, I'll knock your block off.
Well, as a matter of fact, let me give you a tip. If you get bored, look around for a girl named Myrtle Drinkwater. She's got a feather bob, and boy, she's a whiz.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with your favorite youngster, his family, and his pals. The Aldrich Family is written by Clifford Goldsmith. The original musical score is played by Jack Miller's orchestra, Ben Ludlow conducting. Your host tonight is Postum, and Postum is one of America's great mealtime drinks. It's good drinking. Good night. The Aldrich Family, based on characters originated by Clifford Goldsmith and starring Ezra Stone as Henry with Jackie Kelk as Homer.
Henry Aldrich. Coming, Mother.
Penrod Schofield, Tom Sawyer, Huck Finn. They're more than just characters in books, for the things they say and do are the things real boys say and do. And Henry Aldrich is another of these typical American youngsters. A boy from your own block, perhaps from your own home. Now our scene opens at the Aldrich telephone.
Hello, operator. I want Elm 629.
Elm 629?
Henry, tell him exactly what you think of him. Gee whiz, they must have arrived by now.
Number, please.
Operator, I just gave it to you. Elm 629.
Henry?
Yes, Father?
Are you through with that telephone?
No, sir. I'm still trying to get my number.
Hello, Centerville Station.
This is Henry Aldrich. I sent away for a package about 10 days ago, and I wonder whether it's come yet.
A package?
Yes, sir. It's some Christmas cards.
Did you say Christmas cards?
Yes, sir.
Well, if you checked them that long ago, they've probably been thrown out by now.
What's that? Oh, I didn't check them. I'm still waiting for them.
How's that?
They're samples for next Christmas. Homer Brown and I are going to sell them from house to house, only they're not here yet, and we're worried.
Give him the deuce, Henry.
Well, you're talking with the ticket office. Hold the line. I'll connect you with the express department.
Well, that's what I want to talk to. Gee whiz.
What does he say, Henry?
He's switching me. He thinks they may have been thrown out.
Thrown out? What does he think we're going to show people for samples?
Hello, Centerville Express office.
Hello, do you have any Christmas cards there?
What's that? What did you want?
This is Henry Aldrich.
Henry Aldrich isn't here.
I know it. He's here.
Who is? Does he want to speak to me, Henry?
Let go of the receiver, Homer. You're twisting me.
Hello. Did you want the Centerville Express office?
Yes. Have Henry Aldrich's Christmas cards come?
What's that? Will you speak a little louder, please?
Where are my Christmas cards?
You know, it's a funny thing, but it sounds as though you keep saying Christmas cards.
I am. They were sent by express.
Well, this is a fine time to be calling us. You should have reported it last January.
But I just ordered them in May.
Well, why don't you come down here sometime and fill out a tracer?
But, gee whiz, don't you realize there's a war bond drive on?
What's that?
We don't get those samples. We can't get any orders to buy bonds with.
I'm sorry, but you'll have to come down.
But wait, Hello?
That's telling him where to get off, Henry.
Imagine.
Henry?
Yes, Father?
Are you through?
Yes, sir, for a second. Could we ask you something?
Not until I put in my call.
But it's important.
What's it about?
Why, Christmas, Mr. Aldrich.
Will you boys please get away from this phone?
Yes, Father.
Will you let us know as soon as you can discuss it, Mr. Aldrich?
Sam!
Yes, Alice. I'm going to phone Mr. Thomas.
What are you going to say to him, Sam?
I'm going to ask him quite frankly why he can't attend a few more committee meetings.
You aren't going to say anything you'll be sorry for, are you?
I'm not going to be one bit sorry. Here we are, ready to start a big bond club drive. Everybody's for it. They think it's a fine thing. But a few in this town aren't doing anything about it.
Isn't Mr. Howard helping?
He is not. There's another example. We have a chance to get some war bond show cards at cost. And Mr. Howard, the treasurer of the committee, can't show enough interest to make up his mind as to how many show cards we need.
Well, dear, if I were you, I'd resign from the committee.
And call off the war?
Well, you can't fight it single-handed.
Father?
Yes? Alice, where's the phone book?
It's right there on the stand.
I know you've got a lot on your mind, Father, but would it be all right if I should ask you just one thing?
What about?
Christmas, remember?
Christmas?
Yes, sir. Have you bought your cards yet?
Henry, will you please step out of my light while I look up this number?
Hello, operator. I want Elm 232.
Now, wait a minute.
I just thought I'd ask my mother whether I can go down to the express office.
Father, where are you going?
Down to the office and put in a call.
Now then, tell me once more why you came down here to the express office.
Well, I'm Henry Aldrich, and my friend and I are going to sell Christmas cards, see?
Say that again, please. You're doing what?
We're selling Christmas cards for next Christmas.
Oh, well, I wouldn't be interested.
But wait. You told us to come down here. Here's the whole thing. We sent away for some samples, see? We're going to take orders, but you don't have to put any money down until September 1st, and we'd like to know where they are. Is that clear?
Yes. Where what are?
Our Christmas cards.
Henry, maybe I better explain it to him.
No, Homer, you'll only confuse him.
All I know is there's nothing like that here.
Well, what are we going to do? Here it is June, and Christmas is getting closer every month.
I'll say. Gee whiz, we're going to use all the profits to join the War Bond Club.
You are? Well, I'll take a good look, but I'm pretty sure that if there were any Christmas cards in this office, I'd know about it.
Could one of you boys help me with this package, please?
Yeah, sure. Hello, Mrs. Howard.
Oh, hello, Henry. Oh, thank you so much.
That's all right. This is heavy, isn't it?
Yes. Thank you. I always said you were a gentleman.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Howard. Would you be interested in some samples of Christmas cards, provided we can find them?
That's very funny.
What is?
No, really, Mrs. Howard. We're selling them for bonds.
For what? Don't you know? War bonds. We're going to give 10% of our income. Wouldn't you like to have us come over as soon as our samples come and take an order?
You want me to sit down on a hot day like this and pick out my Christmas cards for next winter?
Why not?
And, Mrs. Howard, I guess we haven't made ourselves clear. What they do is print your name on each card. That's what takes the time.
Sure. Especially if they print it in Old English.
You mean it takes 6 months?
Well, if you want it done right, it does.
And, Mrs. Howard, if you put it off, the first thing you know, snow will be falling and the Christmas bells will be ringing.
My goodness, what's that?
What's what? Oh, just a freight train.
Oh.
Couldn't we interest you, Mrs. Howard? Just to sort of help our drive.
Well, do you have any playing cards that aren't too fancy with just Merry Christmas on them?
Oh, yes. I'm pretty sure we have.
And they're cheap, I think.
Well, I'll tell you what you do. Mr. Howard does all the ordering, so you phone him, and if it's all right with him, it's all right with me.
Well, thanks very much. Do you want your name printed in Old English?
Yes, you might as well, as long as we've got plenty of time.
Say, Henry, there's no shipment here that I can locate.
You're sure?
Oh,
Yep.
Mr. Harris, I want to send that box of books there. Collect. It's all marked and everything.
Yes, ma'am. You want to wait for a receipt?
No, I'm in a hurry. I want to get home before I get stuck in a snowdrift.
What's that?
What's that?
Merry Christmas.
What did she say?
It's all right. Are you sure our package isn't here?
Yes, sir.
Because, gee, how are we going to buy bonds if we can't go to work?
You're buying bonds?
Sure, that's what this whole thing is about.
Sure. Henry and I are having a drive.
In conjunction with the rest of the town?
Oh, sure.
Well, I didn't know it was that important. Now, you say your package was shipped about how long ago?
10 days ago, wouldn't you say, Homer?
That's the way I figure it.
I see. Do you know whether it had anything breakable in it?
Breakable?
Yes, any glass.
Glass? No, I wouldn't say so. Would you, Homer?
No, I've never seen a glass one that I can remember.
No, I'd say definitely no glass.
Uh-huh. Well, let's fill out one of these blanks here and see whether we can get a tracer started.
And please make it urgent.
Oh, yes.
And add no glass.
Do you think it'll take very long? Because until it gets here, we're practically at a standstill.
Well, I don't suppose I ought to do it, but since it's connected with the Bond Club drive, I'll send the main express office a wire.
Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Bush's office?
Mrs. Bush?
No, this is Sam Aldrich. Say, I was just talking with Ted Thomas. I asked him to do a little work on this Bond Club committee, and he seemed very much pleased.
Yes?
In fact, he said he was for it 100%.
Fine.
The only thing is, he says he's sorry he has a couple of other things that he's going to have to give his time to, and he suggested you take his place.
That's for the bond committee, Sam?
Yes.
That's fine. That's just fine. Glad to have the opportunity. In fact, I'm 500% for it.
Well, that's fine. Now I'll tell you what we want you to do.
Now, wait, Sam, wait. Before we get too far into this, I unfortunately have a lot of work on my desk. It's already way behind.
You have?
Yes, I'm a little ashamed of myself to have let it go this far, especially at a time like this.
I see.
I'll tell you what I'll do. Get hold of John Clark. He's the man for you.
John Clark?
Yes, I was having lunch with him yesterday. He was saying he wished he could do something to help out. He said he felt so useless.
He did? Well, that's fine.
As a matter of fact, Sam, why don't you call him yourself? It's easy for you to make direct contact.
All right, thanks.
Oh, that's okay, Sam. Anything else I can do? Don't hesitate calling.
Fine.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, that's a fine thing.
Here's a letter for you, Mr. Aldrich.
Thank you. Put it on my desk.
Is Mr. Bush against the bond drive?
No, he's very much for it. In fact, he's 500% for it. That's more than anyone else I've called up this morning. Did you talk to Mr. Howard?
Yes, he said he doesn't think 1,000 show cards are necessary to advertise the bond drive.
What does he want us to do? Keep it a secret?
Well, he said he wants to think it over and you ought to call him back. Are you going to ask Mr. Clark to help you?
Not right away. I'm going to sit down and rest a minute.
Henry, let's see the telegram the express company sent us.
I still can't believe it, Homer.
Read it again.
It says, Aldrich, Centerville, have no record shipment of Christmas trees this year. Wire further details, collect.
Well, if that isn't the darndest thing, how could people be so dumb, Henry?
What do you think we ought to say in reply?
Tell them we can't understand their telegram. Will they please wire us more details?
Well, that isn't going to get us anywhere, Homer. We've got to send them a very careful explanation.
All right, only I don't know how we're going to do it in 10 words.
Why should we worry about 10 words? They say send it collect.
You got a pencil?
Sure. What'll we say?
Gentlemen.
Gentlemen. Then how about don't want Christmas trees?
Sure. That'll tell them.
We cannot purchase war bonds because order we placed 10 days ago has not arrived.
Sure. Have you misplaced Christmas cards?
Some of those were New Year's cards, Homer.
They were?
Let's just say, have you misplaced holiday greetings?
That's good. That'll tell the whole story.
Here, Homer, take it over to the ticket office and finish writing it down while I phone Mr. Howard.
What for?
And tell him his wife wants him to place an order with us.
You know, the more I think about this telegram, the better I like it.
What's Mr. Howard's number?
855.
855?
Sure.
Number, please.
Elm, 855.
Elm, 855.
Henry, do you think we ought to cut out any of this just to reduce the cost?
What do you think?
Well, the only word that isn't necessary is gentlemen. Why should they have to pay to be called a thing like that?
Okay, scratch it out.
Mr. Howard speaking.
Hello, this is Henry Aldrich.
What did you say, Aldrich?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes. You're calling about the cards, aren't you, Aldrich?
The cards? Yes, sir.
Now, that's a coincidence. I was just sitting here thinking about them.
You were?
About how large are they?
Well, I'm sorry, but the samples aren't here yet.
Have you any ideas of the price?
You mean by the dozen?
Oh, you aren't trying to be sarcastic, are you, Aldrich?
What's that?
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do with you. If your heart's set on it, I'll settle for $500.
What's that?
But not one more. That's all we have.
500?
That's right.
Well, what kind of lettering would you like on them? Something in the way of Old English?
Old English? Don't you think block letters would be easier to read at a distance?
At a distance?
Well, they're going to be tacked up on telephone poles, aren't they?
Are they? Is this Mr. Howard?
Yes, this is still Mr. Howard.
Are you sure you want 500?
Yes, sir, we can cover this town easily with that. Goodbye.
Homer! Gee whiz, we've got to send another telegram to the express company and hurry them up.
Why?
Mr. Howard's taking 500.
In Old English?
Have you seen this, Joe?
What is it?
The adjustment desk sent it up to us. It's a telegram from Centerville, signed Aldrich.
And what's it about?
Well, I don't understand it. It says, don't want Christmas trees. Cannot purchase war bonds because order placed 10 days ago not arrived. Have you misplaced holiday greetings?
Well, that's clear enough.
What sense do you make out of it?
Well, they're having some kind of a bond drive.
But what are they using Christmas trees for?
Don't ask me. Probably for decorations. And they decided it was a bad idea.
But we don't have any shipment of trees.
All right, fine. And everybody's happy.
Hey, but Joe, why do they say, have you misplaced holiday greetings?
Hey, what's that? Isn't that a period right after misplaced?
Is that a period?
Sure, but it ought to be a question mark. Here's how it goes. Cannot purchase war bonds because order placed 10 days ago has not arrived. Have you misplaced? Question mark. Holiday greetings, Aldrich.
What are the holiday greetings for?
I don't know. Isn't next Sunday Father's Day?
Sure, but how do they know I'm a father? And look at this, Joe. What they're looking for is a shipment of bonds.
Of war bonds?
Yeah, it says so right there. The driver's held up because we misplaced the shipment.
Gee, Bill, that's a pretty serious thing.
Telegram, Mr. Cooper. Well, what's this one about?
I don't know, but it's marked right.
Oh, it's another one from Aldrich. It says, must have shipment. Have sold 500. Holiday greetings. Polite guy, isn't he?
Hey, we're going to get into trouble, Bill. You better send that up to the superintendent and let him try to figure it out.
Now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Henry and Homer had planned to take orders for Christmas cards in order to make enough money to buy a war bond. When the samples for the cards did not arrive, they wired the express company. They wired a second time. While the boys are waiting at the station for a second reply, the scene opens in Mr. Aldrich's office.
Hello? Is this John Clark?
This is Mr. Clark.
Well, this is Sam Aldrich, John.
Yes?
I was talking with Mr. Bush this morning about our bond drive. I wanted him to do some work on one of the committees.
Yes, is he going to?
Well, he wants to. He's for us 500%. But he's tied up right now, and he suggested I call you and see whether you couldn't help us out.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I'm glad you called.
Good. Now I'll tell you what we'd like to have you do.
Now, wait, Sam. Is this something that has to be done in the next few days?
Yes, it'll have to be.
Well, that's too bad. Because after next week, I could give you all the time you want.
But you can't right now.
Well, you know how things are in my business, Sam. I'm with you heart and soul, but my hands are tied.
I see.
You know me, Sam. I'm for this drive 1,000%. And I wish you luck.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Here's the box that just arrived, Mr. Aldrich.
A box? What's in it?
A supply of 10% pledge buttons for the bond drive.
Are they all 10%? Aren't any of them 1,000%? Hello, Sam Aldrich speaking.
This is Howard.
Yes, Howard.
Sorry I was out when you called, but I got your message.
My message?
Yes, and I don't understand it.
What message are you referring to?
Whether I prefer red or green envelopes.
For what?
For the cards, the show cards.
Why would we want envelopes for them?
That's what I'm asking you.
Well, we certainly don't want to go to the expense of ordering 1,000 envelopes.
1,000? Now, look here, Aldrich. We agreed to order only 500 cards.
Oh, we did?
So let's not spend any more time discussing it. I've got a lot of things on my mind.
Are you too busy to come to a meeting at 2?
I'm afraid I am, Sam. I've got a late luncheon engagement. But you call me when it's over and let me know what you did.
Yes, of course.
Goodbye, Sam.
Goodbye.
Sam?
Alice, what are you doing down here at the office?
Sam, I thought we were going to meet for lunch. I've been waiting in front of the Emporium for half an hour for you.
I'm sorry, Alice, but I've got work to do on the Bond Club parade.
Dear, do you have to work this hard? Why can't Henry help you?
Now, Alice, what good can one boy do?
Read it again, Henry.
I've already read it 4 times, huh?
Well, read it again. I can't believe it.
Aldrich, Centerville, greetings to you. Entire force trying to trace shipment for bond drive. If unable, locate, advise reordering through Treasury Department. Please wire further wishes.
They're crazy, Henry.
And it's signed by the General Superintendent.
Well, that's what's the trouble. Do you know what my father does when he can't get action?
What?
He goes straight to the president of the company.
Does that help?
Sure. Let me have your pencil.
Here. Gee whiz, don't they realize we're losing orders left and right?
And, Henry, what about the big parade? We don't want to ride on a float if we haven't even bought our bonds.
That's what I say. What are you writing?
President of the Express Company. Time is growing short.
Now, how about time is shortening?
Yeah, time is shortening. Losing orders. What will we do about Barn Parade? Please send greetings.
That's telling them, Homer.
Do you think it's clear?
Clear? Why, it's as plain as day. And look, just as soon as we've sent this, let's call Mr. Howard again.
What for?
I just thought of something else we forgot to ask him.
Any calls while I was out for lunch, Miss Gray?
Yes, Mr. Howard. Mr. Aldrich's son phoned.
His son? What did he want?
He's apparently helping his father. He wanted to know whether you want your middle initial printed on the cards.
On what cards?
On the show cards, I imagine, for the bond drive.
Well, they're going to print my name on them?
I imagine they are. I'm supposed to call Mr. Aldrich back.
Well, I didn't realize they were going to do anything like that.
The Aldrich boy asked about Mrs. Howard, too, but I explained that she has nothing to do with this.
Yes, fine. Miss Gray, now, how many of those cards did I tell you to order?
500.
Yes, well, I don't think 500 will be enough. Do you?
I don't know, sir.
As a matter of fact, that wouldn't be anywhere near enough. Now, here's what you do. Call Sam Aldrich, see?
Yes, sir.
Tell him we want at least 1,000 cards.
With or without your middle initial?
If he doesn't mention it, don't you. After all, I don't want him to think my name has anything to do with doubling the order.
Yes, sir.
Besides, I don't really care whether the J is in or not.
Yes, Mr. Howard.
Mr. Aldrich.
Yes, Miss Thompson?
The editor of the Times is here. He wants you to go over some copy with him.
Yes, of course. Tom, come on in.
Oh, hello, Sam. I just stopped by to show you the story about the bond driver running tonight's paper.
Fine, fine.
Better give it the front page, nearly half a column.
Yes, half a column? You couldn't spare any more than that?
Why, half a column's quite a bit, Sam. Tells the whole story.
The only thing
Now,
is...
Sam, you know me. I'm for this drive, but I can't overdo it. After all, my subscribers expect to find some news in the paper.
The only thing is, Tom, the other paper's going to give their entire front page. We need the same from you.
You mean some of the folks are against this drive?
No, most of this town is working its head off. But there are a few, Tom, that need waking up. They're the ones we've got to sell on investing 10% of their income for the rest of this war.
Ah, don't you worry, Sam. Everything's going to be fine.
Excuse me. Hello, Sam Aldrich speaking.
Mr. Aldrich, this is Centerville Station. We got a telegram here for you.
A telegram for me?
I think it's for you. It came in while I was out. It says Aldrich, Centerville.
Now, go ahead. Who's it from?
The president of the Express Company.
From whom? What's he say? What's it about?
He says, greetings. Am doing everything in my power to facilitate your bond drive. If you do not get fullest cooperation from our local representative, please wire.
Well, then you say that's from the president himself?
Yeah.
And he's doing everything in his power to facilitate our bond drive?
Yeah.
And what's the rest? If we do not get fullest cooperation from local representatives, please wire?
Yeah. And greetings.
Greetings. Yeah, but that's not the important part. And you say it's signed by the president?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure that's for me?
Well, it's addressed to Aldrich.
Well, then I guess it is.
Yeah, goodbye, Mr. Aldrich.
Goodbye.
Well, Sam.
What's that, Tom?
Isn't everybody that gets a telegram like that?
I beg your pardon?
Now, tell me frankly, Sam, about how much space do you think this paper ought to give to make this drive a success?
Well, to tell the truth, that should be up to you. But we'd like a lot more than we're getting, a great deal more.
And frankly, Sam, I think you should have it.
Oh, excuse me. Hello, Sam Aldrich speaking.
Mr. Aldrich, this is Mr. Howard's secretary.
Yes?
Mr. Howard wanted me to tell you that if you feel we need 1,000 of those show cards, it's all right.
Yes? Well, I'm glad he came around to my point of view. I'm just sorry I didn't ask for 1,500.
Well, I think it would be all right if you ordered 1,500.
You mean it's all right with Mr. Howard?
Oh, yes. And print them any way you want to.
Yes, well, that's fine.
Sam, may I speak with Howard?
Miss Gray, is Mr. Howard there?
Oh, just a minute. I'll call him.
Yeah, Tom.
Mr. Aldrich, there's a gentleman in the outer office that wants to see you.
To see me?
From the Express Company.
Yeah? Excuse me, Tom. I'll be right back.
Hello?
Howard, this is Tom from over at the Times.
Yes?
Did you know that Sam Aldrich just got a personal wire from the president?
No.
Yes. And he told Sam if he doesn't get the fullest cooperation from us, he wants to...
Hello. Hello. Is this Clark?
Yes?
Well, Clark, this is White. Say, you know that golf game we were going to have tomorrow?
Yes?
Well, would you mind our postponing it for a couple of weeks? I'm going to be pretty busy on the Bond Club drive.
Oh, you are?
Oh, yes. I don't know whether you know it or not, but the president's taking a personal interest in it. Sam Aldrich got a wire from Washington, and confidentially...
Mr. Howard, I have your wife on the phone now.
Thank you. Hello, Jenny.
Yes?
This is J.J. I won't be home for dinner, Jen.
Why not?
I've got to do some work on the bond committee. Probably be midnight before I get home.
But, J.J., I've arranged a bridge game for tonight.
Well, cancel it. The bond drive's more important.
Yes, dear. Oh, has Henry Aldrich been in touch with you?
No, what about?
Christmas cards.
Jenny, this is no time to think about Christmas cards. Goodbye.
Hello? Is this Sam Aldrich?
Yes?
Well, this is Clark. Say, Sam, why didn't you call me again?
What about?
The bond drive. We can't sit back and expect you to carry the whole load.
Well, I certainly appreciate that.
Don't you think we ought to talk the folks into investing 15% each week instead of just 10?
Well, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it.
Extra paper.
Get your extra timeshare. Read all about the bond drive parade.
Extra paper.
All about the bond drive.
Sam, just look at the float that's going by.
Which one?
The one just coming up to the reviewing stand.
Oh, yes. Very good.
Is the float that Henry and Homer are on in sight yet?
Not yet. They ought to be along in a minute, though.
Sam, which company here in town bought the most bonds?
The Express Company.
The Express Company?
Yes, for some reason, the main office in Chicago wired that they'd be willing to top the pledge of any firm in town.
Well, what's that nice of?
Hey, you know those show cards, Howard, okay? Look pretty nice.
Well, there certainly are a lot of them.
You know, it's weird J.J. Howard hasn't spoken to me since we put them up.
Oh, incidentally, don't let me forget to tell Henry when he gets home there's a package at the house from the Excelsior Greeting Card Company.
Yes?
Yes, it came this morning by postal post.
Yes?
Sam, here comes the float that Henry's on.
Where?
Way down the street. See it, Sam? See it?
Oh, yes.
Sam, when did they get the truck?
The Express Company loaned it.
But, Sam, why are Henry and Homer in tracksuits?
They're supposed to be relay races, Alice, don't you see?
Oh, yes, isn't that nice? What is that Henry's handing over to Homer?
A torch, Alice. See the sign above them? They represent the spirit of total effort.
Of total what?
Effort, Alice. Effort. This drive is the greatest thing this town has ever had.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with your favorite youngster, his family, and his pals. The Aldrich Family, starring Ezra Stone, is written by Clifford Goldsmith. Stone is written by Clifford Goldsmith. Stone is written by Clifford Goldsmith. Stone is written...
And now the Jell-O family presents...
Henry Aldrich.
Coming, Mother.
Yes, it's the Aldrich family based on characters originated by Clifford Goldsmith and starring Ezra Stone as Henry with Jackie Kelk as Homer. And yes, it's the Jell-O family with its three famous desserts. Jell-O in those 6 delicious flavors, regular Jell-O puddings with that old-fashioned homemade flavor, and Jell-O tapioca puddings. A miracle of goodness, a marvel of speed.
Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O, yum, yum, yum. Jell-O puddings, yum, yum, yum. Jell-O tapioca puddings, yes, sirree.
And now for the Aldrich family. Every typical teenage boy is a little like a mirror. No man can follow Henry Aldrich very long, for instance, without seeing a reflection of the boy he used to be. The scene opens in the cafeteria at Central High School. It is right after school.
Gee, Homer, do I feel great. I haven't had a soda in 2 whole weeks.
You're sure making up for it now.
Boy, when I think of it, giving up ice cream just so I wouldn't catch cold in my vocal cords. Boy, what a waste of time.
Me.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing. Only speaking of vocal cords, I'm just keeping mine limbered up.
Homer, are you sure you don't want a soda?
No, thanks. I'm not taking any chances with my voice. Me.
Boy, am I glad I'm not in the cast. Once the rehearsals for that operetta start, you'll be tied down every darn afternoon, you poor kid.
I don't mind.
While I'll be as free as a bird. I can go skating, I can go on hikes, and see, I can do all kinds of things.
All by yourself, Hen?
There's Willie, isn't there?
Willie? He's in the chorus with me.
He is? Along with Toby and Charlie?
Sure. Me.
Homer.
Yeah?
All of a sudden, I'm kind of bored sitting here. Look, what do you say we go upstairs and just have a look at the bulletin board?
I thought you said you were positive your name wouldn't be there.
Sure, I'm positive. It just couldn't be there.
Me.
Homer, are you sure you didn't see my name anywhere on the list?
And I told you, all I saw was my own name.
Gee, that's a relief. I don't know why I ever tried out for the darn thing in the first place.
Me.
And besides, Homer, do you really think Gilbert and Sullivan is any good anymore?
Sure, don't you?
Especially the Mikado. Gee, the way they'll have to make you up, nobody will ever recognize you. Not even your own family.
Me.
Homer, I don't like to be rude, but if all you're going to say from now on is me, frankly, the conversation's bound to get a little dull.
Henry! It's Geraldine Love. I wonder if she's in the cast.
Forget it, Homer. There are other people interested in other things other than operettas.
My goodness, Henry, congratulations.
You mean me, don't you, Geraldine?
No, Henry.
Why? Because I drank 4 chocolate sundaes in a row?
Henry, I saw your name, you modest thing, you.
Who, me?
You saw his name where?
On the bulletin board, my goodness.
What? But I didn't make the operetta. It's impossible.
You certainly did. Your name's up there as large as life.
What?
Sure.
Well, there must be some mistake, Geraldine. You must have seen Hank Allardyce's name.
Henry, where are you going?
No place exactly. I just thought I'd casually go up and see whose name is like mine.
Mr. Cooper.
Mildred, how on earth did his name ever get on that list?
I'm almost positive you dictated it to me.
Why would I do a thing like that? Henry Aldrich in the leading role of the Mikado?
I know.
Mildred, you'll just have to hunt him up immediately and tell him the whole thing was a mistake.
You mean I have to tell him?
Mr. Cooper, may I have a word with you, please?
Oh, certainly, Mr. Bradley. On your way, Mildred.
But, Mr. Cooper...
Mildred?
Now, Mr. Cooper, my calendar tells me we're nearing operetta time again.
Yes, sir. Yes, indeed.
Yes. Now, there's nothing that makes me happier, Mr. Cooper, than to see you put on your little show once a year.
Thank you, sir.
And when the time comes, I'll buy my ticket and I'll attend the performance as a total stranger, I hope.
That's fine, Mr. Bradley.
I mean by that, Mr. Cooper, I'd appreciate it if I could be completely excluded from all plans and preparation.
Oh, certainly, sir.
And I trust you'll keep the auditorium doors tightly closed during rehearsal?
Oh, yes, sir, tightly.
Yes. You'll also do everything in your power to see that the entire school isn't disrupted by your little show.
I give you my word, Mr. Bradley. Nothing will go wrong this year.
And let's not borrow quite so much furniture this time.
Sir?
We were still returning last year's in June.
Excuse me, Mr. Cooper. Henry Aldrich is here.
Hello, Mr. Cooper.
Henry.
And how are you feeling, Mr. Bradley?
Just fine, Henry. How are you?
Me, boy, I'm on top of the world.
Henry, if you'll step back into the hall, Mildred has something to say to you.
She wants to give me my part?
She'll tell you about it.
Okay. And thank you for everything, sir.
Mr. Cooper, don't you think it would be more official if you told him?
Mildred, it was your mistake.
Operetta trouble, Mr. Cooper? So soon?
It's nothing for you to worry about, Mr. Bradley, I assure you. Goodbye, Mildred.
Oh, dear.
Mildred, did you hear the good news about me, I mean?
Listen, Henry.
Boy, this is the first decent break I've had since The Princess and the Woodcutter.
Henry, there's something I have to tell you.
It was in kindergarten, see, and I could swing an axe as well as the next fella. But the whole trouble was my hair.
Henry.
A little kid with curly hair got the part. But I didn't mind. Gee, my life was just starting.
Henry, please listen to me.
What's the matter, Mildred? Didn't you get a part in the operetta? Because if you didn't, I'd be glad to ask Mr. Cooper to give you another chance.
Henry, you're only making things worse.
What's going on here?
Well, nothing, Mr. Bradley. I was just telling Mildred...
I can't do it, that's all.
Henry, what have you said to Mildred to upset her like that?
What? Nothing.
What did you say to her?
Well, gee, all we were talking about was the operetta, Mr. Bradley.
Operetta? So it's starting to upset the entire school already.
Mr. Bradley, I hope you don't feel that getting the leading part has gone to my head.
What's that? The leading part? You?
You mean you're bowled over, too?
I'm very glad you phoned, Mr. Cooper.
I was considering writing him a letter, Mrs. Aldrich, but then it occurred to me that his mother might be the best one to tell him.
No, I'm sure I won't have any difficulty, Mr. Cooper.
I can't tell you how sorry I am the whole thing happened.
Oh, well, I'm sure Henry doesn't really believe he's playing the lead in your operetta.
He doesn't?
There's one thing about us Aldriches. We know our failings.
Yes, but...
And just between you and me, Mr. Cooper, Henry can't sing a note.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Mrs. Aldrich. It's just that he can't sing them in the right order.
I think I hear him coming in now.
Well, good luck, Mrs. Aldrich.
Oh, I'm sure I won't have any trouble. Goodbye.
Minstrel, I a thing of shreds and hatches, a ballad songs and... Hello, Mother.
Hello, Henry.
3 guesses what I'm singing.
Yes, dear.
And guess what else? I'm to play the lead in the operetta.
Yes, dear. Sit down.
Sit down? Gee, I can't take time to sit down for the next month. I've got to get started on my homework.
Your homework?
Sure, and get some decent marks so I don't get thrown out of the cast.
Henry, you can sit down for a minute. You and I have to have a little talk.
We do? Okay.
And now then.
Me.
Dear, do you think that's nice?
You go ahead and talk, Mother. I'll just be rehearsing in between. Me.
Henry.
Yes, Father? What, Father?
Yeah, that is, your mother wanted me to explain something to you, so, did you enjoy your dinner, son?
I'll say, boy, who wouldn't enjoy a dinner like that?
Yes.
Why do you suppose Mother had all my favorite things tonight? Even strawberry shortcake a la mode.
Well, that's because, well, we're all extremely fond of you, son.
You are?
Extremely.
Gee, thanks.
And, sit down, Henry.
Sure. And anyway, I think I know.
Know what?
Why everybody in the family's suddenly being so nice to me. Because for the first time in my natural life, you can be proud of me.
Henry, some people might be proud because their children can play a leading role in an operetta, but personally, you know how I judge my children?
How, Father?
By the way they can take a disappointment.
Well, boy, I've certainly taken plenty of them in my time, haven't I?
Well, now...
And you know, Father, when I used to come home from school year after year, and you'd say, did you make the football team? Or, are you in the orchestra? And I'd say no.
Henry...
And you used to say to me, gee whiz, Henry, why let them get you down? So you didn't make it this year. Okay, keep trying. You'll make it next year.
Henry...
Well, now I'll let you in on a secret, Father. Frankly, I always thought you were kind of talking through your hat.
Oh, you did?
But now... Boy, now I realize that's all a person has to do. Just keep trying. And sooner or later, you're bound to get a break.
That's true. But on the other hand...
And gee, Father, as long as I live, I'll never forget that lesson you taught me.
Yes. Would you excuse me a minute? Alice?
Father, what is it you wanted to tell me?
Alice, where are you?
Out here in the hall.
Did you tell him, Sam?
Well, we've been discussing it.
You mean you haven't told him?
Alice, it isn't just the fact that he thinks he's playing the lead, it's...
It's what, Sam?
Look, why can't we phone the school and have someone there tell him?
Dear, I thought you were impatient with me because I was afraid to tell him.
Alice, I don't think you realize how important this is to the boy.
Hey, Henry. Hello, everybody. Isn't it wonderful?
Well, what's wonderful, Homer?
Gee, the way Henry's overcome all his handicaps and landed on top of the pile.
What's that?
Hey, Hen, are you in the living room?
Sam, what does he mean by Henry's handicap?
Hen?
Hi, Homer. You're just in
I
time.
am? For what?
I'm just going to do a little rehearsing. You can tell me if I hit a bum note here and there.
You? A bum note?
I hit them, Homer. I hit them.
Oh, go on. You're just being modest. Didn't Mr. Cooper pick you for the lead out of the whole school?
Yeah, and the more I think about it, the more I'm more surprised than anybody.
Come on, you want me to play the piano for you?
Sure, here's the music.
Okay. Let her rip. Now, Henry.
The flowers that bloom in the spring.
What happened to the tra-la?
You must have hit a wrong note.
Oh, I guess so. Well, let's start again.
The flowers that bloom in the spring. Yes, Father?
Would you come into the dining room for a moment?
Sure. Homer, you be practicing that part meanwhile. What is it, Father?
Henry, I've just been having a discussion about something with your mother, and I wanted your opinion.
Sure. Is it regarding music?
Well, not exactly. In a few weeks, Henry, I'm making a trip to Washington on business, and your mother and I wondered if you wouldn't like to go along.
To Washington? No.
Yes.
Gee, there's nothing in this world I'd rather do. Boy.
Of course, it would mean resigning from the operetta, but after all, a trip to Washington.
Father, when would you be going?
When is the operetta?
The week of the 27th.
That's when we're going.
You mean I'd have to give up my part?
I'm afraid so.
But, Father, what would Mr. Cooper say? Everybody'd think I was walking out on them.
Henry, I'm sure you could explain it to them.
I couldn't explain it to Geraldine very well. She's playing opposite me.
Well, yes,
She might even take it personally.
But, Henry, you've never been to Washington, D.C. It's the capital of your country.
Sure, Father. And I appreciate your offering me the trip.
But, Henry...
But duty comes first. Come on, Homer. Let's get back to work.
Okay, and I think I know where I was making my mistake. Let's go.
The flowers that bloom in the spring, tra-la, breathe promise of merry sunshine. As we merrily dance and we sing, tra-la. Hey, Homer.
Yeah?
You got a little closer that time. But you're still kind of flat.
I'm sorry, Hen.
Oh, that's okay. Some people just don't have any ears for music. It isn't their fault.
Gee, I could have sworn I was sticking to the music.
Henry?
Yes, Mother?
Dear, have you looked at it this way?
Looked at what?
There really isn't any money in singing.
There isn't?
I'm afraid not, dear. You see, organizations that hire singers usually can't afford to pay very much.
Well, I know,
For instance, you take our church group. While we'd love to be able to afford a singer, our budget just won't permit it.
Gee whiz, Mother, if that's all you're worried about, I'd be glad to sing at your church. And I wouldn't think of charging.
Oh, dear. Sam!
Henry isn't the only one who's anxious to sing. Here are a few notes from Meredith Wilson and his talking people.
Intermission, intermission. Jell-O is the grandest dessert in the world. And now back to the Aldrich.
Hey, wait just a minute here.
How can you interrupt the Aldrich family in such a crucial situation?
Well, you can always interrupt with anything as tempting as Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors. Starting with strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, lime. And every one of those rich, fruit-like flavors reminds you of the real ripe fruit itself. Flavor that's locked right into Jell-O, locked in so that it can't possibly get out until your first delectable spoonful.
That's fine. Intermission over. Curtain, curtain, curtain going up.
Hey, hold it there. Intermission is not over. I haven't even begun to tell the people half of the wonderful things about Jell-O, all the variety of salads and desserts that you can make so easily with any one of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors. Take, for instance, strawberry.
Raspberry.
Cherry.
Orange. Lemon. Lime.
Okay, kids, you win.
J-E-L-L-O.
And now, back to the Aldrich family.
Yes, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Due to a mistake, Henry has gotten the impression that he has to play the lead in the school's production of the Mikado. The task of informing Henry of the error has been passed from one to the other, with the result that no one has told him. The scene opens in Geraldine Love's house. It is the next day.
But, Mother, he's so unreasonable about the whole thing.
Who's unreasonable, Geraldine?
Charlie Clark, Mother. Haven't you been listening?
Why, yes,
Just
but
because he didn't get the leading part in the operetta, and Henry Aldrich did. He says he has a far better voice, and all Henry got the part on was his good looks.
He got it on what?
His good looks, Mother, his good looks. Haven't you noticed Henry in the right light recently?
No, I can't say I have.
Well, anyhow, Charlie Clark's so mad he says he's through with the Dramatic Society, the Debating Society, and the promotion of International Goodwill Society. In fact, he says he's going to leave school.
Who is?
Charlie Clark, Mother. My goodness, haven't you been listening?
Come right in, please.
Thank you. Gee, Professor Everett, I guess you hardly remember me, huh?
Henry Aldrich, you said?
Yes, sir. I used to take piano lessons from you.
You did?
Sure, for 2 years. And then you had to go away on a long vacation.
Yes, I remember now. I'll never forget it. Well, how nice of you to drop in, Henry.
Thank you.
A social call, I hope?
Not exactly. You see, up until recently, I didn't have any voice to speak of. But all of a sudden, it seems to have turned into something.
Is that so?
And while I'm not sure I ought to take on more studies, I'd just be interested in learning what you charge.
For singing lessons?
Yes, sir. And since my folks have poured so much money into you in the past, well, I thought I'd try to swing this myself.
I see. Well, suppose you sing something for me.
Sure. Do you happen to be familiar enough with Titwillow to accompany me?
I'll do my best.
Okay. Me. On a tree by a river, a little tomtit sang, Willow, titwillow, titwillow. And I said to him, Dickie Bird, why do you sit singing willow, titwillow, titwillow? Is it weakness of it? Huh?
That's fine, Henry.
But I learned all 3 verses.
Yes, but frankly, Henry, I'm inclined to agree with you.
About my voice?
No. You really shouldn't take on any more study.
Will the orchestra please come to order? Thank you. Toby Smith, did you hit George over the head with your violin?
No, sir. He just stood up.
Order. Now, I just want to say one thing. We start rehearsals with the cast in 2 more days, and they're going to need some recognizable music. So let's go through A Wandering Minstrel once again. And please don't play anything you haven't got. There's enough missing already. A 1, 2, 3. Mr. Bradley, you mean the auditorium doors weren't closed?
They were, Mr. Cooper, but may I have a word with you out here in the hall?
Why, certainly, Mr. Bradley, certainly. Will the orchestra please stay put?
After you, Mr. Cooper.
No, sir. After you, Mr. Bradley, sir.
First of all, I've just had a very interesting telephone conversation with Mrs. Aldrich.
Henry's mother?
Yes. It seems that Henry still thinks he's going to play the lead in your operetta.
Oh, no, Mr. Bradley. I phoned his mother yesterday myself. She told him.
But the fact remains she hasn't told him, nor has anyone else told him.
Why not?
She says that isn't the question. She wants to know why you allowed Henry to believe he was playing the lead in the first place.
Oh, may I explain that?
When I have finished, I have here a petition signed by some 30 students headed by the name of Charlie Clark, stating that unless Charlie is given the leading role, they will drop out of all school activities, including the drive to raise funds for new trays in the cafeteria.
And now, Mr. Bradley, may I explain?
When I have finished, I also have a letter here from the mother of a student named Mildred Carter. You know her, of course.
She's the girl who posted Henry's name on the bulletin board.
The child is in bed as the result of a nervous collapse.
Well, I...
Once more, Mr. Cooper, you are putting on an operetta. And once more, the operetta is upsetting the entire school.
Very well, Mr. Bradley. I'll tell Henry myself that he is not playing the lead in the Mikado.
About that, Mr. Cooper, I have here a report from no less than 6 of Henry's teachers who say that overnight he's showing more industry and application than anyone else in his classes.
Who, Henry Aldrich?
The boy's apparently taken a new lease on life.
Why, that's astounding.
And in view of the fact that scholastic standing is always of prime importance...
Yes, sir.
How can you now take Henry Aldrich out of the leading part in your operetta?
But, Mr. Bradley, what am I going to do?
The question is, Mr. Cooper, what am I going to do now that your little operetta has turned the entire school upside down?
Sam, I don't see how you can possibly go through with it.
Alice, I've just attended a 2-hour meeting of the entire high school faculty.
The entire faculty?
And this is what was decided. And there is nothing to do now but let Henry know.
I wouldn't have the courage.
Courage or not, it's my fault things have gone as far as they have. Henry!
Yes, Father?
Will you step into the living room, please?
Sam, I've known people who were scarred for life because of a thing like this.
Were you calling I, Father?
Yes, Henry. Alice, I think you'd better leave.
I think so, too. Henry, I'll be out in the kitchen making you a chocolate cake.
Father, is there something wrong with Mother?
No, Henry. Just sit down.
Okay.
Henry, can you take some bad news?
Yes, sir.
It's about the operetta.
You mean because you're going to Washington, you won't be able to hear me sing?
Henry, I'm going to let you have it straight from the shoulder.
What's wrong with the curtain?
Hi, Geraldine. It's over.
Oh, Henry, you were wonderful. Simply wonderful.
Gee whiz, Geraldine, you were pretty swell yourself.
Was I really?
Was that a swell show?
Thanks, Homer. And, gee, you were swell, too.
Gee whiz, look who's coming backstage.
Henry! Come on, Alice.
Henry, we just heard someone say this was the best operetta the school has ever put on.
You did, Mother? And, gee, it wasn't that good.
It certainly was, son, and we're proud of you.
Well, thanks. Oh, and listen, I have a couple of things to take care of. I'll be right back.
Alice, let's work our way over there where it's quiet.
Doesn't Henry look cute? Look at the way he's rushing around.
I never started to ride my whole life.
Alice, when you get down to it, isn't youth amazing?
It certainly is.
And to think I dreaded telling Henry that instead of playing the lead, he was to be head stage manager.
The best stage manager Central High ever had.
Yeah, nobody but a boy could take it on the chin like that and bounce right back again.
I'm all ready, Father.
Henry, what are you doing with that suitcase?
Gee whiz, I'm all packed. What time does our train leave?
What train?
For Washington.
What?
Sure, Father. Isn't this the night you said you were taking me?
Alice.
Sam.
Henry, your mother has something to tell you.
Sam, Aldrich, you come back here.
Boy, Geraldine, you were swell in tonight's operetta.
Oh, thanks, Henry. You were a wonderful business manager, too.
Gee, thanks. You know, you could make singing your whole future career.
Oh, no. I've got another career all picked out.
You have?
My goodness, yes. I want to marry a famous businessman.
Don't you mean a business manager?
Well, speaking of careers, what a famous one Jell-O has made for itself as America's favorite gelatin dessert. Yes, Jell-O, the luscious, shimmering dessert that comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. All 6 rich with that famous locked-in goodness. Tomorrow, try Jell-O peach and banana mold. Just prepare 1 package of lime Jell-O as usual. Then pour your Jell-O over 1/2 cup of drained, canned, sliced cling peaches arranged in a mold. Add 1 sliced banana and chill until firm. It's a quick and easy dessert to make, and it's so gay to look at, so tempting to eat. Stock up on Jell-O for the weekend. Look for those big red letters on the box. Those big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. If you have a heart, listen. Last year, 1 person died every minute from heart disease. Let's do something about it. Send a donation to your local Heart Association campaign or to the American Heart Association, Box 500, New York City. Money can help the fight against heart disease. So open your heart and give. The Aldrich Family, starring Ezra Stone as Henry with Jackie Kelk as Homer, is written by Patricia Jowdry and Del Dinsdale, with music by Jack Miller. Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich are House Jameson and Catherine Roth. And this is Dan Seymour in New York saying, the Aldrich Family is brought to you by the Jell-O family.
Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O, yum, yum, yum. Jell-O puddings, yum, yum, yum. Jell-O tapioca puddings, yes, sirree.
And now stay tuned for the Burns and Allen Show, which follows immediately over most of these same stations.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Presents Henry Aldrich. Coming, Mother.
The Aldrich Family, written by Clifford Goldsmith. Entertainment for all the family, brought to you by Postum, a tempting, wholesome drink for all the family. Postum. Well, friends, here it is another Thursday night, and opportunity is knocking loudly at your door, and knocking twice. First, it's your opportunity to put away your worries and cares for a half hour and relax and laugh with those grand people, the Aldrich family. And second, it's your opportunity to find out something about that equally grand mealtime drink, Postum. Why, even in looks, friends, Postum is a winner. The kind of drink you don't waste a second tilting to your lips. It has the kind of flavor you refer to in italics. It has the kind of hearty, robust goodness that warms the cockles of your heart. Now, just don't expect when you try it that Postum is going to taste like coffee any more than you'd expect coffee to taste like tea. Remember that Postum's distinctive flavor is in a class apart. It has an extra special goodness of its own that leaves you no words for description but ah, and ah again. And then don't be surprised if you enjoy your meals far more than you did before the day you start enjoying Postum. Boys like Penrod Schofield, Tom Sawyer, and Huck Finn live in our memories because they typify the teenage youngsters all of us know. And Henry Aldrich is another of these real American boys. He lives in your block, perhaps in your own home. The scene opens in the Aldrich living room.
But, Mary, what have I done?
You know very well what you've done, Henry Aldrich. You know very well what you've done.
When?
Didn't you and Homer ask the whole crowd here to our house for a Valentine party Saturday night?
Sure, we even sent out written invitations.
But, Henry, that's the night I'm having my party.
Mary, how could you have a party?
Oh, my goodness, Henry, I've been planning on it for 6 weeks.
On a party?
Yes, for my sorority.
Oh, all right, Mary. Can't you meet at some other house?
Henry, Mother says it's my party and I can have it here at our house and I'm not to budge an inch.
I know, but Mary...
Henry, you're wanted on the telephone.
Yes, Mother, I'll be there just as soon as I get something straightened out. Mary, how about our invitations? What are Homer and I going to do?
I'm sure I don't know. You can have your party at Homer's house.
But Mary! Hello?
Hello, Henry. This is Agnes.
Who?
Agnes, is Homer there?
No, I was just going to call and see whether he's over at your house. There's something I have to see him about right away.
Well, Henry, we're all looking forward to your party Saturday night.
You are?
And I was just wondering whether you'd mind calling Lillian Spencer and asking her to come.
Lillian Spencer?
She'd have an awfully good time, Henry.
But, Agnes, I wouldn't.
What do you mean by that?
Well, besides one reason I'd rather not even mention, I'm not speaking to Lillian.
That's all right. I'd be glad to call her.
But, Agnes, that'll make 13.
Henry?
Yes, Mary. Just a second, Agnes.
Homer's here.
Well, tell him to come here quick. Agnes. Oh, gee whiz.
Hey, Henry, I was just over to the bakery and ordered 4 dozen donuts.
Homer, why couldn't we throw the party at your house?
Why?
Well, your house is a lot nearer the center of town, Homer, and your heating system's a lot better than ours.
Now, listen, Henry, don't you remember the last party we threw at my house?
Well, Homer, that was just due to an unfortunate series of circumstances.
Even so, my father hasn't gotten over it yet.
But, Homer, let me tell you. We're giving a party Saturday night, and it isn't going to be at your house, and it isn't going to be at mine. But, Mother, why not look at it this way?
I'm sorry, dear.
Alex, have you seen that piece of paper I had?
What was it, Sam?
It was a list of the members of the Rotary Club.
Father, do you have any ideas as to how we could manage it?
Henry, I haven't time to talk about anything now. I've got to go find that list.
But, Mr. Aldrich.
Henry, I'm sorry, but you may not have your party here. Please go answer the telephone.
Yes, Mother.
Henry, what are we going to do?
I don't know, Homer. Why do you keep asking me?
Because I ordered the donuts in my name.
Hello?
Hello, Henry. This is Kathleen.
Oh, hello.
I just wanted to tell you the good news.
What?
Well, I don't suppose I should tell you, but I got a new evening dress for your party.
You did? An evening... but, Kathleen, it's going to be informal.
Oh, no. Agnes phoned all of us and said it had been changed. We're to wear long dresses.
Agnes did?
Yes, Henry, and I just wanted to tell you I'm looking forward to coming. Goodbye.
But, Kathleen!
What's the matter, Henry?
Agnes is having them all dress up. Who gave her any authority like that?
You know, Henry, what we've got to do?
What?
Something about the number 13. Either we've got to get rid of one of our guests, or you or I have got to drop out.
Now, listen, Homer, you're not going to leave me flat.
Well, I was just making a generous offer, Henry. I know. Why not call Agnes and see whether she'd have any suggestions?
In what way?
Well, as long as she's showing so much interest, she might be very glad to have our party at her house.
Now, listen, Homer, we're not going to get Agnes any more mixed up in this than she is.
Henry, didn't you ever taste the lemon meringue pie her mother makes?
Yes.
And there you are. Let me call her.
But, Homer...
Hello?
Number, please.
Elm 9717.
Elm 9717.
Homer, how do you know her mother will make any pie?
Henry, why worry about that detail when you don't even have a roof over your party? Hello? Hello, is this Agnes? Yes, Homer, and I'm glad you called. You are? Yes, I want you to go right over to Andy Morton's and get all of his records. What for? For the party Saturday night at Henry's. At Henry's? Yes, aren't you taking me? Well, As a matter of fact, Agnes, that's what I really called you up about. Supposing it's raining real hard that night.
What about it?
Well, you wouldn't want to go out in it, would you? I mean, if it was practically the worst storm we've had all season.
What made you think of that?
You can't tell, Agnes. Suppose it even turned to sleet and froze right on you.
Oh, my, I wouldn't go out if it did that.
Well, I'm glad you'd be sensible, because I've got a wonderful solution. We're all coming over to your house.
What's that?
Ask her about the pie, Homer.
Homer, the invitation said the party was to be at the Aldriches.
But, Agnes, why not look at it this way?
Now listen, Homer Brown.
I wonder why she doesn't come to the door.
You know, Homer, something tells me we're going to be sorry we're having the party at Agnes's house.
Henry will have a wonderful time, and it was very nice of Agnes.
But why do we have to come over a day early?
Because she said we had to come and make the plans.
Sure, that's what I mean. Homer, we know what the inside of our house looks like.
Hello.
Hi, Agnes.
Hello.
Come on in. My goodness, I'm so excited.
Yeah?
First of all, I've got a lot of ideas about things for us to eat.
Oh, Agnes, so far as the refreshments are concerned, Homer and I have taken care of everything but the lemon meringue pie.
But, Henry, what are you having?
Ginger ale and donuts.
Donuts?
Sure. We just ordered 4 dozen.
4 dozen?
Sure.
But, my goodness, 4 dozen?
Well, Agnes, that isn't so many. As a matter of fact, I was just thinking we ought to double the order.
Sure.
But, boys, I don't like donuts.
But I do.
All right, my goodness, why worry over a little thing like donuts? Naturally, we can decide a thing like that later on. Now, here's the living room.
Oh, yeah.
The first thing you want to do is move the piano down to the other end of the room.
Move it?
Move it?
Yes, and you might as well do it now, while I tell my mother to bake a couple of cakes, in case we don't have donuts.
What's that? In addition to the lemon meringue?
Of course.
Oh, gee whiz, Agnes. Naturally, I'd move your piano any place you want
And
it.
so will I.
And Agnes, are we glad you can come to our party here?
Well, thanks, fellas. It was certainly very nice of you to ask me. And would you do me a favor?
Sure.
Sure. What is it?
Would you mind if I asked Gertie Parker to come Saturday night? She doesn't get invited to many parties.
Gertie Parker?
Gertie Parker? Oh, boy.
I'm glad you mentioned her. I'll call her right now.
Listen, Homer, who mentioned her?
But, Henry, why should you object to Gertie Parker when you're getting a wonderful room like this thrown in with her? Come on, let's move the piano.
Okay, but my heart isn't in it.
Push.
Push yourself.
Keep her going.
Push.
Now, wait a second, Henry.
That's what I say. Homer, after we get this taken care of, how about our moving that picture that's on the wall?
Well, what's the matter with it? That's Agnes's father.
It is?
Sure. Come on and push.
Push yourself. Oh, gee whiz.
Boys, may I ask just what you think you're doing?
Wait. Hello, Mrs. Lawson.
Henry Aldrich, I'd like to ask you again what you're doing.
Wait, we're just
getting ready for the party.
What party?
Ours. Here. Hadn't you heard?
And we want you to know, Mrs. Lawson, we're very grateful.
Boys, will you both please leave this house?
Yes, ma'am. Without, oh, gee whiz.
And I have a good notion to call both your parents.
Oh, you don't have to bother about anything like that. We're going right away, Mrs. Lawson.
Kathleen, tell me once more. When you called Henry, just what did he say? Agnes, he said he had no desire whatever to discuss the matter. And he said that I tried to boss their whole party? Yes, Agnes, that's exactly what he said. But I don't see why he should blame me, Kathleen, for something my mother did. And I stuck up for you. I told him you didn't mean to be bossy. My goodness, I was never so embarrassed in my life. I'll never be able to face Homer again. I know, but I don't know why Henry should be so mad at me. At least, Kathleen, I did one thing. The minute I realized my mother wouldn't bake anything for them, I called the bakery and doubled their order for donuts. Really? And, Kathleen, as a matter of fact, I have an idea. What is it? First, where's your telephone? My goodness, when I get through, Henry and Homer will come around on bended knees and apologize.
Hello?
Doesn't she answer?
I'm ringing your number. Homer, when you went back to get your hat, what did Mrs. Lawson say?
She didn't say anything. She wouldn't even let me in.
Well, I can tell you one thing. I'm never going to darken the Lawson door again.
And I hope you don't think I'm going to.
I'm ringing your number. Thank you.
Henry, when you see your mother, tell her I found the list.
The what, Father?
The list of members of the Rotary Club I was looking for.
Hello? Oh, gee whiz. Hello, Aunt Harriet. This is Henry.
Hello, Henry. What is it you want? I've got to get back to the kitchen.
Aunt Harriet, how would you like to... Have you got a full day Saturday?
No, not especially. Did your mother want me to come over for dinner?
Well, if I could arrange it, could you?
Well, what did you call me for?
Why, I wanted to know whether I could borrow something.
What?
Your house.
What's that?
Well, Aunt Harriet, I have to give a party that evening, see? And gee, if I could arrange it so you wouldn't have to be there, Aunt Harriet, would you be interested?
Why, I might.
You might?
Oh, boy.
I'll let you have the party at my house, Henry, provided you don't invite that awful Homer Brown.
Oh, but Aunt Harriet!
Yes.
Well, this is Agnes Lawson. Do the ladies in your church serve suppers sometimes?
Oh, my, yes. We have beautiful equipment downstairs, right off the Sunday school room.
Well, could you serve a little Valentine supper tomorrow night?
Why, I guess we could.
Agnes, Henry, and Homer haven't any money. Kathleen. Just a minute, Mrs. Tompkins. Kathleen, the food they serve wherever they have it is going to cost something, isn't it?
Yes.
Then why not let it go toward the church and make it worthwhile?
Oh, all right.
Hello, Mrs. Tompkins.
Hello.
Do you suppose you could serve something that wouldn't cost hardly anything?
Oh, I guess we could. Something as simple as a bowl of soup and maybe sandwiches and a rice pudding.
Yes.
Well, we're awfully anxious to raise some money for the new organ, and I'm sure the ladies will be more than glad to.
Hello?
Hello. Is this Miss Harriet Breyer?
Yes.
Harriet, this is Mrs. Tompkins.
Oh, yes. Hello.
Say, I've got some good news about the organ.
The organ?
Yes, the one we're raising money for at the church.
Oh.
A young lady just phoned and wanted to know whether we could have a little dinner for her, a little party tomorrow night.
Good. How many are you going to serve?
Well, I told her it wouldn't be worth our while unless we had at least 40.
Good.
And she said she'd see to it there were at least that many, and she might be able to round up 50.
Well, I'm awfully glad to hear that. That organ we have now bothers me every Sunday.
And, Harriet, do you suppose you could be one of the ladies that help serve?
Tomorrow night?
Yes.
Oh, I would. I'd be glad to, only I just this minute got through inviting some people over here for a party tomorrow night.
Oh?
Yes, I'm going to give a little surprise party for my nephew, Henry. I know he wants one.
Oh.
And I'm asking in quite a few. Mrs. Tarbell said she could come if it wasn't too slippery for her bad leg.
Really?
And another person I'm going to ask is old Mr. Perkins. Oh. Henry will like him. He's a lot of fun at a party.
Good.
And Miss Fredericks, she hasn't been out all winter.
Good.
I'm just sorry that you can't be there yourself.
Well, I'm afraid Aunt Harriet and Henry have rather different ideas about who's welcome at a teenage boy's party. But something they probably would agree about is what makes the most welcome hot drink at mealtimes. The answer is Postum, of course. Millions of Americans will tell you that. In fact, it's because Postum is so popular, it's because every day more and more people are insisting on Postum that there's a temporary shortage. We just can't keep pace with the fast-growing demand, even though we're making more Postum today than ever before in our history. So if you can't always immediately get Postum when you ask for it at your grocer's, don't be discouraged. Don't think your grocer isn't going to get any more Postum. He will. And as soon as he does get Postum, you'll get it too. So be sure to ask for it again. Now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Henry and Homer are trying to find a place to hold their party Saturday night. Meanwhile, unknown to them, Agnes Lawson has arranged for them to hold it at the Methodist Church. And Aunt Harriet, also unknown to them, has decided to let them hold it at her house. The scene opens in the Aldrich living room.
Henry, will you please answer that phone?
Why?
Yes, please.
Homer, would you mind answering it and just tell whoever it is I'm not here?
Henry, I'm not going to be your personal goat.
But Homer, suppose it's Agnes trying to get us again.
Just tell her again we're not speaking to her.
Well, okay. And if it's somebody wanting to know where we're going to have the party, I'll tell them it's slightly up in the air. Hello?
Hello, is Mr. Aldrich there?
Mr. Aldrich? Why, no, he isn't.
Oh, well, when he comes in, could you please tell him that the Mansion House phone...
The Mansion House? The Mansion House Hotel?
Yes, I wanted to submit an estimate for his party Saturday night.
A party?
Yes, I received word that he's planning a party for Saturday night, and I wanted to give him the figures for a private dining room.
Oh, gee whiz, I'm planning a party, but...
Oh, are you Mr. Aldrich?
Yes, sir, only...
Oh, you're the gentleman.
Yes, sir.
Well, I figured out an estimate for you.
I know, but we can't afford anything that's going to cost as much as... Well, we just couldn't afford it, that's all.
Oh, this isn't going to cost so much.
It isn't?
No, not at all.
How much is it?
Well, first I'll have to know a little more. Would you want a fruit cup or tomato juice to begin with?
What's that?
I said, do you want a fruit cup or tomato juice?
Why, Homer, which do you want, a fruit cup or tomato juice?
Now?
Hurry up, we're going to get a party. At the Mansion House Hotel.
Oh, could we have grape juice?
Hello, could we have grape juice?
Yes, you can have anything you want.
We can? Homer, have anything you want.
Gee whiz.
Hurry up and decide. What do you want?
Oh, take fruit cup.
Hello? Hello, we'll take fruit cup.
No, now, wait a minute, Henry. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Make it... Okay, fruit cup.
Hello? Fruit cup's okay.
Yes, Mr. Aldrich. Now, would you want chicken patties with peas or lamb chops with limas?
Well, that sounds all right.
Well, which will it be?
What?
Chicken patties with peas or lamb chops with limas?
Homer, how would you like some lamb chops?
All right, with lots of mashed potatoes.
Hello? Could we have lamb chops with mashed potatoes?
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Aldrich. Lamb chops with mashed potatoes.
Lots of them.
And how about limas?
No, who wants limas? Gee whiz.
Well, now about the dessert. What would you like?
Well, what have you got?
Well, we can give you almost any kind of pie, ice cream, French pastry, stewed fruit.
Stewed fruit?
Listen, Henry, I'm not going to eat any stewed fruit at my own party.
Hold the line a second. Homer, we can have any dessert we want.
Anything?
Sure. I've got an idea. Hello?
Yes?
Could we have pumpkin pie a la mode?
That's the old fight, Henry.
Well, I guess you could. You'd like it served in separate dishes?
No, just dump the whole works together.
Ask him about chocolate sauce.
Oh, yes. Would there be an extra charge?
For what?
Chocolate sauce.
Chocolate sauce?
Yes.
Are you sure you should have chocolate sauce?
Oh, sure.
Well, there might be a small charge.
Well, how much will the whole thing, including it all, come to?
Well, just exactly how many are you having?
Why, 14 with Gertie Parker.
What's that? Well, I understood it was 200.
200?
I don't know where I got the idea, but that was the message that was left here for me.
200?
200 what, Henry?
Mr. Aldrich, I'm afraid that for 14, we'd have to charge you at least $1.50 apiece.
How much?
Now what's happened?
Oh, the only thing is, well, gee whiz.
You can't afford it?
Oh, it isn't that we can't afford it. It's just that even without lima beans...
Well, naturally, I thought you wanted something rather nice.
Oh, we do, and I appreciate your offer, only suppose I think it over.
And you'll call me back?
Yes, I may, but if you don't hear from me, don't worry.
Well, thank you, Mr. Aldrich. Goodbye.
And thank you.
But, Mother, we can't have a lot of fly-by-night young people who don't take anything seriously dancing around us while our sorority's having a meeting here. My goodness, we have a deficit in the treasury as it is.
But, dear, I'm sure they wouldn't pay any attention to your deficit.
But that isn't the point. Our president gets nervous with even just us there.
Mary, I was simply wondering whether there isn't some way we can help your brother.
Albert!
Yes, Sam, are you home?
Yes, hello. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Father.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing.
Her sorority has a deficit.
Yeah? Any phone calls for me?
Not that I know of, dear.
No? Didn't the Mansion House phone?
No, Sam.
No.
Now, Sam, you don't have to start putting in phone calls the minute you get home.
But, Alice, I left word for them to let me know whether they could take care of our Rotary Club banquet Saturday night. And we're expecting 200 guests. Hello?
Number, please.
I want, Elm 224.
Elm 224.
If you please.
Sam, do you have any ideas as to where Henry could give his party?
Why not right here?
Father. Now, Sam.
Hello?
Hello, is this the Mansion House?
Yes?
Well, this is Mr. Aldrich.
Oh, yes, Mr. Aldrich. I was wondering whether you'd call me.
Did I say I'd call you?
Well, I understood you would.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was the other way around.
Have you finally decided to go ahead with your party?
Oh, yes, definitely. The question is, can you take care of us?
I don't know why not. There's nothing complicated about it.
Good. Then I don't have anything to worry about.
No, not a thing. You just leave it to us. And on second thought, Mr. Aldrich, there won't be any extra charge for the chocolate sauce.
For the what?
For the chocolate sauce.
Oh, they won't? Well, that's fine, that's fine.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Alice!
Yes, Sam.
I've got everything all fixed. And what do you think? They're throwing in the chocolate sauce.
For what?
I don't know, but it's very nice of them to give it to us.
Well, isn't that fine?
Yes, sir. I've been hoping we'd be able to have our banquet at the Mansion House. And you know, Alice, I didn't tell you before, but this year it's going to be a bit more important than usual.
In what way?
Well, I've heard a rumor that they're going to nominate me for president.
Really? Well, dear, you deserve it.
Yeah?
No wonder you want everything to be especially nice.
Everything especially nice about what, Mother?
Henry, I'm glad you came into the room. Kathleen and Agnes stopped me on the street and said they'd been trying to get you for 2 days.
They did?
They did, Mr. Aldrich? Did they seem apologetic?
They said there wasn't anything for you to worry about, and they'd be seeing you at the Methodist Church tomorrow night.
At the Methodist Church? What for?
I wonder what's going on over there.
Boy, I don't know anything more about it than what I've just told you.
Well, the nerve of them.
That's what I say.
You know what they're trying to do, Homer? Come to us on bended knees.
In the Methodist Church?
We'll show them. We're going to give the best party tonight that this town ever saw.
Where?
Mother, that's the least of our worries. Something will open up. It always does. And, Homer, do you know what I'm going to the phone and do?
What?
Double our order of donuts. Homer, how does my necktie look?
Wait until we get up here under this lamppost, Henry, and I'll take a look at it.
Oh, let's turn here, though. My Aunt Harriet lives up the street.
Okay. Your tie looks fine.
You know, it was very nice of my Aunt Harriet to call me up and say we could have the party at her house.
That's what I was thinking.
And did I tell you what else she said?
What?
She said she had sort of a surprise for us.
She did?
Sure. You know what that means. She's probably going out and let us have the whole house to ourselves.
She is? Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
That's what I was thinking.
Say, I wonder what's going on across the street at the Methodist Church.
I'm not interested.
As a matter of fact, I'm not either. Hey, Henry, look up the street.
Where? Well, gee whiz, what's that all about?
Well, there's something going on over at the Mansion House Hotel.
Boy, they're all dressed up. There must be a lot of parties going on tonight.
But, Henry, there are a couple of 100 people out there on the sidewalk. They're all trying to get in.
Maybe they're all getting put out.
Oh, look, there's my father.
Oh, yeah? And there's mine.
Where?
Don't you see him with all those men talking to him with his back against the wall?
Oh, sure.
Oh, there you are, Homer Brown.
Gee whiz, Agnes, where did you come from?
We just came from the Methodist Church. That's where we came from.
Hello, Kathleen.
Henry Aldrich, do you realize everybody's waiting for you?
Where?
At the church,
We're not interested.
You're not interested in your own party?
In what party?
Now, listen, Agnes, have you been arranging more things?
And just what, Homer Brown, do you mean by that insinuation?
Now, wait a minute, Agnes. Wait a minute.
And before I sit down, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend the thanks and gratitude of the Rotary Club to several groups and, shall I say, individuals. First, I think we should thank Sam Aldrich for the very clever and original way in which he arranged this evening for us. I needn't tell you that for a few minutes when we first went over to the Mansion House, it looked as though Sam had slipped up and arranged a table seating 16 to take care of 200 guests. But it was done, of course, simply to teach us a lesson that we mustn't expect sumptuous banquets in these days of war. In fact, this very delicious dinner consisting of pea soup and peanut butter sandwiches and, shall I say, rice pudding, and let's not forget the donuts, was just what we needed to bring us back to Earth. While the 15 soldiers who were to be our guests are eating at the Mansion House and will join us later. Oh, incidentally, I understand Sam arranged their dinner to end up with a triple-headed dessert. And besides that, Sam Aldrich has asked me to say that we're going to put all the money that we've saved on tonight's dinner into war bonds. What's more, the treasurer of this church has just handed me a report to the effect that their organ has gone over the top. And I would like to extend our thanks to the good ladies of this church who dropped everything in order to make our banquet the success that it's been. I understand one lady in particular who had planned a Valentine party at her house for her nephew or someone, at the last minute commandeered all her adult guests and brought them down here to help serve, leaving the youngsters to shift for themselves as best they can. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce our genial chairman and next president, Sam Aldrich.
Ladies and gentlemen, frankly, I don't know what to say.
Well, all those parties seemed to straighten out nicely for everyone, didn't they? But if you think Mr. Aldrich's troubles are over, just you stay tuned in to find out what happened the next morning. And now let me remind you that Postum, for years the favorite mealtime drink in millions of American homes, is made for your convenience in two forms. Instant Postum, which you make instantly in the cup, and Postum cereal, which you make in pot, percolator, or drip maker. Both forms make the same delicious, distinctive drink. So no matter which form of Postum you choose, you'll enjoy a mealtime cup that's a real treat.
Good breakfast, Alice.
Thank you, Sam. Father, will you have another donut?
No, thank you.
Go ahead, have one.
Henry, I have already had 3.
Oh. You know, Mother, I think that was a very good idea you had about lunch.
What idea was that?
To make a little custard to pour over the donuts.
Incidentally, Alice, I won't be here for dinner.
Listen again next week to the Aldrich family, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with your favorite youngster, his family, and his pals. The Aldrich Family, starring Ezra Stone, is written by Clifford Goldsmith. Original music is composed and conducted by Jack Miller. This is Harry Von Zell saying, you will enjoy fragrant, flavorful Postum. And remember, Postum contains no stimulants. It cannot make you nervous. Good night.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Aldrich Family, a special rebroadcast for you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations.
A typical teenage boy has always scampered across the American scene. First came Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn, and then Penrod, and nowadays there's Henry Aldrich. And Henry adds his own individual flavor to every mishap he bumps into. The scene opens in the Aldrich front hall. The time is evening.
Mary! Mary, are you in the living room?
Yes, Henry, come on in.
Could you come out in the hall, please? I want to speak to you about something important.
Henry, don't you realize Muriel Watson is in the living room and she wants to say hello to you?
Listen, Mary, I'm in no condition to bother with Muriel Watson. Boy, of all I want you to put in a phone call for me.
To whom?
Just Kathleen. And say I'm very sorry I won't be able to see her tonight.
Henry, I thought you said you were taking her to the movies tonight.
I was going to, but her folks won't let her go. And, gee, it's the picture I want to see.
What's that, Henry? What were you saying?
Oh, nothing, Mother. Nothing of any importance.
Well, Henry, I have a guest in the living room, and you'll have to put in your own phone call.
But, Mary! Mother, would you be willing to call Mary back here and tell her that the only way this family can get along is to have everybody cooperate?
What is it you want her to do?
Look, couldn't you phone Kathleen that I won't be over tonight?
Dear, I thought you were crazy about Kathleen.
I am. I like her. But I can't see her every night.
Did you see her last night?
No.
Have you seen her any night this week?
No. But I'm willing to see her tomorrow night. I'll answer the phone. It's probably Homer wanting to know where I'm going to meet him.
Well, it seems to me, Henry, you're taking your best girl just a bit for granted.
Hello?
Hello, Henry. This is Kathleen.
Oh, I was just going to... hello?
Henry, I'm awfully sorry, but would you mind not coming over tonight?
Who, I?
Yes, something's just come up, and I'm awfully awfully sorry, Henry.
Well, that's all right, Kathleen. As a matter of fact...
You can come over tomorrow night, though, I think.
Oh, well, that's an idea.
Henry, if you're going to the movies with Homer, why don't you ask Kathleen to go along?
Mother, do you want everybody to hear you?
What's that, Henry?
Goodbye, Kathleen, and thanks very much.
Goodbye.
Henry, you mean you're going over there?
Why, I tell you, Mother, well, it's sort of a coincidence. Hello?
Number, please.
Elm 232.
Elm 232. Henry, won't you please go in there and talk to Muriel while I go up and change my dress?
With Muriel? What's there to talk to her about?
Henry, she's an awfully pretty girl.
No, Mary, I'm going to the movies with Homer. Hello? Hello, Homer. This is Hen. Hi. Say, I was just going to call you. Yeah? Where will I meet you?
Why, I tell you, Henry, I don't think I can go to the movies tonight.
What's that?
Well, something else just came up that I don't have any control over. That's what I was just going to call you about.
I know, but Homer, you can't do a thing like that. You did the same thing last night.
Henry, could I help it if something came up last night, too?
But gee whiz.
I've got to go now. I'll see you tomorrow.
But Homer.
Bye.
And now listen, Homer. Gee whiz.
Henry?
Yes? Who's calling me?
It's Muriel, Henry. Wouldn't you like to come in here?
Why, I tell you... Who, me? What did you want?
Oh, nothing in particular. I just thought maybe you'd like to talk with him. Are you upset about something?
Boy, I'll say. My best friend Homer Brownie just busted a date with me.
Oh, yes, I remember. Homer's going over to Kathleen's tonight, isn't he?
Who, Homer?
Yes. She said he was over there last night, too.
Who, Homer?
Yes.
Over to Kathleen's? Oh, no, Muriel. You've got it all mixed up. Homer runs around with Agnes.
With Agnes? Then why do you suppose Kathleen told me a thing like that?
She didn't. She probably said that Agnes told her that... excuse me while I answer the phone.
Well, I don't know how I could have made a mistake like that, though.
Well, frankly, Muriel, I think you ought to be a little more careful.
Henry Aldrich, are you being rude to Muriel?
Who, I, Mary? Gee whiz, when a person goes around saying it's Kathleen when it's Agnes, and I know perfectly well... Hello?
Hello, this is Agnes.
What's that? Kathleen?
No, my goodness, Henry, it's Agnes.
Oh, hello.
Listen, Henry, could I speak with Homer, please?
Homer isn't here.
He isn't. Was he there last night, Henry?
No, something came up.
Well, that's what I suspected. That's exactly what I suspected. Goodbye.
What's that? Agnes, where is he?
Henry?
Yes, Mother?
Could you bring that light around here so I can see to read, please?
Yes, sure.
Dear, I thought you said last evening you were going over to Kathleen's tonight.
Who, I, Mother?
Well, didn't you phone her last night and break a date with her and change it to tonight?
I know, but I decided I'd just stay home and get acquainted with the family for a change.
Henry, I want you to look at me. What is the matter?
Mother, will you tell me something? I mean, will you tell it to me frankly?
Oh, I'll try to.
Did you like Kathleen?
Well, yes, Henry, of course. Only why do you ask, did I like her?
No reason. Only I was just wondering... Gee, did you ever notice when she used to go down the street how she'd always be smiling?
Dear, has something happened to Kathleen?
Happened to her? No, not especially. But do you know how I'll always think of her? I mean, for as long as I live, I'll always remember how she loved chocolate marshmallow sundaes.
What's that?
Gee, the poor kid. She kept me broke half the time. But I didn't mind.
Henry, you talk as though Kathleen Anderson were dead.
Well, so far as I'm concerned, she is. She's a thing of the past. Mother, let's just drop the subject. Please don't even mention Kathleen anymore. I'm tired of hearing about her.
But, Henry, I've hardly mentioned her.
If that doorbell should ring right this minute, and I should open and see Homer Brown standing there, I'd haul off and... Oh, boy.
Dear, wasn't that the doorbell?
Yes, Mother, I'll answer it.
Well, Henry, please at least unclench your fist.
I'm not going to hit him hard. As a matter of fact, I'm going to get something out of this hall closet.
Now, Henry?
Mother, I hope you don't think I'm going to let him come to this house and add insult to injury to me, do you? Well.
Hello?
Oh, gee, it's you.
Henry, what are you doing with that baseball bat?
Nothing.
Is Mary ready?
Who is it, Henry?
It's Muriel, Mrs. Aldrich. Henry, is it all right for me to go into the living room?
Oh, yes, sure.
Oh, hello there, dear. My goodness, but doesn't your hair look nice?
Do you like it this way, Mrs. Aldrich? Do you like it, Henry?
What's that?
If you'll excuse me, Muriel, I'll go upstairs and tell Mary you're here.
All right, Mrs. Aldrich.
Boy.
Henry, I'm awfully glad you're home.
Boy.
What's the matter, Henry?
Muriel,
would you be willing to drop into Kathleen's on your way home and deliver a note for me?
Oh, Kathleen?
Well, that is, if I can find the darn thing.
Is it very personal, Henry?
No. Gee whiz. Do you mind if I dump out my pockets here on the sofa beside you?
Oh, no, of course not. Oh, why don't you sit down here next to me?
What do you suppose I could have done with that note? I remember distinctly writing it in Latin class today. And then
Henry, do you mind if I tell you something I've always wanted to tell you, but never felt I knew you well enough before to?
What?
Well, I think you've just been throwing yourself away on Kathleen.
Really? You know, maybe it was a good thing I lost that note.
Of course. As a matter of fact, I think it was terrible of her to break up a beautiful friendship like that you and Homer had between yourselves.
You do?
I'm going to have a talk with Homer and tell him how awful you feel.
Oh, well...
Henry, do you mind if I fix that lock of hair that's standing up in the back of your head?
Oh, gee, is that up again?
Somebody ought to follow you around just all day long. There.
Is it down now?
If I weren't so busy, I'd be glad to follow you around.
Gee whiz, can you imagine that? I never even noticed it before.
Never noticed what?
Your eyes are practically the same color as mine.
They are? Henry, you have no idea how much respect I have for you.
For me? Why?
You're the only boy I've ever met that's never tried to kiss me.
What's that?
That's right, Henry.
Well, gee, I'm glad you feel that way. Because, well, I don't think a fella... the minute he sits down on the sofa... Well, you know... Well, gee, he ought to... you know what I mean?
Yes, Henry.
Well...
Henry, are you in the living room?
Gee whiz. Yes, Mary.
My goodness, do you know anything about that phone call that just came?
What phone call?
Mother's on the phone right this minute. Don't you have a teacher by the name of Miss Elliott?
Yes, sure, in Latin. She's a darn good-looking teacher.
Oh, my goodness, wait till I tell Mother. Mother, let me tell you what Henry just said.
What's that, Mary? Listen, I'm getting along all right in Latin.
Alice, is breakfast all ready?
Yes, Sam. Sit down and I'll make some toast for you.
What's the news in the morning paper?
Well, dear, first, there's several things I'm anxious to talk to you about.
Yes?
Dear, while you were out last evening, a phone call came. And, Sam, I don't think I've ever been so upset in my life.
Who was the call from?
It was from Henry's Latin teacher. Her name is Miss Elliott.
Alice, I've always told you Henry would never be any good at languages.
Now, wait, Sam, because even when I tell you, you're not going to believe me.
You mean he's leading the class?
Now, remember, dear, I'm only telling you what Miss Elliott told me. When Henry handed in his Latin paper yesterday, he enclosed with it a note.
A note?
Yes, Sam, a note to Miss Elliott.
Well?
Don't you understand, dear? Henry thinks he's in love with his Latin teacher.
What's that? Now, wait a minute.
Sam, I knew Henry was upset. He hasn't eaten for 2 days now. But I supposed it was over some trouble he was having with Kathleen.
What did he say in the note?
The usual thing. Why don't you pay any attention to me? What have I done that's offended you? And things like how much he wants to be with her.
Yeah? Well?
And here's what we decided Miss Elliott should do. She's going to ask Henry to come into her classroom this afternoon and have a little talk with him.
Yeah? Come to think of it, Alice, didn't Henry take Latin under old Miss Dudley at the beginning of this term?
Yes, and then he suddenly switched.
Yes? To Miss Elliott?
Yes, Sam. That only goes to show you never know what's going on inside a boy's head.
Mother?
Yes, Henry?
Is breakfast ready? Oh, hello, Father.
Hello, Henry.
Boy, do I feel good.
You feel good?
I've just been catching up on my Latin.
What's that?
And, boy, I can hardly wait to get to class today.
Henry, tell me, how are you and Kathleen getting along these days?
Kathleen, Father? Gee, I'm not interested in Kathleen.
No?
I'll answer the phone.
Will you have some bacon, Alice?
No, thank you, Sam. I can't eat a thing.
Save some bacon for me, Father. I'm very hungry. Hello?
Hello, is this Henry?
Yes.
Well, this is Muriel. I was just talking to someone on the phone about you.
About me? Who are you talking to?
Homer Brown. And Henry, he's very sorry he broke up your friendship with Kathleen and wants very much to be friends with you.
Well, boy, am I glad to hear that. And look, Muriel, you're going to the movies with me tonight, aren't you?
Oh, yes, I'm looking forward to it. Only, Henry, do you mind if Homer goes with us?
What's that?
Henry, Homer felt so bad about everything. I thought the least I could do was to ask him over for dinner.
For dinner at your house?
Now, aren't you glad you didn't send that note to Kathleen?
Well,
I'll be seeing you, Henry. Goodbye.
I know, but Muriel, I thought...
We'll be back with the Aldrich family in just a moment. Right now it's intermission and time for our intermission guest, the one and only Tommy Dorsey. Okay, Tommy?
Nothing but heaven around us. We lost ourselves in a heavenly moonbeam till sunrise found us. We fell in love, oh so madly in love in the water. We lived a dream by a blue mountain stream that night.
Now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Henry, who has been having his difficulties with Kathleen, has lost a note that he intended to send her. Meanwhile, his Latin teacher has received the note along with his Latin paper. The scene opens in a school corridor just outside his Latin teacher's door.
Hello, Henry.
Hello, Agnes.
Are you going home, Henry?
I can't right now. I've got to go in and have a talk with Miss Elliott.
You have? What's happened?
That's what gets me, Agnes. Remember that paper we handed in yesterday?
Yes.
Well, gee, last night Miss Elliott phoned my house. And, boy, my mother hasn't eaten since. And today Miss Elliott said, right out of a clear blue sky, will you see me as soon as school is out?
My goodness.
And, gee, I thought I was doing fine. She didn't even call on me all during class today.
Really? Henry, have you seen Homer the last day or so?
No. He's going to the movies with Muriel tonight.
He is with that Muriel Watson?
Yes, but I'm not going with him. You can rest assured of that.
Well, my goodness, if that isn't...
Henry.
Oh, gee whiz. Yes, Miss Elliott?
You hadn't forgotten that I wanted to see you, had you?
No, ma'am. I'll be right there.
Goodbye, Henry. I'll wait and walk home part way with you if you want me to.
Okay.
I want to ask your advice about something.
Now then, Henry.
Yes, Miss Elliott?
Would you mind leaving the door open, please?
Oh, you want it open?
I think it might be best.
Yes, Miss Elliott.
Henry, frankly, I don't know how to begin this little conversation.
Yes, Miss Elliott?
I've been criticized in the past for conducting my classes a bit informally, but
I always felt there should be a bond, in a way, between the students and the teacher.
Well, gee, I'm glad to hear you say that, Miss Elliott. Because that's why I'd rather take Latin from you than from Miss Dudley.
But that's just the point. I didn't realize, Henry, that things were going quite so far.
You mean about being informal?
I refer especially to that paper you handed me yesterday.
Oh, that, Miss Elliott. Didn't you like it?
Well, Henry, after all.
Gee, I'm certainly sorry about that. When I started to write it the other night, I couldn't get going. You know what I mean? So I went to bed. And then I started to think about how you'd feel if I didn't finish it. So I got up and got the darn thing off my mind.
Oh?
And you know, the minute I finished it, I felt swell. And I went back to bed and went right to sleep.
But, Henry, don't you realize it was all wrong?
All wrong? The whole thing? Well, maybe it was because I was tired.
All I can say is I was never quite so mortified in all my life.
Well, I want you to know, Miss Elliott, I can do better.
Henry, do you realize how old you are?
Yes, Miss Elliott.
Why, you're still just a very young man.
Yes, Miss Elliott.
Then under the circumstances, don't you think it would be best if we face the facts and just drop this whole thing?
You mean for good?
Yes.
I haven't even got a chance if I go on with it?
No, Henry.
Boy. And, gee, I thought I was just beginning to get somewhere.
Henry, you weren't.
Not at all?
No, not at all. So don't you think we'd better end the whole thing?
Yes, Miss Elliott.
There. Now, don't you feel better already?
Well, frankly, it has been sort of preying on my mind.
Of course it has. And let's not ever even mention it again.
Okay. As a matter of fact, my father's been against it from the start.
Naturally he has. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Do you want me to close the door as I go out?
Yes, please. I'd like to be alone for a while.
Henry?
Hi, Agnes.
What did Miss Elliott want?
Why, well, she said I was too young for Latin.
You are?
Yes. Or else she's too old to teach it to me. I couldn't figure out which.
Alice, how long before dinner will be ready?
Oh, at least an hour, Sam.
Yes?
Sam, I think you ought to have a heart-to-heart talk with Henry.
A talk with Henry about Miss Elliott?
Yes, dear.
Now, Alice, if I were you, I'd forget the whole business.
But, Sam, I can't forget it. I've been worrying about it all day.
And I say let's not get mixed up in it. Every boy has to go through what he's going through.
Did you?
Of course. Only I didn't wait for my Latin teacher. I fell in love with my first grade teacher. Her name was Miss Sutherland. She had light brown hair. I used to follow her home every afternoon.
Sam, that was an entirely different situation.
In what way?
In the first place, dear, a phone call came this afternoon.
From whom?
That Muriel Watson. And, Sam, I didn't know she and Henry had some kind of falling out.
A falling out? I didn't even know he was interested in her.
Well, that's what surprised me. And, Sam, the girl was all broken up. She kept saying that she hoped Henry would understand.
Understand what?
I don't know, dear. But I no sooner got through talking with her and the doorbell rang, and who do you suppose that was?
Who?
Kathleen Anderson. She stood there in the front hall and was practically in tears.
Over Henry?
Over Henry.
Well, that's a fine thing. Our only son falls in love with his Latin teacher and with two of her students at the same time, mind you.
What'd you say, Father? What is it that Henry's done?
Not a thing, Mary, not a thing.
You mean it's that awful?
Now, dear, please don't let your imagination go to work. Go see who's at the front door.
All right. Only would you like to have me tell you something more?
No, thank you. We would not.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Aunt Harriet.
I was just passing by, and I thought I'd drop in. Where are your mother and father?
They're in the living room talking about Henry.
Yes? Well, I just saw him downtown.
You did?
With Agnes Lawson into Haven's drugstore. Alice.
Oh, come on in, Harriet.
How's everything?
Why, fine. Fine. At least as well as can be expected.
Oh, has something gone wrong?
No, Harriet, not at all.
Now, Sam, what on earth has happened?
Harriet, it isn't anything. We were just talking about a young woman here in town that Henry...
Oh, that. Are you upset over that?
What? You mean you know about it?
My goodness, everybody in town knows about it.
What's that, Harriet?
Yes, I just saw them downtown together. In fact, I loaned Henry some money.
They're downtown together?
They're sitting in the Haven's drugstore holding hands.
Henry is sitting in the Haven's drugstore holding hands... Holding hands with...
Yes, Sam. You don't think I'd make it up, do you?
Alice, maybe you're right. I will have a talk with him.
in the living room?
Yes, Henry?
Listen, Mary, could you do something for me?
What is it? Has Father seen you?
Father? He wants to see me?
Yes, Henry, and you might just as well know now. He's terribly upset.
He is? Well, look, could you please help me out?
Henry, have you gotten into some more trouble?
Mary, all I want you to do is deliver a note to Agnes Lawson, see?
Henry, I'm not going out tonight.
I mean, the first time you go by Agnes's house, could you give it to her? Isn't that strange?
What's the matter?
Oh, I wrote it over to Aunt Harriet's a few minutes ago when I was paying her back. Paying her. I wonder where I could have put it.
Henry, you mean you're running around with Agnes?
Mary, what put an idea like that in your head? Just because you happen to be walking down the street with a girl, and you go into Haven's drugstore and you think, well, gee, I might as well buy the poor kid a Sunday, is no reason for her to jump to a conclusion and think, gee whiz, where can I put that note?
What's that?
I remember distinctly. I put it Aunt Harriet. I paid Aunt Harriet the money. Paid Aunt Harriet for the money, and when I went into her kitchen and sat down at the table and started to write.
Henry, are you home?
Yes, Father.
Stay where you are. I'll be right down.
Oh boy, what do you suppose? Gee, has this been a day?
Henry, I certainly feel sorry for you.
Don't tell anybody, Mary, but I just got kicked out of Latin today.
Honestly?
And Muriel. Do you know what Muriel did to me?
What?
And do you know what Kathleen did?
Henry.
Yes, Father.
Mary, would you mind leaving the room for a few minutes?
No, Father. If you'd rather I wouldn't stay here, why, naturally.
Henry.
Yes, Father.
Son, I don't know how to begin.
Yes, Father.
Naturally, every young man, that is, at least almost every young man, at least every young man that's...
Yes, Father.
What I mean to say is that it isn't always our fault. Naturally, sometimes it's...
What's that?
But in your case, Henry, in your case, I'm afraid I can't see your point of view.
My point of view, Father?
Yes, that's one way of putting it.
Yes, I think I know what you mean. In fact, well, I've been a little worried about myself.
Yes?
Henry, Homer Brown is at the front door.
Homer Brown is? Oh, Father, could I please just speak to Homer for 1 second?
Yes, go on.
And then I'll be right back.
No bother.
Henry, did you hear me? Homer's here.
I heard you, Mary. Where's my baseball bat?
Listen, Henry, what's the big idea?
What do you mean, what's the big idea? And will you please close our front door?
I'll close it when I go out. I know all about your trying to cut me out with Agnes. And, Henry, she's my girl.
Homer, what do you talk to me like that for? I never even thought of Agnes. And how about you and Kathleen?
What do you mean by a thing like that?
Last night and the night before. And gee whiz.
Listen, Henry, don't you realize why I was taking out Kathleen?
No, I don't.
It was to make Agnes jealous.
What's that?
Sure. Gee whiz, she was beginning to take me for granted.
She was?
Sure, and then you had to buy her a Sunday and spoil the whole thing.
I know, Homer, but... You mean Kathleen wasn't...
Boy, are you dumb.
Now, wait a minute, Homer. What about Muriel?
Oh, that was just a coincidence.
Hello, Henry.
What? Who's that?
It's Kathleen. I'm out here on the front porch. May I come in?
Sure. Gee whiz, hello.
I just happened to be passing by, and I saw your front door was open, and I was just wondering, Henry, if you wouldn't like to come over tonight.
Who, me? Well, sure. Yes.
Oh, my goodness, what's going on here?
Oh, hello, Aunt Harriet.
Well, what's the front door open for? Henry, where's your mother?
Why, I guess she's out in the kitchen, Aunt Harriet.
I've got to see her right away. Alice?
Henry, what have you got the baseball bat for?
Why?
You putting it away for the winter?
Alice, are you in the kitchen?
Yes, Harriet, I'm out here with Sam.
Oh.
So that's that, Alice.
And Sam had a good talk with him?
Yes, Alice, I've got him all straightened out.
Alice, what do you think happened? You won't believe it.
What is it?
I'm going to lose my Iceman.
What?
Yes, Alice. And I don't know whether it's a good thing or not.
How do you know you're going to lose him?
I just found this note in my icebox. And, Alice, I didn't dream he felt that way.
May I see it?
Here it is.
I think it would be better if we did not go on any longer this way. Harriet, what does he mean this way?
Delivering ice to me, I suppose. Go on, read the rest.
Now that I have cooled off, I realize that neither one of us could have been really happy. Harriet, just how far had this gone?
Well, not so very far, Alice. I've given him a piece of pie now and then. But I never dreamed he was going to take it seriously.
This rebroadcast of the Aldrich family is a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Postum presents The Aldrich Family, written by Clifford Goldsmith and starring Ezra Stone. Entertainment for all the family, brought to you by Postum, a tempting, wholesome drink for all the family. Friends, before we join the Aldrich family, let's imagine that the little voice we all have within could actually speak to us out loud. Would your inner voice ever say anything like this?
Why do you keep putting it off? You know you're nervous, so why don't you do something about it?
Yes, if your nerves are on edge, you should certainly do something about it. For instance, if it happens that coffee makes you nervous, you could easily correct matters by drinking Postum instead. You see, even though many people can drink coffee without getting nervous, many others, and you may be among them, cannot. So if you think coffee sets your nerves on edge, switch to Postum as your regular mealtime drink. Postum contains no stimulants, nothing that could cause nervousness. Just drink fragrant, flavorful Postum instead of coffee. And then, after giving Postum a fair trial, see if that nervous, jittery feeling isn't gone. See if you don't feel so swell again that your inner voice says,
be smart. Stay with Postum for good.
In the comfortable White House at 117 Elm Street, Centerville, USA, live friends and neighbors of yours, the Aldrich family. They live the same calm, ordered existence that any family with a high school boy leads. And if you know Henry Aldrich or any teenage boy, you know what that means. Our scene opens at the Aldrich breakfast table.
Henry, if I were you, I wouldn't eat quite so fast.
But, Mother, I'm late.
Here, you have plenty of time. It isn't 10 minutes to 8.
But, Mother, I have to attend to something on the way to school.
May I have a piece of toast, please?
Here, Sam.
Father, would you mind if I should ask you a sort of a technical question?
What about?
Well, do you find in your law practice that most people get convicted?
Of what?
Well, of anything. Say you're arrested, see, and you're... Well, what are your chances?
Henry, what are you talking about?
Nothing, Mother. It isn't anything. I guess I'll have a piece of toast, too.
Here you are.
Is there quite a market for bicycles these days, do you know?
I don't know. Why?
I was just wondering if a used bicycle brings much money.
Why?
Well, I'll tell you. Father, when a case comes up in court, I'm not speaking of anything specific.
What about it?
When a case does come up, Father, is it usually announced in the newspapers?
Henry, why?
Oh, no reason. No reason. Well, that was a very nice breakfast.
Where are you going?
No place. I just happened to decide I'd like to put in a telephone call.
Sam,
Well,
you think Henry's studying too hard?
I beg your pardon?
He isn't himself, dear. Something is definitely on his mind.
What makes you say that?
Well, when Henry comes down to breakfast and his mind isn't on his food... And look, he didn't even touch his banana.
No? Give it to me.
Sam, I don't see how you can sit there and eat his banana and not even be worried.
Pass me that toast. I'm going to stop worrying. It shortens your life.
But why would he ask the questions he did about being tried in court or something?
Alice, I get questions like that every day.
Well, so long, everybody. I got to get started.
Henry, you can't start for school this early.
But, Mother, it's important.
What's that you have in that package?
Why, it's just something I have to... I'm going to... I bought it at the hardware store. Goodbye.
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 Boy, have I got to hurry.
Sam,
Well,
why do you suppose he just put in that phone call?
I have no idea. You have any more toast made?
Who do you suppose that is?
I don't know, but it certainly isn't anything to get upset about.
Well, dear, I'm not upset. I'm simply wondering. Hello?
Hello, is Henry there?
No, he isn't.
Well, Mrs. Aldrich, this is Homer. Has Henry left already?
Yes.
Oh, well, that's good.
Homer, did Henry just call you?
This morning?
Yes, dear.
No. No, did he put in a phone call?
I don't know. Why did he leave so early?
Why, I'd rather not say, Mrs. Aldrich. There's no sense in your worrying, too.
What's that?
Goodbye.
Homer. Homer? Sam.
What did Homer want?
He says I mustn't worry. Sam, can you answer the door?
I'm getting ready to leave for the office.
Oh, very well.
Good morning, Alice.
Why, Harriet, what are you doing over here?
Is Sam here? I want to have a talk with both of you.
Sam!
Yes?
Can you come here?
I'm coming, but I can't stop.
Then I'll go until I've had a talk with you, Sam.
Why, what's happened?
Well, I don't know just where to begin.
Are you having trouble with the bank again?
It isn't the bank. It's your son.
Henry? Sam, I knew all the time something had happened.
Alice, he hasn't even told you what it is.
How can I if you don't sit down?
I can't possibly sit down, Harriet. I'm late as it is.
Sam, sit down and stop taking this lightly.
Very well. I'm down.
Now then, Henry phoned me a little while ago and asked whether he could come over and have a talk.
Henry called you?
Yes. And when he got there, he kept saying, now, it isn't anything to worry about, Aunt Harriet. Nothing to worry about at all. So, naturally, I started to worry.
About what?
He wanted to know whether he could have some mail sent to my house instead of over here at your house. And I said yes, never suspecting for a minute.
Never suspecting what?
I'm coming to that. And then he said, when it comes, Aunt Harriet, it'll come in somebody else's name.
Yes?
And I said yes. And then I said, whose name? And he said, Mr. W. Weber.
Who's Mr. Weber?
Will you let me tell this?
I beg your pardon.
And he said I must promise not to say a word to anybody.
But who is this Mr. Weber?
Sam, where are you going?
I just wanted to make sure I have my briefcase.
Sam, it's right here on this table.
Oh, fine, thanks.
Now, where was I?
You just promised Henry you wouldn't tell anybody.
Oh, yes, well...
Sam, you aren't leaving, are you?
I'm sorry, Alice, but I have things to do.
You mean I came over here just for nothing?
No, Harriet, not at all. What you said is very interesting.
Really?
Yes. Tell Alice some more. It'll take her mind off her troubles. Goodbye.
Goodbye, dear.
Well, Alice, do you think Sam takes his family as seriously as he should?
Why, Harriet?
Well, would you mind if I could use your phone?
Oh, no, not at all.
Alice, you look pale.
Well, I felt fine when I got up this morning.
Number, please.
Now, wait a minute. I didn't know you were going to jump at me that fast.
Number, please.
I'm looking it up for you. No, that's not it. It's Elm 661R2. Elm 661R2. Operator, did you hear me?
I'm ringing your number.
Oh.
Hello?
Hello, is this Mrs. Brown?
Yes?
Well, this is Harriet Breyer. I don't want to worry you, Mrs. Brown, but has Homer left for school?
Yes, he has.
Well, tell me, Homer and Henry see a great deal of each other, don't they?
Yes.
They do? Well, does Homer seem to be worried lately? About Henry, I mean.
About Henry? What for?
Well, how's he been about himself?
Well, you know how boys always are.
Yes, I know how boys are. And don't you worry either, Mrs. Brown.
What about?
Not a thing, but if I hear of anything else, I'll call you back.
Wait, Henry, wait.
Homer, do you want me to be late for school again?
But, Henry, if Mr. Bull sees us, he'll grab us.
Gee whiz, why does he have to live right across from the school?
Well, I can't help it. All I know is we can't cross the street to go to school until after he leaves his house.
About what time does he start for his office?
Any minute now. We're only 10 minutes late.
Boy, if there's one man in this town that can lose his temper, it's Mr. Bull.
Oh, gee. Did you find out how much you can get for the bicycle?
Yeah, all we can get is $8.
Well, that's a nice thing, Henry. Gee whiz, are we in a fix?
Alice, where are you?
Is that you down there, Harriet?
It is. Come down.
Oh, my goodness, I didn't expect to see you over here again this morning.
It's come, Alice. It's come.
What has?
The letter. What do you suppose?
Have you opened it?
I have not. I decided you should be the one to read it.
Well, my gracious, I don't think that I should open a letter that isn't even addressed to me, Harriet.
Why not? Here.
W. Weber, Esquire, care of Harriet Breyer, 11 Walnut. Harriet, let me sit down for a minute.
Come think of it, maybe I'd better open it and read it for you. Maybe I can ease the shock.
The shock? Harriet, I think we should wait until Sam gets home and let him open
Now,
it.
Alice, you know the attitude Sam will take. He'll just laugh at the whole thing and throw it in the fireplace. I think we should have it open when he gets here. We can tell him what's in it.
Harriet, there's the phone.
I'll answer it. You just sit here and get a hold of yourself.
No, thank you. I think it's much better that I answer it.
What if it's some more bad news?
If it is, I might as well know it.
Well, do you mind if I listen?
Hello?
Hello, is this Mrs. Aldrich?
Yes?
Well, Mrs. Aldrich, this is Homer Brown's mother.
Yes?
I've just been trying to get your sister, and she doesn't answer.
Tell her I'm here.
Why, she's right here.
Well, I happen to think about something, about Henry.
About Henry?
Henry, see, Alice?
Well, the school sent a note home the other day telling us that Homer's been arriving late every morning. And so we've been having him start earlier and earlier.
Yes?
Alice, I'm going to get a chair.
But the earlier Homer starts, the later he seems to get to school.
Yes?
And just a few minutes ago, the school phoned and said that Homer was late again this morning.
You don't say so.
Alice, have I missed something?
What time did Henry leave this morning?
About 10 minutes to 8.
And so did Homer. And what I want to know is where those two boys go mornings.
Well, Mrs. Brown, what's your theory?
Alice, give me that phone while I tell her what mine is.
Henry, where's the letter we started to write?
It's right here in my Latin book, Homer.
Well, let's see what you said so far.
You know what I said.
Well, can't you let me see it?
Here. Dear sir, for several days my friend and I have been waiting for your legal advice, which we requested in a letter describing our jam.
Did you write jam, Henry?
You think I better change it to mess?
Yes. Go on.
Homer, wouldn't you think he'd answer the first one by now?
Henry, go on.
Where was I?
In a mess.
Oh. Would you please advise us about fees? A, if we win. B, if we lose.
If we lose, Henry.
Well, gee, Homer, Mr. Bull's an influential man.
You mean after going to all this trouble, our folks still may find out?
Any letters to be signed, Miss Thompson?
No, Mr. Aldrich.
Any phone calls while I was out for lunch?
Yes, Mr. Aldrich. Mrs. Aldrich phoned once, and later her sister, Harriet Breyer, phoned.
Any message?
No, sir. Mrs. Aldrich said she was just leaving the house. And it might have been my imagination, but she seemed very much upset about something.
Well, if her sister was still there, she probably was upset.
Yes?
Harriet Breyer ought to do what I've decided to do. Stop worrying.
And also, Mr. Bull phoned about 11.
Bull? J.C. Bull, what do you want?
He wanted to have a talk with you.
What about?
I don't think he said.
Thank you. What's this law book doing on my desk?
Oh, yes, Henry dropped in during lunch hour.
Henry, about his allowance?
No, sir, he didn't mention his allowance. He said he came in to do some research.
I see.
He didn't seem to want to tell me what it was in regard to. He went over your shelves very carefully and then picked out that book and sat down in a corner and studied it for about 20 minutes.
I wonder what teacher would ask him to read a thing like this.
Well, which book is it?
Volume 12, Crimes and Offenses. Yeah. Well, whatever it is, it's a good thing his mother doesn't know about it.
Why?
You know women, if they haven't anything to worry about, they'll dig something up.
Sam, I'm sorry to bother you, but we've got to see you.
Alice.
Oh, Sam.
Harriet, what are you and Alice doing down here?
We're worried, Sam, and you should be.
Yes? Now, sit down. What's on your mind?
It's Henry, Sam.
Yes?
I had a phone call from the school a little while ago, Sam. Mr. Bradley wanted me to come up right away and have a talk with him.
Yes?
Sam, I don't like the way you keep saying yes. You just wait until Alice finishes.
Yes, I mean fine.
And, Sam, when I went up there, they told me Henry had been late to school almost every morning this week.
Yes?
Yes.
Well, I'll have a talk with Henry and tell him he must be more prompt.
Well, I like that.
Sam, we're sure it's more serious than that.
Now, Alice, you're worrying over something that doesn't amount to a row of pins.
But, dear, I can't help it. That's the way I feel.
And imagine how I feel.
Why, Harriet?
I started all this, and if you don't believe it, take a look at this.
And what?
It's a letter that came in my mail this morning to my house in care of me, and I feel I had a perfect right to open it.
What is it?
Read it.
W. Weber, Esquire. Who's he?
It's your own son. And suppose it gets around town, Sam, that there's a Mr. Weber getting mail at my house.
Dear sir, yours of the 15th received. I regret very much the pressure of other work makes it impossible for me to consider your case. However, if it is as serious as your letter would indicate, I would suggest that you get in touch with some responsible lawyer at once. Why not one in your own community, such as Mr. Samuel Aldrich, who will, I feel sure, treat your trouble confidentially. Yours truly, Norton Adams, attorney at law.
Sam.
Yes.
Yes.
But what has Henry done?
I thought you weren't worried.
I'm not. It's just naturally.
Mr. Aldrich, are you through with that volume on crimes and offenses Henry was reading?
Sam, what's that?
Miss Thompson, what time is it?
15 minutes after 3.
Please call the high school and see whether Henry has left.
Well, things certainly don't look too good for Henry and Homer. But since there's no real proof they've done anything wrong, let's reserve judgment. And if you will, consider the proof that Postum, as a good hot mealtime drink for all the family, is just about tops. Just about the grandest treat you could hope to get. And is there any better proof than that more and more folks are enjoying Postum every day? That Postum's popularity is growing by leaps and bounds? Well, as a matter of fact, there is better proof. Your own keen pleasure when you take your first sip. When you first raise a good hot cup of Postum to your lips and discover for yourself just what the words fragrance and flavor really mean. Believe me, you'll bring in a verdict for Postum, not because it tastes like coffee, for it doesn't, any more than coffee tastes like tea, but because Postum has a goodness of its own, a distinctive flavor as roundly satisfying as anything you've tasted. Now, why not let your own taste tell you about Postum, yours and your family's, including the children? We can only tell you about the goodness of Postum, but you can enjoy it, and I'm sure you will. Now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich, Henry and his friend Homer are in trouble. Just what the trouble is, their parents have been unable to figure out. The scene opens on Aunt Harriet's front porch.
Doesn't she seem to be home, Henry?
I don't know.
Well, hello there.
Hello, Aunt Harriet. I'm sorry to bother you, but I wanted to ask you something.
Henry, why aren't you in school?
School's over.
It's over. My goodness, what time is it?
I don't know.
But it's over just the same, Miss Breyer.
Well, what is it you want?
Well, do you remember when I dropped in for a second this morning?
I do.
Well, I didn't leave a package, did I?
A package? What was in it?
Nothing. It was just... It was just...
It was just something we bought at the hardware store.
Oh.
Yes, ma'am. And when I left the house this morning, I had it with me. Now I can't find it.
I see. But you can't tell me what was in the package.
Oh, it wasn't anything. It was just a can of paint.
Paint?
Black paint.
Black? Well, you didn't leave it here, and if you'll excuse me, I'll go in the house.
Are you sure I didn't?
I've got to telephone somebody about something right this minute.
Yes, Harriet. Yes, Harriet. Yes, Harriet. Thank you for calling. Goodbye, Harriet. Miss Thompson,
Yes, Mr. Aldrich.
did you try to call the school?
Yes, sir, the line's still busy.
Did you phone that attorney over in Middletown?
Mr. Norton Adams?
Yes.
I called his office twice, Mr. Aldrich, and then I tried to reach him at court.
Keep trying. In the meantime, I'll try one other place.
Number, please.
Police headquarters.
Police headquarters.
Miss Thompson, did you cancel all my other engagements for the day?
Yes, Mr. Aldrich.
Police headquarters, Sergeant Kelly speaking.
Sergeant, this is Sam Aldrich.
Oh, how are you, Mr. Aldrich?
Sergeant, my boy hasn't gotten into any trouble down there, has he?
No, not that I know of.
I see. You looking for anyone by the name of Weber?
Weber?
W. Weber. Any complaints filed against anyone by that name?
No, nothing against any Weber that I know of.
I see.
Say, about how old is this Weber?
Why, he's about Henry's age.
Well, the only charges we have here are against two unidentified boys. They are wanted for petty larceny.
Yes?
Yes, for stealing bicycles.
I see. Yeah, did you say bicycles?
Yeah.
And you don't know who they are?
Not yet, but we're working on it. You know, it's always a hard thing to follow up. Them kids get some paint and do the job over, and then you can't identify them.
I see. Well, if you find out who the boys are, let me know.
Of course.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Miss Thompson.
Yes, Mr. Aldrich.
See whether you can get Norton Adams at once. Regardless of whether he's tied up in court, I want to talk to him.
Yes, Mother, it's Homer and I.
Dear, did your father get you at school?
Was he at school?
No, Henry. He's trying to get you on the telephone.
Oh, I wonder why.
Well, I think it would be very much better if you let him tell you.
Oh.
Will you call him right away, please?
Well, I'll tell you, Mother.
I think you better call him right away.
Yes, Mother. Homer?
What, Henry?
Henry, where are you going?
I'm on my way to the phone, Mother.
What's the matter, Henry?
Homer, I think my father knows about it.
What makes you think so?
Something tells me.
You're crazy, Henry.
Operator.
Gee whiz, though, if your father knows, do you suppose mine knows?
Henry?
Yes, Mother?
When you get your father, will you tell him Mr. Bull will be here at 5:30 to see him?
Mr. Bull?
He's coming here.
Number, please.
Why, Mother, what's Father's number?
You know it just as well as I do. Elm 662.
Oh,
Number,
yes.
please.
Elm 66 Bull. I mean, 2.
I'm going home.
Wait a second, Homer.
I'm going.
But wait, Homer.
Hello, Mr. Aldrich's office.
Miss Thompson, this is Henry. If my father's busy, don't feel you have to bother him.
I'm sorry, Henry, but your father's just left for Middletown.
Oh, he did? For Middletown?
What's that, Henry?
He did want to talk to you, though.
Well, Miss Thompson, do you know what it was about?
Yes.
Well, what was it?
I think it would be better if you had the whole thing out with him.
Oh.
What did she say, Henry?
He'll see you when he gets home.
Well,
Bye.
thank you. Goodbye. Homer.
What?
Do you have an extra bed over at your house?
Yeah.
Well, look, Homer, why don't you invite me over, and I'll take my pajamas, see? And when I get over there, I can call back and say you're begging me to stay.
Mr. Aldrich, is that you?
Yes. Hello, Mr. Bull. Sit down.
No, your wife said I should wait for you here in the living room.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, but I got tied up in Middletown.
Oh, yes?
Trying to get in touch with a lawyer there, and I got over there only to find that he'd been called over here.
Well, I'm anxious to have a talk with you, Sam, if you have a minute.
Yes, of course.
It's about a little deal I made with Ed Pratt.
Ed Pratt?
Yeah, Pratt agreed to buy my car, see? And now he wants to renege on the deal.
What's the reason?
Because of a scratch on the fender, Sam. No bigger than that. I bumped into a car that wasn't even moving.
Yeah?
Yes. Well, I lost my temper at the time, but my wife calmed me down, and I never thought anything more about it.
I see.
Sam?
Yes, Alice?
Could I speak with you out here just a moment, please?
Excuse me.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it's quite important.
What's gone wrong?
I don't know, dear, but Harriet just phoned, and she said she saw Henry going by her house with Homer a little while ago, and Henry was carrying a suitcase.
Mr. Bull?
Yes?
Could that matter of yours wait until tomorrow? I've got to get busy on something right away.
Homer.
Yes, Mother?
I want to have a talk with you.
The only thing is, Mother, Henry's waiting out in the hall.
Homer, why is Henry staying here tonight?
Well, he just thought it would be a nice change for him.
Do the Aldriches know he's here?
Well, not right this minute, Mother, but he's going to phone them.
Homer, do you have anything you'd like to tell me?
Oh, me? In what way?
Are you sure Henry hasn't done anything he shouldn't have?
Mother.
Homer?
Yes, Henry?
You want me to stay out here much longer?
You may come in now, dear. Homer, will you remember not to become involved in anything you're going to regret?
No, Mother.
Boy, am I glad to be here, Mrs. Brown.
Well, why do you say that, Henry?
I don't know. It's just the atmosphere here is so relaxing.
Will you excuse me while I go to the door?
I'll go for you, Mother.
No, I'll go.
Mrs. Brown, if that's my father, would you mind telling him I'm staying here tonight?
What's that?
Good evening. Is this Mrs. Brown?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm Sergeant Kelly from down at police headquarters. You have a son by the name of Homer, haven't you?
Homer?
Homer?
Homer, I think my folks are worried about me. I better go home.
I've been asked to try and find him and Henry Aldrich.
Henry.
What, Homer?
Come back. They've got us both.
Now, Henry, suppose you tell all of us exactly what happened.
But, Father, why did you have me brought down here to the police station?
Because we couldn't find you. We didn't even know where you were, and Sergeant Kelly stumbled into you. Now, tell us exactly what you did.
Well,
Henry, no matter what you've done, it's better for you to confess it and get it over.
Yes, Mother.
Henry, before you begin, could I say something?
Now, you'll get your chance later. Henry Aldrich, now go ahead.
Well, It was this way. It happened on the way to school one morning.
Henry, what I want to know first is, where is the bicycle?
The bicycle?
Yes.
It was a car.
A car?
Henry, I thought it was only a bicycle.
Oh, no, it was a car. That's why we were so scared.
Sure, a bicycle wouldn't have bothered us.
Henry, go on.
Yes, Father. Well, we'd heard of a lawyer over in Middletown that we understood was pretty good at fixing things, so we wrote him.
I see.
Now, just a minute. Let's get back to that car for a second.
Yes, sir. Well, at first we were going to paint the car over, sort of, so the owner wouldn't recognize it.
You were going to try to cover it up?
Yes, Father, I'm sorry, but we were.
We did it once before, and nobody found out.
Homer, who did?
Henry and I did, Mother. It was easy.
1 minute now. How many of these covering-up jobs have you gotten away with?
Just one.
That was on a car that... Never mind.
Henry, who suggested you do a thing like that?
Nobody. Homer and I thought it up all by ourselves.
But the owner scared us off.
Boys, do you realize what a thing like that can lead to?
Just putting a little paint on a car?
What do you mean, just putting a little paint on a car?
Sam, I don't believe it.
Henry, look at me. Are you making this up?
Oh, no, Father. As long as we've started, I think it's better to tell the whole thing and get it off our minds. Don't you, Homer?
The whole thing?
Henry, regardless of the consequences, let's hear everything.
Yes, Father. Only are you going to tell Mr. Bull?
Mr. Bull? Mr. Bull has anything to do with this. Please begin.
But he has, Father. He's the whole story.
What about him?
Well, I was holding out my hand, see?
Where?
Out the window.
Why?
I was signaling for Homer.
Oh, letting them know the coast was clear, eh?
Yes, sir.
Sam, I can't stand it.
But then Mr. Bull ignored my signal and came right on.
Mr. Bull saw you?
No, that's the trouble. He just came right on.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
Isn't it clear?
No.
Well, we were backing up, see. We were parking Homer's father's car.
What's that?
Sure, we were almost late for school, and I said, Henry, let's park here and run.
Go on.
And I put out my hand, and the first thing we knew, there was a terrible scraping of fenders, and Mr. Bull got out of his car and said, I'm going to sue you for this.
And where was the bicycle? In the car?
What bicycle?
That you took and were going to sell.
The one I took? I was going to sell my own.
Why?
To get enough money to pay for the damage on Mr. Bull's car. But I couldn't get enough.
And that's what this is all about?
Well, yes.
Well, why didn't you tell me when it happened?
Because Homer was afraid his father would find out.
Well, wait until your Aunt Harriet finds out about it.
What do you mean, find out about it? Here I am.
Harriet, where did you come from?
Sam, I've got everything fixed for you.
But, Harriet...
Sam, I know it's going to kill you, but I've just gone and hired a lawyer.
A lawyer? What for?
To take care of Henry.
You mean I'm going to be sued after all?
No, Henry. Harriet, what have you been doing?
I've got Norton Adams for you.
But, Harriet...
There isn't anything to worry about, Alice. He can clear this case up in a minute.
Yes. Alice, take Harriet over in the corner and tell her a few of the facts of this case.
You mean you know something I don't?
Henry, I hope for as long as you live, you'll remember this.
Yes, Father.
Hasn't it taught you a lesson?
Yes, Father.
What?
I'm never going to hold my hand out of a car again.
Henry Aldrich will be back in just a moment. In the meanwhile, if coffee makes you nervous, remember to drink Postum instead. Remember, too, that Postum is a swell drink for all the family, tempting in flavor and most economical. You can still enjoy Postum at its old-time low cost of less than 1/2 cent a cup. So for tip-top good taste and rock-bottom economy, get Postum from your grocer tomorrow.
Now then, boys, won't you each have another chocolate soda?
No, thank you, Aunt Harriet.
No, thanks, Miss Breyer.
Well, can you imagine that?
What's trouble?
I've lost my automatic.
Your automatic?
You've lost it, Henry?
Your automatic?
Yes, I wonder where it is.
Henry, will you excuse me while I step into this phone booth?
Henry, where did you leave it?
Here it is. Look, Homer, isn't it a beauty? You punch the end here, and the lead comes out here. I wonder who she's phoning.
Listen again next week to the Aldrich family, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with your favorite youngster, his family, and his pals. The Aldrich family, starring Ezra Stone, is written by Clifford Goldsmith. Original music is composed and conducted by Jack Miller. This is Harry Von Zell saying, you will enjoy fragrant, flavorful Postum. And remember, Postum contains no stimulants. It cannot make you nervous. Good night.
Present
Henry Aldrich.
Coming, Mother.
Postum presents The Aldrich Family, written by Clifford Goldsmith. Entertainment for all the family, brought to you by Postum, a tempting, wholesome drink for all the family. Postum. Have you noticed, friends, how a mother can sing as simple a melody as that to a baby? And very often, even before she's finished the song, that baby is sunk in sweet, sound slumber. But as we grow older, many of us lose the ability to slip off to sleep quickly. And isn't that particularly true about some of you who drink coffee? For coffee does keep many people awake, even though others can drink it without ill effect. If you happen to be one of the wakeful ones, it might be sensible to switch to Postum, which contains no caffeine or other stimulant. Nothing at all that can possibly rob you of sleep. Postum has a grand flavor, you know, rich, full-bodied, the kind of drink that makes you fairly expand with satisfaction. So if you think coffee disturbs your sleep, start now to make Postum your regular mealtime drink instead of coffee. Give it a fair trial. And then see if you're not pleased as punch that you switched. First, because you're sleeping so much better. And second, because Postum is such a really swell drink. A boy is a boy, and that's all there is to it. He gets into difficulties somehow, and he gets out of them somehow, like Henry Aldrich. But what happens in between is usually unforgettable. The scene opens at the Aldrich dinner table.
Will you have another piece of cherry pie, Sam?
No, thank you, Alice.
Sam, are you upset about something?
Who, I, Alice? No, what makes you think I'm upset?
Well, dear, you've hardly spoken during this entire dinner.
Well, frankly, I don't for the life of me see why you had to invite Homer over here for dinner and to spend the night.
Sam, I had to. His mother and father have gone over to Abbott City. And besides, one more person certainly isn't going to make any great difference.
But, Alice, do you realize it's 20 minutes after 8, and we're finishing dinner, and Henry and Homer haven't even shown up yet?
Yes, dear, and I'm going to speak to both of them. Although the only thing I feel bad about is these potato pancakes.
And that's another thing, Alice. How did we happen to have potato pancakes?
Well, I was going to have creamed cauliflower, but Homer says he doesn't eat it.
That's still no excuse for potato pancakes.
Sam, they're one of Homer's favorite dishes. That's also why I went to the trouble of making a cherry pie. Homer loves cherries.
Then I say the least he could have done was to have been here in time to eat them. Just where are the boys? Can't we phone them someplace?
Well, I don't know where they are. They left here right after school and went out to sell war bonds.
They're selling war bonds?
Yes, dear. They've both been made Minutemen.
Minutemen? Well, they're an hour and a quarter late. Alice, how do you know something hasn't happened to them?
Now, Sam, just be sensible. They certainly aren't very far away. Oh, that may be Henry right now. He wants you to come and get him someplace.
You tell Henry that wherever he is, he's to start for home at once.
Yes, dear. Hello? Yes, Mrs. Kendall. This is Mrs. Aldrich. Oh, really? Really, this afternoon? You don't say so. Well, Mrs. Kendall, I'll tell him. Thank you for calling. Goodbye.
Alice, did you tell him his dinner's getting cold?
Sam, that was Mrs. Kendall, and she's terribly upset.
Yes? What's the trouble?
Well, she just discovered Henry made out a war bond pledge for her to sign, and she thought it was for $100 and it was for $1,000.
Yes?
And he also left one of his fur-lined gloves there.
At the Kendalls? Alice, the Kendalls live at least 1.5 miles out of town.
Yes, dear, on the North Road. But 1.5 miles isn't so far.
I know, but it's started to snow. It's snowing hard. And I say they ought to be here.
Did you get your folks, Henry?
No, Homer. Gee whiz, the line's still busy.
Boy.
Every time I call him, it seems to be busy.
Boys, we just had a phone call for you.
You did, Mrs. Cooper, from my father?
From your father? No, from Mrs. Snyder. She lives about 1 mile on up the road.
Mrs. Snyder?
Yes, she called to ask whether you know you left one of your overshoes at her house.
We did. Oh, boy, look, it's mine.
Now, listen, Homer, you're getting more darn careless.
Well, I can't remember everything, Henry. I have to carry all our pencils and all our bond information, don't I?
Say, aren't you boys sort of hungry?
Hungry?
I've got some nice corned beef and cabbage out in the kitchen. I could warm up for you.
Oh, no, Henry's mother has a swell dinner waiting for us. She fixed some potato pancakes and a cherry pie, just because I like them.
Potato pancakes and cherry pie?
Sure. As a matter of fact, I like any kind of cherries, just so long as they're canned.
Well, you're easy to please, aren't you?
Jane.
Yes, Will, I'll be right there.
Henry, don't you think you ought to try phoning your folks again?
Well, I'll try, Homer. But my folks know we're out selling bonds, and if they aren't worried, why should we get upset?
I'll answer it, Alice. If that's the boys, I want to speak to them. Hello? Yes, this is Samuel Aldrich.
Who is it, Sam?
It's long distance.
Oh, my goodness.
Hello?
Sam, who is it?
Hello? Alice, it's Homer's mother.
Oh, my goodness, from way over in Abbott City?
Yes, Elizabeth, Homer's fine. No, he's no trouble at all. Mrs. Aldrich made some potato pancakes for him tonight, and you want to speak to them? Well, Elizabeth, right this minute, he and Henry stepped out for a few minutes, but there's nothing to worry about, I don't think. Yes, Elizabeth, we'll see that he wears his overshoes. Yes, goodbye.
Sam, do you realize it's going on 9 o'clock?
Well, what if it is?
But don't you realize it's snowing out and Henry has only one glove?
I know it, Alice, but you told me not to worry.
Dear, if Elizabeth Brown was worried enough to call all the way from Abbott City, it seems to me the least you can do is worry a little. Sam, let me answer it. I'll see who it is. Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Aldrich. Yes, Mr. Edmonds. My goodness, 2 hours ago? His earmuffs? Well, thank you so much. Goodbye.
Where is he?
Henry left his earmuffs at the Edmonds out on the North Road nearly 2 hours ago.
At the Edmonds? That means they're getting farther and farther away from home.
And Sam, just listen to that wind howl out there.
Well, I know what I'm going to do.
Sam, where are you going?
Get my hat and coat.
You mean you're going to look for them? But, Sam, do you think you can drive the car through this snowstorm?
Now, don't worry about me, Alice. It's the boys you've got to think about.
Those boys comfortable in the other room, Jane?
Yes, Will. And, Will, don't say anything, but I'm going to surprise them.
Yes?
I'm going to fix them some potato pancakes and open a can of cherries.
Yeah. Was that all?
Well, one of them says it's all he ever eats.
Yes?
Mr. Cooper?
Yes, sir. I'll be right there.
Mr. Cooper, are you sure your phone works all right?
I don't know why it shouldn't. You boys wouldn't like to stay overnight, would you?
Oh, no thanks. If we don't get home before long, my folks might begin to wonder where we are.
Sorry we couldn't buy a bond from you boys. If we only had some way to get our cow into town and sell her, I'd be able to buy one.
You would, Mr. Cooper?
Yeah, but my truck's broken down.
Henry, why couldn't we help him get his cow into town?
Sure. We could walk her in for you.
Well, if you want to come out and get her someday, she's right out there in the barn.
And you'll buy a war bond?
We'll turn every cent we can get for her into bonds.
Will, where's the can opener?
Just a minute, Jane. I'll be right there.
Boy, Henry, I'll bet if we could sell that cow, we'd get $50 for her.
50, Homer. 50? Are you crazy?
Is that too much for a good cow?
Too much, Homer. Gee whiz, I heard of a cow once selling for $1,000.
$1,000?
Or maybe it was $2,000 or $3,000.
Just an ordinary cow?
What do you mean ordinary? She gave something like 5 tons of butter a year. Does that sound very ordinary?
5 tons of butter?
Sure.
Are you sure it was butter?
Homer, the point is we can sell Mr. Cooper a bond.
Oh. Well, listen, Henry, is that the wind I hear outside?
Boy, we ought to be getting started for home.
What do you say we take a look out the front door?
Put your things on first, Homer.
I'm putting them on.
Come on, let's take a look out here.
Oh, boy. Henry, do you think we ought to go home tonight?
We've got to. Don't you realize we're going to sell more bonds tomorrow, and we've got to get an early start?
Well, that's true. Well, let's get started. Oh, Mrs. Cooper.
Mrs. Cooper! Mr. Cooper! I wonder where they are.
Henry, don't leave their door open like that. Close it and come on.
Okay. Now, don't push me, Homer.
I'm not pushing you. I'm just hanging on to you.
Listen, Homer, I've got an idea. Boy, if we can do it.
Good evening, Mrs. Edmonds.
Good evening, Mr. Aldrich. What are you doing way out here? Come on in out of the snow.
Thank you. I understand Henry and a friend of his were out here, and I thought you might give me some information as to which way they went.
Well, as I recall it, they were here about 6 o'clock. Mr. Edmonds bought a bond from them. Oh, and incidentally, here are Henry's earmuffs.
Oh, thank you.
But I have no idea as to which direction they went from here, Mr. Aldrich.
No? Do you mind if I use your phone, Mrs. Edmonds?
No, help yourself. It's right here.
Hello?
Number, please.
Elm 303.
Elm 303?
Please.
You mean your boy's lost?
Oh, no. No, Henry isn't lost, but it's getting on toward 10 o'clock, and naturally we'll feel more comfortable. Hello, is this you, Alice?
Yes, dear. Where are you?
I'm out at the Edmonds.
Well, my goodness, Sam, they announced on the radio that the storm was getting worse and the cars were getting stuck. And I phoned for a tow truck to go out and find you.
Alice, why did you do that?
Because I hadn't heard from you, Sam. Did you find the boy?
No, Alice, I thought that maybe by this time you would have some word from them.
Well, I've had one phone call, Sam, from the Joneses.
The Joneses?
They live out on the North Road. And Mr. Jones says Henry and Homer had been there, and that after they left, he found an automatic pencil with your name on it.
My pencil?
Yes, dear.
Well, that's a fine thing. Alice, I'm going to have a talk with Henry.
Now, dear, let's not worry about a pencil at a time like this. Let's find the boys.
All right.
Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye. Mrs. Edmonds.
Yes, Mr. Aldrich.
Which direction do the Joneses live from here?
Well, you want to go on out this road about 2 more miles.
2 miles?
Yes. Are the boys out there?
No, but they've been out that way.
Mr. Aldrich, I've just been talking with Mr. Edmonds, and he's going to take his car and work in the other direction.
You sure it won't be too much trouble?
No, not at all. He went to bed a little early tonight, but just as soon as he gets his clothes on, he'll be starting.
Oh, thanks. Some night out.
Mr. Aldrich, don't you want me to get you a paper bag to put those earmuffs in?
No, thank you. I'll put them right on.
Boy, is this some night, Homer?
Keep your head down, Henry, and sort of walk backwards.
What do you think I'm doing? Boy.
Henry, look ahead. There's a truck or something.
Where?
Right down the road. It's just standing there.
Oh, boy. Come on.
I'm coming. There's only so fast I can go, though, Henry. Gee whiz, I'm not Hercules.
Look, Homer, it's a tow truck. Hey, mister! Mister!
Who's there?
It's us! Can you give us a lift, please?
Okay, if I can get out of this drift here.
Well, gee whiz, are you going all the way into Centerville?
Yep. Just as soon as I find a car I'm out looking for. Hop on the back.
Well, look, do you have room for a cow on your truck?
What's that?
We've got this cow, see? We're taking her into town for a guy, and we're going to surprise him.
You're what?
Sure. He wants to buy a bond.
Say, ain't she cold?
Oh, gee, no. We got 2 blankets tied around her.
Jane, how are you coming? Shall I tell the boys to come into their supper?
Not for another minute, Will. I want to get these potato pancakes a little bit browner.
I knew all the time we'd find a can of cherries down the cellar. Just a case of our keeping on, we located them.
Didn't I hear Bess mooing when we came up from the cellar?
Well, what if you did? She's all right.
She's good and warm out there in the barn.
Of course she is. She likes the cold.
All right, Will. You better call them.
Boys, Mrs. Cooper has a little surprise for you. Boys.
Tell them to hurry right up, Will.
Boys. Oh, boys!
on, Bess. Come on. Come with Henry.
You know, Henry, she isn't a bad cow, is she?
No, she isn't. And I think she likes walking better than she did riding on that truck.
Boy, that wasn't a lot of work. Just nicely got her on the darn thing, and he runs right into another drift.
That driver was a nice guy, though. It was very decent of him to promise to buy a bond from us.
Well, wait a second, Henry. Wait a second.
What's the matter?
Have we gotten off the road a little?
Oh, boy, where'd this snowdrift come from? Now, wait, Homer. Get around on the other side of her, and we'll try to back around.
Well, wait a second, Henry. Wait a second. I think she's getting cold around the ears.
Well, what are you going to do?
Tie my muffler around her head. What do you think?
Well, gee whiz, that's a good idea. Then she'll be really comfortable.
Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Aldrich's residence. Why, no, Mr. Kilmer, I hadn't heard a word from Sam. Yes, Mr. Kilmer, they went right out on the North Road. Well, if you don't mind taking your car out on a night like this, I'd certainly appreciate it.
Gee, Homer, it's nice and warm in here.
Yeah, boy. Imagine finding a roadside stand open this time of night.
Boy, I wish we had a little money with us.
I'll say. Something smells good, doesn't it?
Homer, are you sure you tied Bess real tight?
Sure, I tied her with a special slip knot I learned from a guy.
She ought to be very comfortable where we left her. There isn't any wind there or anything.
Something I can do for you, boys?
Oh, why, no, ma'am. We couldn't have a sort of a drink of water, could we?
A drink of water?
Yeah, we've been out in that darn storm, and are we thirsty?
Which way are you driving?
We're not driving, we're walking.
Walking?
Yeah, we've been selling war bonds, and I guess we got a little further out than we thought we had.
You've been selling bonds?
Yeah.
Had any dinner?
No, ma'am. That's why we'd sort of appreciate a glass of water, if it wouldn't be too much trouble.
Well, you certainly ought to have something to eat. I'll be glad to fix you up.
Free of charge, free of charge.
You want a hamburger and some soup?
A hamburger?
The only thing is, you don't have any potato pancakes, do you?
Potato pancakes?
And canned cherries? I sort of had my mind made up for those all day.
Potato pancakes?
And do you have any hay?
Any hay?
Sure, for Bess. She's outside.
Henry, she wouldn't want some corn, too, would she?
No, Homer. It might upset her.
Well, I can get you the potato cakes and the cherries, but I can't get you the rest.
Well, that's all right. I think Bess had a little supper before we left anyhow.
Say, boys, have either of you got a shotgun?
What's that? A shotgun?
Yeah, there's a moose outside here.
Gee whiz, a moose!
Scared the daylights out of me. First it made a noise like a cow, and then as it swung around the building here and headed out toward the road, I saw it was a big, shaggy moose.
Homer, come on.
Listen, Henry, I'm not going to chase any moose.
Where'd it go, mister? Where'd it go?
He headed right up the road there.
Homer, aren't you coming? That's Bess. Come on.
Well, I don't know. It begins to look as if Homer Brown would never get those potato pancakes, doesn't it? On the other hand, by the time he and Henry plow through another mile or two of cold and snow, they may be lots more interested in something good and hot to drink. And that could very well be Postum. For Postum is certainly a good drink, and served piping hot in the cup with cream or top milk added to taste, Postum has a look that says, "Drink me" in capital letters. And as for taste, it's my opinion there isn't a mealtime drink made that can beat that tantalizing goodness, that lusty, robust Postum flavor. A flavor that's really distinctive, really unusual. Now, that means you mustn't expect when you try it that Postum is going to taste like coffee any more than you'd expect coffee to taste like tea. Remember, Postum has its own special goodness. And like as not, when you've once discovered how very good that is, you and Postum will be mealtime partners the rest of your days. So tomorrow, get Postum at your grocer's. And tomorrow night, get set to enjoy one of America's great mealtime drinks, Postum. Now getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Henry and his friend Homer, out selling war bonds, have been unable to get back home in time for dinner because of a heavy blizzard. The scene opens on a road some distance outside Centerville. The time is very late at night.
Aren't you Mr. Aldrich from Centerville? I am. Well, guess you're the fellow I was sent out to tow in. Oh, yeah? How'd you get your car sideways across the road like this? Well, I've been out looking for my son and a friend of his, and I was driving along, and I know you won't believe me, but coming right up the road toward me, I saw a bear. What's that? A big black bear. He was walking on all fours, and I jammed on the brakes and swerved around like this. Well, Mr. Aldrich, there aren't any bears in this part of the country. That's what I thought, but I saw it with my own eyes. What's that, another car trying to get by? Hey, what's the trouble there? There's a fella here says he was just attacked by a bear. What's that? Look, while you're hooking on, I'll go into this roadside stand here and phone my wife.
Something I can do for you?
Good evening. You have a telephone here?
Sure, right over there by that jukebox.
By the way, you couldn't be fixing something up for me that's hot, could you?
Well, I've got a special on tonight. Potato pancakes.
Potato pancake? No, thanks. I'll just telephone.
Come on, Homer. Come on in the house.
I'm coming. Boy, am I cold.
Mother will fix us up with something right away. Mother!
Mrs. Aldrich.
Mother! Father! Gee whiz, do you suppose they've gone out?
Come on, Henry. Let's see what's out in the kitchen.
You know, I think Bess is going to be very comfortable where we left her.
I don't know why she shouldn't be.
Look, Homer, look in the icebox. Your favorite food.
What is it, Henry? What is it?
Potato pancakes.
And boy, do I like 'em cold.
And look, Homer, there's half a cherry pie there.
Oh, boy, we'll split it, Henry.
Here, put it on here over on the kitchen table.
Okay. Oh, boy, what a dinner. Oh, boy.
Now, listen, Homer, when you cut that pie, at least use a knife.
It breaks all right, Henry. It breaks very nicely. Hand me a potato pancake.
Don't bother me, Homer. I just found something.
What?
A note here. It's for my father. It says, Sam, Harriet called and thinks they might have gone to the movies. Have gone down to the movies to look.
Who wrote it?
My mother. Who do you think? Wait, I wonder if it's a good picture she's seen.
Aren't you going to eat anything, Henry?
Here, Homer, use a fork. Remember, you're a guest.
I don't need a fork. I'll just roll them up and slip them in.
Answer the phone, will you, while I catch up with you?
Okay.
Homer, won't you please hurry?
I'm going to answer it, Henry. I've got to get my mouth emptied first, though. Hello? Who? Well, this is Homer Brown. Oh, gee whiz, is that you, Mother? Sure, this is Homer. Well, I haven't been any place. Oh, we got a cow, see? A cow! We're going to turn it into war bonds. No, Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich aren't here. They've gone to the movies. Sure. And in a few minutes, I'm going to bed.
Yes, Alice.
My goodness, dear, where have you been?
Where have I been? Where have I been?
Where are the boys? Haven't you found them?
No, Alice. All I found were these earmuffs, this overshoe, and my pencil. Where were you when I was trying to phone you?
Sam, didn't you get my note?
What note?
Oh, of course you didn't, dear. How could you? I've been down to the movies.
You went to the movies?
Yes, dear, and I just called Harriet and gave her a piece of my mind.
What about?
She gets the silliest ideas, Sam. First she called me and said she thought she'd seen the boys going to the movies earlier in the evening. And now what do you think she says?
What?
She says there's a story going around that somebody saw a bear out on the edge of town.
What's wrong with that?
What?
I saw a bear myself.
Now, Sam.
I did, Alice. That's how I got stuck.
Has something gone wrong with the car?
No, it's all right now. I've got it out in front. And what I want to know is where I'm going to look for the boys next. Alice. Did you hear what I just heard?
No, dear. What was it?
Well, I'm not sure, but it sounded like a cow.
Now, Sam, first you see a bear, and then you come home and hear cows.
I don't know what it is I hear, but it certainly is something, and I'm going out to see what it is.
But, Sam... Hello? What's that, Mrs. Edmonds? Mr. Edmonds is back home? He had to leave his car on a hill. Oh, isn't that a shame? Mr. Aldrich left what at your place? His scarf? Well, thank you so much for calling.
Mother!
Goodbye.
Mother, is that you down there?
Henry Aldrich, where are you?
Gee whiz, I've been in bed. Did you see a good picture?
Henry, what's happened to Homer?
Oh, me, Mrs. Aldrich? I'm all right. I just have a little stomach ache.
For some reason, Mother, we weren't able to get to sleep.
May I ask where you've been?
Selling bonds, Mother. And it looks as though we're going to break all the records.
Boy, I'll say. We sold a bond at darn near every place we went to.
But, dear...
Oh, gee, look at my earmuffs. Did I leave these here before I started off today?
Henry, your father found those.
Father? Where is he?
He's outside, dear. And when he comes in, I wouldn't bother him very much.
Is something wrong with him, Mrs. Aldrich?
He's tired, Homer. Very tired. And so much on edge he even thinks he hears a cow.
A cow, Mother?
Yes, dear. He just stepped out to look for one.
Gee whiz, Henry, do you suppose Bess is calling us?
Who?
Bess, Mother, Bess. Our war bond cow.
Sure, Mrs. Aldrich. We're going to surprise a farmer.
Surprise a what?
A farmer, Mother. We're going to sell his cow for him.
Where?
Where?
Henry, where is the cow?
Out in the garage.
In the garage?
Sure, we brought her all the way into town.
Through this storm?
Yes, Mother, but we kept her good and warm.
And we now have a cow out in our garage?
Sure. We even gave her some oatmeal.
Boy, did she lap it up.
Now, dear, oatmeal.
Sure, Mother, we even put some milk on it.
Milk? You gave her some of our milk?
Oh, no, Mrs. Aldrich. We drew some off of her and poured it on the oatmeal.
Well, boys, if I were you, I'd go back upstairs before your father comes in.
Right now?
Right now.
Will you promise to call us, Mrs. Aldrich, if he feels Bess wants us?
Yes, dear.
Come on, Homer. As a matter of fact, I'm beginning to feel the strain a little myself.
Same here. At least I want to lie down.
Alice,
Yes, Sam?
I know you'll say I'm seeing things, but there is a cow in our garage.
Well, yes, dear, of course there is.
What's that?
The boys put her there.
What boys?
Henry and Homer, they're upstairs in bed.
Why didn't you tell me? What did they bring a cow home for?
Well, Sam...
Of all...
Now, Sam, where are you going?
I'm going up and have a talk with them.
Now, Sam, come back here.
What for?
Don't you realize those boys have been selling bonds all day?
That's no excuse, Alice. Think of what I've been through tonight.
But, dear, think of what they've been through, too. They sold a bond at every house they went to.
Yes?
And that cow, Sam, that upset you so. Do you realize what that cow is?
What?
A war bond pledge.
What's that?
Yes, dear. And they led her all the way back to town through this storm and everything. They hadn't even had supper. My goodness, Sam, don't you realize what that means?
But, Alice, they might have given us a little consideration.
Sam, they hadn't even given themselves consideration. There's only one thing that was important, and that was to sell just as many bonds as they possibly could. That's the only spirit with which we're going to win this whole war.
Well...
Mother!
Yes, dear?
Could you come take a look at Homer?
At Homer?
Yes, please. He's beginning to think the cherries in that pie weren't pitted.
Friends, you can get Postum in two forms, Postum and Instant Postum. Instant Postum is the quick and easy way to make 1 cup or 6, because Instant Postum dissolves instantly in your cup by just adding boiling water. No matter which form of Postum you choose, however, you can count on enjoying a delightful and distinctive treat. For Postum is one of America's great mealtime drinks.
Here you are, Mrs. Cooper.
Yes, Mr. Aldrich.
Here's the money the boys got when they sold your cow.
Well, thank you.
And now you can sign a pledge for a bond.
Well, it certainly was nice of you to drive all the way out here. Won't you stay and have a little bite of lunch with us?
Can we, Father?
Why, fine.
All right, I'll go out to the kitchen and put the potato pancakes on.
Potato pancake? Now, wait.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with your favorite youngster, his family, and his pals. The Aldrich Family is written by Clifford Goldsmith. The original musical score is conducted by Jack Miller. And this is Dan Seymour saying, your host tonight is Postum, and Postum is one of America's great mealtime drinks. It's good drinking. Good night.
Postum presents...
Henry Aldrich.
Coming, Mother.
Postum presents The Aldrich Family, written by Clifford Goldsmith. Entertainment for all the family, brought to you by Postum, a tempting, wholesome drink for all the family. Postum. You know, friends, one of the things that makes music so enjoyable and relaxing is the perfect harmony of every section of the orchestra with every other section. But suppose that just the opposite were true. Suppose the brasses played in one key and tempo, the strings in another, and so on. Well, that would make for anything but harmony, wouldn't it? Well, it's much the same idea when your nerves are out of tune. Your whole life is out of harmony. You ring a definitely discordant note among your friends. So why not just ask yourself next time you're edgy and jumpy if maybe coffee is to blame? It might very well be, you know. For even though many people can drink coffee without getting nervous, many others cannot. If you think you're one of those others, switch to Postum by all means. Postum contains no caffeine or other stimulant, nothing that can set your nerves on edge. And as a mealtime drink, Postum is out and out delicious. So start drinking Postum regularly instead of coffee. And then see if you don't soon feel completely in tune again, thanks to your switch to hearty, delightful Postum. Give a teenage boy a problem to solve, and you start what always turns out to be a wrestling match, with the boy and the problem alternately throwing each other. Henry Aldrich, however, usually ends up victorious, but gasping. The scene opens at the Aldrich breakfast table.
Could I have the cream, please, Father?
Here you are, Henry.
Thank you. Boy.
Dear, it isn't necessary to eat your breakfast as though you were going to some kind of a race.
But, Mother, I'm in a hurry. I've got a very full day. Boy.
Henry, can't you slow down just a little?
Alice, I don't like to undermine your discipline, but I happen to know Henry does have a very full day.
Boy, I'll say.
He's got to empty the ashes in the cellar. He's got to pick up the backyard.
Father, that isn't the kind of full day I was thinking of. I've got this list, see?
What list, Henry?
Gee whiz, look at it. Just look at it. One grandfather's clock, one fur coat, man's, one dining room table with chairs, one rose bush.
Now, wait a minute. What is that you're reading?
My list. 1 pound of butter with muffins, one fireplace, an egg beater, and a cigar.
What's that, Henry?
A cigar, Mother, for Homer.
What's that? Homer smoking cigars?
No, Father, he doesn't smoke it. He just carries it around in his pocket because he's got a lot of money.
Henry, may I ask what this is all about?
Didn't I tell you, Mother? It's for the school play. And I've got to get all that list by tomorrow night.
How about the ashes?
The ashes, Father? We don't need any ashes.
Henry, do you mind my asking why, if the play is going to be put on tomorrow night, you haven't started to get any of these things before now?
Because they didn't tell me until yesterday that I was to be prop man. Jimmy Bartlett was before that, and they fired him.
They fired him?
Sure. He wasn't good at getting anything at all, so they gave him the lead.
Henry!
What, Mary?
May I ask what Mother's egg beater is doing in your lunchbox?
What's that, Mary?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Mother. I was going to tell you about that egg beater, only Mary brought it up too soon.
I did?
Henry, why are you taking my egg beater?
It's for Kathleen. She makes an entrance, see, from the kitchen, and it shows that's where she came from.
What's that?
Kathleen, Father. Her mother's dead.
Kathleen's mother?
Sure, in the play. And she's keeping house for her father, Homer.
For whom?
For Homer. She's Homer's unspoiled daughter.
Kathleen? Kathleen Anderson is Homer Brown's daughter?
What's so wrong with that, Mary? She's only a couple of months older than he is. And as a matter of fact, the dramatic coach says Homer looks more like an old man than anyone in the school.
Henry, if I let you take our egg beater, will you see that it gets back to me?
Oh, sure, Mother. Gee, I hope you don't think I'd go and leave a perfectly good thing like an egg beater over at the school, do you?
Well, then I'll put it back in your lunchbox.
Thank you. And, Mary, the next time you go searching through my lunchbox, please ask for permission.
Henry, what are you doing under the table?
I'm just looking at the legs, Father. I'm just seeing if they'll come off. I take it over.
When you take it over? When you take what over where?
The dining room table for the play.
Henry, you are not under any circumstances going to take this table.
I can't have it? But, gee whiz, what's Homer going to eat off of?
And may I ask what we're going to eat off of?
Couldn't we eat in the kitchen, Father? It's only for 3 days.
Henry, do you remember last year when we loaned our sofa for the school play?
Yes, Father, but that wasn't my fault it fell off the back of the car.
That isn't the point. This dining room table has been in this house for 20 years. If there are those in your school who have never seen a dining room table before, you may bring them over one at a time and let them take a look at it. But that's as far as I'm willing to go.
Okay, then. How about a fur coat? Could I borrow one of those? A fur coat? It has to be a man's fur coat. It's for Homer. He's very wealthy, see, and the fur has to be on the inside.
Yes? Well, you've come to the wrong man for a thing like that.
And as a matter of fact, I'd like to get a pair of fur gloves for him, too. And maybe a fur hat.
Exactly where is the scene laid?
In his dining room.
Oh. Homer comes into his dining room wearing a fur coat, a fur hat, and fur gloves and sits down to dinner?
Sure.
I see. He can't get any coal.
He can't? Do you think I ought to get some?
For what?
Hi, Henry. You all ready for school?
I'll be ready in 1 second, Homer.
Good morning, Homer. What's that you have in your mouth?
A piece of bubble gum.
Alice, what was that?
That was me, Mr. Aldrich. Good morning.
Homer, I wouldn't snap my gum in here if I were you.
Oh, sure. Excuse me.
Come on, Homer, while I get my things on.
Okay.
Don't run, dear.
I'm not running.
Listen, Henry, I had an idea last night. You know that place in the play where I take $1,000 out of my pocket and give it to Jimmy Bartlett?
Yeah?
Well, gee, I wouldn't have a whole 1,000 just loose in my pocket, would I?
Why not?
I'd be afraid to carry it around, Henry. Why don't I have a cash register that I take it out of?
A cash register? Right in your dining room?
Well, I can afford one. I'm rich.
I know, but rich people have things like safes.
A safe? Well, I'd settle for a safe. As a matter of fact, that's a very good idea.
Sure, Homer.
Henry, you forgot something in here.
Oh, gee whiz. I know what it is. It's my darn list.
And that, Henry, is one reason why I don't want you to borrow this dining room table.
Father, I agree with you. I agree with you entirely. I've driven the dining room table right out of my head.
Good.
Now, if you could only get me a safe, I'd be perfectly happy.
A what, dear?
A safe, Mother. There's a very important place where Homer has to have one.
Henry, do you realize how much a safe weighs?
Well, I don't mean a big safe, Father, like in a bank. I mean something about...
Yes? Well, you can just drive the safe out of your head, too.
You mean I can't have one?
Hey, Henry, we're going to be late.
I'm coming, Homer. And as a matter of fact, I'm sort of sorry I ever took this darn job.
Goodbye, Henry.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Henry, goodbye.
I guess he didn't hear you, dear. Sam?
Well?
Dear, don't you think we ought to contribute a little something more than just an egg beater to this play?
You mean you want to let Henry have this table?
Now, dear, I didn't say the table. But don't you think you could at least find him a safe?
Alice, are you...
Sam, this is the first time I've ever seen Henry get so wrapped up in anything. Why, dear, it's the most important thing that has ever happened to him.
But where am I going to get a safe?
You've a lot of influence, Sam. And if you explain it's for a high school play, my goodness, I should think there'd be lots of people who could spare a safe for 3 nights.
Hello, Centerville Press Office. Yes? Have we got a what? Sure, we got a safe. Who's this speaking? Oh, yes, Mr. Aldrich. Now, could you tell me again what it is you want? A safe to play with? Oh, you're in a play. Oh, I got you. Well, we got one here, yes. Weighs 3.5 tons. What's that?
Hello, Harriet. Can you hear me?
Yes, Alice.
What we need is a nice, warm, heavy coat that's lined with fur.
I see.
It's for a rather wealthy man that's a widower.
How about my Persian lamb?
Your Persian lamb, Harriet, it has to be a man's coat.
Alice, where would I ever get a man's coat, especially a fur-lined man?
Well, I just thought you might possibly know of someone that has one.
Mother!
Just a minute, Harriet. Henry, are you home from school already?
Yes, Mother. Where's Mary? I think I've got a little job for her.
Dear, I'm talking with your Aunt Harriet about a fur coat for you.
You are? Oh, boy.
Alice, I have another idea.
Really?
Up in one of my closets there's a leather windbreaker. It's mine, but it's cut like a man's, and it's lined with rabbit.
With rabbit?
It's hip length, Alice.
Just a minute, Harriet. Henry, would rabbit down to the hips be all right?
Just to the hips, Mother? And have Homer's legs show?
Hello, Centerville Coal and Feed. Oh, hello, Mr. Aldrich. What's that, a safe? Mr. Aldrich, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I didn't hear you. Did you say you were looking for a safe? For your son? Oh, now I understand you. Oh, yes, indeed, we have a very small safe. It's only about 18 inches high. Borrow it? You mean take it away? But, Mr. Aldrich, it's cemented right into the wall.
Mary! Oh, Mary!
Henry, what are you dragging that dead bush into the house for?
Well, that's just what I started to tell you. You know that hat you have, Mary, with the roses on it?
Yes.
Well, look, I'm not asking you to let me do it myself because I might damage it. But I'm perfectly willing to let you do it. And I'll even give you a line of credit on the program.
If I do what?
Haven't I made it clear? All you have to do is very carefully take the roses off your hat and sort of tie them on this bush.
Why, Henry Aldrich, I won't do any such thing.
Well, which part is it you object to?
How do you think I'd feel when the curtain goes up and there's my hat spread all over a bush?
Henry, you want it on the telephone?
I am, Mother. Oh, boy, is this a day. I'll bet that's about the oysters.
The what?
The oysters. I've been having some trouble digging up some oysters for the second act. Hello?
Hello?
Is this a Centerville fish market?
What's that? Is this Henry?
Oh, gee whiz, is that you, Kathleen?
Henry, I told my mother about our dining room table, and she wants to ask you a couple questions.
Sure, Kathleen. I'd be glad to answer anything.
Hello, Henry.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Anderson.
Now tell me, dear, just how did you plan to use our table?
Well, look, Mrs. Anderson, this fellow that's going to eat off it, his father helped settle the West, see?
The what?
The West.
Yes?
And his portrait hangs right over Homer's sideboard. I got the sideboard all right from Mrs. Lawson, and... oh, boy, it completely slipped my list.
What's the matter, Henry?
Do you have a mirror with cupids?
What's that?
A mirror with cupids on it to hang over a mantel.
No, I don't, Henry. Wouldn't just a plain mirror do?
Oh, no. Jimmy Bartlett has to stand in front of it and kiss Kathleen.
Kathleen? Jimmy Bartlett kisses Kathleen?
Yes, ma'am. Frankly, I'm not any too much in favor of that part myself. But the play calls for a mirror with cupids to be kissed under, and what can I do? My hands are tied.
Henry, I just happened to remember. Would a mirror with a deer head help?
With a what?
We have one with a gilt deer head carved at the top.
But no cupids? Gee, the only thing is... Tell me frankly, Mrs. Anderson, when you stand off at a distance, could you mistake the deer for a cupid?
What's that?
It has horns, hasn't it?
Yes.
Well, don't the horns spread out a little like wings?
Sam, I'm sorry to bother you down here at the office, but I simply got to have your help.
That's all right. I'm glad you dropped in. Alice, I think I have an idea that's going to solve the whole business.
Well, what is it, dear?
Why rent a safe that has to be hauled all the way up to the high school auditorium when they have steel lockers right in their own gymnasium?
Steel lockers?
All they have to do is move one of them on stage and have somebody in the art department paint a combination dial on it.
Now, Sam, a gymnasium locker. Why, when the students see it, they'll simply howl.
But, Alice, do you realize I haven't touched one bit of work all day? The only thing I've done is call people about safes.
Dear, that isn't any more than Henry's done. And, Sam, where am I going to find a gold-plated chandelier with old-fashioned gas lights on it?
What's that?
Dear, we must know someone in this town who owns a thing like that.
Alice, I'll do what I can to find a safe, but I put my foot down on a gold-plated gaslight chandelier.
Now listen, Henry, for the last time, I'm not going to eat them.
Homer, don't you realize that this is for the junior class play?
What if it is?
I'm not asking you to eat the oysters for me. I'm asking you to eat them for the junior class.
And I'm still not going to eat them. If I'd known a thing like this was going to happen, I'd have flunked a couple of courses and dropped into the sophomore class.
Homer, you don't have to eat the whole dozen oysters, not even a half a dozen oysters. You just nibble at 2 or 3. You're rich. You can afford to throw some away.
Well, nobody will ever know I'm rich. Not if they see the dining room table you got me.
Homer, nobody's going to see it's made of sawhorses. I got a tablecloth purposely that comes right down to the floor.
Sure, and it looks like a bed. And I'll tell you one more thing, Henry. I'm not going to wear Prussian lamb.
It isn't Prussian lamb, Homer. It's Persian lamb. And that's a beautiful coat. My Aunt Harriet paid a lot of money for it.
Well, what's the difference? I come onto the stage wearing a woman's Persian lamb coat and a muff for a hat. Sit down at a sawhorse and start to eat oysters that I can't stand. What kind of a millionaire do you think I am?
All right, Homer, all right. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to sit down and write a letter of resignation to the junior class.
Henry, you're going to quit before you even get me some ketchup for my oysters? Or it's safe for me to keep my $1,000 in?
All right, Homer. So far as I'm concerned, you can keep your money in your pocket.
Henry, here's your rose bush. I've got it all fixed for you.
What's that? Mary, is that a rose bush?
Yes, of course it is.
Now listen, Mary, those are nothing but ordinary sweet peas.
Sure they are. Sure they are.
But who's going to notice from the last row?
From the last row? Who's going to sit there?
I am.
All I can say is, Mary, that's the last straw. That's the last straw.
Well, Henry, I'm not going to tear apart my very best hat with roses on it. Would you be any more pleased if I got out that old hat with cherries on it?
Cherries? Are they canned?
What's that?
I like canned cherries.
Homer, will you please tell me what place there is in the place where you eat cherries?
I could eat them instead of oysters.
Off my hat?
What's that? You've got a hat with oysters on it?
Well, so far as I'm concerned, I'm not even interested.
And I hope nobody thinks I'm interested. I'm going to resign.
Well, isn't anybody going to answer the phone?
Why should I answer the phone? As far as I'm concerned, the junior class can...
Oh, gee whiz, what kind of a house is this? Hello?
Is this Mr. Aldrich's residence?
Yes, sir, but Mr. Aldrich isn't here right now.
Well, about that safe he inquired about, just what kind is it he wants?
That safe? Why, just a nice, good-sized... Well, you know. What kind have you got?
You want a single or a double door?
Gee whiz, you got one with a double door? That would be good. How big is it?
And so big, 5 feet high, maybe?
Gee, that sounds swell.
It's got to be hauled up there, you know.
Sure, but we've got to have it. It's for a very rich man.
Yeah, well, then I guess he won't mind the cartage, will he?
Oh, no. Gee whiz, he's got $1,000 in his pocket. He's got to do something with it.
Okay, I'll get a crew on it right away.
I think the least you can do is go up to the high school and see that play tonight.
Alice, do you realize in 6 weeks my income tax will be due, and this is one of the few evenings I'm going to have free to get it straightened out?
Just the same, dear. It seems to me that when your own son is practically putting on a play single-handed...
Alice, where's the inkwell that's supposed to be on this desk?
The inkwell? Henry took it over to the auditorium. Homer has to sign a check.
Well, that's a fine thing. Just when I...
Mother!
Oh, Mary, did you get the rose bush finished before Henry left?
Yes, Mother. I made a lot of little rosebuds and tied them on with picture wire.
Really? You took them off your hat?
Oh, no, Mother. I just wired on radishes. They look beautiful.
Alice, did you notice what I did with my income tax papers?
Your tax papers? Where'd you put them?
I thought I put them right here on this desk. At least I started to.
Did you take them out of your briefcase, Father?
No, as a matter of fact, I didn't.
Well, my goodness, Sam Henry took your briefcase.
He took it? My briefcase?
Dear, you told him the other day he could borrow it. Don't you remember? There's a place in the play where Homer has to take a will out and read it.
And he's going to read my income tax right after the audience?
Well, Sam, if you hurry, you may be able to catch him over to Anderson's. He's going to stop there and pick up a mirror with a deer.
A what with a... Alice, you phone the Andersons, and if Henry's there, tell them to hold him. I'll be right over.
Or can't you just see Mr. Aldrich taking it literally on the run to recover those income tax papers? What I'd like to see, though, is some of you making fast tracks to your groceries tomorrow morning for Postum, because that grand mealtime drink is really something special. The aroma alone would make that evident. It's such a grand aroma. It says so plainly, come and get a swell drink, folks. And when you taste Postum, you find it actually exceeds your expectations in delicious goodness. It's not only lusty and rich and full-bodied, but definitely distinctive as well. That means you mustn't expect Postum to taste like coffee any more than you'd expect coffee to taste like tea. Postum is an entirely different drink that will quickly have all those numerous taste buds of yours fairly jumping with delight. So if you're not already acquainted, get acquainted with Postum. Now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Mr. Aldrich has just discovered that Henry, without realizing it, has taken his briefcase containing income tax papers for Homer to use in the school play. As the scene opens,
Mr. Aldrich is ringing the Anderson front doorbell.
Hello there, Mr. Aldrich.
Good evening, Mrs. Anderson. Is Henry here? I want to speak to him.
No, I'm awfully sorry. Henry left here nearly 10 minutes ago. He picked up a mirror, and he was going over to pick up something at the Lawsons.
At the Lawsons? Thank you very much.
Is there anything I can do for you?
No, thanks. I just want to catch up with him.
Who was it, Mother? Just Mr. Aldrich, dear.
Really? What was it he wanted?
He didn't say. Evidently, he's trying to catch up with Henry so we can help him carry some of those things.
Shall I tell Father we're almost ready to start? The play begins at 8:30, and I have to be there early.
I'm sorry, Kathleen, but your father isn't going to the play.
He isn't?
In fact, your father isn't even speaking to me, dear.
Why not?
You must know the truth, Kathleen. He resents our giving up his deer head.
His what?
That mirror Henry took with a deer head on it.
Oh, that awful thing he gave you on your 10th anniversary?
Mrs. Anderson, Kathleen, are you here?
Yes, Henry, what's the matter?
Did I leave a briefcase here?
A briefcase? Oh, my goodness. Oh, here it is, right on the hall table, Henry.
Gee, was that a close shave? I was just leaving the Lawsons when I discovered I'd lost it. Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Anderson. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. We regret very much that there will be a slight delay in starting the play tonight. But due to the fact that a safe has gotten stuck between the second and third floor windows, well, there will be a slight delay. And I've been asked to assure you by Miss Eggleston, our faculty advisor, that we'll begin as soon as the men have figured out what the matter is. Thank you.
Listen, I saw the whole thing.
Homer, will you please step back and let me get into the wings here?
I saw the whole thing, Henry, and you wait.
You saw what whole thing?
What you had printed on the program. Look, right here. The oysters that are eaten by Homer Brown in Act 2 are by courtesy of the Centerville Fish Market.
Homer, we had to give them some credit, didn't we?
Well, Centerville Fish Market or no Centerville Fish Market, I'm not going to eat them.
Homer, will you please stand back? The audience can see your costume.
And that's another thing. The star in buffalo robe. The star in buffalo robe that you found in your attic.
You're going to wear your father's raincoat over it, aren't you? That buffalo robe just looks like a very good line.
And I suppose you think I didn't notice the roses. Radishes. Here I am, a millionaire, and I'm ashamed to walk into my own dining room.
Okay, Homer, okay. Then you go ahead and run the show yourself from here on.
You mean you're going to resign again?
I might, Homer. I might very easily resign.
But Henry...
Homer, what's the matter with Henry?
Kathleen, I was just standing here talking to him about... He's so darn sensitive. Oh, listen, Kathleen, is my mustache on straight?
It's on straight, but couldn't you have gotten a better one, Homer?
What's the matter with it? I paid a dime for it.
My goodness, they had some nice ones for 15 cents.
15 cents? Do you think I'm a millionaire? What's that you've got in your hand?
My egg beater.
Oh, boy, where's my briefcase? Where's my briefcase? Oh, here it is.
Do you have to use that?
Sure, don't you know I take my will out and stand there looking at it for a minute and then get mad and tear it up?
Oh, yes.
And that reminds me, where's my will? Where's my will?
Isn't there anything in the briefcase?
Oh, sure. Here's some papers. Well, I've got to give Henry credit for that. He remembered to get one thing right for me.
Hello?
Hello, is this Harriet Breyer?
Yes.
Harriet, this is Sam Aldrich. Is Henry there?
Henry? Oh, why, he was here half an hour ago. He borrowed 12 oyster forks.
Where was he going from there? To the school?
No, to the Centerville Fish Market and then to the school.
That's all I wanted to know. Goodbye.
How's it going, Henry? How's it going?
You were fine, Kathleen, but boy, Homer.
But the audience is liking it.
That isn't Homer's fault, though. He's forgotten his lines 4 times. And when he took his coat off, he forgot the buffalo robe, and it stayed pinned around his neck.
My goodness.
Look at him out there. He looks like a bear.
Henry.
Gee whiz, Father, are you allowed to come backstage?
Where's my briefcase?
I haven't forgotten it, Father. And boy, have you noticed what a mess Homer's making of things? He keeps calling it a radish bush.
Henry, where is the briefcase?
We've got it, Father. There's nothing to worry about. And do you know what Homer did with the oysters? Instead of eating them, he slipped them in his pocket.
Henry, where's the briefcase?
Right out there on the stage. Homer's got it.
With my income tax papers?
Oh, gee whiz. Is that your income tax he's reading?
Henry, when does he bring them off?
Bring them off? Well, he doesn't. He tears them up and throws them in the fireplace.
Henry, walk out there on the stage and get those papers.
Why? Oh, no, Father. In front of all those people?
Henry, for the last time, I have to have those papers.
Well, look, Father, I'll try to whistle to him. Oh, gee whiz, I'm so excited I can't even whistle.
Look out.
Father, where are you going?
Where do you think I'm going? I'm going to get them.
And now I am going to destroy this will and cut my daughter off for life.
Homer Brown.
Gee whiz, Mr. Aldrich.
Homer, give me those papers.
Who, me? I've got to tear them. They're my will.
Give them to me.
But, Mr. Aldrich, this is my big thing.
Let go of them.
Hey, Mr. Aldrich, wait a minute. Oh, gee whiz, there goes the darn deer mirror.
Will you have some bacon, Sam?
No, thank you.
You certainly haven't eaten much breakfast, dear.
I've eaten all the breakfast I care to, thank you.
Now, Sam, you can't go through life being upset over a little thing like last night.
I am not upset. I was just wondering how it would be if I gave up my practice here in town and opened an office in Abbott City.
Now, Sam, I'm sure nobody even noticed you.
No.
Mother!
Yes, Mary?
Mother, I've been thinking. And don't you suppose we could move to Abbott City or someplace where people don't know Father?
Mary, please go out in the kitchen and make me some more toast.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, of course.
Father!
Henry, I don't think your father wants to talk to you right now.
Mother, the man that hauled the safe for Father just called and said that due to the fact it was easier to get it down than up, the return trip will only be $22.
What's that?
I'll answer the phone.
Sam, here's a review.
A review?
Of the play in the morning paper. Listen. One of the most hilarious evenings this town has ever enjoyed took place in the Centerville High School auditorium last evening. The highlight was the guest performance of Samuel Aldrich, prominent local attorney.
What's that?
Who made his entrance in what was erroneously listed on the program as a wealthy gentleman's dining room. The scene was actually on the Western Plains, and when Mr. Aldrich caught the buffalo single-handed, wrestled with it, and threw it into the cave with the double doors, the audience went wild.
What's that? Now, wait a minute.
Remember, friends, Postum comes in two forms. For those of you who like your drink made instantly, there's Instant Postum, which you make right in your cup by just adding boiling water. And for those who like to use pot percolator or drip maker, there's Postum. Both forms have the same enticing Postum flavor. So no matter which you choose, you'll enjoy one of America's great mealtime drinks. Postum.
Homer, do you think this letter is clear enough?
What letter, Henry? What letter?
I'm sending a copy to each one of the 7 people that loaned us one of their table leaves.
Oh.
It says, Dear Mrs. So-and-so, this is to thank you for loaning us your leaf. But due to a slight mix-up, will you please have your husband come to the school auditorium Monday morning with either a leaf that matches or some part of your dining room table so that we can eliminate this little confusion.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with your favorite youngster, his family, and his pals. The Aldrich Family is written by Clifford Goldsmith. The original musical score is conducted by Jack Miller. And this is Dan Seymour saying, your host tonight is Postum. And Postum is one of America's great mealtime drinks. It's good drinking. Good night.
The Aldrich Family, a special rebroadcast for you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations.
American boys always grow up. They can't stop themselves. But no matter how important or how old they become, they always like to grow down to boyhood again and recapture their youth in the adventures of Henry Aldrich. The scene opens in the Aldrich kitchen on a Saturday morning.
Goodbye, Mother. So long.
Henry Aldrich, where are you going?
No place, Mother. No place. Just skating.
Skating, dear? You're leaving without doing what I asked you to do?
Who, I, Mother?
Henry, I told you I wanted you to take a package over to old Mrs. Proctor's before you did one thing today.
On the first day of skating, and the whole gang's going to be down on the lake, Mother?
I'm sorry, Henry, but you've got to take this fruitcake over to Mrs. Proctor.
Even when Homer's waiting for me out on the front porch with the skates and everything?
Here's the cake, dear. It's in a tin, and keep this side up.
Gee, weren't you listening, Mother?
Yes, dear. Now, please start.
Well, where are you going, Henry? Skating?
Skating, Father?
Wonderful day for it.
Now, Sam, I've just gotten through explaining to Henry it's going to be exactly as nice later on.
Father, you aren't by any chance going to drive over by Mrs. Proctor's today, are you?
Who, I? No, sir. I have a very busy day scheduled.
Sam, you haven't forgotten you're going to that reception with me this afternoon, have you?
What reception, Alice?
Sam, I don't believe you ever hear one thing I say. I've mentioned it at every meal for the last week.
To me?
Oh, Henry.
Yes, Homer, I'm coming.
Henry, you're tipping the fruitcake just as I knew you would.
Not very much, Mother. I just wanted to have it at the right angle as I went out the door.
Alice, what reception are you talking about?
At the Women's Club at 4 o'clock.
At the Women's Club?
Yes, dear. And please go answer the telephone.
At 4 o'clock? I can't possibly make it.
But, Sam.
Hello?
Hello, Sam. This is Will Brown.
Oh, yes. Good morning, Will.
Say, Sam, is everything all fixed?
You mean for this afternoon?
That's right, Sam.
Well, I'll tell you, Will, I'm in sort of a jam here, I'm afraid.
Yeah? What's the trouble?
Could you call me again in just a few minutes, and when Alice answers the phone, you tell her how important our engagement is.
Why, Sam?
Well, frankly, I forgot there was a reception at the Women's Club.
And she's going to make you go?
Not if you handle it right, Will.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. I'll tell her it's a case of life and death that we get together for a conference.
That's right, Will. That'll do it.
Look, Henry, look. The lake's just like glass.
Oh, boy. Well...
Hey, Henry, wait a second. Where are you going?
I told you 10 times, Homer. I've got to deliver this fruitcake.
But gee whiz, I thought you were going out on the lake with me.
Oh, no, Homer. I walked a block out of my way so we could see how the ice looked. And now I've got to go over to Mrs. Proctor's.
Henry, we're right here, aren't we? Why don't we put on our skates and go down the lake once before the crowd gets here?
Now, Homer, don't tempt me. When I tell my mother although I'll admit I might step out here just one step to see how smooth it is.
Sure, Henry. And why don't you put your skates on?
And no, Homer, I'm just going to walk out a ways. In the first place, Mrs. Proctor is waiting for this fruitcake. Gee, it isn't bad out here, is it?
No, Henry. And boy, watch me slide.
Look out, Homer. Stand back.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to take just one long running slide and then beat it over to Mrs. Proctor.
Wait a second. I'll slide with you.
Homer, I can't wait. Here I go. Whee! Hey, Homer!
Oh, boy, Henry, look out! Hey, Henry.
Alice? Alice, where are you?
I'm out in the kitchen, Sam.
The telephone's ringing.
Dear, you'll have to answer it.
I can't. I've got to go downstairs and look at the furnace.
But, Sam, how do you know it isn't someone who wants to speak to you? Hello?
Hello. Is this Elm 303?
Yes?
Oh, hello there, Alice Aldrich. How are you?
Oh, just fine. Is this Will Brown?
Yes. Well, this is a pleasant surprise.
Just a minute, Will, and I'll call Sam.
No, Alice, wait. You don't have to call him.
You don't want to speak with him?
I just want you to give him a message.
All right.
Tell him something pretty important has come up, and no matter what he plans to do, I've got to see him this afternoon.
Really? At what time?
Well, about 4.
Oh, but Will...
Alice, I hope he hasn't planned to do anything at 4. There are some figures I have to go over with him, and...
Well, if it's that important, why, naturally...
Alice, that wasn't by any chance Will Brown, was it?
Yes, Sam, he's still on here. Don't you want to speak to him?
What's he calling for?
He says you can't go to that reception.
No.
Here, dear, take the phone. I've got to go back to the kitchen.
Hello, Will.
Hello, Sam. I fixed it for you.
You don't say. Well, Will, that's too bad.
Now listen, Sam, it's your turn to phone me.
What do you mean?
Call me back and do the same thing with my wife. It's that reception, Sam. She hooked me.
All right, Will. You can depend on me. I'll give that my immediate attention.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Will, and thanks for calling. Alice.
Yes, Sam?
Alice, I'm certainly sorry about Will insisting I be with him this afternoon.
Just what kind of figures is it you have to go over?
Why, they're rather intricate figures, Alice. In fact, well, I've got to be going to the office.
Dear, you won't forget to stop off and leave those things at the tailor's, will you?
I won't. I've already got them out in the car. Hey, isn't somebody at our back door there?
Hello, Mrs. Aldrich.
Why, hello there, Homer. I thought you were with Henry.
Who, me? Why, I'll tell you, I was with him, and then he asked me. I decided to come over here for something.
Dear, Henry hasn't gone skating, has he?
Skating? No, Henry didn't even put his skates on. Could I just step up to Henry's room for a second and sort of look around for something that I'd like to see whether I can find?
You want to go up to his room?
It's okay. Boy, I want to call somebody out the back door here. Oh, Charlie.
What did she say, Homer? Did you talk her into it?
Charlie. Say hello to Mrs. Aldrich. She's right here behind the door.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Aldrich.
Good morning, Charlie. What is it you want?
Why, well, I just... Well, you see, here's what happened.
Come on, Charlie. Mrs. Aldrich is very busy baking, and we don't want to bother her.
Okay.
Now, don't make a mess up there, boys.
Oh, no.
Alice, exactly what is it I'm supposed to tell the tailor?
Sam, everything of mine is to be dry cleaned.
Yes.
And Henry's suit and his 2 pairs of trousers are to be sponged and pressed.
Fine.
And tell him Henry would like at least his suit back by Monday because he hasn't a thing up in his closet except what he's wearing.
Very well.
Are you leaving now?
No, not just yet. I've got to put in one more phone call.
Mrs. Aldrich.
Yes, Homer?
Mrs. Aldrich, does Henry still have the same room he's always had?
Why, yes, Homer, of course.
Is that right?
Why do you ask?
Oh, no reason. The closet, the whole thing seemed a little empty.
Well, what is it you're looking for, dear?
Nothing, Mrs. Aldrich. Oh, Charlie.
Homer, was Henry going to meet you here?
Why, no, not exactly. We were going to come here, and then he'll probably be at the lake when I get back.
Hey, Homer, what's keeping you?
Listen, Charlie, did you find anything?
I found a sweater.
What good will a sweater do? What Henry needs is a pair of trousers.
Well, where are his trousers?
That's what I don't understand. And listen, Charlie, you gotta let me take your pants over to him.
Oh, no, Homer.
But, Charlie, don't you realize Henry's over at the lake, and all he's got to keep him warm is a fire? Come on now, let me have them.
Oh, no, Homer, oh, no. I'll take your pants.
But, Charlie, don't you realize your pants are brown? They're the same color as Henry's. All he's got to do is put them on, and nobody'll ever know he fell in.
Well, why don't you go over to your house and get him your brown pants?
Because my mother's looking for me, and if I go anywhere near my house, I'm sunk.
Well, you can't have mine.
But, Charlie, you look tired. You can get into Henry's bed and read a good book.
Oh, no.
Now, listen, Charlie.
Agnes! Hey, Agnes!
Oh, hello, Henry.
Hi.
Oh, I didn't know you were down here at the lake, Henry. Come on out here and skate with me.
Why, I tell you, Agnes, I can't right this minute.
Why not? What are you doing behind that bush?
Why, nothing. Have you seen Homer?
No, is he down here at the lake?
Why, he was, and then he left to go on sort of an errand. Gee whiz, have you seen Charlie Clark?
No.
Boy.
Oh, my goodness, look at the hole in the ice.
What?
Has someone been fishing here?
Fishing? Fishing?
Say, Henry, have you got a fire there?
Listen, Agnes, just stay away from here. Just stay away.
Why?
Because, this is my fire.
My goodness.
Oh, listen, do you see that house down at the end of the lake?
Yeah.
Well, could you run down there and ask to borrow a blanket?
Why can't you go?
Well, that's why I'm behind this bush.
What?
And, Agnes, while you're down there, ask if you could get anything I could fish with.
What's that?
And tell him I want to hook a fruitcake.
Thanks a lot, Charlie. And remember this, don't worry.
Now, listen, Homer, how long are you going to leave me here?
I'll be back with Henry before you know it. Just stay in bed and enjoy that book.
Okay.
And don't call anybody.
Okay.
And listen, Charlie, do you want me to pull down the shade in case you want to take a nap?
No, I don't. Just stay away from that shade and bring my pants back.
Okay.
Homer?
Yes, Mrs. Aldrich?
Are you still up in Henry's room?
Why, I was, Mrs. Aldrich, but I'm not now. I'm coming downstairs.
Could I speak to you out in the kitchen, please?
Now? Well, I'll be there just as soon as
All I have to do is put something down here in the living room a second.
Very well, but please hurry.
Yes, ma'am, I'm coming. Here I am, Mrs. Aldrich.
Dear, I'm terribly sorry, but I'm going to have to ask you to run down to the store for me.
Now, Mrs. Aldrich?
Yes, dear.
The only thing is,
Dear, all you have to do is run in and ask for a can of baking powder and run right back here.
Yes, Mrs. Aldrich. Only first, I think I'll step in the living room a minute.
Now, dear, please. I need the baking powder at once.
Right away?
Yes. Here, I'll open the back door for you.
Okay, Mrs. Aldrich, and I'll be right back.
Thank you, dear. Homer, you don't have to run that fast.
Alice,
Yes, Sam?
are these brown trousers of Henry's supposed to go to the tailor's, too?
Where did you find those?
On a chair in the living room.
My goodness, I thought Henry was wearing his brown trousers. Well, as long as you have them, you might as well tell the tailor to dry clean them. They've been needing it for a long time.
Henry, are you?
Get away, Elwood. Stand back from this hole.
What you fishing for, Henry? Henry, can't you answer me?
Listen, Elwood, you want to fall through this ice? You're too young to be around here.
I am not. I want to see what you're fishing for.
Oh, gee whiz. See that, Elwood? If you hadn't been bothering me, I would have had it.
Oh.
Now, just keep quiet.
Oh. You would have had what, Henry? What you got a blanket around you for?
There you go, Elwood. That's twice my darn fruitcake's gotten away from me.
You're done what, Henry?
Listen, Elwood. Go on over the other side of the lake and see whether Homer Brown's coming.
I can see from here he isn't. Henry, you got a bite. You got a bite.
I know it. You think I'm blind?
Want me to help you, Henry?
Listen, will you step back?
Oh, boy, Henry, let me give you a hand.
Look out, Elwood. Now, listen, Elwood. There goes the fruitcake. Gee whiz.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Will Brown speaking.
Hello, Will. This is Sam.
Oh, hello, Sam. Where are you?
I'm at my office, Will, and I just phoned your house, see?
Yes? Did you fix everything?
Well, that's why I'm calling you. Your wife balked.
She balked?
She says it's Saturday afternoon and you need to get away from your work, and she's taking you to that reception.
But, Sam, I've been counting on...
I know how you feel, Will. I don't blame you a bit.
Sam, you couldn't arrange to serve me a summons, could you?
A summons? No, the courthouse is closed. But I could send you a wire.
Say, that's an idea. And make it strong.
I know what I can say.
Good. And, Sam, when you send it, don't send it here to my office. Send it to my home. Then Elizabeth will be sure to open it.
I understand, and don't worry, Will.
I won't. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Hello?
Hello. Could I speak with Mr. Samuel Aldrich, please?
This is Mr. Aldrich.
Oh.
Who is this speaking?
Why, this is Homer.
Who?
Homer. Don't you remember Homer? I had breakfast at your house this morning.
Oh, yes. Homer.
Mr. Aldrich, Mrs. Aldrich happened to mention that you took some clothes to the tailor when you left the house a little while ago.
Yes, what about them?
Well, why aren't they there?
What's that?
I've just been over to the tailor's, and he doesn't know anything about them.
Of course he doesn't. If Mrs. Aldrich is worried about them, tell her they're in my car, and I'm going to take them in a few minutes.
Oh. Well, do you know where your car is?
You mean it's been stolen?
It has. With Charlie's.
Homer, I can see my car from my window here. It's parked right there on Main Street.
It is on Main Street?
Yes, of course. Right in front of the barber shop.
Oh, then I guess it isn't stolen. Goodbye. Oh, gee whiz.
Now, wait a second there, young fella.
Oh, boy. Are you speaking to me?
Is this your car?
Why, yes, sir. No, sir. I'm just looking through it.
That's what I thought. What's your name?
My name?
You think I haven't been watching you? You even tried to get into the trunk.
Yes, sir. I'm looking for something.
Yeah?
Look, a friend of mine dropped a fruitcake, see? I mean, first I borrowed another guy's pants, see?
And this is his car?
Yes, sir. No, sir. It's Mr. Aldrich's car.
Mr. Aldrich's?
Yes, sir. It was his wife who baked the fruitcake.
Oh, so it's a fruitcake you're looking for?
Yes, sir. No, sir. He's taking it to the cleaners, see?
Now, wait a minute. What's your name?
Don't you understand? Charlie's pants. They're holding everything up.
Now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Henry, while supposedly delivering a fruitcake for his mother, has fallen through the ice on the lake. Now, while he's waiting for someone to bring him a pair of dry trousers, the scene opens with Homer returning to Charlie, whose trousers he had borrowed.
Charlie.
Oh.
Hey, Charlie, wake up.
Oh. Now listen, Homer, where are my pants?
Not so loud, Charlie. Do you want Mrs. Aldrich to hear you?
Mrs. Aldrich isn't here. I heard her go out.
Who is here?
Nobody's here. I've been alone here all day.
Well, what do you mean all day? It's hardly 3 o'clock.
Well, I haven't had any lunch, and I want my pants.
Well, that's what I came over to tell you about, Charlie.
Where are they?
They're being cleaned. I think.
They're what?
Well, the cleaner promised me definitely you'd have them back on Monday.
And I've got to stay here until then without anything to eat? Oh, no.
Charlie, take your hands off me.
No, I won't. I'm going to get out of here.
How?
I'm going to take your pants. Now, watch out.
Quit, Charlie. Hey, Charlie, get off me.
No, I won't. Don't let go of my ear.
You let go of my pants.
Well, hold your foot up.
You make me. Now, listen, Charlie. Stop dragging me across the floor. Let go.
Let go yourself.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Now, look what you've done. You tore my pants right in two.
Well, why didn't you let go of them?
Well, this is a swell thing to do to a guy. Look at me.
Can't we sew them back together?
Sure. How are we going to sew them together? I've got one leg on and you've got the other in your hands.
Sam, I certainly want to thank you for fixing everything up with Elizabeth.
No trouble at all, Will. When she got that telegram.
Now, wait a minute, Sam.
What's trouble?
Let's go this way instead. Let's hurry, too.
Whom do you see, Will?
I think that was your wife up the street.
Alice? She must be on the way to that reception.
Nothing to worry about, Sam. She didn't see us.
What's that?
It's Agnes Lawson. Hello.
Oh, yes. Hello there. Where are you going in such a rush?
Well, I'm going home to get something for... Boy, am I in a hurry.
Boy, of all the...
Listen, Homer, get off that bed. It's my turn to lie down for a while.
What's wrong with that chair you're sitting on?
It's hard, and I'm tired.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. The next time I do something to try to help you out, Charlie, don't think you know more than anybody else that ever lived.
Hey, is anybody in there?
Gee whiz, who's that?
It's Elwood, fellas. Is it all right to come in?
Oh, hello, Elwood. Where'd you come from?
Listen, Henry wants to know where you are.
Does Henry want to see me?
Sure, Homer. What you lying down for? You sick?
I'm getting up. Say, come here a minute, Elwood. Come here a minute.
What for?
I just want to see something.
Listen, Homer, he's got knee pants on.
Well, they're better than nothing.
What do you mean by that, Homer?
Nothing, Elwood, nothing. Just come here to Homer.
What for?
Elwood, I'm not going to hit you. Come here. Come here.
Do they fit you, Henry?
Well, they cover me, but don't come near this bush again.
I'm not coming near it.
They fit me, but just how big is your father?
Well, he used to be center on the Yale football team.
He did?
Yes, but he's put on a little weight since then.
There. Now I guess I have them on all right.
My goodness.
What's the matter?
Henry, you're just a sight.
Boy.
Hey, Henry.
Gee whiz, who's that?
Here they are, Henry. Here they are.
Listen, Homer, where have you been?
I've been trying to get you these pants, and boy, here, put them on.
Homer, I've got a pair of pants on.
You have? Are those pants?
Sure, they're Agnes's father's.
Agnes's who?
My father's.
Oh. Well, Henry, don't you want Elwood's?
Elwood? How'd you get Elwood?
I just borrowed them. And then went over to Charlie's and got a pair for myself. And here are yours.
Homer, I certainly hope you don't think I want to wear knee pants, do you?
Well, why shouldn't you? I wore them right out in public all the way over to Charlie's house.
Henry, isn't that your father over there?
Where, Agnes? Where's my father?
Right out there on the lake. Look at him skate.
Oh, boy. Stand in front of me.
Gee whiz, is that my father with him?
Yes, sure.
They certainly are doing some fancy figure skating.
Homer, won't you please stand in front of me?
Oh!
Agnes, what's the
There
matter?
goes Mr. Aldrich. He just fell in.
He did? My father fell in?
Oh, boy, Henry. Oh, boy. Look out.
Homer, where are you going?
Where do you think? To your father. I'm going to take him Elwood's pants.
Can you see through the window, Will? Yes, I'm looking. Is it all right to go in? Is the coast clear? come on, Sam. Your wife isn't in the front of the house anywhere.
Are you sure?
Alice! Alice Aldrich!
Will, don't do that.
It's all right. You don't look so bad in those pants, Sam. They just look like a skating costume.
Just the same, Will, I don't want her to see me. Look, I'm going upstairs to take a hot bath.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, I think I'll be pulling out.
Sam!
Will, is that Alice?
Goodbye, Sam.
Yes, Alice?
Was that you that just came in the front door?
Why, yes. Yes, that was I.
Well, come on out here to the kitchen a minute.
Why, I can't right now, Alice.
Sam, I want you to come out here and help me with something.
Very well. I'm coming.
Dear, please hurry.
Yes, Alice, I'm right here on the other side of the door.
Well, why don't you come all the way in?
Well, I would, Alice, only I was afraid I'd bother you.
Sam, I'm peeling these onions, and I can't see a thing. Step over to the range, will you, please, and see whether I turn that back burner off?
Now, Alice?
Yes, dear, of course now. Did you get all your figuring done?
Why, we went over a few figures, and then something else came up. But that is, yes, you might say we got them done.
My goodness, but these onions make my eyes water.
You mean you can't see anything, Alice? Not anything at all?
No, dear, where are you?
I'm sort of around here behind you.
Well, I suppose I'll have to keep on peeling these, or I'll never get them done. And incidentally, Henry is upstairs.
He's upstairs?
Yes, he came in just a few minutes ago, and he's taking a hot bath.
Well, that's fine.
And after dinner, Sam, I want you to have a talk with him.
Yeah?
He started off this morning to deliver a fruitcake, and he distinctly disobeyed me and went skating and fell in the lake.
Yeah?
Sam, you don't seem a bit concerned.
Well, I am too concerned, Alice. I was just going to say falling in the lake.
And I also wish you'd have a talk with Henry about Homer.
About Homer?
Yes, Sam. Elwood Hazard's mother phoned a little while ago and said that Homer had knocked Elwood down today, stolen his trousers from him, and locked him up in some room someplace.
What did he do that for?
Well, I don't know. And now Mrs. Hazard is going out all around town trying to find the poor boy's pants.
Elwood Hazard?
Yes, Sam, and he's only a little fellow in knee pants.
Well, Alice, I think I'll be going upstairs and get dressed.
Don't be late for dinner, Sam. You will speak to Henry, won't you?
Yes, Alice. And if Mrs. Hazard phones again about Elwood's pants, tell her not to worry. I'll try to get to the bottom of them.
Did you take part of this morning's paper?
Who, I, Mother?
Yes, dear. There was a picture in it of some man who fell into the lake yesterday. And it was the funniest thing. It looked exactly like your father.
Is that right?
Yes, dear, and I wanted to show it to him. Do you know where it is?
Well, to tell the truth, Mother, Father and I were lighting a fire in the living room a little while ago, and I guess, well, we must have burned it.
This rebroadcast of the Aldrich family is a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Aldrich family, a special rebroadcast for you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations.
To a teenage boy, each new day is a new world. And each moment of it is filled with all sorts of discoveries and excitements and even mishaps which grown-ups can somehow always envy. So it is with Henry Aldrich. The scene opens at the Aldrich breakfast table.
You didn't answer my question, Mother. Can I? I mean, may I?
Henry, will you please eat your cereal?
I am, Mother. I'm eating it. Only may I, please?
Alice, may I have the cream, please?
Here you are, Sam.
Mother, excuse me, but did you say I might?
Sam, what do you think?
Alice, there's nothing to be gained by drawing me into this. Henry knows exactly how I stand on the matter.
But, Father, that's the beautiful part of it. I'm not asking you. I'm not really even asking Mother. I'm just suggesting it.
Henry, will you please put your spoon back in your cereal?
Oh,
Was I pointing?
You were.
Well, excuse me.
Henry, didn't you ask me to advance you $1 on your allowance last week? And didn't I make it clear this is the only way you could ever be taught a lesson?
Yes, Mother, sure. And now I've learned how important money is. So couldn't you advance it?
Sam, what do you think?
What do I think about what? Alice, do you see this piece of court plaster on my chin?
Yes, dear.
I'll tell you what it is, Mother. I shouldn't have asked him for the $1 while he was shaving.
Henry, would you like another piece of toast?
No, thank you, Virginia.
Virginia?
Gee whiz, Mary, did I call you... No, thanks. I don't care for any toast.
Virginia who? Virginia who?
Nobody, Mary, nobody. I just happened to be thinking about a problem I have, and I wasn't thinking.
Mary, may I have a piece of toast?
Here you are, Father.
Mother, and now that Father doesn't have his knife and fork in his hand, may I have your decision?
Henry, what is it you want the $1 for?
Nothing special, Mother. I just... Boy, if I don't have it...
Sam, what do you think?
Where's the sugar?
Right here, Father. Let me give it to you.
Oops. Henry Aldrich, you poured half the bowl into Father's eggs.
And there you are. Henry, until you were able to concentrate on breakfast instead of thinking about...
Sam, your sleeve's in the butter.
What's that?
I'll wipe it off for him, Mother. Father, hold your elbow up.
Where's the napkin?
Here, Virginia, use mine.
What's that?
Oh, gee whiz, did I call you Father, Virginia?
Henry, it's just what I suspected. You've got a crush on that redheaded girl over on Maple Street, Virginia Lee.
On who?
Isn't her father the head of the Board of Education? You're just trying to get a passing mark in all your subjects.
Mary, of all the wild rumors, of all the... Mary, I hardly even know Virginia Lee.
Why, Henry Aldrich. Didn't I see you talking with her yesterday?
Who, I? Sure. Maybe I was saying I'd be glad to come to her party tonight, but that's all I said. But for anybody to go around saying, why, so far as I'm concerned, Virginia Lee...
Henry, we'll take your word for it. You're not even slightly interested in her. Now, please quiet down and finish your breakfast.
Yes, Mother, excuse me.
Henry, it's just as well you're not interested in her. If you ask me, she has the quickest temper.
Who, Virginia Lee? Virginia Lee has a temper? Mary, she's got one of the nicest dispositions.
Henry.
Yes, Father?
That's my toast you're waving.
Oh, excuse me. Gee, how'd I ever get a hold of that? And what's more, Mary, her hair is not red, it's auburn.
Well, it certainly looks red to me.
And that's just the kind of a statement that
Henry, if you're choking, drink some water.
I'm not choking, Mother. Look, I'm breathing fine. I just want to make it clear, though, that when you're invited to a party at Virginia Lee's, it's a very great honor. She doesn't ask everybody, Mary. And besides, it's just a way she has. She doesn't mean what she says. Gee whiz, Mary, whatever made you think she has a temper?
Henry, all I know is the one time in my life I have ever spoken to Virginia Lee, she snapped at me.
She what?
She snapped at me. It was a Jane Prescott's tea, and I said, Virginia, which will you have, lemon or cream? And she said neither. Just like that.
She said what?
Neither, Father.
What should she have said?
Couldn't she have at least said please?
When she didn't want either?
Hi, Henry.
Homer, is that you?
Sure.
Is that Homer? I'm going to the office.
You want to look out, Mr. Aldrich. It's slippery out.
Thank you.
Good morning, Homer.
Hi, Mrs. Aldrich. You having hot cakes for breakfast?
No, dear. Oatmeal.
Oh. Hey, Henry, do you know what George Bigelow and Jimmy Bartlett and Harry Wood and Al Graham and I are all going to do tonight?
Boy, wait till I tell you what I'm going to do.
We're going to a party over at Virginia Lee's.
Where?
And to say the least, it certainly sounds exclusive.
And now, wait a minute, Mary. Listen, Homer, what time did she tell you to be there?
8:30.
There, Mary, see?
What time did she tell you to be there?
Not a minute later than 8:15.
What are you going to do, move the furniture for her?
Who, I?
Come on, let's get started.
Well, first, Homer. Look, Mother, could I speak to you alone for just a minute?
Alone?
Yes, Mother, out in the kitchen.
Henry, is it about that $1?
Mary, have I even mentioned $1? Gee whiz.
Henry, what is it you want to speak to me about?
All I ask you to do is put enough confidence in me to come out here.
Hey, George, wait a second before you go in that classroom.
What is it you want?
Could you lend me $1?
$1, Homer? To you?
Well, it isn't for me exactly. It's really for Henry Aldrich. He has to have it, see, and we can't dig it up anyplace.
Don't you think I have any respect for my money?
Look at him, Homer, look at him.
Look at who, Agnes?
Henry, he's right out there in the corridor showing off in front of Virginia Lee.
What's he doing, Agnes?
He's got his coat on inside out, and he's trying to make her laugh. My goodness, Homer, you ought to bring him to his senses. Of all girls, Virginia Lee.
Don't you like Virginia Lee, Agnes? Boy, I think... Boy.
What do you mean by that?
Nothing, Agnes, nothing.
Homer, make Henry stop. I'm dying.
Hi, Virginia.
He's got his coat on wrong side out, and he's pretending to be a camel.
Hey, Virginia. Moo.
Henry, if you ask me, you're making a public spectacle miracle of
Look
herself.
at me, Agnes. Look at me. I can go 2 weeks without water.
Well, so far as I'm concerned, I'm going into assembly. Homer, are you coming?
Why,
Hey, Aldrich, get out of my way.
Look at him, George. Isn't Henry a scream?
Listen, Virginia, come over here a second. I want to ask you something.
I can't, George. I've got to go into assembly.
Goodbye, Virginia.
Henry, put your coat on right before somebody comes along and sees you. Gee whiz.
Who's coming, Homer? I can wear it any way I please if I want to.
I bet you don't dare wear it that way all day, Henry.
Well, I would if I wanted to. I just don't want to.
Yeah? You haven't got enough nerve to.
What do you mean I haven't got enough nerve to? I'm just not going to wear it because you tell me to.
All right, I'll call your bluff. You wanted to borrow $1, didn't you?
So what?
You wear your coat inside out, and I'll loan it to you.
You will?
Now, wait a minute, Henry. Don't do it.
Homer, will you please keep out of this?
You're afraid to, Henry. You're afraid to.
George, it isn't because of that. I just... You know... Could I see that $1 again?
Here.
Now, wait, Henry. There isn't any girl in the world that's worth that.
Homer, will you stop pulling me?
Let him alone, Homer.
George, will you stop pulling him yourself?
Now, wait a minute, fellas. Wait a minute. Let me be the one to decide this.
I have also been asked to announce to the student body that there will be a concert of chamber music in this auditorium tomorrow evening at 8:30. Those wishing tickets will please see Miss Hopkins. No, not Miss Hopkins. Yes, Miss Hopkins. I was a little ahead of myself there. And I trust that all of you who... will the young man in about the 10th row, who is 4 feet in from the aisle, please rise?
Why?
Yes, I mean you, young man.
I'm Mr. Bradley.
That's right. Will you please stand?
Yes, sir.
May I ask just what that is you are wearing in this assembly?
My coat.
Your coat. And may I ask why you're wearing it wrong side out?
Well...
I'll tell you what I'm going to do, young man. I'm going to give you the opportunity of coming up here onto this platform so that everyone downstairs and up in the balcony can share the pleasure of looking at you.
Now?
Step right along, please. Our time is limited and we want to get on with the program. Your name is Aldrich, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember my giving a talk only last September on how the young men in this school should be careful of their appearance in assembly?
No, sir.
Quiet, please. This is hardly a laughing matter. You don't remember?
I guess I was sick that day.
You guess you were sick that day. Exactly what is it you think you look like?
Why, before I came in here, I was a camel.
Quiet. Whatever possessed you to do a thing like this?
Why, well, you see, Virginia Lee...
Quiet, please. Quiet!
Henry, aren't you in the dining room?
Yes, sure, Mother. I'm in here.
My goodness, Henry, you haven't touched a thing.
But, Mother, I'm not hungry.
Henry, are you sulking because I wouldn't let you have that $1 to buy a box of candy for Virginia Lee?
Gee whiz, no, Mother. I give you my word I'm not sulking.
Well, then what is it? Don't you feel well?
Yes, sure. I feel fine. Don't you remember the big breakfast I ate? Gee, I had toast and oatmeal. And...
Just the same, you're going to sit up there like a gentleman and eat. Did you do nicely in assembly, dear?
In assembly?
Yes, I was just talking on the phone with Agnes Lawson's mother before you came in, and she said something I didn't quite understand. There was something about you in assembly.
Oh, yes. Yes, I was in assembly this morning.
And you took part in the program?
Yes. Yes, I guess you'd say I took part in it. Sort of.
Well, wasn't that nice, dear? You didn't tell me at breakfast you were going to.
Well, it was sort of all of a sudden.
Oh, what did you do? Read the Bible?
No, nothing like that, Mother. I don't want anything more. I think I'd better be going.
Henry, you're to eat your dessert before you leave.
My dessert, Mother? But don't you see I've got a lot of my... If I don't get started back for school, I'm going to be late.
Now, you have plenty of time before you get back. What was it we were talking about?
Why, I don't know.
Oh, you wanted to tell me about your appearance in assembly.
My appearance?
Yes, I thought you said you made an appearance.
Oh, that.
Henry, I'm just a bit provoked with you. There's no sense in being as modest as all that. I remember now Mrs. Lawson said something about your wearing a costume.
A costume?
Yes, and the students all laughed and said they'd never seen anything so funny in their lives.
Well...
Were you in a little sketch of some kind?
A sketch?
Your Uncle John, you know, was awfully good at entertaining like that. He almost went on the stage once, and you've always been very much like him.
Like Uncle John? Well, to tell you the truth, Mother, I just went up on the stage at Mr. Bradley's request.
Yes?
And he held me up as an example.
An example? An example of what?
Well, it was this darn coat, and I was...
Henry, what do you mean? Didn't you wear a costume?
No, Mother, just this suit. Now I've got to go.
Henry, do you mean Mr. Bradley didn't like the way you looked?
Yes. Goodbye.
Henry, you mean he criticized your clothes?
Mother, I've got to go.
But, Henry, wait. Hello?
Hello, Alice. This is Sam.
Sam, I'm glad you called.
Alice, I've been thinking it over. If you want to let Henry have $1, go ahead. But first make it clear, Alice, that it's a loan and not a gift.
But, Sam, he isn't upset about that $1. Mr. Bradley called him up on the platform in assembly this morning and made a public example of his suit.
What's that?
That's what he did, Sam. And don't you think that's awful?
Alice, what suit are you talking about?
That nice brown tweed of yours that I had the tailor cut down for Henry.
And Bradley said something about it?
Yes, Sam, right in front of the whole school. And, dear, here's exactly what I'm going to do.
Wait a second, I'll walk to school with you.
Gee whiz, Homer, have you seen George Bigelow?
No. And listen, Henry, is Virginia Lee embarrassed? Is Virginia Lee embarrassed?
Gee whiz, Homer, what's she so embarrassed about?
What do you mean? Do you know what I heard her say to somebody? She's going to change schools.
Now, there isn't anything to worry about, Homer. All I have to do is collect my $1 from George Bigelow. Well, gee, she'll forget the whole thing.
You mean she'll forget you're standing up there on the platform in assembly and shouting her name?
Homer, I didn't shout it. It just slipped out. And incidentally, there he is. Hey, George!
What?
George, come here a second. I guess you've forgotten something.
Yeah? What is it I forgot?
That $1 you said you'd loan me.
You're crazy, Henry. I'm not going to loan you any $1.
You're crazy yourself. Homer here was a witness to the whole thing.
Sure I was.
Now, wait. Let me ask you something. Didn't I say I'd loan you the $1 provided you'd wear your coat inside out all day?
But it wasn't my fault Mr. Bradley made me change it.
Well, was it my fault?
Now, listen, George. Quit pushing Henry.
Then tell him to get out of my way.
Oh, no, George. You can't get by me until I get that money.
What do you mean?
Now, listen, George. Let him alone.
Hey, George, stop!
Good afternoon, Miss Shea.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Aldrich. How are you?
Very well, thank you. I came over to the school to have a little talk with Mr. Bradley.
Oh. Have you an appointment, Mrs. Aldrich?
An appointment? No, but it's rather important that I see him, and I decided to come right over.
Well, I'm sorry, but Mr. Bradley's going to be in conference during most of the afternoon. Why don't you come back tomorrow?
Oh, no,
Oh, just a minute, please. Hello? Oh, yes, Mrs. Bigelow. George? He was in a fight. You don't say so, Mrs. Bigelow. Well, Mr. Bradley's in a conference right now, but if you come over a little later, we might be able to squeeze you in. Yes. Goodbye.
Now, Miss Shea, will you please tell Mr. Bradley that I'm out here? I'm quite sure he'll be only too glad to see me.
Well, I'm sorry, but I have orders not to disturb him.
You can't tell him I'm here? Then I'm afraid there's only one thing I can do. I'll sit down here and wait until he can see me. After all, there's a limit to everything.
Hello? Doesn't anybody answer, Homer?
Not yet. How much time do we have before class, Henry?
3.5 minutes, if the clock in the store is right.
Hello? Here, let me push you off a little more.
Boy. How does my coat look in the back?
Well, there's one nice thing about it, Henry. It isn't torn. I mean, the cloth really isn't torn.
It isn't?
No, it's just nicely ripped the whole length of the seam.
Boy.
Hello?
Hello, is this Mr. Aldrich?
It is?
Well, this is Homer Brown. Henry's banged up a little, and I've been asked to deliver a message for him.
What's that?
We've been trying to call Henry's mother, Mr. Aldrich, and she doesn't seem to answer, see?
Homer, exactly what is the trouble?
That's what I'm going to tell you. Henry doesn't want to wear his coat to class this afternoon, and he wondered whether you're too busy to hop in the car and pick up one of his other coats and bring it over here to DeHaven's drugstore.
Homer, what's the reason he can't wear the coat he has on?
Well, frankly, he's ashamed to wear it.
Homer, you tell Henry that I said he's to wear that coat to class. Is that clear?
He is?
Yes, sir. And if anybody asks him why he's wearing it, he's to say that I told him to.
Yes, Mr. Aldrich.
Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Very well, then.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hey, Homer, what'd he say?
Well, I'll tell you. You won't believe it, Henry, but here's what he told me to tell you.
We'll be back with the Aldrich family in just a moment. Right now it's intermission, and time for our intermission guest, the one and only Tommy Dorsey. Okay, Tommy?
Now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Henry wore his coat wrong side out at assembly this morning in order to borrow $1 to buy chocolates for his latest girl. And Henry's mother, misunderstanding the entire episode, has decided to call on the school principal. The scene opens in the Aldrich front hall. Aunt Harriet is speaking.
Mary, is your mother here?
No, she isn't, Aunt Harriet.
She isn't?
No, she hasn't been home all afternoon.
Well, is your father here?
No, the only one that's here is Henry, and he's up in his room and he won't speak to anyone.
Well, what's the matter with him?
He's just completely depressed, Aunt Harriet. He won't even let me come near him.
No?
I warned him, though. I warned him at breakfast he better not get interested in that Virginia Lee. My goodness, Aunt Harriet, do you know what Virginia Lee did to him?
What?
Well, you know how she has red hair, and I'll admit she's pretty. But that's no excuse for her not letting Henry to come to her party tonight.
What's that?
And for no reason at all. Except that she doesn't like Henry's clothes or something.
Virginia Lee did that to Henry?
Mary, I don't believe it.
But Aunt Harriet, she did, though.
Well, I know one thing. If it's true, I think her mother ought to know about it.
And I agree with you, Aunt Harriet, and I just wish you'd call her up.
Call her up nothing. I'll go right over and have a talk with Mrs. Lee face to face. No one can break Henry's heart and get away with it.
Hello, Sam. Can you hear me?
Yes, Alice. Where are you now?
I'm still up here at the high school waiting to see Mr. Bradley.
And he refuses to have anything to do with you?
Yes, dear, and I think we ought to get this whole matter straightened out.
Well, here's what I can do, Alice. Joseph Lee is the head of the Board of Education now, isn't he?
Who is? Joseph Lee? Virginia Lee's father?
Yes, over on Maple Street. And, Alice, I'm going to get in touch with him.
Well, dear, I think I ought to talk to him, too.
I'll call you as soon as I've gotten a hold of him, Alice. Don't worry.
Gee, Henry, why don't you try to look at it this way?
Homer, will you please get out of my room and go on downstairs and go home?
But, Henry, you just don't understand Virginia. She's got a little temper, maybe, sure, but... Do you know what I'm going to do, Henry? I've just had an idea. You sit tight, see? I'm going to fix everything all up for you.
Now, wait a minute, Homer.
Let go of me, Henry. I'm going to fix things up, and you're going to that party tonight and have a swell time.
But, Homer!
Now, wait a minute, Mrs. Aldrich. May I get just one word in here before you go on?
Mr. Lee, when I'm finished, you may say all you want to. I realize this is your home, but I've just got to get you straight on this matter of Henry and Mr. Bradley.
Now, Mrs. Aldrich, I think by this time I am straight.
But Mrs. Lee doesn't understand. She says she doesn't understand one word of it.
Why, of course I do. The whole thing is as clear as anything.
Mrs. Lee, just 1 minute ago, you
Now,
said...
wait a minute, Alice. Let's take one thing at a time.
Sam, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm speaking. And so far, dear, you haven't done one bit of good.
Alice, suppose you let me try to explain this whole thing, because there are some things about this that you don't know.
Harriet, I don't like to interfere, but Alice is talking.
Well, all I want to know is why Henry can't come to the party tonight.
I'm sorry, but it's Virginia's party, and I don't
And Mrs.
usually
Lee, I agree with you. If Henry isn't wanted, he would certainly be the last one who would want to come. But the point is, I waited in Mr. Bradley's office for 2.5 hours. And I want to know what the Board of Education is going to do about it.
Mrs. Aldrich, I regret to have to tell you that the Board of Education has absolutely nothing to do with what appointments Mr. Bradley keeps or does not keep. Well, Mr. Lee, under ordinary circumstances, I would say you were right.
Sam, he's not right. You're not agreeing with him, are you?
Alice, Sam didn't say he was agreeing with him.
Now, just a minute, Harriet. Just a minute.
Hello, Mrs. Lee. Where's Virginia?
Homer Brown, is that you?
Yeah, I've got to see her.
Homer, would you mind getting out of this room? We happen to be in a conference.
Oh, excuse me, but isn't Virginia here?
Homer, we would like to be left alone.
That's all right, Mr. Aldrich. I can take care of Homer.
Listen, Virginia, I've got to tell you something.
Did Henry Aldrich send you over here again? Virginia, that is no way to speak to a guest. And, Mother, I agree with you, but he isn't my guest. I don't want to see him.
Virginia, do you know why Henry wore his coat in assembly wrong side out this morning?
What's that?
I'm not even interested in why he did it.
What do you mean, wrong side out?
Excuse me, Mr. Aldrich, but I want to tell Virginia something.
And I want to ask you something. Henry, can you see whether there's any car coming in back of us?
Just a second, Father, and I'll look out the back window.
No, Sam, there isn't a thing in back of us.
Just a second now while I pull up to the curb. Now then, just a minute, Henry. Do you realize just what you did today?
Yes, Father.
You made a bit of a fool of yourself, didn't you? Right in front of the whole school.
Yes, Father.
You shouldn't have done it, even if it was for a woman.
Yes, sir.
I'll have to admit the girl in this case isn't bad looking. In fact, she's rather pretty.
Yes, Father.
But that is still no excuse.
Yes, sir. Gee, how'd I ever happen to do a thing like that? Gee, am I ashamed of myself?
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that. Here, let me open the door for you. Now, go on into Virginia's party and have a good time.
Thank you, Father. And I want to tell you both how very sorry I am that I embarrassed you so much today.
That's all right, dear. Now go on in.
Okay, and thanks again for everything.
Wait a minute, Sam. Look in the living room window, up there on the porch.
Yeah? Quite a crowd.
Oh, they're dancing. There's Homer Brown and Agnes and George Bigelow. I wonder who's playing the piano. It's lovely.
Alice, was that Henry I just saw in there?
Yes, Sam, he's dancing already with Virginia Lee.
Not a bad-looking young man, is he? Quite a gentleman.
Oh, he certainly does look nice. Only, Sam, look at the way Virginia's laughing at him. What in the world is Henry doing?
What's that?
He's dancing with something on his head.
Alice, that's a lampshade. What's he doing that for?
Sam, if that isn't... And right after Henry promised faithfully...
I wonder why it is, Alice, that women can make such fools out of men. Hello?
Hello, is Henry there?
No, he isn't. Is there any message? This is his father.
Oh, this is Virginia. I just wanted to tell Henry how much he added to the party last night.
Very well.
Oh, my goodness, I never laughed so hard in all my life. I guess he certainly gets it from that actor.
What's that?
You know, from his Uncle John, that famous actor. Henry told me all about him.
What's that? Now, wait a minute.
This rebroadcast of the Aldrich family is a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
The Aldrich family, a special rebroadcast for you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations.
They say that when you grow out of the teenage, it's like being expelled from paradise. You can't ever go back. But you can recall that time of your life in the misadventures of Henry Aldrich. The scene opens in a neighbor's living room.
Look out, Henry, look out. You don't know how to work it.
Homer, will you please keep your hands off this darn thing?
Won't you even let me pump it?
Sure, I'll let you pump it when it's your turn. Now, just keep your feet out of the way.
See that, Henry? See that? You don't even know how to start it.
I do, too. Now, look out.
Boy, Homer, how do you like it? How do you like it? What's so wonderful careful about that, Henry. I can put more power into it than you can.
Oh, gee whiz. Homer, did you push something? What'd you do that for?
I didn't do anything, Henry.
Are you getting along all right, boys?
Why, yes, fine, Miss Sparrow. Fine.
Are you sure you know how to play a piano?
Oh, yes, sure. We're just trying to find which...
Now, here, let's see whether you have this roll of music in right.
The trouble doesn't seem to be with the music, Miss Sparrow. It's more down here around Henry's feet.
Yes? Now, wait a minute. This lever here is what you started with.
Oh, that.
And if you want it to go faster, you press this.
Oh, yes. Here we go, Homer.
Oh, you're doing beautifully. If you need any help, just call.
Yes, Miss Sparrow. Oh, gee whiz.
Why did it slow down, Henry? Let me play.
I've got it under control, Homer. Now, listen, Homer, that's a nice thing to do. Push me right off somebody's piano stool.
I didn't push. I just wanted to sit down and play it.
Boy, you might have broken my ankle.
Listen, Henry, which did she say was the lever to start this?
You go ahead and figure it out for yourself. Gee whiz.
Is this what I press, Henry?
Imagine, you've taken piano lessons all this time, and you don't even know how to play a player piano.
Just as if I didn't know. Well, gee whiz.
See, Dad, it's going backwards.
I like it backwards.
What do you like about it? Listen, Homer, you shouldn't throw it from reverse to high like that.
Henry, look at me take the curves.
Hey, stop. Homer, stop.
What's the matter? I'm not breaking it.
But look out the window. It's coming down the street.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy, Henry.
Who is she, Homer? Who is she?
That's Ethel Moffat. And, boy, is she a good-looking girl.
Is that Ethel Moffat? Oh, I didn't recognize her.
Of course you didn't. She took the bands off her teeth last week. Boy, I've been trying to get a date with her ever since. Do you know her real well, Henry? Because if you do, boy.
Sure, I know her. Sure, I know her. Wait till I open the window.
Ask her in.
Hey, Ethel!
Hello?
Hello, come on in.
Oh, I can't, Henry. I've got to get down to the store. What are you doing?
Why, Homer's playing the piano.
Who is?
My friend. Homer, come on over here to the window a minute. I want you to meet somebody that's outside.
Who, me, Henry?
Ethel, this is Mr. Brown in here.
Hello.
I'm pleased to meet you, Miss Brown. I
didn't know you played the piano.
Oh, sure, he plays. Homer, go on back and play that piece for us.
Now listen, Henry.
Go ahead, don't be bashful. I'll listen to you from out here on the lawn. I'm crazy about music.
You are? Well, okay, maybe I will.
Play it loud, Homer, so she can hear it out there on the lawn. Hear that, Ethel?
My goodness, she's wonderful.
Hey, Homer, give it the works.
Okay.
My goodness, I never heard anything like it.
Didn't I tell you? Hey, Homer, play it fast.
Okay.
Gee, Ethel, isn't he good?
It's beautiful.
There, that's all I'm going to play. My feet hurt.
What'd he say, Henry?
He says that's all he's going to play.
Goodness, Homer, I didn't dream you were so musical.
You didn't?
Did you know I play the violin?
You do? Look, how'd you like to go to the movies tonight?
Oh, I don't think I could go tonight very well. But I'd be glad to have you come over to my house if you'd like to.
Okay, sure.
And maybe you could play the piano a little.
At your house?
Yes, sure. Why don't you go, Homer, and play for us?
Now listen, Henry.
Gee whiz, you can play duet.
A duet? Homer, do you know the Blue Danube?
The Blue Danube?
I play that.
Sure, Homer can play anything.
Listen, Henry, I cannot.
You've been taking lessons for 10 years, Homer.
That's only because my mother's stubborn.
Homer, I guess you're stubborn, too. You just got to come and we'll have a whole night of music.
I know, but gee whiz, listen.
Mary, could you come into the living room a minute, please?
Just a minute, Henry.
I'm telling you, Henry, I'm telling you, it's no use.
Listen, Homer, you're crazy about the girl, aren't you? And you want her to like you, don't you?
Well, why can't she take me for myself without my piano?
What is it you want, Henry? What's the matter with Homer?
Mary, can you teach Homer how to play the Blue Danube?
I guess I could. Homer, could you come over sometime?
I'm here.
What's that?
I've got to learn it by tonight, Mary.
The Blue Danube by tonight?
Yes, he's got to play it for the Moffat family.
What's that?
For the Moffats. Homer's crazy about the oldest girl.
Homer, you can read music, can't you?
Not anything that's any good. My teacher's always kept me in the classics.
She has?
Sure. For 2 years, the only thing I've even been allowed to touch is Paderewski's Minuet.
All right, then. Why not play that?
I can. Gee whiz, do you think I'm a genius?
And besides, Mary, the special request is the Blue Danube.
Sure. The only thing I can play is this.
Go on.
That's all there is.
Homer, you mean after 10 years, that's all you can play?
Henry, don't you understand? Up until this happened to me, I didn't have any interest in music.
Well, my goodness, Homer, if you can play that much, you can certainly play the Blue Danube. Here, I'll show you.
Is that all there is to it? Go on, play some more. Well, gee, I ought to be able to do that. How do I start?
Here, Homer, give me your left hand.
My left, Mary? My left isn't as good as my right, my teacher says.
Well, we'll start with the left. Now, Homer, you try it alone.
Sure, Homer.
Okay. Is that right? Is that right?
Henry! Wait a minute, Homer. Homer!
Henry!
Yes, Father?
What's going on down there?
Why, Mary's helping Homer get ready for the Moffat.
It's what?
The Moffat. He met Ethel.
Well, whatever it is, tell him to stop it.
Listen, Mary, there's no sense in your trying to teach me.
But we've just started.
I know, but look how long my teacher's been working on me. Henry, please call Ethel and tell her I'm sick.
Why? Gee whiz, after fixing this whole date up for you? Homer, if you don't go over there and play, you'll just make me look ridiculous.
Well, how do you think you'll look if I do play?
Mother, I can't do it. I can't possibly do it. And Homer plays the piano so beautifully.
No, Ethel, I'm sure he'll understand. And it'll be very good practice for you to play with someone who really knows music. Now, put your violin under your chin and follow me.
Mother, I can't possibly do it.
But of course you can, dear. No great violinist ever talks while he's playing. Ethel, why did you tell Homer you'd play with him?
Because, Mother, I think he's the nicest boy I ever met, and I must have just lost my head.
Well, that's certainly quite a way to lose your head.
Would you like to look at the evening paper, Sam?
No, thanks, Alice. I have something else to read here. Where's Henry?
He went out a little while ago.
Well, Alice, do you mind if I bring up an old question once more?
What's the matter, Sam?
Do you really feel that Henry gets very much from his association with Homer?
Why, Sam Aldrich, do you realize how many worthwhile things Homer is really interested in?
Frankly, no.
Why, he loves music. And tonight he's going over to call on some girl that likes music just as much as he does.
Yes?
Mother!
Yes, Mary?
You know who it was Henry was talking to on the phone just before he went out?
No, I don't, Mary. Why do you ask?
Why, Mother, he was talking very low and making plans to do something I just know he shouldn't be doing.
What's that, Mary?
Yes, he was, Father. I heard him say he'd be in somebody's house right across the street from someplace looking out the window. And if somebody got into some kind of trouble, he was to go to the window and pull down the shade, and Henry would see it and do something.
Mary, may I ask what it is you're talking about?
Now, Sam, the whole thing is perfectly clear. If Henry had gone with Homer instead of where he has gone, you wouldn't be sitting here worrying about what he's going to get into.
Good evening, Homer. Won't you come in?
Good evening, Mrs. Moffat.
Oh, we're so glad to see you. I don't know when we've looked forward to anything so much as we have to your coming over tonight.
You have?
Yes. Now, won't you take your things off?
Why, I don't think there's any sense in taking them off.
Oh, you can't play with your coat and gloves on. Here, let me have them.
Well...
hello there, young man.
Oh, hello, Mr. Moffat.
Well, they tell me you're something pretty special on the piano, my boy.
They do? Well, gee, I'm not really that good, Mr. Moffat.
Well, come on, let's go in the living room.
Is Ethel here?
Ethel?
Ethel? Oh, yes, my goodness, where is she? Ethel! She had a splitting headache before dinner. Oh, Ethel!
Oh, well, look, in that case, don't you think I might just as well go? I mean...
Mother, is he here? Hello, Homer. I didn't realize you were here.
Gee whiz, Ethel, I was hoping...
I have the worst news for you, Homer.
You have?
What do you think happened? I just discovered a few minutes ago that every string on my violin is broken.
It is? I mean, they are? Boy.
But now, Ethel, they couldn't be all broken.
Yes, they are, Mother.
Well, that doesn't make any difference. Right over there in that table drawer, there are a lot of strings.
Not anymore, Father. They all got thrown out by accident.
Well, that's too bad. Let's go to a movie.
Now, young man, we've heard Ethel play the violin, but we've never heard you play the piano. Come on, sit down now and give us a treat.
Yes, dear.
Well...
Now, go on, Homer.
Well... Gee whiz.
Is something the matter, Homer?
No. No.
Well, Homer, that was very good.
You like that? Would you excuse me a minute while I pull the window shade down?
The shade? What do you have to do that for?
The street light outside. It's shining in my eyes.
Oh, I didn't realize. Of course.
Do I hear anything?
Do you hear anything, Homer? What is it?
Wait. Isn't that strange? I thought I heard the telephone.
Really? Steve, did you hear the phone?
No, and I don't believe Homer could have heard it either. The phone's been out of order all evening.
It's out of order? And you mean... Oh, boy.
Homer, were you expecting a call?
Why, no. Just in a way I was.
Now, come on, Homer. Let's hear the Blue Danube. You didn't need coaxing like this morning. My goodness, you just ripped right into that piano.
Oh, I don't need coaxing. It's just...
Now, young man, all I've heard all day is Ethel telling how you know your music. Now, come on.
I know, but...
Where are you going now, Homer?
That window shade is hanging crooked. I want to let it up and pull it down again.
Oh, Homer, did you hurt yourself?
I'm all right.
Steve, get the poor boy out from under that shade.
I can't get out from under it, Mrs. Moffat. Gee whiz.
Homer, what are you waving that lamp in front of the window for?
Oh, am I waving it?
Yes, dear, and if I were you, I'd put it down before you break it.
Yes, ma'am. Gee whiz. Well, I guess you want me to play the piano, don't you?
That's right.
Well... Did I hear something?
Just the piano, dear.
There it is.
Yeah, that's the doorbell.
It is? It's the doorbell?
Father, whoever it is, don't answer the door until Homer is playing.
Now, Ethel, we can't do a thing like that.
Oh, all right, I'll go to the door. But, Homer, don't play till I get back.
I won't.
Hello, what's the matter with your telephone? Where's Homer? Where is he?
Why, Henry, he's in the living room.
Oh, hello, Henry. Boy, isn't this a coincidence?
Listen, Homer, I've been trying to get you on the phone. You've got to come out with me right away.
I have? Okay, where's my coat?
Now, Henry, Homer's just starting to play. You can't have him till he's finished.
But, Homer, you should have been out here long ago.
Is it something pretty serious, Henry?
Boy, I'll say. Now, get your things on.
Well, we'll just have to take Ethel's word for it, Homer, about how well you can play.
Oh, gee, Mrs. Moffat, you don't have to worry about that. Boy, when Homer sits down at the piano...
Come on, Henry.
Do you know how long he studied music, Mrs. Moffat? 10 years.
10 years?
That's right, Mr. Moffat. That gives you some idea.
Come on, Henry.
And, gee, you ought to hear him tearing a Paderewski's minuet.
Really?
Henry, will you come on?
Goodbye, Homer.
Goodbye.
Nice young man.
Yes, Steve. You know what I think? The program committee has been trying to get somebody for the women's club meeting this Friday, and he's the very person for us to have.
Oh, Mother, that'd be wonderful.
We're going to have some readings, and Mrs. Hardy's going to give a talk on native flowers, and a solo from Homer would be just the thing to top it all off.
We'll be back with the Aldrich family in just a moment. Right now it's intermission, and time for our intermission guest, the one and only Tommy Dorsey. Okay, Tommy?
Now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich and his friend Homer Brown. Just because Homer led his girl into believing he was musically inclined when he was really operating a neighbor's automatic player piano, he has now received an invitation to play a solo at a meeting of the local women's club. The scene opens in Homer's living room. His mother is speaking.
Homer, I don't want to hear the subject even mentioned again.
Yes, Mother.
You're going to play at that meeting of the women's club, and you're going to do a very nice job of it.
But, Mother, why not look at it this way? Doing a thing like this to me could make me hate music forever.
Homer, do you realize what this whole thing means to me? For 10 years, I've been coaxing you. I've been begging you to keep on with your lessons. And now, right out of a clear sky, somebody suddenly appreciates you, and you want to say no to them.
But don't you realize Miss Snyder gave me up as hopeless? She said she wouldn't even give me lessons anymore.
And that's why I want you to go into this concert with your chin out and show Miss Snyder.
Oh, boy.
Well, now, don't take that attitude, dear. When I think of all the money we've poured into Miss Snyder.
Oh, boy.
And before you do anything, please answer the phone.
Yes, Mother. Hello?
Hello, Homer. This is Henry.
Gee whiz, where are you?
I'm down at Robinson's music store. I think I found something for you.
What is it?
It's called Learn to Play the Professional Way in Less Than a Day.
What's that? In less than a day?
Sure. And you've got a day and a half. Boy, you're sitting pretty.
Well, gee. Does it cover the Blue Danube?
Wait a minute. I'll look in the book and see. No, there's no Blue Danube.
None at all?
It gives you Mary Had a Little Lamb.
What's that?
And it floats in the Sweet Afton.
But no Blue Danube.
What's the difference, Homer? The Sweet Afton's a river.
But the point is, Henry, I've started to learn the Blue Danube, and I don't want to switch rivers practically in the middle of a concert, do I?
Homer!
Just a minute, Henry. Yes, Mother?
Could you answer the door, please?
Okay, Henry, I've got to go. Goodbye.
Homer, I thought I asked you to start your practicing.
Mother, I was talking on the telephone. I was trying to make a decision about which river.
Oh, hello there, Mrs. Brown. Hello, Homer. Oh, hello, Mrs. Moffat. Won't you come in?
Hello, Mrs. Moffat.
My goodness, I've never been so upset in my life. I came right over to tell you. Really? What's the matter, Mrs. Moffat? I don't know what we're going to do. We've sent the announcements out for the program and everything, and now I learn that we can't have any piano where we're meeting.
What's that? No piano? Well, gee,
well,
no piano at all?
Well, really, Mrs. Moffat, I don't see how they can just calmly announce a thing like that when Homer's been planning to do this and getting ready for it ever since you invited him. Oh, why don't you go down to Robinson's music store and ask them to loan you a piano? They'd be glad to do it. They would?
Now, wait a minute, Mother. I mean, how would you get the piano over there?
Your father can loan you one of his trucks. And you can get Henry and some of the other boys to help you move.
I know, but...
Now, Homer, where there's a will, there's a way. You're going to get that piano, and you're going to play.
Sam, will you have some bacon?
No, thank you, Alice.
Now, dear, don't sit there and sulk just because I want you to go to that concert this afternoon.
Alice, I am not sulking. I simply want to point out that you're asking me to sit through a program in which I'll hear some readings, a talk on native plants, and Homer Brown play the piano.
But, Father, it's for charity.
Yes, and I've supported that charity nobly for 7 years, but this is asking too much.
Hi, Henry.
Gee whiz, Homer, is that you?
Yes, sure.
Good morning, Homer. This must be quite a day for you.
Boy, I'll say. I didn't sleep a wink last night.
We're all looking forward to that concert.
You are? Hello, Mr. Aldrich.
Good morning.
Henry, could I use your phone a second?
Sure. Come on out here in the hall.
Will you have some breakfast, Homer?
No, thanks. I couldn't eat a thing.
Who are you going to call, Homer? Who are you going to call?
Ethel's mother. There's just one possible chance. Hello?
Number, please.
Elm 212.
Elm 212.
Henry, come back and finish your breakfast.
Yes, Mother. Homer, I'll be right back.
Hello? Hello. Is this you, Ethel? This is Homer.
Oh, hello, Homer.
Look, could you tell your mother it looks as though we can't have the piano?
Oh, my goodness, why not?
Well, we can't use my father's truck, see? It's a pretty new one, see? And, well, he's afraid the piano would scratch it.
Oh, Homer, what are we going to do?
Well, what I was going to suggest was, why don't you play the violin?
Oh, I? Play the violin?
Sure, at least you wouldn't have to haul it in the truck. And listen, Ethel, would you like to go to the movies tonight?
To the movies?
Sure, but I don't think I better call for you. I'll meet you down at the movies, see?
Oh, but Homer...
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hey, Henry.
Homer, did you get it all fixed?
Boy, I'll say, boy.
Homer, are you sure you won't have a little breakfast with us?
Why, as a matter of fact, Mrs. Aldrich, I think I would enjoy a little.
Well, dear, you take this plate out in the kitchen. You'll find some scrambled eggs.
And get me some too, Homer.
Okay. Boy, do you know how I suddenly feel? I never felt better in my life.
What happened to Homer?
Sam, I think Homer has a right to feel rather pleased with himself today.
Now, Henry, don't you wish you'd gone on with your music as I begged you to do?
Well...
Down in the bottom of your heart, Henry, don't you wish just a bit you were in Homer's shoes?
Well,
And, Sam, it's really your fault as much as it is Henry's.
My fault?
Yes, dear. If you'd backed me up 5 years ago, then you'd be hearing Henry instead of Homer when you go to that concert this afternoon.
What do you mean when I go to it?
I'll answer the phone.
As a matter of fact, Henry, I think it's a shame for you not to try the piano once more.
Hello?
Hello? I want to speak to Homer Brown.
To who? To Homer?
Yes, sir, to Homer.
Hey, Homer!
What, Henry? What is it?
You weren't on the telephone.
Gee, what isn't Ethel's mother, is it?
No, it's some man.
Well, here, hold my eggs. Hello?
Homer, may I ask just what this is all about?
What's that? Who is this?
It's your father. Have you been spreading rumors behind my back?
Spreading what, Father?
When did I ever tell you that I was afraid a piano would scratch my truck?
Oh, did they say that?
Mrs. Moffat just phoned me here at the house. And Homer, your mother says you're going to get the boys together and go down to Robinson's music store and get that piano. Understand?
Yes, Father.
And you're going to play at that concert. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Father.
Here are your eggs, Homer.
My eggs? What would I do with those?
To. In fact, up to now, we've enjoyed our entire program, I'm sure. Before introducing the next number, however, there will have to be, I'm afraid, a slight intermission of half a minute or so. So if you'll just excuse me, I'll have to step backstage and make sure about something.
Sam, what do you suppose the trouble is?
Alice, why did we have to sit right down here in the front row?
Because, dear, I thought it would please Homer's mother.
Look at Will Brown over there in the next row. Anyone would think Homer was something wonderful.
Now, Sam, can you blame him? Perhaps a year from now you'll feel just as proud as he does.
How do you say that?
You see Miss Snyder over there? I just had a talk with her, Sam, and she's promised to come over to the house tomorrow so Henry can start his lessons again.
What's that, Alice?
Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I may as well tell you quite frankly what the trouble was. For some reason, the piano we're trying to borrow was not delivered when it should have been. However, I'm very pleased to announce that I have some good news for you. The boys have arrived with the piano, and if you'll bear with us for another half-minute, they'll roll it onto the stage.
Sam, there's Henry.
I see him. Don't point, Alice. After all he's doing is pushing the piano.
I know, dear, but he hasn't any necktie on.
Alice, why doesn't Homer help push the piano?
Because he's probably saving himself.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure we're all going to have a great deal of pleasure in listening to one of our town's forthcoming musicians, shall I say, Homer Brown, whose selection will be the Blue Danube by Strauss. But perhaps I should say by J. Strauss. Homer, I'll turn the rest of our program over to you.
This rebroadcast of the Aldrich family is a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service.